Naruto, Revenge of Shinju. Naruto, Revenge of Shinju Original. Night. There were many people with the lights on in the luxurious house. One of the men was going to the toilet to urinate. After the man went to the toilet, he unzipped his pants and started to urinate. While he was breathing with the ease of peeing, the barrel of the gun touched his neck at that moment. "You are truly talented, Mr. Andrew. I can't understand how you managed to get into the toilet despite all the guards at home," he said in a worried voice. "How do you know my name?" Andre asked, frowning. "It is difficult to find information about you. Despite much research, I have received very little information. If you do not surrender now, you will not be able to leave this house alive, Mr. Andrew," he said. "If you've researched me, you should also know my nickname. Despite that, you're still thinking about getting out of here alive," Andrew said, pressing the barrel of the gun to the man's neck. A look of fear appeared on the man's face. "I know it was the president, Mr. Tyson, who wanted me dead. I will give twice as much as he will give, please don't kill me," he said in a difficult voice. "Obviously, you haven't researched me as much as you needed to. I decide my job, first I choose my target, then I get paid if someone pays for his dead. It's that simple," Andre said with a smile on his face. He stuttered, trying to say something, peeing his pants out of fear. But suddenly the gun behind him went off, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. The silencer on the gun made no sound, but the device on the man meant that the guards in the house were aware of the situation. That's why loud alarms suddenly started sounding in the house. Andrew quickly left the toilet after saying some offensive words. Andrew was struggling really hard trying to escape the house. "Damn, what's a helicopter doing here?" Andrew was accidentally injured several times while he was running. He also managed to escape eventually, but unfortunately he suffered a lot of damage. Time passed, and the moon set on the hill, and the sun was just beginning to rise. Andrew was sitting on the ground in an alley, leaning against a wall. There was a lot of blood in his body and his eyes were starting to lose their vitality, but he had a smile on his face. In the inside pocket of Andrew's jacket, a tree branch glowed and radiated heat. He put his hand in the inside pocket, pulled it out, and tried to stare. His hand fell to the ground, because at that moment there was nothing left in his body. As the life light in his eyes gradually dims, the branch he holds in his hand emits more and more light. When Andre died, roots came out of the tree branch and began to wrap around his body, starting with his hands. Then Andre's soul came out of his body and began to fly into the sky. Having reached heaven, they began their journey from there to another kingdom. In another kingdom, a large orange fox was attacking a village. "Kyuubi, help, run!" Their voices could be heard throughout the village. The large fox known as Kyuubi disappeared at that moment and reappeared somewhere far from the village. There was a fair-haired man nearby holding a fair-haired child in his hand, and next to the man was a woman with red hair. Yellowish glowing chains emerged from the woman's body and quickly began to surround Kyuubi. "Minato, I will seal Kyuubi myself with the little chakra I have left. When I die, Kyuubi will die too," she said, looking at the blonde. "You don't have to do that, Kushina. If the Kyuubi disappears, Konoha's Jinchuriki won't be there, so we'll be in a powerless situation. I'll use Shiki Fujin, I'll seal half of the Kyuubi for myself, and the other half for Naruto. Kushina, I believe that he's the child of prophecy. I believe him," Minato said after thinking for a while. Kushina frowned and said, "Minato, I can't believe you. You're neglecting your child's future and your own life just for the sake of the village. No, I won't let you do that. Naruto will have a normal childhood. Kushina, Naruto will be seen as a hero. Also, Jiraiya-sensei will be by his side. He will unite all the nations and make Konoha the strongest village. He will save the world," Minato said. Minato quickly moved his hands to make seals. After a while, a transparent entity resembling a demon appeared behind him, wearing a white kimono, holding a dagger in his mouth and a rosary in his hand. An arm shot out from Minato's body and headed towards the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi grabbed the incoming arm and began to pull it towards Minato. Then the red chakra entered Minato's stomach. Kyuubi's body shrank and, looking at Minato, it said, "Damn Yondaime Hokage." After Minato struck him on the ground, a ritual altar appeared from the ground and placed Naruto there. When Kyuubi realized that they were going to seal him onto the blonde, he swung his claw towards Naruto. But Minato and Kushina quickly outpaced the claw. The Kyuubi's claw passed through two bodies and was very close to Naruto. "Kushina, if you have anything to say it then I will begin the sealing," Minato said, grimacing in pain. "Naruto, don't be picky about your food and eat healthy. Take a bath every day and keep yourself warm. Don't stay up late at night because you will need your sleep. And make friends. It doesn't have to be too many, just a small number of friends that you can trust and believe in. Be careful with women. Don't be fooled by the bad ones. Find someone like your mother. There are so many things I want to tell you, Kushina said crying. Naruto, I'll tell you the same thing your mother did. Don't forget that the village is your family. Protect them no matter what. Hake Fuin, Minato said. Kyuubi turned into red chakra and began to enter the baby's stomach. After it was finished, a sealed mark also appeared on Naruto's stomach. At that moment, a spirit, a part of his body, surrounded by tree roots, descended from the sky. The spirit rushed straight into Naruto's body and entered him. Interesting, the Shinigami thought as he saw the spirit enter Naruto. A child of about 5 years old, with fair hair and whisker marks on his cheeks, was swinging alone on a swing. His eyes were looking towards the horizon, as if he were showing them in deep thought. The name of this blonde guy is, of course, Naruto. I still can't believe that I was reincarnated into Naruto's world. Naruto thinks as he looks around. He was only 8 months old when he realized that he was in this body for the first time. When he saw the huge people, he first thought that he was somewhere like Attack on Titan. After some excitement and anxiety, he realized that his hands were small. At that moment, he realized that he was a child and that the people he saw were adults. Of course, he was both sad and relieved. At first, he didn't remember much of his past. Who was he in his previous life? What was he like? What did he do? What life did he go through? What was it like? Naruto asked himself these questions. Over time, he began to slowly regain his memories, not yet fully remembering. But he could still give some answers to his questions. In short, he spent his childhood normally in his previous life, at least until he went to high school. Before entering high school, his father died. He began to live alone because he had no family. After living normally for some time, he started getting involved in street life and was involved in many crimes. Later, he was discovered by a master and started training under him. He went through a hellish education for many years. Finally, he replaced his master and continued his work. He was a killer. A professional killer who kills his target with 100% success. Of course, after a while his life became routine. He got acquainted with anime and manga, and then they added a new color to his life. The last thing he remembers is that he was preparing for his next job. But the past is no longer important, now is the time to look into the future. When he was 8 months old, he knew that he had reincarnated into a new body, but what about the Naruto world? Realizing that he was in the Naruto world was a painful experience. They never called his name where he stayed, or they did but he didn't understand. Either way, when he was 1, he was taken from an arson fire and kidnapped. It was an old house with underground people. Today, we will finally kill the demon. We will finish the job that Yondaime left unfinished. For my family's revenge. Everyone used such phrases while looking at him. Since he was younger, he understood this language halfway. They didn't want to kill Naruto right away, so they started small. They started with violent actions like punching, kicking, and making thin scratches with kunai. After Naruto was tortured for a while, 3 masked men appeared in the room. And they immediately neutralized the 6 men in the room. Then another man appeared in the room. He was an old man in a red hat with the word, "Fire," written on his head and a white cloak. Naruto, whose eyes began to close slightly, was surprised to see the old man who appeared last in the room. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The man who was once considered fit for the title of God of Shinobi. What the hell was he doing here? Sandaime kept an eye on the injured child, looking around and quickly, "Take the boy and take him to the hospital immediately." Sandaime looked at the people who were neutralized after one of the 3 people who entered the room grabbed the child and disappeared. "Take this to the torture and interrogation force to find out who helped them," Sandaime said in an angry voice. The other 2 masked men disappeared after shaking their heads. It was clear in a short time how the event was carried out. In the orphanage where he stayed, some people held a grudge against him. With the help of the kidnappers, they easily carried out their work. Shortly after the helpers were discovered, they were captured by masked men and taken away to be paid for their actions. 4 years have passed since then. The torture he was subjected to during that time had little effect on Naruto, either physically or mentally. Naruto had a fast regeneration, so he physically recovered in a few days. Mentally, on the other hand, he did not suffer, since in his previous life he was subjected to more severe torture. Naruto braced himself and looked at the children playing in the park, feeling a little bitter inside. In his previous life, at least he had a family when he was young until his father was killed. Anyway, that was a story for another time. His eyes turned to the black-haired boy happily playing with his brother. Itachi glanced briefly at the blonde on the swing, who felt like she was looking at him, and then went back to playing with his brother. So should this black-haired boy be Sasuke Uchiha? Next to him should be his older brother Itachi Uchiha. Naruto thought, feeling a little awkward about it. A few years later, his brother killed his family in front of the boy. This situation was truly dramatic. Naruto really respected Itachi, but he thought that what he did was stupid. Family should always come first, at least that's what he learned from his father. Although in this world, they always put the village before the family. For example, Minato Namikaze, whose current father is the Yondaime Hokage. He sacrificed himself and his son for the village just to ensure the stability of the village. Of course, we must not forget that he sacrificed with foolish faith. Will Naruto be considered a hero? Where is he? Sigh, how did I actually die? Why did I come back to life as Naruto in this world? I wonder if I was hit by a truck or something. Or did I get some wishes as an apology after I died because of God? Naruto thought after taking a deep breath. Then he said, if I have multiple wishes granted, I hope I wish for the best. The Rinnegan might be beautiful. But of course, a system that is even better than that. Wait, I didn't check if I had a system before. He thought with a smile. System. Hey, are you there? Status. Quest. Shop. Open. Anyway, I don't have an obvious system or not yet. Naruto thought with some sadness. After recovering emotionally, Naruto jumped off the swing and headed to the orphanage where he was staying. At least I have Kurama in me. It makes me feel like I'm starting life 9 steps ahead. Though I wouldn't say no to the Rinnegan or the system. Naruto thought as he walked happily. 6 years Naruto walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. People around him were talking to each other, pointing at Naruto. Looks like I'll be staying tonight. Naruto thought as he slowly pushed the rock in front of him. The reason Naruto stayed at night was because he was sometimes not allowed into the orphanage. Of course he was thinking about a solution to this, he was going to visit Hokage Gigi soon. Maybe it was time to live alone. Naruto walked for a while and then entered a restaurant with a signboard that said Ichiraku Ramen. Good night, Tuki Oyaji. Mizoram, Naruto said as he sat on the seat in front of the counter. Welcome, Naruto. It will come right away. Tuki smiled briefly and said, looking at Naruto. After a while, a black-haired girl came out with about 10 people with a tray in her hand. Welcome, Naruto, she said as she placed the tray in front of Naruto. Then, I put an extra egg in for you. She went up to Naruto's ear and whispered. Thank you, Ayame. You look beautiful today as always. Naruto said with a big smile on his face. Ayame paused for a moment and then rushed inside with a rash on her face. Naruto smiled and watched Ayame for a while before starting to eat the ramen in front of him. Indeed, the ramen is delicious. Can I feel this way because I'm in Naruto's body? I wouldn't add DereBeyi to the end of my sentences, right? Naruto thought as he ate. Before Naruto finished his meal and stood up from his chair, he placed a few coins next to the bowl and started walking towards the park. As Naruto entered the park, he saw a 15-year-old purple-haired girl sitting on her favorite bench as he was heading to his usual spot. She was sitting on the bench as she was thinking about something with a sad expression on her face. Enko, looks like we're together again tonight, Naruto said as he sat on the empty side of the bench. Enko smiled for a moment, and then continued to look into the air with a sad face. Sigh, Enko, are you still thinking the same thing? I told you it doesn't matter what they say. Naruto said after sighing. I know, but I still can't do anything about it. Everyone sees me as a traitor student, as if I'm going to be the next traitor. Others are just trying to get into my pants. As soon as they speak, they think I'm a bitch who spreads her legs. Enko said with tears running down her eyes. Try to ignore what they say, of course it will be fine after a while. You can also try to silence them with your strength, I'm sure after you beat a few of them the others wouldn't have the courage to say anything. Naruto said. Yeah, I'll definitely beat up a few of those scumbags, and then let me see if they still have the guts to continue saying anything. Enko said as she clenched her hands into a fist. Enko then moved closer to Naruto and laid her head on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto is a really good friend, Enko said. Of course, we are both in the same situation. We are both being judged for something we did not do. I am a demon and you are a traitor, Naruto said. Some time passed and they enjoyed each other's presence during this time. By the way, have you gained weight? Didn't I tell you that you shouldn't eat dango every time you feel sorry? I bet you'll be fat in the future if things go like this, Naruto said with a grin. I'll change my mind, you're a really bad friend, Enko said as she tapped Naruto lightly. After a while, they both began to fall asleep, leaning on each other. The moon slept, the sun woke up. The birds, who were the harbingers of the morning, began to sing. Naruto opened his eyes and looked towards Anko. I will definitely save you, he thought as he looked at the 3 commas on Anko's neck. Cough cough Anko, how much longer are you going to be lazy? Naruto said as he coughed lightly. You should learn how to treat a woman. Especially for one as beautiful as me, Anko said as she puffed her chest. At noon the Hokage tower. Naruto opened the door and entered the Hokage's office. Hello Hokage Gigi, Naruto said as he grinned. Naruto, how many times have I told you not to enter without knocking? The Hokage said, trying to quickly hide the sphere in front of him. Why did you come? The Hokage said after hiding the sphere. I want to stay in the house by myself, Naruto said confidently. But why? Isn't the orphanage good enough? The Hokage said with a confused expression on his face. You don't know. Sometimes they don't give me food, sometimes they don't even let me in, Naruto said. Cat, go explore, the Hokage said nervously. After a while, a person wearing a cat mask appeared in the room. Looking at the body of the person wearing the mask, it was obvious that she was a woman. That's right, Hokage-sama. I haven't found out who was behind the incident yet, but some of the caregivers certainly did it. She said that before the cat in the ninja mask disappeared again. Sigh well, I will bring you a home. But I can't let you live alone until you have a genius. I will find someone to live with you. You will stay in the orphanage until the house is ready. Don't worry, they won't dare to act like that this time, the Hokage said after taking a deep breath. Okay, goodbye, Hokage Gigi, Naruto said before leaving the room. Damn it, Danzo, how far will you go? The Hokage thought as he smoked his cigar. Naruto was outside the training grounds and walking towards his house, sweating. He was 7 years old, but he looked like he was 10 in body. Of course, his continuous training was also helpful. He was also fed regularly throughout the year, although some shops sold him their goods at higher prices than usual. But when he implicitly told Hokage Gigi that his pocket money was not enough, he was very helpful. The Hokage was very easy to control if you love the person. Orochimaru can be used as an example. Despite doing so many bad things, he freely allowed him to escape from the village. After meeting the Hokage a year ago, he stayed at the orphanage for another 1 to 2 weeks. He was seriously surprised to see his partner, who he would be living with after moving home. Naruto finally reached his house after walking for a while. When Naruto walked in, he saw a purple-haired girl in a long shirt and long black socks sitting on the couch. The girl's shirt was slightly raised due to the way she was sitting, so some of her purple panties were visible. Sigh, she's doing this on purpose. I'm only 7 years old, Naruto said with a sigh. I'm going to take a shower, Naruto said as he walked towards the bathroom. Oh, you want me to join you? Anko said with a grin. When I grow up, I'll show this girl what it means to tease me, Naruto thought as he entered the bathroom. It was night. Naruto sat on the roof of his house and looked towards the village. So, today is the day, Naruto thought as he looked at where the Uchiha clan lived. I'd like to get some to share. Even if I do, I don't think I'll be able to use them right now. I can't explain how I got them. Anyway, maybe I'll take care of Sasuke or Itachi in the future, Naruto thought. Or, once I'm strong enough to defeat Danzo, I can get his partners. Although the idea of using shared use from his body makes me a little nauseous. How does he take a bath? Isn't it weird when shampoo touches those eyes? Besides, I still haven't found out anything about the tree branch I was holding before I died. I think my coming here somehow had something to do with it, Naruto thought as he looked at his hand. It's snowing. After Naruto entered the academy, he walked home with his hands in his pockets. Then he saw 3 children bullying a white-eyed, blue-haired girl near the park. I forgot that there was such an incident. But since I'm different from the original, I'll have to change a few things, Naruto thought as he walked towards the children. Your eyes are so scary, the bully said to the girl. You look like a monster, Hooligan 2 said. Byakugan monster, Hooligan 3 said. The hooligans started laughing out loud when they saw the girl collapsing and started crying. Hey, stop this, Naruto said after he walked up. Huh, who are you? The boys said looking at Naruto. If you keep doing what you're doing, I'm the one who'll beat you up, Naruto said with a frown. You, right, just you, ha ha, the boys said as they laughed. The boys then started running towards Naruto with their hands in their fists. Naruto kicked the boy hard in the chest as he dodged the incoming punch. The boy who was kicked in the chest fell onto the other child behind him and they both fell to the ground. Naruto then first dodges the punch to the face, then sweeps the ground with his foot and drops the boy to the ground. On the other hand, the children kept the sore sides of their bodies on the ground. Naruto stood up from the ground and started walking towards the girl who was looking after him. "Are you okay?" Naruto said as he walked up to the girl. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said, scrubbing her knees as she rose from the ground. "Why didn't you answer when you were strong? You shouldn't let them bully you," Naruto said, putting his hands in his pocket. "I don't like fighting," she said, looking down. "However, you must fight to protect yourself or someone you love. Moreover, if you are going to be a ninja, you must fight with confidence," Naruto said before walking towards his house. "Tell me," she said. Naruto asked as he turned to the girl. "Thank you very much," she said as she bowed. "It doesn't matter. Besides, I think you should be more confident. See you later," Naruto said before turning around and walking towards his house. "Should I trust myself?" she thought as she kept an eye on Naruto. When Naruto entered the house, he saw Anko, who had just come out of the bathroom. Anko's body was wrapped in a towel from her knees to her chest. Her breasts looked like they were about to explode. "You're doing this on purpose, right?" Naruto said. Anko placed her hand on her chest and said with a flirtatious grin, "I don't know. Is that so? She's doing this on purpose," Naruto thought as he looked at Anko's boobs. Anko bowed to show the valley between her breasts. "Oh. Would you like to see?" Anko said as he smirked. "Damn it, if I had hormones I'd be hard as a diamond right now," Naruto thought as he thought how hard. Naruto entered the Ninja Academy. It was his second year at the academy. He finally turned 9 years old, so there were only 3 years left until the start of canon. Naruto walked in, finding his classroom. Many of the students had already arrived in the classroom and were sitting at their desks. Naruto stood at the door and looked at the class for a while. A boy with a puppy lying on his head. His name is Kiba Inuzuka. His clan fights alongside animals. A chubby boy with swirling marks on his cheeks with several bags of chips in front of him. His name is Choji Akamichi. His clan fights by enlarging their bodies. The boy with glasses sits in the back of the classroom. His name is Shino Aburame. His clan fights insects. A boy whose hair looks like a pineapple sleeps with his head on the table. His name is Shikamaru Nara. His clan controls shadows, and they are lazy despite being smart. A black-haired blue boy with an expression like he's trying to hold his toilet. His name is Sasuke Kaf Sasuke Uchiha. His clan is famous for their Sharingan Dujutsu. The blonde girl looks at Sasuke from time to time. Her name is Ino Yamanaka. Her clan has mastered the techniques of the mind. The pink-haired girl is lost in a dream world while looking at Sasuke. Her name is Sakura Haruno. A civilian, no clan. The blue-haired, white-eyed girl who has been staring at Naruto since he walked in. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. Her clan is famous for their Byakugan Dujutsu. "Good morning, Hinata-chan," Naruto said with a smile as he sat in the chair next to Hinata. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Hinata said with his cheeks blushing. "You're amazing, Hinata-chan. You didn't stutter for the first time," Naruto said while holding Hinata's hand. Hinata's face was completely red and for some reason steam started coming out of her head. "What is this? Anime laws," Naruto thought as he looked at the pairs coming out of Hinata's head. "The lesson has started," Iruka's sensei said after entering the classroom. Naruto half-consciously began to reflect on his events as he listened to the lesson. It was a tree branch that brought Naruto to this realm, but of course, it was no ordinary tree branch. The branch was part of the divine tree. Other names for the divine tree are God tree and Shinju. From now on, I will use the name Shinju instead of the divine tree. It is used by the Otsutsuki type of Shinju to take the planet's chakra. When the required amount of chakra is absorbed, the tree produces a fruit called the chakra fruit. The person who eats this fruit gains a large amount of chakra and several other properties. Otsutsuki seeks to become a god by eating fruits. But what they didn't know was Shinju's consciousness, and Shinju didn't like what was done to it. They constantly used Shinju to destroy planets, and then stole and ate their fruits. So he began to look for an opportunity to take revenge. Finally, he found the opportunity he was looking for and sent a part of him to another kingdom. She managed to find a soul in harmony with her soul where she went, and then when the body of the soul she found, it began to go into a realm where she felt her connection, merging with it. There was only one flaw here, and that would disappear for the sake of revenge. But still his feelings and purpose would be transferred to the soul with which she had merged. As Naruto rubbed his chin with his hand, he thought about what he would do in the future. First, it was up to him whether or not Shinju got his revenge. The real problem was that he would be fighting alone against the entire Otsutsuki clan. Could he do it alone? He had already read the last published chapter of the Boruto manga before he died. But then Boruto was just starting out, who knows how many more enemies were going to appear in the manga. Besides, as far as he remembers, the Otsutsuki clan was trying to be a god. Is anyone there now? If so, how strong is he? Naruto had a big smile on his face as he thought about how much fun he would have in the future. Naruto, what happened? Why are you smirking? Hinata asked in a whisper. I thought that if we had a daughter in the future, the name Himawari would look cute on her. Naruto said in a whisper. Hinata awkwardly tried to hide her blushing face with her hands. There is a big difference between the Hinata in Kanon and the current Hinata. If I had ignored her last year, she probably wouldn't have changed much. Naruto thought as he looked at Hinata. Naruto was heading to the training grounds after leaving the academy last year. Stalker Hinata was following him. She watched Naruto training through the bushes, his face red. Naruto couldn't stand it after a while and asked if she wanted to train with him. Hinata was timid at first, but later they trained together 2 to 3 times a week. The first change in Hinata was that she was no longer a stalker. She was now able to walk alongside Naruto, as a result of his long efforts. The second change was that she could be in close contact with Naruto, at least during the fighting training. Although after the training, her face was red and steam was coming out of her head. Besides, is it okay to be so close to Hinata? Because I know that Anko has feelings for me too. And for some reason, I feel like there will be many more girls who fall in love with me. Naruto thought. For some reason, I feel like I'm going down the harem route. I wonder if it's genetic. Even if I have a galem, I definitely won't let one of my daughters be a yandere. Naruto thought, feeling a little scared. Naruto's fear of yandere stemmed from his previous life. His father had a harem with a total of 3 women. His father really loved all 3 of them and he showed great love to all of them. One day the whole family gathered to eat. After they ate, the 2 women went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After a while, a pink-haired, pink-eyed woman came out of the kitchen with a bloody knife. She then started running towards the other woman with a knife in her hand. At this point, his father quickly intervened. His father and the other woman died in the scuffle. The pink-haired woman was fatally injured. The pink-haired woman looked at her father's face with tears running down her eyes. Yucky. I didn't want this to happen. Just the 2 of us will live happily ever after. Just you and me. But at least we'll be together on the other side, she said as she lay next to her father. The pink-haired woman's name was Yuno. The senior students of the Ninja Academy are currently taking the Genin exam. Currently, students take the written exam, the first stage of the Genin test. The exam time had expired and the teachers were collecting the students' papers. Mizuki smiled as he took Naruto's exam paper. He's planning something, Naruto thought as he looked at Mizuki. The first stage of the exam is over. Now we move on to the next stage, the kunai launch. While everyone in the class was leaving, Mizuki was secretly replacing Naruto's paper with another one. Everyone gathered outside in front of some tree stumps. The people whose names I call will throw kunai at the logs. Ruruka said as he guided the logs with his hand. Ruruka then started calling individual students. Most of the class had a grade of 9 or less. There were only 2 people who got higher than 9. One of them was Sasuke and the other was Hinata. Naruto, did something happen? Why did you throw so hard? Hinata whispered to Naruto curiously. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Naruto whispered as he smiled. Naruto scored so hard because Mizuki gave him kunai of terrible quality. Of course, if he wanted, he could still throw them all to the exact target, but he had to do it for the plan he had in mind. The next stage of the exam has begun. One by one, everyone entered the room, and after a while, some people who came out of the room were holding forehead cream. Other people who came out without forehead cream in their hands, of course, could not pass the exam. Now it's Naruto's turn. Naruto slowly opened the door to the room and walked in. Naruto, you first make henge, then you make bunshin, Ruruka said. Naruto nodded, then moved his hands, quickly doing a jujutsu and perfectly transforming him into Ruruka. You got a perfect score from henge no jutsu. Now you have to do henge no jutsu, Ruruka said with a smile. Naruto did jujutsu again using his hands, then the 3 chibi Narutos came out with him. Sorry Naruto, you didn't pass the exam. Don't worry, you'll be there next year, Ruruka said to Naruto. Naruto nodded and then walked out of the room with a fake sad expression on his face. As time passed, some of the children outside the academy were talking to their families with smiles on their faces. Naruto, on the other hand, was sadly sitting on a swing not far from there. Mizuki walked towards Naruto with a stealthy smile. Naruto, will you come with me? I want to talk to you about something, Mizuki said. After Naruto nodded to confirm, they went off somewhere. Naruto has another test that Iruka isn't telling you. If you pass this exam, you will become a special genin. Mizuki said. What? Mizuki-sensei, please tell me. Naruto said excitedly. Okay, Naruto, I'll tell you. First, you need to steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage residence. Then, if you learn the jutsu in it, you'll pass this exam. Mizuki said with a grin. I accept, Mizuki-sensei. This time, I will definitely pass the exam, and I will be a genin. Naruto said excitedly. After some conversation with Naruto Mizuki, he went to the Hokage's residence. Hokage Jiji, I have an important topic to talk to you. Naruto said as he entered the Hokage's office. Naruto, what happened? The Hokage asked solemnly. First of all, I was wronged by Mizuki during the exam. He changed my exam paper and kunai. After the exam was over, he said that he wanted to come to me and talk to me. He thought that he would trick me and said that there was a secret test and if I passed that test, I would be your genie. Naruto said. He asked me to steal the seal scroll. Thinking that there was something strange about it, I accepted it after making a plan in my mind. Naruto said. Naruto, I will give you an A-rank quest. The objective of the mission is to capture Mizuki, who is considered a traitor. The Hokage said while stroking his beard. Since the Hokage had known Naruto since he was little, he knew that he would not betray the village. He also knew that sometimes he could easily pass the exam because he had been watching him in secret. That is why he trusted Naruto comfortably and entrusted him with this quest. Naruto jumped from branch to branch in the dark of the night with the seal scrolls hanging on his back. After a while, he sat down under a tree and quickly picked up the seal scroll and opened it. Naruto's eyes looked from all sides of the scroll and recorded everything he looked at in his mind. This came just in time. Naruto thought as he closed the scroll and hung it on his back. Shortly after Naruto turned off the scroll, Iruka arrived, holding his breath. Naruto, how can you do this? Iruka said in an angry tone. Easy, Iruka-sensei. Listen to me first, Naruto said in a soothing tone. At that moment, several kunai were thrown towards Iruka. Naruto escaped from the kunai after pushing Iruka aside. Well done, Naruto. Now give me the scroll to become a genin. Mizuki said. Mizuki, damn it. Naruto, no. He's a traitor, don't give him the scroll. Get out of here right now. Iruka said. Ha ha ha. Does Naruto want to know that the entire village hates you? Mizuki asked while laughing. Stop him Mizuki. Don't say that, Iruka said. Naruto, you are a demon. You hold the Kyuubi that attacked the village 12 years ago and killed many people in you. You killed the Yandaime Hokage and many village families. You even killed Iruka's family. He hates you too. Ha ha, Mizuki said while laughing like a villain. Iruka looked at the ground with a sad expression after hearing what was said. You think I don't know that? You and those stupid villagers are still a bunch of ignorant people who don't know what the sealing seal is for. As if I wanted the Kyuubi to be placed inside me. Naruto said with an angry expression on his face. Naruto was angry. Because the life he lived was his life, not a scene he watched in an anime. He was tired of what he had been through since he was little, and he was very angry at this village and the villagers. Sometimes he even thought about tearing down the village in the future. When Naruto came back to reality, he realized that Mizuki was running towards him. He then performed the multi-kage nunchi no jutsu technique, moving his hands rapidly. A huge cloud of smoke formed and briefly engulfed the surrounding area. After the smoke cloud disappeared, there were many Narutos around. After some time, Mizuki was standing on the ground, his hands tied. There were two Anbu ninjas with masks on their faces next to Mizuki. One of the Anbu disappeared, holding Mizuki by the shoulder. Join Naruto Uzumaki. You have completed the Tier A mission by capturing the wily Mizuki, and your rewards will be credited to your account tomorrow. The Anbu said he disappeared. Naruto, I congratulate you on being a genius. I also want you to know that I don't hate you. I thank you for protecting us from the Kyuubi. Iruka said as he handed Naruto a forehead protector. The next day, Naruto walked into the classroom and started walking towards his desk. Naruto, you know that only those who pass the exam can come, right? Shikamaru asked. Don't you see the forehead protector on my neck? Yesterday, I became a genius as a result of some events. Naruto said with a smile. I found it strange that you didn't pass the exam yesterday anyway. Even if you didn't show it, you're probably the strongest person in the class. Shikamaru said with a sly grin. Naruto sat next to Hinata after a short conversation with Shikamaru. "Hinata, good morning," Naruto said. Hinata said with a punch before turning to the other side. "I wonder why she acted like that. I remember I made her a promise that I would reward her if she became a genin." Naruto thought. "My little lady, you should be happy with this for a while," Naruto said as he hugged Hinata from behind and kissed her cheek. No, stop. Someone will see," Hinata said, her face turning red. They were lucky that everyone in the class was looking the other way at the time. An incredible thing was happening in the classroom. Kiba and Sasuke were kissing on the lips. It was a short kiss, but it still happened. No, Sasuke's first kiss is gone, Sakura thought with an angry face. Naruto was pretty much stunned. In the anime, Naruto and Sasuke usually kissed, but how did they end up in this situation? But Naruto's real surprise was that Sasuke saw pink in his cheeks, even if it was just a little. Was he embarrassed? Wait a minute, Sasuke, seriously, but how? In the anime, they married Sakura and even had children. Did he really feel like that? Naruto thought in a puzzled manner. At that moment, Ruruka entered. "Everyone sit down," Ruruka said, shouting. "From today onwards, you will all be novice ninja. Here, you will be divided into teams of 3 and complete your missions accompanied by Jonin ninja. The teams have already been created. I will begin reading the teams," Ruruka said. After Ruruka sang trivial groups for a while, it was time to reveal the people in Team 7. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Jonin Kakashi Hitaki, Ruruka said. "Yes, love has won," Sakura thought, how happy she was. Hinata was upset that she wouldn't be on the same team as Naruto. "Don't worry, it's just a team that formed until it becomes Chunin. Also, we're not leaving completely, we can meet up sometimes," Naruto whispered while holding Hinata's hand. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Jonin Kurenai Yuhi, Ruruka said. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. Jonin Asuma Saratobi. You will meet your Jonin voices in the afternoon. Until then, you are free to go. After talking with Hinata for a while, Naruto went out to eat. When Naruto walked out, he saw Sakura looking at the ground with a thoughtful expression on her face. "Sakura-san, do you want to have lunch together?" Naruto asked. "No, we'll have dinner alone with Sasuke-kun. Don't disturb us," Sakura said before leaving to look for Sasuke. "Sigh, she's such a fan," Naruto said. Afternoon. Naruto and his teammates sat on the roof with Kakashi. "First, introduce yourself," Kakashi said. "How are we going to promote it? How are we going to introduce ourselves? Sensei, why don't you show it to us first?" Sakura asked. It's okay. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't want to tell you what I like or don't like. My dream, I don't know, I've never thought about it," Kakashi said. "Now it's your turn. Pink, you go first," Kakashi said, pointing at Sakura. "My name is Sakura Haruno. The things I like, the things I don't like are Ino Pig. My dream is, Kya," Sakura said while looking at Sasuke. "Great, we have a fangirl on hand," Kakashi thought. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There is nothing in particular that I particularly like. I don't like most things. My dream, or rather, my goal is to kill someone," Sasuke said solemnly. "There is also vengeance," Kakashi thought. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training and hanging out with friends. I don't like rapists, traitors, and murderers. My dream is to be strong enough to protect my future family from everything," Naruto said. "Besides, someone normal, I guess," Kakashi thought. "Okay. All 3 of you have interesting characters, I like that. We will start the mission tomorrow. The mission is a survival exercise," Kakashi said. "Exercises? We did a lot of exercises at the academy anyway," Sakura said. "But this is not a simple exercise. It is a tough test with a passing rate of 34% or less. Also, if you fail this test, you will be sent back to the academy," Kakashi said. "What? Then what was our previous exam for? Isn't that right? It was just to choose those who had the potential to be genin. Either way, whether you pass or not will be decided tomorrow. We will meet at 5 a.m. in Training Area 7, Kakashi said. "Oh, by the way, I don't recommend eating breakfast. Otherwise, you might break out," Kakashi said before disappearing. This chapter is a bit short, but the next chapter will be a bit longer. By the way, another 1 to 2 chapters will be released today. Naruto arrived at the training grounds at 7 a.m. When he arrived, he saw Sasuke and Sakura sitting bored. "Naruto, Why are you late? Sakura asked angrily. Didn't you research sensei? He was often a dead guy, which made it clear yesterday, it was too late to meet. I assumed today it would probably be 4 to 5 o'clock. Naruto said while sitting under a tree. Naruto thought about the powers he had as he leaned against a tree. It had been almost a year since Naruto had learned that he was a Shinju. During that time, he had tried to increase his power in many ways. He trained every day and thought about what he could do with his power. Naruto had already surpassed the other in physical strength, perhaps only comparable to Rock Lee in green spandex. Naruto met Lee and Guy last year. They were both very passionate about training. Naruto would often hang out with them and sometimes even practice together. Naruto's chakra count is usually that of an average joinin, and as a chakra control exercise, he could walk in still water for a long time. The next chakra control exercise is walking on a waterfall. One of Naruto's strengths as a Shinju was transformation. He had not yet fully mastered his Shinju form. At this point, only his tail grew, his nails turned into claws, and his eyes turned red. In addition, his physical strength and speed also increased. Aside from his physical strength, his chakra levels increased and he could sense what was happening around him better. There wasn't much Naruto could do in this form, knowing that the Hokage was watching him from time to time. How would he explain if he was caught? Naruto thought he was as strong as an average Chunin without using his Shinju form. He could be as strong as a high Chunin if he used his Shinju form. With Naruto in his thoughts, Kakashi arrived at Training Ground 7. Sensei, you're late, Sakura shouted. I was late because I helped an old lady on the way. Kakashi said. For 5 o'clock, Naruto thought. Anyway, you have to get the bells by noon. If you don't get it, I'll tie you to a tree and ride in front of you. Kakashi said. Sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura asked. If there is anyone who can't get the bell, their task will be considered a failure and they will be bound to the tree. Also, those who can't get the bell will be sent back to the academy. So, some of you will return to the academy. Kakashi said. You can use whatever you want. Besides, unless you attack me with the intent to kill, you might not be able to get those bells. Kakashi said. Sensei, but this is too dangerous. Sakura said. It was Sakura, wasn't it? We're not playing childish games here. You're practically your genin, act like it. Kakashi said. Anyway, it'll start when I say it will. Ready, start. Sakura and Sasuke quickly dived into the forest and hid somewhere. Kakashi-sensei, let's have a good fight. Naruto said before running at Kakashi. While running to Kakashi, Naruto quickly performed a multi-cage bunshin with hand seals. More than 10 Narutos immediately started running towards Kakashi. Cage bunshin, so he defeated Mizuki with that forbidden technique. Kakashi thought. All the Narutos started to attack, but Kakashi skillfully dodged them all and destroyed some by hitting them. Is that all? You can't defeat me like this. Kakashi said. He took a book out of his waist and began to read. Do you believe you can read a book while fighting me? Naruto asked with a grin. Of course. To be honest, I can easily read my book even when I'm arguing with you 3. Kakashi said. We'll see, Naruto said with a grin. At this time, 2 pairs of hands came out from under the ground and grabbed Kakashi's legs. Kakashi looked at his feet for a moment and then saw several Naruto clones heading towards him. You think you can beat me just by holding my legs? Kakashi said. After the clones surrounded Kakashi, they slowly approached. When they got very close, all the clones exploded. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, there was a log where Kakashi should have been. This explosion could kill a Chunin, Kakashi thought. Kakashi then looked at the book they should have on hand. But when he couldn't see the book, he became very angry. Naruto ooh, Kakashi screamed. When Naruto and Kakashi fight each other. Sakura-san, Naruto whispered as he approached Sakura from behind. Naruto covered Sakura's mouth, who was about to scream in fear. Shish, please don't show our place. I came to talk, Naruto said as he took his hand from Sakura's mouth. How did you get here? Aren't you fighting there? She asked, pointing to where Kakashi and Naruto were. I'm just a clone. Do you understand the purpose of this test? Naruto asked. The purpose of the exam? Not to raise the bell. Sakura asked in surprise. Yeah, Sakura, when you watched my fight, you must have noticed that sensei wasn't fighting seriously. Do you think someone who just graduated from the academy can beat a jonin who has been a ninja for many years? Naruto said. Well, what is the true purpose of the exam? Sakura asked in surprise. Sakura, remember the lessons we saw. Have you ever seen a team of 2? All teams are 3 people. There is a high probability that there are 2 bells to pit us against each other. The reason there are two bells is probably to pit us against each other. Also remember that they told us many times about the importance of teamwork in the academy. When we think about it like that, it seems to make sense. But what if it's wrong? Sakura asked. If we take the plates, and if I'm wrong, I'll give the bells to you and Sasuke. That way, you can both become your genishins. Naruto said confidently. I admit it, but will Sasuke accept it? After thinking for a while, Sakura asked. Don't worry, I also talked to Sasuke and he agreed. Naruto said. Naruto's photos disappeared after we talked about what to do with them. Kakashi-sensei, hello again. I hope our second round goes better. Naruto said. Naruto, where is my book? Kakashi asked in a stern tone. Sensei, don't worry, he's in a safe place. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto started running towards Kakashi, doing a cage bunshin. The remaining clones used Gale Palm Jutsu to speed up the previous ones. While Kakashi and the clones fought, Sasuke performed the Great Fire Jutsu from his hiding place. After the three of them fought for a while, Sakura snuck up from behind, quickly rang the bells, and ran away. Kakashi looked at the people standing in front of him. Well done Sakura, you managed to get the bells. Who are you going to give them to? Kakashi asked Sakura. Sakura handed one of the plates to Sasuke, thought for a moment and hesitantly tried to give the other to Naruto. Sakura-san, keep the bell on you. If I'm wrong, I'll keep my promise. Naruto said. Then Naruto will return to the academy and Sasuke and Sakura will become your genin. Kakashi said. Sensei, I think you shouldn't be so sure. I wonder where your book is. Naruto asked. Naruto, give me back the book. Kakashi said. If I fail the exam, you'll have to say goodbye to your special edition Ica Icha Paradise. It was also signed, I take it you wouldn't want to lose it, would you? Naruto said. Naruto. Sigh. Good, you've already passed the exam. Naruto must have told you that the real purpose of the exam is to see if you can work as a team. And you've already achieved that. Now Naruto, please give me my book. Kakashi said. Sensei. Your book was destroyed in the explosion. That's why I don't think I can give you the book. Naruto said as he slowly walked back. Naruto ooh. Kakashi started chasing Naruto, screaming. Hokage's office. Team 7 has completed another D-rank mission. Let's see if there is another mission. The Hokage said as he looked at the parchment with the letter D on it. Jiggy, I think we're ready for the C-rank missions. Naruto said. What do you think, Kakashi? The Hokage asked. Hokage-sama, I agree with Naruto. I also think that we have done a lot of D-ranked missions thanks to Naruto's clones. Kakashi said. Yes, looking at your completed missions, it's your team that has completed the most D-ranked missions so far. Alright, I'll give you a C-ranked mission. The Hokage said. The Hokage then called the person who applied for the mission inside. Hello, I am Tazuna, I am a bridge builder. When we return to my country, I want you to protect me until the bridge I will build is finished. Tazuna said. Tazuna and Team 7 talked for a while and then decided to meet at the exit of the village in an hour. Naruto went to his house to get supplies. Enko, I'm here, Naruto said as he entered the house. Welcome Naruto, Enko said while sitting on the couch. I'm leaving the village in an hour to go on duty. I don't know when I'll be back, Naruto said. As Naruto got ready and walked out of the house, honey, are you going to leave without kissing me? Enko said, just like she did to Naruto. Naruto walked up to Enko with a smile, pulled her out of her waist and started kissing her on the lips. After kissing for some time, their lips were separated and a saliva bridge formed between them. Be careful, okay, I haven't eaten you yet. Enko rubbed Naruto's crotch with her hand, looking diligent. Should I eat you now? Enko asked with a smirk as she looked at the bulge in Naruto's groin. Not now, we'll do it after the Chunin exams. I promise, Naruto said. After a quick kiss on Enko's lips, he left the house. Of course, he adjusted his pants so that the swelling wasn't obvious before he left. Team 7 and Tazuna left the village gate and headed towards the land of waves. It had been a while since they had set out. There was a pool of water on their way. Naruto and Kakashi looked at the pond for a while, then continued walking. Then, two ninjas came out of the puddle and killed Kakashi. But what they didn't realize was that Kakashi escaped at the last minute using a body swap. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted. The ninja rushed towards him as it was Naruto who was closest. Just as they were about to attack, Naruto appeared behind one of the fast attackers using body flicker. He then gave the ninja a hard punch on the back of the neck, causing him to faint. Realizing that his friend was about to faint, the ninja quickly ran towards Tazuna. But Sasuke quickly rushed forward to protect Tazuna. But before the ninja could get close to Sasuke, Kakashi appeared, grabbing the ninja by the neck. Kakashi and Naruto then tied the attackers to a tree. Well done Naruto and Sasuke, you did well. Sakura on the other hand. You stood frozen while the person we were supposed to protect was attacked. Kakashi said. I didn't do anything, how were they not afraid? Sakura thought. Tazuna-san, we need to talk. The service rank you applied for is C, but two Chunin attacked us just now. Also, you were apparently their target. Can you tell us what happened? Otherwise, we will abandon the mission, Kakashi said. I have no choice but to tell you the truth. I am the target of a big man. You have probably heard his name, he is Gato, the shipping magnate. He controls the economy since he holds all the sea transport of the land of waves, so he persecutes and impoverishes us. We decided to build a bridge to get rid of him. Of course, he wants to kill us, because the bridge that will be built will harm him. Tazuna said. The other person is the one who can hire ninja. So why didn't you report them when you applied for the mission? Kakashi asked. Because the people of the land of waves are very poor. Therefore, we cannot undertake B or higher ranked missions. If you abandon the mission, I will definitely be killed. But you don't have to blame yourself for that. If I die, my cute little 8-year-old grandson will cry a lot. Also, my daughter will blame the Konoha ninja who abandoned the mission. Tazuna said. Are you trying to play with our conscience, old man? I remind you that we are ninja. Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Okay, Naruto, calm down. On the other hand, Tazuna-san, Naruto is right, we are ninja, we do not act according to our conscience. And frankly, you are on the wrong side. You gave incomplete information and endangered the life of a genin when applying for a mission. But let's make a deal, you will pay 3 times the money you have to pay, to what extent the mission belongs. We can also get paid later for your convenience. Kakashi said. Tazuna accepted the offer after stroking his beard for a while. In this section, I have used the names of the techniques in English. Should I write other technical names besides the popular techniques e.g. rasengan, chidori in English from now on? Please leave your thoughts in the comments. Kakashi bit his finger and drew a few drops of blood, then pinned his hand to the ground and used summoning jutsu. A seal appeared where he put his hand on the ground and a small dog appeared. Kakashi put the scroll on the dog, which he had written something on earlier. Pakun, please give this scroll to the Hokage. Kakashi said as he placed the scroll on the dog's back fur. Pakun nodded and disappeared into the smoke. I explained the situation to the Hokage and asked for backup. We will meet the upcoming support team at Tazuna's house. Let's continue on the road. Kakashi told his team about this. Team 7 and Tazuna have come a long way since the last incident. Naruto felt something and he quickly pulled out his kunai and threw it. He then quickly went to Tazuna and took a guard position. Naruto, don't scare us like that. Sakura said. Sensei, I'm sure I feel something. Naruto said as he scanned the surroundings with his eyes. Kakashi walked up to the kunai Naruto had thrown and a white rabbit was seen almost shooting him in the head. You almost killed a rabbit, Naruto. Sakura said. Sensei, have you noticed? I'm even more confident now. Of course, someone is watching us. Naruto said. Kakashi looked at the rabbit and thought. Everyone down, Kakashi suddenly said out loud. Naruto quickly jumped on Tazuna and took him down. At that moment, a large sword flew over everyone's head and got stuck in a tree. Then a man with a mouth wrapped in a bandage appeared on the sword. The demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said looking at the man. So you are the reason why the demon brothers fail, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza said. Kakashi lifted the front guard that stood over one eye, revealing his eye. His eye had a scar running from top to bottom and 3 black commas inside his red pupil. Sharingan. But how? Sasuke thought as he looked into Kakashi's shared eye. Zabuza and his sword suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in a nearby river. Later, after making hand seals, fog began to slowly surround him. Protect Tazuna, Kakashi said. Later, they began to protect all 3 genin, going around Tazuna. Should I use it? No, not now. I should keep it until I use it. Naruto thought. Zabuza suddenly appeared in the middle of Tazuna and the 3 clans when the fog was all around. But as soon as he appeared, there were 2 kunai, one in the stomach and one in the neck, and the people holding the kunai were Naruto and Kakashi. But Zabuza's body turned into water and fell to the ground, then appeared behind Kakashi and attacked with his sword. The sword passed through Kakashi's body, which turned into water. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza. It's over, Kakashi said, holding the kunai on Zabuza's neck. But Zabuza's body turned into water again and he swung his sword as he appeared behind Kakashi. He had to jump back when he saw several kunai approaching him at that moment. "Brother, it seems you are the first one to die. How would you like to die? Give me a number from 1 to 8. Zabuza said nervously as he looked at Naruto. Kakashi suddenly attacked Zabuza and they finally confronted each other in the river. Zabuza did a jutsu by moving his arms while Kakashi did the same movements as him. When the jutsu was finished, 2 dragons came out of the water at the same time in the river and disappeared after colliding with each other. Later, they both made hand seals again. "You deserve the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi," Zabuza said while making hand seals. This time, the difference from the previous one was that Kakashi finished the jutsu earlier. And suddenly, a whirlwind formed in front of Kakashi and crossed over Zabuza. The guard was caught in the whirlpool, drove around, and finally stopped, crashing into a tree. "It's over this time, Zabuza. You're going to die," Kakashi said. But just at that moment, 2 Sanab threw themselves and entered Zabuza's neck, killing him. At the moment when everyone looked at where the Senbon was thrown, they saw a masked man standing on a tree branch. "Thank you for your help. I've been looking for a chance to kill Zabuza for some time," the masked man stated. "Judging by his mask, he must be a hunter nin. That looks pretty close to my team's age. Even though he was young, he was able to kill Zabuza. On the other hand, ours," Kakashi thought. Kakashi then went to Zabuza and checked his heart rate. "Okay, he's dead. You must be a Kurigakure hunter. We'll leave the body to you," Kakashi said as he left. The masked man bowed before he took Zabuza's body and disappeared. "We have no work here. Let's continue," Kakashi said. Kakashi fell to the ground as everyone started to pack up and leave. Naruto ran quickly to check on Kakashi's situation. Psi number problem. Both his body and chakra were exhausted due to using the Sharingan. He will return to normal in a few days. I will carry him on my way. Tazuna-san, please show the way, Naruto said. At first I thought of it as a bunch of kids, but at least one of them is a real ninja. Tazuna thought as he led the way. Why does he think he's the team captain? I'm stronger than him, Sasuke thought. Has Naruto always been this strong? Why did it suddenly seem more appealing to my eyes? I looked at him again, and he is quite handsome. I think Hinata was with him. But of course, she is no match for me. Should Naruto try? Sakura thought, looking back at Naruto with a smirk. Everyone then started heading towards Tazuna's house while Naruto carried Kakashi on his back. It's hard to write fight scenes. Team 7 finally arrived at Tazuna's house. Tsunami, I'm here, Tazuna said as he entered the house. Father, you were able to hire a ninja. Welcome, please tell me if you need anything, Tsunami said as he walked out of the kitchen. Tsunami was a classic housewife with long purple hair and was about 30 years old. Please show us to our rooms. Sensei is very tired and needs to rest, Naruto said, pointing to Kakashi behind him. Please follow me, O said as he walked forward. Entering the room, Naruto placed Kakashi in the sleeping bag and left the room. He wakes up after a few hours, but it still takes him a few days to fully recover, Naruto said as he walked up to his teammates. What should we do until then? Sakura asked. We've been traveling for a long time, you must be tired. Let's eat and rest until Kakashi-sensei wakes up, Naruto said. I've already prepared the food. It will be ready in a few minutes. If you want, you can sit at the table and wait until then, Tsunami said before walking into the kitchen. Naruto, why do you always pretend to be the team leader even though you're weaker than me? Sasuke said while gritting his teeth nervously. Blessed, what are you? Is this a person who will go crazy with Jonin's killing intent? Sasuke, I know a lot about you. How do you plan to take revenge when you can't resist Jonin's killing intent? Naruto said before sitting down at the table. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger as he looked behind Naruto. Sakura looked back and forth between them, not knowing what to do. Sasuke-kun, please come and sit at the table, Sakura said. Tazuna, on the other hand, was already on the table and watched what happened while sipping his drink. After snack, Team 7 stood next to Kakashi, who had just woken up. Sensei, you just woke up, you need to rest for a while, Sakura said as she sat on the ground. Sensei, I have to ask you something. Do you have any concerns about Zabuza? Naruto asked. Yes, I also have a worry inside me. I want to. Normally, a hunter nin should destroy a person's body immediately on the scene. However, he used both a non-lethal Senbon as a weapon, and he took the trouble to carry Zabuza with him even though it was so heavy. They were probably a team. The hunter nin tricked us by causing his friend's body to die for a short time and then kidnapped him. If that's the case, we'll meet Zabuza and his friend in a little while. I'll give you a training program and you should be stronger by then. Kakashi said. But our opponent is as experienced a ninja as you are, how are we going to fight him? Sakura said. Sakura, who helped me fight. At the most critical moment, even a kunai is useful. I can also hold Zabuza alone, but if his friend is with him, you should take him. I also asked for backup, and they will probably arrive here in a while. With them, this fight will be easier. Kakashi said. The next day. Okay, let's start training. First, we'll start with chakra control. If you have good control over your chakra, when you use a jutsu, you'll use as much chakra as needed. That way, your chakra will run out later in long wars. Kakashi said. So how can we better control our chakra? Sakura asked. Climbing a tree without using your hands. You will climb the tree by coating your legs with chakra. Of course, you will need to find the right amount for it. If you coat your legs with too much or too little chakra, you will not be able to climb the tree. Let me show you, Kakashi said. He then began to climb the tree using the canes. He walked slowly, as if he was walking in a normal place. Later, standing upside down on a branch, try doing it by running first, it will be easier. Mark the place you reach each time with a kunai. Kakashi said. Sasuke quickly rushed towards the tree, putting away his kunai, and after 7 to 8 steps, he left a cut in the tree and jumped to the ground. Sakura, on the other hand, was able to run and climb a tree in one go. Naruto on the other hand walked up to the tree and slowly walked up to the top of the tree and then walked back down again. Everyone looked at Naruto in a confused state. Naruto, were you able to climb a tree yet? Kakashi asked as his eyes twitched. Hey, I've mastered this chakra control exercise for a long time now. Are there any other exercises you can do for me? Naruto asked. How about walking on water? Kakashi asked. I've mastered it too. I was trying to get out of the waterfall by walking right now, but I don't think I can work since there's no waterfall here. Naruto said. Try to keep the leaves with your chakra in some parts of your body while walking on water. Kakashi said. Okay, Naruto said before heading to a place with water nearby. Despite having so much chakra, he's already mastered walking on water. I guess it should be at the level of a chunin by now. Why didn't he graduate from the academy earlier? Kakashi thought. Sasuke looked at Naruto with his teeth grinding. A few days later. Team 10 arrived at Tazuna's house at noon. She looked at Sasuke, who was eating at the table. Ino pig, Sakura thought, clenching her fists. Welcome to Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto said as he extended his hand. They greeted each other by shaking Naruto's hand. On one side, Kakashi and Asuma, the sensei of Team 10, were talking about the mission. After they finished talking, they came to their team and, his tenure has been extended for a few more days, as some of the villagers who were building the bridge have left. From now on, one team will protect Tazuna, while the other will train. They said. Sensei, I can help the bridge. I don't think doing multiple clones a day will strain my chakra in my body. Naruto said. How many clones can you make in a day without getting too tired? Kakashi asked. I can make 12 clones a day. Oh, that's enough. I would appreciate it if you could help me on the bridge, Naruto-san. Tazuna said. Tazuna-san, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to work for free. But don't worry, I don't want too much, and I swear that my clones will be 2 to 3 times better than their workers. Naruto said. Ha ha ha, good, don't worry, I'll pay you the right amount. Tazuna said pleasantly while drinking. During dinner. Everyone was eating, and Tazuna's grandson, Inari, suddenly started crying. Why do you train so much? In the end, the strong will defeat the weak. You too will die like my father. Inari said out loud as he cried. HMPH. You're a whiner even if you haven't seen anything in life yet. I'd rather fail after working and trying than accept fate like you and cry all the time. Naruto said in a low voice. What do you know? I'm sure you're living happily in your village. They killed my father right before my eyes. You don't know what real pain is. Inari said. Why do you act like your life is so bad? You have a mom and a grandpa who love and care for you. But all you know is how to cry. Real pain. I'll tell you what real pain is. When you were a child, did you try to find food to avoid starvation? Did you have family and friends as a child? Did you ever have to live carefully to avoid being attacked? You keep crying even though you haven't experienced any of these things. Naruto said. Later, Naruto said before getting up from his chair and leaving the house, Sensei, I'm going to train. I'll be there in the morning. Tisk, I don't think I'll be that angry. My experience has seriously affected me. Anyway, thanks to what happened, I'll be able to train freely tonight. Luckily, he'll die during the Chunin exams, so I can train freely now. Naruto said as he walked into the forest. Sensei, why was Naruto acting like that? I've never seen him this angry before. Sakura asked. Well, I can't tell you everything, but let me explain some of them. Naruto never had a family, he was always alone. To be honest, he didn't have any close friends. I also know that he had a pretty bad childhood. That's all I can say. Kakashi said. What could he have survived? Sakura thought. Interesting. What could be the reason why he couldn't tell us? According to him, he had a very difficult childhood. It aroused my curiosity. Shikamaru thought. The bridge was completely covered in fog and Team 7 was on guard. It's time to fight again, Kakashi. Look at that dark-haired emo. He was so afraid of me that he's still shaking. How pathetic, said a voice in the fog. Later, several Zabuza appeared around Team 7. This time, I'm shaking from excitement instead of fear, Sasuke said before jumping forward and cutting all of Zabuza's water clones. Zabuza and the masked man appeared across the bridge. I think it was right that you both were together, Kakashi said. My clone captured two thugs who came to attack Tazuna's house. I also notified Team 10, they are approaching the bridge right now. Naruto whispered. I will fight him. Don't interfere, Naruto, Sasuke said, looking at the masked man. Sigh well, I won't interfere unless you get into trouble, Naruto said. This kid has gotten stronger. It looks like you have another opponent, Haku. But this time you have the advantage, you can use the spilled water for your clone vanishing jutsu. Zabuza whispered. Got it, Haku said, quickly turning around and starting to move towards Sasuke. After they got closer, they started fighting. Sakura, protect Tazuna. Naruto, you help Sasuke from afar. After he said that Kakashi, he started fighting Zabuza. The ice mirrors turned Sasuke into a dome. Haku, on the other hand, threw Senbon needles at Sasuke as he crawled on the ice mirrors. Do you want me to help you? Naruto told Sasuke, who had cuts on many parts of his body. No, I can handle this myself, Sasuke said, gritting his teeth. After Sasuke's body was amputated for a while, Naruto said, Are you sure? I don't think so. Shut up. I started seeing his movements more or less, Sasuke said. Haku and Sasuke continued to fight for a while. While they were fighting, there was a lot of fog around him, so Kakashi's strength weakened a little. Oi, if you go like this, you'll die. Oh, you awakened your Sharingan. Congratulations, I hope you enjoy it, Naruto told Sasuke, who had many Senbon needles in his body. You, Sasuke said as he fainted and fell to the ground. Up, I think I teased too much. Anyway, it's my turn now, are you ready? I've been dying to fight for the last few days. There are so many things I want to try on you, Naruto said, appearing next to Sasuke's body. At this time, Team 10 arrived at the bridge. Asuma immediately went to Kakashi and began helping him. Naruto, Sasuke, do you need help? Shikamaru said after getting a little closer to the ice mirrors. Just help Sasuke, Naruto said as he threw Sasuke towards Shikamaru. What, Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura said as he ran. They then picked up Shikamaru and Sakura Sasuke and took them to Tazuna. Now we can begin since there is no one else to bother us. Naruto smiled and he said turning to Haku. What, you have that too? Haku said as he looked into Naruto's two eyes that were shared. Sharingan, of course there is. There are other things I can use, but if I use them, I might be noticed. Anyway, is there anything like a final word you want to say? Naruto said as his red eyes glowed. Tisk, you see yourself too much, Haku said quickly as he threw the Senbon needles. Naruto easily prevented the Sensons from reaching him. You also pride yourself on your speed. Oh, look, Zabuza is dying, so I have to finish my job, Naruto said. Looking at Zabuza for a moment, Haku saw that Kakashi was about to pierce Zabuza's chest with the lightning in his hand. Immediately after, he stepped off the ice and began running towards Zabuza. But before he could get too far, Naruto appeared behind him and stabbed Haku in the throat with his kunai. At that moment, Kakashi's hand pierced Zabuza's heart and killed him. Naruto, you killed him. Why? Sakura and Ino looked at Naruto in confusion. Why don't I kill him? I'm a ninja and he's my enemy. It's that simple, Naruto said calmly. That was definitely not Naruto's first kill. Someone who kills for the first time wouldn't act like that, Kakashi said as he looked at Naruto. A few minutes later, a man in a suit approached the bridge with a group of bandits behind him. It looks like Zabuza and his kid just didn't do their job. At least I'm not going to pay them that much, Kill them all. The man in the suit ordered the thugs behind him. Sensei, will you help or will I kill them all? Naruto asked. Let me help. Asuma, Kakashi said as he pulled out his kunai. Team 7 and Team 10 looked at them as if they were about to escape as the trio soon killed all the bandits. Some of Kakashi and Asuma's hits were for maiming, and some of them were for killing. Naruto killed anyone who got in his way. Team 7 has done many D-rank missions since their Land of the Waves missions. Most of the missions involved picking weed and walking dogs. Right now, in front of Naruto and Sakura, there was a man in a black suit with face paint on his face. He was holding a child by the collar and lifting him into the air. For my own sake, I suggest you put the boy to sleep. Naruto said sternly as he moved his hand towards the kunai. Oh, I just want to play a little. Besides, since he hit me, I think I should teach him a little lesson. He said with a grin. Kankuro, let go. We'll scold you because of you. The blonde girl standing next to the boy with the painted face said. I suggest you listen to the beauty next to you. I understand from your forehead protector that you must be from Sunagaku. I suggest you place the child in your hand on the ground so that there will be no dispute between the two villages. Because this boy is the grandson of the Sandame Hokage. Naruto said. The Sandame's grandson, how do I know you're not lying? I'll teach him a lesson by just beating him up a bit. Kankuro said with a smirk as he raised his fist. The blonde girl was about to open her mouth to say something when Naruto suddenly appeared behind Kankuro. I won't warn you anymore. Put the boy down or you will suffer the consequences. Naruto said holding his kunai to Kankuro's throat. When did he leave me alone? Kankuro thought. At that moment, a stone was thrown from the tree onto the hand where Kankuro was holding the child, and the child fell to the ground. What are you doing in a strange village? Sasuke said as he sat on a branch. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted in admiration. Please keep your friend under control. If he continues to act like this, he most likely won't live long. Naruto said as he picked up the boy who had fallen to the ground. The blonde nodded in approval. You two have been scratching yourself too much. Kankuro said as he took the item wrapped in a bandage that was hanging on his back. Kankuro, you will use it. Don't be stupid, she said. Don't mess with me, Tamari. Kankuro said. Enough, Kankuro. You're discrediting our village, the red-haired boy said, standing upside down on a branch behind Sasuke. Gee Gaara, please listen to me, they started it from the beginning. Kankuro said in a nervous tone. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said sternly. I see, I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Kankuro said with a worried expression. Gaara turned into sand and reappeared next to Tamari. Let's go, Gaara said. Hey, you, what's your name? Sasuke said after jumping down. Gaara-san, I was wondering about yours too. Gaara said. Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said with a grin. Naruto was slowly approaching Tamari at that time. It was Tamari, wasn't it? I am Naruto Uzumaki. This must be your first time in Konoha, and if you want a tour guide, I would be happy to accompany you. Naruto whispered, smiling. I will consider your offer, Naruto-san. Tamari said as her cheeks turned slightly red. Your name? Gaara asked, looking at Naruto. Oh, me. Sorry, but I'm not interested in men. Naruto said. You, my mother needs your blood. I look forward to seeing you at the exams. Gaara said. Your mother. Naruto chuckled and walked up to Gaara. As he approached Gaara, he bent down slightly to meet his eyes. After his eyes changed into wolf eyes, Naruto whispered, your name was Shukaku, right? Let's talk later, okay, Shukaku-san. I look forward to meeting you. After his eyes returned to normal, Naruto smiled at Gaara once more before turning around and starting to walk away. Why is my mother suddenly afraid of him? Why is my mother telling me to run away from him? Gaara thought as he clutched his head in pain. At this moment Shukaku. Why does this feel familiar? Does it feel like Jubi? No, it can't be. I only feel Kurama's presence in it. I can't take any chances, I have to get out of here. Those eyes. It definitely feels like Jubi. The next morning. Kakashi was late again and made Team 7 wait for 2 hours. Sensei, you're late again. Sakura shouted. A black cat passed in front of me on the road, so I had to change my course. Don't worry, Kakashi said scratching his head. What kind of excuse is this? Anyway, I recommended you all take the Chunin exams. These are your documents, but you don't have to enter just because I suggested it. If any of you want to apply, come to room 301 at the academy in 5 days. Until then, you're free. Kakashi said before leaving. I'm much weaker than Sasuke and Naruto. If I do this, I'll be dragging them down. Should I join? Sakura thought. Sakura, can we talk for a minute? Naruto said. Sakura looked around, first at Naruto, then at Sasuke. VSD Reminets, what do you want? You may be a bit handsome, but Sasuke-kun is too handsome and stronger than you. Sakura said. She was upset that she couldn't see Sasuke when she looked around. Sakura, you are currently the weakest person on the team. If you take the exams in this state, you could put both us and yourself in danger. If you're willing to listen, I can give you some advice to become stronger. Naruto said. Please give me some advice. Sakura said. What? Did I hear something wrong? Sakura agreed. Sakura's fan. Naruto thought in surprise. Okay, listen, your chakra amount is low, but your chakra control is very good. That's why I suggest you become a nurse. Also, your physical strength is high, so you can practice taijutsu. Also, you should stop dieting. I can already see the effects of malnutrition in your body. I agree with your first statement, but I can't stop dieting. Because Sasuke likes skinny girls, so I need to lose weight. Sakura said stubbornly. You won't hear me anyway. At least I warned you. Don't be late so you don't get late. Naruto said before leaving. I need to talk to my tenant before the Chunin exam. It's a little late, but as the owner, I have to visit. Besides, I shouldn't let him live in me for free, should I? Naruto thought. Afternoon. Naruto and Hinata had just finished training and were sitting next to each other to rest. You're taking the Chunin exams, right? Naruto asked. Of course, Hinata said, leaning on Naruto. How are things with your clan? Are they still pushing you? Naruto asked while holding hands with Hinata. Sigh. They want me to be the heir of the clan. But if I am the heir, they will place a seal in a cage on my little sister Hanabi. That's why I refuse to be the heir. That way, they can't place a seal on Hanabi. I have great potential, so they can't place a seal on me for the sake of the clan's future. At least with this method, I can get by until Hanabi has a genin. Don't worry, we'll have found a solution by then. Anyway, now that you're officially a genius, do you want to claim your reward? Naruto chuckled as he walked up to Hinata's face. I want to, Hinata said while blushing. Naruto walked up and grabbed Hinata's chin. After they got really close, Hinata couldn't help but close her eyes. Naruto smiled slyly and leaned closer to Hinata's lips. Hinata can feel Naruto's breath on her face right now. Why hasn't he kissed me yet? Hinata thought after a while. When she opened her eyes to see what happened, she met Naruto's eyes. Naruto then connected his lips with Hinata's and they began to kiss softly. After a while, Naruto's tongue passed through her lips and entered her mouth. Surprised, she responded with her tongue and began to kiss passionately. They parted after a long kiss. Hinata pressed her head to Naruto's chest as she felt so ashamed. I think you're confused, my little lady. Naruto said, stroking Hinata's hair. Do you want to keep kissing? Hinata nodded her head shyly. A few days later. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed. He then entered the mind field, meditating. In Naruto's mind field, there was an orange fox trapped behind barred doors. The ground was covered in water that looked dirty. As soon as Naruto appeared in his mind, the fox on the other side of the door opened its crimson eyes and looked at Naruto. It looks like someone has come to visit me, Kyuubi said. I've been the host for a long time, I think it's time we meet. Naruto said with a grin. First, let me introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I am a genius in Konoha. Alright, brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kyuubi, no, Yuko. I am the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the tailed beasts. Now, before I eat you, I will let you tell me why you came here. Kyuubi said. The beast with the strongest tail. How funny. Anyway, I'm here to give you a choice, why am I here? Now choose, will you stay inside me and let me use your chakra freely, or will I forcefully exploit you and destroy you? Naruto said in a stern tone. How dare you talk to me like that? You human trash. I am the nine-tailed fox. Know your limits, Kyuubi said angrily. Sigh, you know, you're so selfish. What gives you the right to think that because you have 9 tails, you're the strongest tail monster? Now I'll show you who you're dealing with, Naruto said. Later, Naruto's eyes began to change as 2 wolf ears appeared on his head. After going through several body changes, tails began to appear behind him. You, how can you be here? Kyuubi said in surprise as he watched Naruto's transformation. Ha ha ha, you were so brave. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of Jubi, you know. Anyway, we'll talk about this another time. Now, let me explain it to you again. But first, let's decorate the environment a little, Naruto said. After Naruto finished speaking, the surrounding dirty water and iron door disappeared. Suddenly, everything turned into a lush plain. On the other hand, Kyuubi stood in the middle of the plain with a collar around his neck and looked around in amazement. That's all I can give you for now. Now sit down and talk properly, Naruto said as he flew towards the Kyuubi. Kyuubi lay nervously on the ground, and Naruto sat down on a luxurious seat that appeared out of nowhere. Should I call you Kyuubi or Kurama? Naruto asked. How do you know? Anyway, you can say whatever you want, Kyuubi said after a moment of surprise. Then I will call you by your name. Kurama, I will make you a nice offer. I will allow you to live here and occasionally see what is there. Perhaps I can give you some additional permissions in the future. Let's get to what I want in return. You will allow me to use you unconditionally. That's all I want right now. And don't worry, I'll release you from your seal later, and then I'll take your other half. So what do you think? Naruto said. What if I want to refuse? Kurama asked nervously. As Naruto sat, the tails behind him moved aggressively. His eyes looked menacing. A terrifying aura also began to appear around him. Are you sure? Naruto asked in a dominant tone. I was just asking, Kurama said fearfully. Naruto took a deep breath and returned to his previous form, then continued speaking. By the way, this suggestion is really useful for you. Think about it, if you were free on the streets, do you think people would let you live freely? Once you go out, you will immediately become a target for the villages. Also, remember, the last time you went out, you were controlled by the Uchiha. You may also see your brothers and sisters here in the future. Now tell me your answer, do you agree? I accept, said Kurama. When they entered through door number 301, they saw many ninjas inside. Too crowded, Sakura said. Ino said as she approached them, Sasuke-kun. You speechless pig. Don't go near Sasuke-kun. Sakura said angrily. Oh, are you also participating in this exam? Shikamaru, who was standing behind Ino, said. Wow, everyone is here, Kiba said while carrying his dog on his head. On the other hand, Hinata looked at the ground with a blushing face, remembering the warm moments she had with Naruto. Time passed, and after many events had happened in the room, a voice through the cloud of smoke said, all of you. That's enough. After the smoke cleared, many appeared. In front of them was a man with a scar on his face. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I will be in charge of the first stage of the Chunin exam. My name is Ibiki Morino. Now, you will all take the first stage, the written exam. You will all be given a number. So, everyone will sit according to their row number. Then, let the exam begin, Ibiki said. After everyone had taken their seats, the exam papers were handed out and the exam began. That was easy, Naruto said as he looked at the paper in front of him. Naruto answered all the questions on the exam paper in 10 minutes, then started sleeping on the table. After the end of the examination period, time was allotted for the last question. Then, after several people had been eliminated, the exam ended. As soon as the exam was over, something came through the window. I'm in charge of the second stage. My name is Enko Mitarashi, Enko said while there was a large banner with her name on her back. Ibiki, you had that many. It seems like the first stage was really easy this year. Regardless, at least half of them will be knocked out in the second stage, Enko said with a grin. Now everyone follow me to the next exam place, she said before jumping out of the window. After a while, everyone reached a place called the Forest of Death. Enko explained the second stage to those who would be taking the exam, then a stack of papers appeared in her hand. You have to sign them to pass the exam. Many people will die here, and of course I don't want to take responsibility for them, so you have to sign the paper, Enko said. After an explanation of what would happen on the exam, everyone signed the papers and took off their scrolls. They waited in front of the door where they would start later to start the start time. When the doors opened, all the genin started working at the same time. Team 7 ran for a while, they decided to sit down and rest. At that time, Naruto made some shadow clones and sent them to search for the parchment. For a while, Naruto's clone saw a red-haired girl who was about to be attacked by a huge bear. He then quickly walked towards the girl after hitting the bear's head and killed it. Hey, are you okay? Naruto said as he helped the girl. Thanks for your help, she said, trying to put on her glasses. It's okay, if you don't mind me asking, can you tell me your name? Naruto asked, looking at the girl he felt familiar with. No problem. My name is Karen, Karen said as she blushed. Could you tell me your last name too? Uzumaki, Karen said, embarrassed. When I first saw you, I felt like you were an Uzumaki. I asked because I am also an Uzumaki, Naruto said and he continued talking while looking at her bite marks. Karen, can you tell me how the bite marks on your arms came about? Karen began to describe what kind of life she lived in her village. I understand. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Karen, do you want to live with me in Konoha? I assure you, you will definitely be taken care of. After all, siblings should protect each other. Naruto said, smiling. Karen nodded as tears fell down her cheeks. Real Naruto. A long-haired man appeared before Team 7. When the man appeared before them, he attacked Team 7 with a huge amount of killing power. While Sasuke and Sakura were unable to move due to the killing intent, the kunai was approaching them. Naruto immediately got ahead of them, fighting off the kunai and saying, come to your place. Sasuke, take Sakura and go. I'll be behind you. Grinding his teeth, Sasuke grabbed Sakura and started to run away. Because they realized that they couldn't defeat the man in front of them. A huge snake suddenly appeared from the forest and tried to swallow Naruto. Naruto must have noticed this because he suddenly jumped into the air to dodge. But another snake quickly grabbed Naruto who was in the air and dragged him deeper into the forest. The man who remained there began to follow Sasuke with a grin. Naruto, who was in the snake's mouth, smashed the snake using Gale Palm Jutsu. But soon after, more snakes came out of the forest, slowing Naruto down. After losing time when several snakes attacked him, he began to run towards where Sasuke was heading. When Naruto arrived, Sasuke and the other man had already started fighting. At this point, Sasuke was barely standing with his body cut in many parts. In addition, he had a seal with 3 commas on his neck. Naruto quickly appeared next to Sasuke using body flicker jutsu. Orochimaru, isn't that you? You will pay for what you did. Naruto said, gritting his teeth in anger. While Naruto was talking, he signaled with his hands from behind to Sakura to take Sasuke and run. I am still quite well known. You must be a child of the Kyuubi as well. But unfortunately, you are late. See you next time, Orochimaru said. I won't let you go. You will pay for what you did. Naruto said, thinking about Anko in his mind. Orochimaru was about to turn around and run away, but suddenly a huge amount of chakra started to come out from somewhere. The source of this chakra was Naruto, who had 3 tails, wolf ears and eyes. Naruto, who had transformed into his Shinju form, was emitting a massive amount of chakra. Naruto quickly jumped towards Orochimaru and swung his claw. Orochimaru jumped back and avoided the claw, and when he looked at Naruto, he saw that the chakra coming from him was getting stronger and affecting a larger area. Damn, I have to run away right away, Orochimaru thought. Naruto waved his hands towards Orochimaru after gathering wind element at the tips of his claws. The wind from the claws advanced and crashed into Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowly avoided the wind that was coming towards him. When he turned to look at him, he saw Naruto with a purple ball growing in his mouth. Bijudama. Damn it. Naruto's Bijudama briefly grew larger before growling and ejecting it from his mouth. The Bijudama headed towards Orochimaru quite quickly, smashing everything in its path. Orochimaru had already started making hand seals to escape, but due to him not being able to catch up in time, he had several deep wounds on his body. Naruto felt tired from the feeling in his knees when he came out of his Shinju form. Damn, I've reached my limit. I can only make a tiny Bijudama with my current chakra. I was able to hurt him before he escaped. Naruto thought with a grin. Naruto then stood up from the ground and started following Sakura in the direction she was running. He saw Sakura hiding in a tree after she had been gone for a while. I'm Naruto. What's Sasuke's condition? Naruto said as he walked in. Oh, Naruto. I'm trying to bring down Sasuke's fever. Are you okay? I heard a lot of noise when I left. Sakura said. I'm fine, the opponent was very strong, but I was able to deal some damage before he ran away. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to beat him if he hadn't had to run, Naruto said. He had to run. Why was that? Sakura asked. His name is Orochimaru. One of the 3 Sannin. But a long time ago, he betrayed the village and went into hiding. He probably took the exam in secret and had to flee when it was discovered. His target was probably Sasuke, and after successfully completing his goal, he wanted to escape. We'll have to stay here for a while. In the meantime, maybe my clones will find the parchment there. Naruto thought. Team 7 rested until the next day, hiding in a tree. 3 people came out of the bushes. One of the men was walking with a bandaged face and was hunched over. Wow, wow, wow. Look who we found here, they said as they walked. Naruto came out of the tree and said, I'm warning you, if you come any closer, you might die. Are you going to kill us? Don't make me laugh. It's obvious that the ground was just dug up. Are you going to kill us with such a trap? The man in the bandage said as he took a few more steps. But as soon as he took the next step, his foot hit a very thin wire, and suddenly there was a big explosion where he was. I told you. You were lucky, you escaped at the last moment and saved your life. But from now on, you will continue your life without a leg. Unless, of course, you lose your life here. Naruto said. After fighting the enemies for a while, Naruto and Sakura sensed evil chakra. When they looked to see where it came from, they saw Sasuke, whose body was covered in what looked like black ink stains. Muhaha. I can feel it. Power. With this power, I can finally become stronger and take revenge. Sasuke said as he laughed madly. This chakra. We can't handle it, the bandaged man thought. Later, when Sasuke looked at Sakura, he saw the scars on her body. And he narrowed his eyes at the three in front of him. After Sasuke disappeared from the other's sight, he appeared in front of one of the men. Sasuke then quickly fell behind him and grabbed his arms, pressing his chest to the ground. Then, with a smile on his face, he pushed the man's hands away from his shoulders. Ah! He cried in pain. Sasuke let go of the man and turned to the bandaged man and said with an evil grin, "You're next." But after he took a few steps, Sakura quickly rushed towards him. Sasuke, it's not you. Obey, Sakura said, hugging Sasuke from behind. After a while, the black marks on Sasuke's body slowly gathered again into 3 commas on his neck. We surrender. We will give you our scroll, but in exchange, you will let us go. The bandaged man said as he pulled out the parchment. Okay, we accept, Sasuke said as he took the scroll. The bandaged man picked up his friends who were unconscious on the ground and left. After spending several days in the jungle, Team 7 finally arrived at the central tower. As they entered the tower, opening both scrolls, Uruka appeared next to them. After Uruka told Team 7 that they had passed the second stage and given a few more lessons on how to be a ninja, he left. At this time, the genin who had passed the second stage listened to Hokage's speech. Now the third stage will begin, the Hokage said. I am Hayate Gecko. I will be the one who will lead this phase. We will be holding a preliminary selection before the finals since there are unexpectedly many people left. You will be administering the rest of the exam alone instead of as a team. Does anyone feel uncomfortable or want to leave? He asked while coughing every now and then. I want to leave, said someone with gray hair and glasses. Kabuto Yakushi of Konoha. Okay, you can leave, Hayate said after looking at the documents in his hand. Now, let's begin the preliminaries, Hayate said after Kabuto came out. Some people will not like the outcome of this fight. Opposite him is Orochimaru. Also, Naruto can't show his full power because he still needs to hide. What a drug. The preliminaries went almost exactly the same as in canon, the only difference being that Hinata barely lost. Why didn't you show your full power? Or are you still blaming yourself for what happened? You know that what happened to Neji's father wasn't your fault, Naruto whispered to Hinata. I know, but seeing him like this, I'm also afraid that if I beat him, his obsession with fate will grow even more. Hinata said this with a sad voice. It's your decision, I can't stop you. But if he faces me in the final stage, I'll kick his ass, Naruto said. I would like everyone to take out a piece of paper from the box for the final stage, the Hokage said. Then everyone started taking a piece of paper from the box, each of which had different numbers on it. After everyone had drawn, they said the numbers written on the papers. Then the Hokage said who would fight whom. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. Kankuro vs Shino Aburame. The winner of Dosu Kinuta vs Shikamaru Nara will face Tamari. The Hokage talked and gave information about the exam for a while. That's all for now, see you at the finals in a month, the Hokage said. Slowly, once everyone had left, Naruto walked up to the Hokage to talk. Hokage Jiji, I want to talk to you about an important matter, Naruto said with a serious expression. Well, come to the Hokage's residence and let's talk there, the Hokage said. Naruto nodded and started walking towards the Hokage's residence. When he got to the office, he knocked on the door and walked in. What was the important thing you wanted to talk about, Naruto? The Hokage asked worriedly. I encountered someone in the forest during the second stage. Her name is Karen Uzumaki. They applied for the Chunin exams from Kusugakure with a genin team. She waited in Konoha for a while, and from what I know, the other 2 genin on her team were killed during the second stage. She is currently the only survivor on her team. Karen is treated pretty badly in her village. She is an Uzumaki, so I can't see anyone in my family being treated like that. That's why I want Karen Uzumaki to stay in Konoha as a refugee. Naruto said with a serious expression. Naruto, I understand how you feel, but I can't steal a ninja from another village. It will cause unrest between the two villages. The Hokage said. Naruto closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he took a deep breath and began to speak. Hokage-sama, you know that I am the only Uzumaki currently in Konoha. I have been doing quite a bit of research on my clan for a while now. The Uzumaki clan is one of the founding clans of Konoha. So right now, I am the last Uzumaki in the village, which automatically makes me the head of the Uzumaki clan. Will you help the Uzumaki clan because of the small village? I don't like that one of my clans is being treated like this, Hokage-sama. I also learned a few more unexpected things while researching. When I looked at the Konoha monument, I saw Kushina Uzumaki's name there. And after some research, I learned that Kushina is the final container of the Kyuubi. I found out that he died when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. I also found out that she was pregnant before she died. After some more research, I didn't find that another Uzumaki was living in Konoha. That's why I'm her son. Of course, who could be a better container than the child of the previous container to seal the Kyuubi again? On top of that, he's an Uzumaki. It seems you've done your research quite well. So, how are you going to become the head of the Uzumaki clan? Without another Uzumaki in the village, yet you're going to call yourselves a clan. Honestly, I'm not going to elect you as the president of the Uzumaki. Hiruzen said. I can prove that I am the head of the Uzumaki clan by going to the Fire Feudal Lord to take what is mine. Then I can tell him that the Uzumaki property and wealth were secretly stolen by the Konoha Council. Of course, if I take back what is rightfully mine, I don't need to bother the Feudal Lord. I hope you will fulfill my wishes soon. Also, I would appreciate it if you did not follow me from now on. Naruto said, then turned and walked towards the door to leave. Are you threatening me, Naruto? The Sandaime said in a slightly irritated voice. As Naruto walked towards the door, he stopped and said before walking out the door. The Yondaime used to guard Konoha. But this time, he is not here. Please do not take my words as a threat. I would also like to say that I still have not forgotten what I experienced as a child. Honestly, if it were anyone else in my place, they would have released the Kyuubi already. Karen will be living with me from now on. I hope you can prepare the paperwork as soon as possible. Naruto left the room and went to meet Karen. After meeting Karen, they went home. You have to live here for a while. I'll help you later if you want to move to another house. I live here with Anko, and before you ask, she was the one who led the second stage. Don't worry, she's quite friendly. I'll show you to your room in a moment. Other than that, is there anything else you want to ask? Naruto asked, smiling. No, thank you for helping me so much, Karen said as she looked at the ground shyly. Don't worry, we are family after all and no one here can treat you like they did before. You must be hungry, let's eat. I'll take you to eat Ichiraku's ramen. You're an Uzumaki so I'm sure you'll love ramen, Naruto said before taking Karen's hand and pulling her away. Karen smiled and let Naruto lead the way. Some people might find this strange. Naruto had nothing left of his clan. He lived in poverty since he was a child. That's why I think Sandaime did this, or at least condoned it. Spoiler, the next chapter of Hiruzen will be darker. Hokage's office. Hiruzen had been sitting with a thoughtful expression ever since Naruto left the room. Everyone, come out, Hiruzen said. Several Anbus who had been standing unnoticed inside the room came out after he finished speaking. Damn, all my plans have been ruined. How dare he threaten me? Where did I go wrong? More importantly, what can I do next? Hiruzen thought angrily. Hiruzen thought for a moment that a man with one eye and one arm wrapped in bandages had entered. Hiruzen looked at the man who entered and then said, Danzo, I didn't expect you to recognize it so quickly. There is no need to talk about these things now, you know what is important now. Danzo said. I know, but what can we do? You should have given me this in the first place. I was going to make him a weapon loyal to the village. Hiruzen said after sighing, how could I have known that this would happen? If I had known in the first place that something like this would happen, things would have been different. In any case, now we have to decide what to do. I think the most logical thing for me to do now is to take him to root. I can make him loyal to the village with the seal. But we need to think of a way to neutralize him without fighting. We don't know what will happen if he fights. We don't even know for sure if he can free the Kyuubi. Maybe he's bluffing, Danzo said. We can't take any chances. We have to deal with this once we send him out of the village. I'll send him on a long-distance mission after the Chunin exams. You can neutralize him with the root Anbu once you return from this village. Let him do what he wants, Hiruzen said. Well, that's fine. I also investigated Uzumaki who was with him. She works as a doctor in Kusagaku. The reason she works as a medical worker is due to a special situation. If an injured person bites her, the person who bites will heal. I think we should put her in the Clan Restoration Act later. That way, we can gather suitable candidates for the village to be a biju container. Danzo said while smiling. Of course, that's a good idea. Find a size that matches her body measurements. We make the body you find as her body. Then we dismember that body and send it to Kusagaku. They think she's dead, Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. Okay, this job is mine. At least I'm going to settle things. Danzo said. For now, I'll let you know if anything happens. Hiruzen said. Danzo nodded in agreement and left the room. You asked for it, Naruto. We will enter both Uzumaki and Uzushiogakure using you. So that the village will be stronger because of you. I must thank you, Hiruzen thought, smiling maliciously. Morning. Naruto never slept at night and thought about what to do next. First of all, the possibility of being attacked was high if he left the village. That was why he couldn't leave the village. He did it secretly, but he never thought that he could leave the village secretly. He thought that dozens of root Anbu would follow him when he walked out of the village door. But there were things to do in the village too. For example, he could enter places like the Yondaime Hokage's house and the Uzumaki clan compound, which only he could enter. He could probably find something valuable there. Naruto got out of bed and went to the kitchen, and saw Karen in the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets. Let's make breakfast together. You'll know exactly where it is, Naruto said as he walked into the kitchen. Then Karen nodded and they both started cooking and eating breakfast together. Enko is probably so busy that she won't be back for a few more days. The second stage deals with those who fail. Find the bodies of those who died in the forest, keep their reports, and then send them to the villages they belong to if they have bodies. Naruto said while eating. Is there any information about my condition? Karen asked. You are the only survivor of your team. I don't know how they will report you to your village. They will either fake your death or enter into a pact with your village because you are an Uzumaki. They will probably show you dead if my guess is correct because it is good for them. Anyway, let's not talk about it now. We will go somewhere with you after we finish eating. Where are we going? Karen asked curiously. First we'll go to the Yondaime's house, and then to the Uzumaki complex. I understand the Uzumaki complex, but why would we go to the Yondaime's house? Will they let us in? Karen asked in surprise. Oh, honestly, how did I forget that? I haven't told them yet that I know I'm the Yondaime's son. In any case, I can keep that as a trump card. I'll be able to handle problems easier by mentioning that information in the future. Naruto thought. I changed my mind, we won't go there. We'll go to the Uzumaki complex from here. For now, we'll be staying there for a month, so don't forget to bring your things. Naruto said. Why should we stay there? We're not very safe here. No one else can enter, so we can train more comfortably. Don't worry, I'll take you on a tour of the village every few days. But of course, don't forget to transform yourself by doing the henge transformation jutsu. If anyone from your village is still around, don't let them notice you. Have you also decided what kind of ninja you will be from now on? You can continue as a medical genie if you wish. Without using your body, of course. Naruto asked. I don't think I can do anything other than be a doctor. I haven't worked on anything yet. I don't know what to do. Karen said sadly. We'll do some research when we get to the clan house. Maybe we'll learn how your body works. That way, we can find a way to exploit your special situation without biting you. Today is the final round of the Chunin exam. The auditorium part of the arena where the finals were held was full, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the start of the finals. Allow me to introduce you to Karen. She is from the Uzumaki clan, so she is considered my relative. Naruto said. Uzumaki clan, is there such a clan? Ino asked. Yes, there is, and it is a clan that has contributed greatly to Konoha. Naruto said. Interesting. So why didn't the academy teach us that such a clan exists? Shikamaru asked with interest. I don't know why either, but I think your father knows about it. You can ask him if you're really curious. There should be some books in the library somewhere in the corners if you want to know otherwise. Naruto said. Hello, I'm Karen Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Karen said as she bowed. Later, after everyone introduced themselves for a while, Hinata said, Karen-san, where do you live? I've never seen you before. I didn't live in Konoha before. I met Naruto after a lot of things happened. To be honest, I was really happy to find someone who was my family since I didn't have a very good life in the past. Anyway, back then he said that I could live with him in Konoha if I wanted, and I agreed. So I'm living with Naruto right now, Karen said. With Naruto? Even though it's your family, living together, Ino said. Well, I'm happy living with Naruto. He's quite gentle, and he also trains me. Karen said, blushing slightly. Are they living together? With Naruto? As if Anko wasn't enough. Now it's Karen. Wait a minute, is she blushing? Hinata thought as a dark aura appeared around her. At that moment, the Sandaime Hokage stood up from his seat and walked towards the arena. Gentlemen and ladies, I would like to thank everyone who came to watch the rank exams. Today, we will see the 8 young genies who managed to make it to the finals battle each other to become Chunin. Do not allow me to prolong it any further. I will now begin the final round of the Chunin exams. Please allow the participants to enter the arena, said Sandaime. You said 8, but there are 7 people. The Cage, who was sitting next to the Hokage, said while looking at his 7 genin in the scene. At that time, the Jonin stood in front of the geniuses and explained the exam to them. Dosu Kinyuta will not be able to attend the exam due to the current events, so the matches will be as follows. Shows the scroll of matches. There is someone among you who did not come. If he does not arrive on time, he will be disqualified. Then we can begin the first match. Everyone, go to the waiting area, except Naruto and Neji. Some time later, the first fight of the final finally began. Today, fate has chosen me to win. So it's better to surrender without taking any further steps. Neji said arrogantly. Fate chose me or something. I'm tired of this fate. You attribute everything to fate, but we make our own choices. Fate can't decide that. Anyway, today I want to kick your ass and teach you a few things. Are you ready? Naruto said. You're going to defeat me. I'm a genius chosen by fate, and you. Neji said arrogantly. I'll be happy to watch you as I destroy that arrogant look on your face. Naruto said as he walked towards Neji. They got into a physical fight after the two of them got very close to each other. They both distanced themselves from each other after some time. There were no traces of impact on Naruto's body. On the other hand, Neji's body had many traces of impact. He dodged all my attacks. Besides, even though he didn't do much damage to me, he managed to hit me. So I'll have to use him. Neji thought. Both of them sighed and thought for a while, and then began to attack each other again. But what was different from last time was that Neji suddenly said, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and then attacked Naruto with sudden force. He tapped Naruto's body with his fingertips and sometimes said things like, 2 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Give up. I have stopped all the chakra flow right now. You can't win against me now. Fate has already decided that I will win. Neji said after the attack ended. Naruto said after sighing, I don't think it's too late. Let's move on to round 2. Right after that, his chakra started to increase and his chakra felt wild. Red chakra could be seen around his body due to his increased chakra. How did you do that? Neji was confused as he looked at the red chakra flowing through Naruto's body. Naruto then disappeared, leaving a cloud of dust where he was. His fist was in Neji's stomach when he reappeared. Neji was thrown back by the sudden blow. He was momentarily out of breath from the powerful blow he received. What happened? I guess your destiny can't help you. Naruto asked with a grin. Neji snorted as he composed himself and stood up from the ground. He saw Naruto disappear again as he stood up. He then suddenly said, lose, as he began to spin around himself rapidly. Something like a dome-shaped blue shield appeared around him as he quickly spun. HMPH. Do you think this technique can stop me? Naruto said. Naruto quickly started running towards Neji and he swung his fist using the strength he gained from his speed. When his fist hit the blue shield, the shield instantly shattered, hitting Neji in the face. After Neji was knocked to the ground by a punch and passed out, the referee of the match rushed onto the field and said, Naruto Uzumaki is the winner of the match. The next match will be postponed since the person who will be fighting will not be coming, so we will move on to the next match. Shino Aburame and Kankuro enter the field. The Maiden took Neji to the infirmary while the Jonin spoke. It seems he can use the Kyuubi's chakra without any problems. It's a good thing we didn't attack him earlier, since we still don't know how advanced he is. Sandaime thought as he looked at Naruto. Kankuro heard his name being called. He thought for a moment, and then shouted, I'm withdrawing from the match. Upon hearing that someone had withdrawn from the match, the spectators began to boo even more furiously because they were angry that the match they were waiting for had been postponed. Tamari, who was standing next to Kankuro, snorted and jumped into the arena and said, I'm the one who will fight in the next match. You're quite impatient. Hey, you there, come down, the Jonin said, looking at Shikamaru who was standing in the waiting area. Shikamaru walked down the stairs with a bored expression on his face. Shortly after the two genin came face to face, the match began. Shikamaru tried to beat his opponent by using his brain completely in the match. He even came very close to beating him, but later gave up and lost the match. However, Shikamaru showed that he was on par with a Chunin with his intelligence and strategy. Now again there was a turn of events in the match that many had been expecting, but the expected man still did not show up. The Hokage and Kazekage decided to wait 10 minutes for Sasuke to arrive after thinking for a while. If Sasuke does not arrive within 10 minutes, he will be disqualified and Gaara will advance to the next round. 5 minutes later, Kakashi and Sasuke came out on stage in a cool way. Kakashi-san, it seems you have passed on your habit of being late to your student. If you were 5 minutes late, Sasuke would have been disqualified. The Jonin said. Oh, we apologize for being late, Kakashi said sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Anyway, please go to the spectators, the match will start soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come for the long-awaited match. The match is about to begin. Gaara, come down, the Jonin said. The match began after Gaara came downstairs, smiling awkwardly. First Sasuke surprised everyone with his speed. Then he used Chidori taught by Kakashi to surprise everyone again. Sasuke pierced Gaara's sand dome with his Chidori hand and injured him. Seeing his bleeding wound, Gaara went berserk and was close to losing control of Shukaku. One of the Anbu ninja who was in the audience at the time used genjutsu to put many people to sleep. Then, out of nowhere, an explosion occurred at the cage's location. The Kazekage took Hiruzen hostage and climbed onto the roof of the arena. Some time later, the 4 people built a barrier around themselves so that no one could enter under the Kazecage's orders. Thus, the few Anbu who came to rescue Hiruzen could not enter. At that time, Gaara's team jumped down and started running away with Gaara. Sasuke also started chasing them to stop them. Kakashi, who was in the audience, looked at Sakura and said, "Take Shikamaru and Naruto and go after Sasuke." Sakura looked back for a moment and then suddenly said, "Sensei, Naruto is not here." "What? Then go with Hinata. She looks pretty strong too," Kakashi said after a moment of surprise. Sakura began running after Sasuke with Shikamaru, Hinata, and Kakashi's summoned dog. At this time, Naruto went to the home of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. He made several shadow clones and quickly searched everywhere after entering the house. Nothing was visible, but one of the clones found a secret door. After Naruto dropped a drop of blood on the seal above the door opened. On the other side of the door was a large room. The room had many shelves with paper labels on the shelves that said what they were about. "So you hid everything here, Daddy," Naruto said with a big smile on his face. Some of the labels had inscriptions such as, Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Naruto then opened the shelf with, 8 trigrams selening style, on the label and looked at the papers inside. Damn it, that's not enough either. I have to go to Uzushiogakure for more information. Otherwise, I might have to destroy Mount Myoboku if they don't want to give it to me. Naruto then placed all the shelves there inside the seal on the scroll. My work here is done. Now let's see what Tanuki is doing, Naruto said as he walked out of the house. Sasuke finally caught up with Gaara and they began to fight. Sasuke was winning at first, but over time Gaara gradually transformed into Shukaku. After a while, Sasuke started to lose, and the seal on his neck covered his entire body. Gaara was about to attack Sasuke, who was barely moving, but Hinata suddenly appeared and kicked him into the distance. Sakura arrived shortly after, and she said as she approached Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun. Are you okay?" Using his tail after Gaara growled, he quickly rushed from the tree towards Hinata. Hinata dodged Gaara, walked up to her and she said blue chakra appeared on her fingertips, 8 trigrams 128 palms. She then quickly walked towards Gaara and started tapping her fingers all over his body. Hinata hit Gaara's body 128 times in a short time. She struck Gaara one last time, gathering all of his strength into her hand, and said, 8 trigrams mountain crushers. Gaara was knocked back by the heavy blow he received. He was unable to use his chakra due to Hinata's hits. Thus, Shukaku took over Gaara's body more easily. Gaara suddenly transformed into something like a giant sand tanuki. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free, Shukaku shouted happily. But the poor raccoon had no idea what would happen to him. A huge tanuki appeared in his line of sight as Naruto approached where he sensed a massive amount of chakra. Oh, so you managed to break free. Honestly, I thought you would avoid me, but now that you're here, we should talk to you, right? Tell me, will you speak calmly? Naruto asked with a grin. Even though I felt in you what I felt in him, you are only a human. What kind of human would dare to talk to me like that? Shukaku said in a stern tone. Ha ha ha, it seems like you don't take me seriously with my current form. Naruto said. Later, Naruto's body began to grow as he transformed into a wolf. At this time, Naruto, or rather Shinju, was much taller than Shukaku. What? Want to talk? Naruto said, their tails floating around menacingly. Shinju extended his claws forward, seeing that Shukaku was unable to respond out of fear. And purple glowing chains sprang from his claws and began to surround Shukaku. Shukaku realized he was drawn to Shinju after a moment of surprise. Stop. Okay, please, let's talk calmly. Shukaku screamed in fear. Then the chains that surrounded his body returned to Shinju's claws. Soon after, Shinju touched Shukaku's head with one of his tails. Naruto's mind space. Naruto and Shukaku appeared before Kurama. Kurama looked at what appeared before him in surprise. Sukaku, what are you doing here? Kurama said. I brought it because we needed to talk, Naruto said. Naruto faced Shukaku and began to speak. I will give you two options just like I gave Kurama. I will seal a part of you for myself and you can live here as comfortably as Kurama. You can also see outside through my eyes from time to time. In return, all you have to do is allow me to access your chakra whenever I want. What do you say, will you accept it? What about Gaara? What will happen to him? Shukaku asked thoughtfully. I'll leave some of this so they won't notice your absence when I take you. But I want you to leave the child alone, because not being able to sleep seems to be seriously affecting his psychology. So will you accept? Naruto said. I accept. I will leave the child alone so that his psychology can improve. Shukaku said. Okay. Why did you never ask about the second option? Naruto asked. I feel like something bad will happen if I ask. Shukaku said with concern. Yes, you are right, there may be things you don't like if you ask. Naruto said with a grin as the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes glowed eloquently. How do you get such eyes? Kurama asked with a slight offense. Let me remind you, I am the Jubi. My eye is in the development stage at the moment, I will develop more as time goes on. Also, you do not need to dodge the Sharingan while I am around. Naruto explained. Let me ask you, why are you collecting the tailed beasts, what is your purpose? Kurama asked. Shukaku, on the other hand, listens curiously from the side. You guys know that the tailed beasts are a split version of Jubi. But do you know what Jubi is? Isn't the Jubi a form of Shinju? I know that Shinju is also a large tree that absorbs energy in the world. Shukaku stepped forward and joined the conversation from the side. Yes, Shinju's original form is a giant tree. But do you know how this tree came to be and what it does? Naruto said. Shukaku and Kurama shook their heads. Let me explain this to you soon. If the tree's requirements are met, it produces a peculiar fruit called the chakra fruit. This fruit is harvested by some aliens. My goal is to stop these aliens. Also, don't worry, my goal will not harm you in any way. That's enough, I will explain everything after I gather you all together. Let's continue our work, Naruto said before leaving his field of vision. Real world. Naruto watched as Shukaku, who stood before him, shrank into Gaara. He then placed his hand on Gaara's body, which had been completely restored. Later, red chakra emerged from Gaara's body and began to penetrate Naruto's palms. He pulled his hand back and stood up after Naruto felt he had enough chakra. After a while, Gaara opened his eyes. Good morning, are you okay? Naruto asked. Gaara shook his head and tried to stand up, but he couldn't because he didn't have enough strength. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro appeared next to him, helping him stand up. Just as they were about to run away, Naruto called out to them. Wait, I'll tell you something. Kankuro wanted to continue at first, but when Temari saw her nodding her head in agreement, he decided to wait with a conflicted expression. First of all, I want to explain something. Your Kazekage is not who you thought he was. In fact, he was killed by Orochimaru some time ago. Orochimaru then tricked you by disguising himself as him. What? Is this true? They both asked in surprise. Yes, and now it turns out that he himself. That's why the ninja in your village started to surrender. Anyway, I don't want to say it. I talked to the beast inside and convinced it not to bother Gaara anymore. Gaara won't interact with him anymore if he doesn't want to. So now he can sleep comfortably. Naruto then continued speaking, turning to Gaara. One more thing I want to mention is that you always call that mother. That is not your mother. Don't think that no one loves you. You should pay attention to the people around you who love you. Naruto said before turning around and walking away. Gaara looked at the ground for a moment with a thoughtful expression. He then looked at Temari and Kankuro's faces before closing his eyes with a small smile on his face. I feel like a psychologist. Is this normal? Naruto thought. Naruto was currently sitting alone in a hotel room. He had a meeting with the silver-haired Jiraiya a while ago, if you were to ask why he was in the hotel. Jiraiya had asked him to help find Tsunade Senju. Of course, Naruto didn't make a deal with him for free. He was going to Mount Myoboku, the home of the frogs, as a reward for a quest. Jiraiya did not agree at first, but after talking for some time he finally agreed. He could go to Mount Myoboku after his mission was completed and obtain the key to the seal. Thus, he can open the seal with the key and access Kurama's chakra without any problem. An explosion was heard from one of the nearby rooms as Naruto sat on his bed. Hehe, I think they fell into my trap. Naruto thought with a grin. Getting out of bed, he walked towards the explosion and saw two people in a black cloak with several red clouds on it. So, you are the ones watching over us. Kisame Hoshigaki has gone missing from Kurigakure. Next to him should be Konohagakure's S-rank Itachi Uchiha. I hope you enjoyed my little surprise. Naruto said with a grin. Interesting. So you know who we are. How did you know we were after you? Itachi asked. I don't believe there's a woman in the world who would take care of that old man. Especially a beautiful woman like her. I also noticed the genjutsu you were casting on the woman. In addition to that, I can easily sense the fish's chakra around you. Naruto said. Kisame said as he walked towards Naruto, picking up the bandaged sword hanging from his back. You little child. How dare you talk to me like that? Take the boy, let's go now. Sannin Jiraiya most likely heard about the explosion. Itachi said. Kisame said with a nod, little child, give in to being hurt. But before he even finished speaking, there was an explosion as he put his foot down. Oh, I forgot to say, there are hidden traps in many places right now. Please be very careful, Naruto said with a grin as he looked at Kisame's damaged cloak. Naruto then grabbed his hands and said, explosion. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred in the place where Kisame and Itachi were. Naruto took advantage of the explosion and began to turn around and run away, thinking, I'm starting to realize that art is an explosion. But before Naruto could get very far, the two behind him caught up. Sannin Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto just as Kisame was about to attack with his sword. Damn Naruto, do I really need to blow up the entire floor? Jiraiya said. Itachi turned around and said, so you came, brother. Opposite him was Sasuke, who was looking at him angrily. Sasuke looked at him with an angry expression on his face and said, I'll kill you. For everything you've done. He then started running towards Itachi with Chidori in his hand. Itachi caught the hand coming towards him. He then punched Sasuke in the stomach and threw him against the wall. Sasuke was about to get up and strike again when Itachi was already next to him. Itachi began to beat him mercilessly. Unfortunately, Sasuke was defeated without any reaction. Itachi then grabbed Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, by the neck and lifted him up. Sasuke noticed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan staring at him when he opened his eyes. Soon after, he began to constantly see the scene in his mind where he saw his parents die. You're so cruel, Itachi. You're using Tsukuyomi against your brother. Kisame said with a smirk. Jiraiya placed his hands on the ground after making hand seals. Then, suddenly, the entire hallway looked like it was inside a living being. We're running away to Kisame. Itachi said as he started running. Realizing that they couldn't get out of there normally after both of them ran for a while, Itachi burned the wall using Amaterasu and then both of them escaped through the hole. The black flames. I must seal them, otherwise they will not disappear until they burn everywhere. Jiraiya thought. Then he took out a scroll and sealed the black flames. Guy appeared dressed in green spandex with a worried expression on his face after he finished sealing. What happened? Did they run away? Guy asked as he walked towards Sasuke to see his condition. Sigh. Yes, they escaped. But before Itachi escaped, he used Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. That's why he's not feeling well. Jiraiya said. Guy carried Sasuke on his back and headed to Konoha after the two of them studied Sasuke's situation for a while. At this time, Naruto and Jiraiya were walking to the next city. Naruto, do you want me to teach you the legendary technique? Jiraiya asked with a smile. I can learn on my own, but there might be a situation that isn't shown in the anime. Naruto decided to accept his offer after thinking about it. After all, it would be better if he experienced the whole event himself. He could already use Bijudama. On the other hand, Rasengan was a weaker technique derived from it. But it could be used when he didn't need to show off his strength. After all, using Bijudama in every fight would become boring and tiring after a while. Okay, after we get the training materials from the neighboring city, we will begin your training. Jiraiya said happily. I can at least start by teaching him a few things. That way, I will gradually become his teacher. I believe that you are the right person this time. I am sure that he is the one in the prophecy. Jiraiya thought. I want to try something. Legend has it that if the author had enough power stones, he could reincarnate as a system in a world of his choosing. Please help me try this. Eventually, the story will begin to unfold. Chapter R18 is pretty close. It's been 2 days since Naruto and Jiraiya met Tsunade at the restaurant. Tsunade had refused to become Hokage from the start, but Jiraiya decided to stay for a while, perhaps in hopes of being convinced. Naruto saw Tsunade sitting alone on her way back to the hotel from her night training. She must still be considering the offer. Naruto thought as he walked up to Tsunade. You think too much, Naruto said as he sat next to her. Is it that obvious? Tsunade said sipping her drink. Yeah, that's very obvious. You're probably thinking about Orochimaru's offer, right? Naruto asked. Tsunade continued drinking with her eyes closed without answering. Sometimes you have to leave the past in the past. Otherwise, you will never be able to live in the future. Naruto said as he bought a drink and drank it. Tsunade started thinking about the words Naruto said. Later, when she opened her eyes and saw him drinking, she said, "You're still a child, you shouldn't be drinking at this age." A child? I stopped being a child a long time ago. Jiraiya already told you who I am, right? Naruto said with a small smile. Tsunade nodded, continuing to drink. Honestly, on one hand, I can understand you. You are very angry because you lost all your loved ones. Remember what your loved ones' dreams are. So don't do things that they won't like and you will regret it later. Naruto said after taking another sip of his drink. So you know a little bit about what I've been through. Also, I must say that you're very good at talking. Tsunade said with a mocking smile on her face. I noticed that too. Anyway, know that I'm here if you need help or call anyone you want to talk to. You know, I'm in Uzumaki and we were a pretty close clan. We're both almost the last members of our clans. Naruto said and continued to drink his drink with a smile. Tsunade looked at Naruto in surprise for a moment, then continued drinking with a smile on her face. A few days passed. Naruto and Tsunade sometimes talked to each other. Also, Tsunade poured out some of her sadness on Naruto. At this time, Tsunade was planning to meet Orochimaru alone. Tsunade, you've finally arrived. Don't worry, I'll revive your little brother and boyfriend after I heal your arms. Orochimaru said excitedly. Orochimaru then walked up to Tsunade and held out his hands. Tsunade began to extend her green glowing hands towards Orochimaru's hands. Just as the two hands met, a kunai was thrown between them. Kabuto, who had previously participated in the Konoha Chunin exams, jumped off the roof and landed behind Orochimaru. How could you betray me at the last moment? Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes at Tsunade. Kabuto said as he approached Orochimaru, I knew her chakra should have killed her since I am a medical professional myself. I knew I could count on you, Kabuto. Orochimaru said. I know that you won't keep your word that you won't harm Konoha. I just wanted to see them one last time. But then I realized that my request was very selfish. I wouldn't have the face to look at them if I did something that they didn't like out of my selfishness. Tsunade said with a sad expression. If you don't do it with beauty, then you will do it with force. Kabuto. Orochimaru said angrily. Kabuto rushed to attack Tsunade. Tsunade started losing due to the blows she received after they fought for a while. Because Kabuto knew that she had a phobia of blood and by exploiting this weakness, he started winning the fight. As Kabuto was about to stab Tsunade with his kunai, Jiraiya stepped out from one side, punching him and throwing him back. Kabuto retreated to Orochimaru's side without taking a strong hit. Then, after biting his finger and drawing blood, he pressed his hand to the ground and summoned a huge snake. Jiraiya immediately lowered his hand and summoned a frog. Damn, I'm still under the effects of the poison. Jiraiya thought as he looked at the small frog he summoned. While Orochimaru and the snake fought against Jiraiya, Kabuto fought Shizune, who was Tsunade's assistant. Kabuto easily defeated Shizune and began to walk towards Tsunade. Tsunade-san, I respect you very much as a doctor. But I feel sorry for the best medical person to have a blood phobia. It's a laughing matter, Kabuto said as he approached her. Just then Naruto appeared in front of Tsunade. Looks like I'm a little late to the party. Looks like we're seeing Kabuto-san again, Naruto said with a smile. Oh, aren't you a genius in the Chunin exams? This isn't a matter for a small genin like you to mess around with. Back off, kid, Kabuto said sarcastically. Naruto, retreat. He's not someone you can handle. Tsunade said with concern. Naruto looked at Tsunade with a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it, leave it all to me." "It seems you don't remember the surprises you encountered in the second stage, Kabuto-san. I enjoyed watching you run away while looking back in fear," Naruto said with a grin. It was you." Kabuto trembled in fear as he remembered the nightmare he had in the forest. All night long, explosions were constantly happening around him. The worst part was that he was constantly stuck in a terrible genjutsu. This night was probably the time he feared most in his life. "Yes, it was me. I was very lucky to find a lab rat like you to test my new technique on. You managed to pass the second stage despite all the torture. I wish you wouldn't give up, I want to play with you more. But luckily, we meet again now. I also have a much more effective technique now. I hope you like my new technique." As Naruto finished his words, his eyes changed and tails appeared behind him. Jiraiya and Tsunade suddenly looked at Naruto, thinking, how can he control the Kyuubi's chakra like that? Orochimaru on the other hand looked at Naruto's transformation with concern. Damn, we'd be in trouble if he used that same technique again. "Kabuto, we'll summon Manda," Orochimaru said. Kabuto nodded and started running towards Orochimaru. He was suddenly thrown forward with a blow from behind as he was about to approach Orochimaru. He was thrown so far that he could only stop when he hit a rock. Rasengan, how could he learn at this age? Tsunade thought. He can use it properly in such a short time. I knew he was a very talented person. Jiraiya thought. Kabuto could barely stand up with his hand on the rock. The pain was evident on his face. He stood up despite being hit by Rasengan. "It seems you have talent as a medical person. If you were any later, your spine would have been broken," Naruto said as he looked at Kabuto's wound that was starting to heal. But Kabuto suddenly fell to the ground again, because his technique couldn't heal enough of the damage he had received. Orochimaru began running towards Tsunade, who seemed defenseless at the moment. Jiraiya on the other hand went after him to block him, but was suddenly faced with Orochimaru's tongue attack. Unable to react due to the poison, he fell to the ground. Orochimaru flew towards Tsunade with a sword coming out of his mouth. Naruto was interrupted as Orochimaru came up to stab Tsunade with his sword. Unfortunately, if he had escaped from the sword, Tsunade, who was behind him, would have been hurt so that he could not escape. That's why the sword went into his shoulder. Naruto quickly used the Rasengan in his hand and then pushed it towards Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru was thrown back, as was Kabuto, from the blow to his chest. Naruto, on the other hand, fell to one knee in pain. Tsunade stared in shock at the bloody wound on Naruto's shoulder in front of her. She later nervously walked up to Naruto after she got over her surprise and shouted, "Naruto! Are you okay? You don't have anything, do you?" Tsunade said with concern as she looked at Naruto's wound. Her hands were shaking as she saw the blood. "Relax Tsunade, I'm fine," Naruto said trying to get up. As Naruto stood up, red chakra slowly began to appear around him. Most of the red chakra gathered around the wound and glowed red. Tsunade looked at the wound in amazement, which healed rather quickly as she helped Naruto stand up. Tsunade then placed her green glowing hand on Naruto's wound and began to heal him. Orochimaru went to Kabuto and lifted him off the ground. They both quickly used summoned jutsu together, then a huge snake appeared. Jiraiya also summoned a jutsu again when he realized what they were both doing. This time he summoned a different frog than before. "Leave me alone, I can heal myself. Go help Jiraiya," Naruto said. Tsunade quickly used Jujutsu summoning after saying something to Shizune who was nearby with his head movements. A giant slug appeared after a huge cloud of smoke. The Sannin trio then began to fight for a while. While Naruto was thinking as Shizune healed his wound, I wonder if I should join them. Although I can't fully support him right now unless I use my full power. In any case, I don't want to reveal my full power yet. Orochimaru was forced to retreat after some fighting, thus ending the war with Jiraiya and Tsunade victorious. It had been about 2 to 3 days since they returned to Konoha with Tsunade. Today was the day Tsunade donned the Hokage hat. Everyone in Konoha listened to Tsunade's speech in front of the Hokage tower. Finally, the ceremony ended after Tsunade talked for a while and everyone began to leave. Just as Naruto was about to leave the ceremony, he was stopped by Anko, who was smiling at him. "Naruto, can we talk alone for a while?" Anko asked with a smile. Naruto looked at Anko's smile and for some reason he felt that there was a lot of anger behind that smile. "Oh, okay, let's talk," Naruto said with a little hesitation. Later, the two of them left the ceremony area and went to a place where they could be alone. After Naruto and Anko sat side by side on a tree branch for a while, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Anko, why did you call me?" Anko responded to the question asked of her with a twitch of her eyebrows, You didn't keep your promise, and on top of that, you forgot." Then a flash of memory suddenly rushed into Naruto's head. He thought, damn. How could I forget? Naruto then grabbed Anko's hand and pulled her towards him. He then started kissing her on the lips. They separated after kissing for a while. "Do you want to continue here or should we go home?" Naruto asked. "You know, you're really annoying. I feel like I'm the only one who wants to be in a relationship all this time. You've already forgotten while I'm looking forward to this time," Anko said sullenly. Naruto said as he hugged her even tighter, "You know, we went through a lot during the Chunin exams. So, we were both busy. After that, I had to immediately go on a mission to find Tsunade." Then he continued to speak modestly as he breathed hot breath into her ears, "But I will definitely please you. I will accompany you all night." Feeling her warm breath on her ears and neck, Anko swallowed hard, and her lust grew more and more. Then she excitedly said with her face slightly red, "I don't want to wait any longer, let's go home immediately." They quickly but secretly went home after another short kiss. That night, Anko woke up the sleeping demon. Whether she would be happy about it or not would be determined later. Ahem, you can probably guess the content of the next chapter. Warning: all content in this chapter is +18. You can skip this chapter entirely if you wish. Naruto and Anko came back home. They went straight to the bedroom and jumped on the bed. Then they both started kissing wildly. After a while, Naruto slowly took off her clothes with one hand, kneading her buttocks with the other. Anko moaned in his mouth. The kiss broke as Naruto took off all of Anko's clothes. He then slowly began to place gentle kisses on her neck. He slowly began to knead her breasts as he kissed her neck. Soon his lips moved from her neck to her breasts and then he began sucking her nipples. Naruto played with his tongue while her nipple was in his mouth, then his hand on her hips began to slowly move towards the crack between her legs. Anko involuntarily moaned loudly when she felt Naruto's hand touching the slit in her lower body. Her eyes then fell on the large bulge in Naruto's groin and she began to stroke it with her hand. Anko began to remove the clothes Naruto was wearing after the two of them fondled each other for a while. The dragon was suddenly released as she removed the underwear from Naruto's lower body. Anko looked lustfully at Naruto's dragon, licking her lips. She then reached out and began to touch him. They brought their lips together and kissed wildly as they rubbed each other's special parts with their hands. Then they positioned themselves with their mouths on the other person's special part. They both started licking and sucking using their mouths and tongues. As Naruto licked her slit, she suddenly said, "Naruto, I'm coming." After Anko said out loud, her lower body was lifted into the air and her body began to tense up. Then, fluids began to flow down his groin. Anko moaned with her mouth open as she leaked nectar from her slit. Naruto waited for Anko to calm down a bit, then knelt between her legs and moved his thick rod closer to her slit. "Are you ready?" Naruto looked into Anko's eyes and asked. "Yes, I've been waiting for this for a long time," Anko said, nodding in agreement. Naruto then slowly moved his stick inside. "Oh, it's huge," Anko said as she felt her cave slowly filling up. After Naruto put almost his entire dragon inside Anko's cave, he said, "Anko, I'm completely inside you. I'm moving in now." Anko didn't even hear what Naruto said as she enjoyed the pleasure she felt in her lower body. Naruto was absolutely certain that Anko was a virgin. The reason why no blood came out of her slit was because her hymen had already been torn due to her intense training. This situation is not unique to Anko, as almost all female ninja have had their maiden status degraded due to intense training. Naruto slowly moved his hips back and forth, causing his rod to move in and out of the cave. He was slow for a while, and then he started to speed up. Yes. Anko kept moaning every time she felt the big stick pierce her. They both ejaculated at the same time after they had sex in the same position for some time. "Now it's my turn," Anko said as she rode on Naruto. She mumbled as she felt the dragon enter her cave. She then began to enjoy Naruto's dragon by moving her hips up and down. They had passionate and sensual lovemaking until the morning as an intense amount of sexual scent permeated the room. This was my first erotic chapter. I tried my best to get the word count closer to 1K. But it was damn hard. I think I should watch more. Naruto is currently in the Hokage's office with Shikamaru. Opposing them is Tsunade Senju, the Godime Hokage. Standing next to Tsunade is Shizune as her assistant. Tsunade said, "I called you today to tell you about the results of the Chunin exams. Because of your success in the exam, you both became chunin. Congratulations. She said something to Shizune with her eyes after she finished speaking. Shizune then smiled as she handed the flak jackets she was holding to Naruto and Shikamaru. These are your flak jackets. It is not mandatory to wear, but it is recommended as it provides additional protection. The new chunin duo took their flak jackets, bowed to the Hokage, and left the room. Shikamaru and Naruto parted ways after a short conversation. Naruto went to the hospital to meet his team. Sasuke suffered many physical and psychological injuries after his fight with Itachi, so he spent some time in the hospital. When Naruto entered the hospital room where Sasuke was staying, Sasuke was lying in bed with Sakura and Kakashi standing next to him. Oh, Naruto, you're a chunin. Congratulations. Kakashi looked up from the book he was reading for a moment and said. Did Naruto become a chunin? Sakura and Sasuke thought. Yes, I did. Thank you, sensei. Naruto said. Why didn't they make me a chunin when they made someone like you a chunin? Sasuke asked with obvious hatred on his face. I don't know, maybe it's because you're not strong enough to be a chunin. Naruto frowned in response. You, okay, let's fight. That way I'll destroy you and show them in you how strong I am. Sasuke said sullenly. Naruto turned his gaze to Kakashi for confirmation. He said, seeing Kakashi nod in agreement, okay, let's fight on the rooftop. Sasuke and Naruto collided with each other when they reached the roof. Kakashi and Sakura waited by the door to watch them fight. Sasuke started running towards Naruto when his eyes changed to a double-spotted one. As he got closer, he punched Naruto in the face. Naruto caught the incoming fist with one hand, slamming his other elbow into Sasuke's chin. But Sasuke blocked the incoming elbow with his hand as well. After they fought for a while, Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and used the Chidori in his hand. He then started running towards Naruto with his hand covered in lightning. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Chidori who had come to him. He then quickly extended his hand as Sasuke came closer and grabbed his arm, throwing him against the wall. Sasuke's hand went into the wall and got stuck there. Kakashi thought as he looked at him, I didn't think he would use that technique against his ally. This isn't a training match anymore. Okay, that's enough, Kakashi said as he stepped between the two who looked like they were about to fight again. Sasuke grunted angrily, then jumped off the roof and disappeared. Kakashi looked at Sasuke for a moment and then followed him with a sigh. Sakura, on the other hand, sadly walked down the stairs with tears in her eyes. I know you're watching us. It's best not to forget your promises. I expect you to keep your word in a few days, Naruto said, looking at Jiraiya's hideout. This child, he shows me no respect, Jiraiya thought. Naruto then went to Ichiraku Ramen where he was going to meet someone. He met Hinata and Karen when he arrived there, who were waiting for him. Good evening, let's eat, Naruto said as he walked up to them. Three of them sat on chairs, with Naruto sitting in the middle. Since I'm a shunin today, I'll be paying for the food for today, Naruto said with a smile. You're a chunin. Congratulations Naruto, Hinata said with a smile. Naruto, I congratulate you, Karen said. Oh, so you became a chunin. Then 15% discount today as a gift for my favorite customer, Tyuki said, smiling from behind the counter. Thank you Tyuki-san, then I won't leave here tonight until my stomach is completely full, Naruto said with a grin. A while after everyone had given their orders, Ayame came out with a tray in her hand. She smiled as she placed the ramen on the tray in front of them. I heard you're a chunin, congratulations. Thank you, Ayame, Naruto said as he remembered what happened in the past. In the past, Ayame said that she loved him. Later, Naruto told her that he wanted to have a big family in the future, and so there was a possibility of starting a harem. He also mentioned two of his girlfriends who had already confessed to this situation. At first, Ayame was stunned by the situation. Then she turned and ran away with a look of disappointment on her face. She acted strangely when they met after that day. But over time she came to her senses, and now they were able to talk properly. Naruto and the other two girls were chatting happily as they ate their food. But what they didn't realize was that Ayame would sometimes look at them for a while and then resume what she was doing. Tyuki had long realized that his daughter loved someone. One day, he realized that his daughter came home crying. Now, seeing his daughter looking at Naruto and his companions, he took a deep breath and continued his work. After the three of them got their food, they went to the compound where Hinata lived. Leaving her there, Naruto and Karen went to the Uzumaki mansion, talking to each other. At first, only Karen and Naruto lived in the Uzumaki mansion. But Naruto invited Anko to live with them this morning. Enko initially declined the invitation because he thought they couldn't do anything with Karen there. But then she happily accepted after Naruto told her about the silence seal. I asked a girl out on a date. She told me that. I'll go with you if you get more stones in the power supply. So please help me. Night. Naruto and Shikamaru were called by the Godime Hokage for an urgent mission. Right now, they are both standing in front of Tsunade, awaiting orders. I called you for an urgent mission today. Sasuke Uchiha just left town. Tsunade said with a serious expression. What? Why is that? Where did he go? Shikamaru asked. Orochimaru probably invited him. That's why he went to Otogakuru. Also, there's a possibility that he's not alone, but with Orochimaru's men. I want you to gather talented genin, go after Sasuke, and bring him back to the village. Tsunade replied. Orochimaru. A ninja of at least Chunin level should come to a dangerous mission at this level. Why are we collecting from the gens? Shikamaru asked. Because right now I can't let the Jonin go on a mission outside the village. Anyway, you don't have much time, gather a team now and go after her. You are the team leader, Naruto. Tsunade gave the order. What if he doesn't want to come back? Naruto asked. If he doesn't want to come back, he will be branded a traitor. If that happens, I want you to bring him back, dead or alive. You can leave. Tsunade frowns. Naruto and Shikamaru nodded in approval and left the room. Who are you planning to recruit? Shikamaru asked as they left the Hokage's residence. Shino, Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Hinata. That many should be enough. You find Kiba, Shino, and Choji, and I'll find Neji and Hinata. Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded, then they both left and went to look for people. After some time, 7 ninja gathered at the Konoha gates. Naruto was telling his own team about the mission while drawing something on the paper in his hand. Everyone will line up like this. In the event of a possible departure, Shikamaru will become the new leader. Naruto solemnly told his team. At that moment, Sakura came from afar shouting, Naruto. Please bring Sasuke back, Sakura said while crying. Naruto said after sighing, Sigh Sakura, I can't promise you. Our first goal is to convince him to return to the village. In any case, we're leaving. They then began following the trail of their Sasuke rescue team missions. After the team followed the tracks for a while, they eventually found the ninja they were following, although they encountered many traps along the way. They then quickly hid in the surrounding bushes. The team thought they had gone unnoticed, but the enemy ninja had already spotted them. One of the enemy ninja threw a kunai combined with several explosive tags at Shikamaru and Kiba's hiding place. Then there was a big explosion, but ours had already disappeared. Later, the Konoha ninjas united and attacked from the middle at the same time. However, one of the tall and strong enemy ninjas used an earth technique, slapping the ground and trapping the Konoha ninjas who were approaching them in an earthen dome. You go ahead, I'll catch up with you when I finish my meal. The tall man said with his hand on the earthen dome. The other 3 enemy ninjas shook their heads, then took the box containing Sasuke and left. Inside the earthen dome, Kiba attempted to destroy the walls using a Ninken technique. But the damage he caused was soon repaired. Naruto looked back for a moment and then said, Stay behind me, I'll try to do it in one go. Naruto summoned 5 shadow clones to his side after everyone had fallen behind him. The clones then moved to the weak side of the earth dome and all of them exploded at once. Okay, let's go, Naruto said. The Konoha ninja emerged from the collapsed dome, Naruto said as he looked at the enemy standing before them. Shino and Choji remain here, the others continue to pursue. Later, Choji and Shino stayed behind to deal with their opponents while the rest of the team continued their pursuit. They soon caught up with them again, but this time the 6-armed ninja tried to hold them back. But Hinata stepped forward and managed to hold him off, allowing the rest of his team to follow suit. Kiba, Neji, Shikamaru, and Naruto finally caught up with them again. This time, Shikamaru saved his opponents by using his shadow manipulation technique. Taking advantage of this, Neji and Kiba were able to steal the box. But as he was leaving with the box, the newly appeared gray-haired enemy quickly stole the box. Then he quickly began to leave with the box. I noticed that I don't use the word shinobi. From now on, I can use random shinobi instead of ninja. Naruto continued to chase after the running man after making several shadow clones to help his friends in the fight. After some time, he managed to catch up with the gray-haired man in front of him in the open field. Let go of Sasuke, Naruto said as he jumped in front of the man. It seems I can't continue without killing you, the shinobi said, placing the box he was carrying on the floor. He then started running towards Naruto as the bones on his arms stuck out in a frightening manner. After some fighting, Naruto and the enemy shinobi became aware of the aura coming from the box and they moved away from each other. At that moment, the seals on the box disappeared and Sasuke, whose skin had become dark in color, walked out of the box. Sasuke, the Hokage has ordered you to return to the village. This is your final warning, if you don't return you will be branded a traitor. Naruto said. Ha ha ha, power, I can take revenge with this power. If I continue to stay in Konoha, I won't become stronger. Revenge, I have to take revenge. He said he can help me. Sasuke then quickly started to leave from there. Sigh, looks like I'll have to forcefully return it. Naruto thought with a sigh. Naruto looked at the white-haired shinobi enemy as he transformed into his Shinju form and said, I'll have to finish this job quickly. Better prepare yourself. The white-haired enemy shinobi felt uneasy as he suddenly started receiving a very dangerous feeling from Naruto. He then quickly activated stage 2 of his curse seal. Large thick bones emerged from his back as his complexion darkened. The eye scales changed from white to black while the irises of his eyes turned yellow. He quickly started running to attack Naruto again as the bones came out of his hand. Naruto quickly punched the shinobi running towards him and turned him back. Very strong, the shinobi thought as he realized his arm was broken. I've never used this on anyone before. You should be proud that I'm my first subject. Naruto said as his eyes changed to Mangekyo Sharin. Naruto then looked his enemy in the eye and said, Tsukuyomi. At that moment, the enemy suddenly found himself tied to a cross. In front of him, dozens of Narutos were holding swords in their hands. This is my space. I will torture you here for hours. I hope you can hold on. Naruto said before stabbing his sword into his body. After that, all of Naruto started stabbing him with their swords. Every time a sword pierced him, he screamed in pain. Only a few seconds passed in the real world. Naruto appeared next to his fallen enemy, who fell unconscious to the ground. You are unfortunate to be my enemy. I hope you live happily in your next life. Naruto said before breaking his opponent's neck with a powerful punch. Naruto then started running in the direction Sasuke was running from. After a while, he saw Sasuke and sped up even faster, blocking his path. You have reached the end of the road, Sasuke. Surrender now, you can't run anymore. Naruto said. He was after you because you had a special power. It's all clearer now, but you still can't take me back. I need to get stronger, and I'll make my first move by defeating you here. Sasuke said as he saw Naruto's transformed form. Sasuke then activated stage 2 of his cursed seal. As such, his skin darkened and 2 wing-like arms protruded from his back. His eyes changed color as his hair grew longer. Yes, I can finally defeat you with this power. Haha, Sasuke laughed like a villain. Come on, let me show you real power. Naruto said with a sarcastic grin. Sasuke grunted as he ran towards Naruto and attempted to punch him in the face. But before the punch could reach its target, Sasuke was suddenly thrown aside. Sasuke managed to land on both feet, flipping over while he was in the air. How did he hit me? I couldn't even see it with my partition. Sasuke's thoughts were confused. Oh, you won't beat me. Come on, I'm waiting for you, Naruto said sarcastically. Sasuke was so angry that he didn't notice the newly formed third Kama on his spread. He then started running towards Naruto, forming a Chidori glowing black in his hand. Naruto looked at the Chidori in Sasuke's hand and thought, last time, I couldn't compare the methods. But this time, I can compare. Naruto also rushed towards Sasuke after forming a rasengan in one hand. They both jumped forward at the same time and clapped their hands in the air. Sasuke's Chidori managed to hold out for a while, but was unable to defeat the rasengan. After the Chidori was destroyed, the rasengan slammed into Sasuke's body, knocking him off his feet as he was thrown back. Naruto came to Sasuke who was unconscious on the floor and he said, it looks like you lost, but you're lucky, at least you didn't die. This way, you can come back safe and sound. He carried him on his back after tying Sasuke's hands and feet and headed towards Konoha. On the way to Konoha, Naruto noticed Kakashi approaching them along the way. Naruto. Sasuke. How is he? Kakashi asked as he approached. Not too traumatized. Why did you tie your hands and feet? Kakashi asked. Sigh, he's a traitor now. How am I supposed to deal with someone who's a traitor? Naruto said as he jumped from branch to branch. Kakashi didn't seem upset from the outside, but Naruto could clearly tell that he was upset. How is my team doing? Naruto asked. Many are in an injured state, but their injuries do not seem serious at first glance. Kakashi replied. After some time, they reached Konoha and went straight to the hospital. As Naruto placed Sasuke on the bed and tied his limbs, he said, "He is now a prisoner. You must act accordingly. We cannot let him escape again." The Medconan nodded, then began to check Sasuke's condition. Naruto, on the other hand, left the room and went to find Shikamaru to find out about the status of the team members. "Shikamaru, what is their status?" Naruto said as he approached Shikamaru and Temari. "Oh, Naruto, I don't know much about their situation. They are inside now, Hokage-sama is looking after them." "What about Sasuke?" Shikamaru asked. As soon as Shikamaru asked, Tsunade left the room. "Naruto, are you hurt?" Tsunade asked as her eyes scanned Naruto's body. "I wasn't injured, but what I'm really worried about is my team." "How good are they?" Naruto said. "They're fine, they can go after a few days in the hospital." "What about Sasuke?" Tsunade said. "The mission was successfully completed. But there are several important problems." What?" Suna asked curiously. At that moment, Sakura ran as she said, "Naruto. How is Sasuke, is he okay?" Naruto stared at Sakura for a moment, confused. "Sakura, this is a hospital. Behave properly," Tsunade said angrily. Sakura immediately cowered in fear. "I successfully brought Sasuke back, as I said. At first, I tried to convince him, as I said. However, he kept running after he made it clear that he wanted to go to Orochimaru. After I caught him and knocked him unconscious, I brought him to the hospital. He is currently in the room," Naruto said, pointing to the room where he was taking Sasuke. Sakura immediately turned around and started running towards Sasuke's room. But Naruto suddenly stepped in front of her and pushed her back. "What the hell are you doing? He's considered a traitor now. No one but the authorities can enter his room," Naruto said as he looked at Sakura who had fallen to the ground. "Traitor, Sasuke," Sakura thought as she looked at the ground in confusion. Naruto is right, I'm going to assign a few buses to watch Sasuke. That way he can't try to escape again." Tsunade said that and she went to check on Sasuke. "Temari, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked as he locked himself in Temari. "My brothers and I were sent to help you," Temari replied with a smile. "Thank you for your help. As a thank you, if you have time, how about I treat you to dinner?" Naruto said, smiling. "Dinner? Just with me?" Temari asked. "Of course, if you want it too," Naruto said. Temari couldn't answer as her face turned pink. Shikamaru thought from the side, "Sigh. What a drag. I have 440 hours to live. Please give me your power stone so that I can live longer. Help. In time." Temari finally accepted his invitation after talking for a while. So they made a schedule to meet in the afternoon. After Naruto showed Temari around Konoha, he took her to a restaurant. While they both ate, they had a pleasant conversation. "I hope you enjoyed your day," Naruto said with a smile. "Yes, I like it. I had a lot of fun, thanks for inviting me," Temari said. "It's okay, next time I come to Sunagaku you can take me on a tour of your village." "You will, right?" Naruto asked. "Of course I will. I also want to thank you more properly for what you did last time. Thanks to you, my brother can now sleep normally and his mental health has almost improved," Temari said gratefully. "It doesn't matter, I see him as my brother. So I'm glad I could help. Who knows, maybe even my real brother in the future. Maybe brother-in-law." Naruto walked away smiling, leaving a red-faced Temari there. After walking for a while, Naruto felt like someone was watching him. "I thought you just liked watching women," Naruto said looking at Jiraiya's hiding place. "Damn you, boy. Of course, I'm just interested in women. Anyway, I came to talk to you about something important," Jiraiya said solemnly. What? "Let's go somewhere secretly first, follow me," Jiraiya said and started walking forward. After the two of them arrived at the secret location some time later, Jiraiya got to the bottom of it. "Remember the people who attacked you a few weeks ago? They are members of a group called Akatsuki, and what they want is what's inside you," Jiraiya said. "How strong are they?" Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. "They are much more dangerous than Orochimaru. Their team leader must be as strong as me. I plan to train you because they are very strong. Do you want to go outside of Konoha for 3 years of training with me? Let me state this in advance, if you stay in Konoha, you will be constantly monitored and you will not be allowed to leave the village. After all, you are a special person." Naruto thought, it's best to accept this right now. After staying with him for a while, when the opportunity arises, I can run away to solve my problems. I admit, when are we leaving?" Naruto asked. "I'm giving you a few days to spend with your friends. We'll leave in 3 days." Jiraiya said. Jiraiya then went to either spy on the hot springs or report on Tsunade. Naruto returned home. Night. Naruto, Karen, and Anko were currently at home, eating dinner together. After dinner, they were all sitting side by side on the couch, enjoying the moment. There is something important I need to tell you, Naruto said. When Anko and Karen heard Naruto, they suddenly turned to him and waited nervously. I'm leaving Konoha in a few days. For a mission, Anko asked. It can be considered, but not really. What matters is not why I went, but how long it will take. Naruto said. When are you coming back? Karen asked curiously. 3 years. I will return to Konoha in 3 years. Naruto said. Anko and Karen were understandably upset. Especially Anko, because they had been together since they were kids. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month, but neither had seen each other for more than a month. 3 years. Without you. Anko felt like she was about to cry. Naruto held Anko tightly in his arms. She couldn't take it anymore and started crying. Karen felt awkward watching the two of them intimately hugging from the sidelines. And for some reason, she wanted to hug Naruto like that at that moment, but they hadn't been that close yet. But she knew why Anko was so upset. After all, the two of them had been together for a very long time. Naruto pulled Karen towards him with his other hand and hugged her. I know this won't end in a moment, but I have to go to become stronger. Naruto said as he hugged them both. Besides, you're not alone anymore, you two are considered relatives. Haha, Naruto said with a grin. After the trio hugged each other warmly for a while, Naruto began to speak seriously. Karen, I will recommend you as a student to Tsunade Godime Hokage, the greatest medical mind. That way, you can improve much more in his training. Don't worry, she will probably accept you. After all, you are very talented and there is a shortage of doctors in the village. Because of his sudden joy, Karen suddenly kissed Naruto on the cheek. After a while, when she realized what she had done, she immediately ran away from Naruto's arms out of shame. Naruto looked after Karen, who ran away, with a warm smile on his face. If this continues, you'll make her fall in love with you. You already have Hinata and me, isn't that still not enough? Anko said, looking at the smile on Naruto's face. At first I was happy to find only one relative and wanted to protect him. But you know that feeling inside me always rages for more. Besides, you know I only choose the special ones, just like you. Naruto said before passionately kissing Anko's lips. I want to tell you one more thing. Maybe after this trip I can take care of your seal and you will be free. Naruto said. Anko moved and sat on Naruto's lap while she was happy. So let me give you some of your rewards in advance. You must serve very well tonight, after all, you won't be here for 3 years. Tonight should have been enough for me for 3 years. Anko said coquettishly as she moved her hips. As you command, ma'am. Naruto said with a smile. After that, they played wildly with each other all night. But there was something that neither of them noticed. At the beginning of their session, someone was watching them from the corner with a red face. Cock block. After an intense workout, they fell asleep and slept together. When Naruto woke up, he smiled at Anko, who was hugging his arm. He then slipped out of her grip and got out of bed. After he made breakfast and ate with Anko, he went to talk to the Hokage. Jiraiya said we're leaving in a few days. Naruto asked looking at Tsunade. Yes, he said. What did you come for? Tsunade said. I have a distant cousin as you already know. Her name is Karen and she wants to be a nurse. Since I checked her, her chakra is more than normal and she is also skilled in chakra control. She also has a special situation. If someone gets bitten by Karen, that person will start to heal. I want you to take her as your student, what do you think? Naruto said. She has a lot of chakra, and she also has good control. She also has a special situation. Interesting. Well, I'll check on her when I'm available. Tsunade said with a little excitement. Because according to what Naruto said, she seemed like someone who was born to be a doctor. Especially if her special status could be controlled, there was a possibility that she could even surpass Tsunade. I want to say one more thing. I told Sendame, but he didn't confirm it more formally. I want to be the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto said. Okay, bring the documents before you leave the village. That way, I can put the transactions into effect. Tsunade said. Naruto nodded and left the Hokage's residence to meet Hinata. After picking up Hinata from the Hug clan settlement, they went to a quiet place where they could talk. Naruto later told her that he would leave Konoha in a few days and return in 3 years. Hinata was very upset when she heard this. Naruto hugged her with his arms when he saw her like this. After they both enjoyed their intimate moments for a while, Hinata's cheeks were red and she acted as if she wanted to say something. Are you going to say something? Say it without hesitation, Naruto said. Hinata buried her head deep in Naruto's chest and said in a low voice, I know you did it to Anko. I want to do it too. Her face became redder and redder as she continued to say this. I don't get it, what do you want to do? Naruto asked with a sly grin on his face. Yeah, you know, it's sex, Hinata said, her voice becoming more and more hoarse. Her last words were now almost inaudible. I didn't hear. What do you want? Naruto asked to talk to Hinata a little more. I want to have sex with you. Hinata suddenly plucked up her courage and said loudly. Naruto grabbed Hinata's face and turned it towards him, then began to slowly kiss her lips. Over time, the kiss became hotter and more passionate. Are you sure about this? Do you want to continue? Naruto asked. Hinata's eyes clouded over from the heated moment they shared and she said, yes, I do. I don't want to wait any longer, especially for a long time like 3 years. Where do you want to do this? Should we go here or to my house? Naruto asked casually. Hinata said shyly, and not outside, let's go to your house. Naruto went to the Uzumaki house, not seeing anyone as he picked up Hinata in his arms and held her tightly. Warning. Continuation of section +18. You can skip this chapter if you wish. When Naruto entered the room, he immediately gently laid Hinata down on the bed. He then began kissing her lips gently but passionately. He explored Hinata's body with his hand while he continued kissing. Hinata sometimes lets out small moans of pleasure from being ironed. Naruto stopped kissing her lips and slowly removed the clothes from Hinata's body. He waited a little bit for each piece of dress he took off and enjoyed watching Hinata become shy. He kissed Hinata's lips again and then began to caress her breasts. He played with her nipples while caressing her breasts. Thinking he had played with enough of her upper body, Naruto slowly began to remove Hinata's lower clothing. After he finally removed her underwear, a very wet slit appeared before his eyes. Looks like you've gotten pretty wet, Naruto said with a laugh as he rubbed the slit with one of his hands. Naruto rubbed Hinata's slit with one hand, playing with her nipple with his mouth. Hinata on the other hand was constantly moaning about the way she was being treated, and her already wet cave was getting wetter. Hinata's breathing increased even more now, and she finally said out loud, I'm coming. Immediately after, a large amount of nectar began to flow out from the slit at the bottom. Naruto looked at Hinata's slit, satisfied with what you did, then brought his mouth closer to it to taste and started licking it. Hinata was still moaning even though she had just ejaculated. Naruto licked Hinata's slit with his mouth while playing with his finger in Hinata's ass. After Naruto brought his hips closer to Hinata's, he placed his already hard tool at the entrance to the slit. Are you ready? Naruto asked. Yes, Hinata said strangely. Naruto then slowly began to push his club forward. After waiting for a while, he began to move his hips back and forth in rhythm. Oh. Hinata's chest bounced every time Naruto thrust his hips forward. After holding both of Hinata's hands tightly, Naruto began to move even faster. After a while, he said, Hinata, I'm swinging. Together. I'm holding on too. The two of them sped up even further, and soon they were both panting heavily as their lower bodies twirled awkwardly. A few days passed, during which time Naruto and Jiraiya left Konoha and went away for 3 years of training. When are you taking me to Mount Myoboku? Naruto asked. Sigh okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. Jiraiya said with a sigh. Naruto continued walking, smiling. After some time they chose a place to spend the night. Then they made their beds and ate, and then went to bed. Naruto and Jiraiya woke up early in the morning. After Jiraiya did some hand seals, a large scroll appeared in front of him. Words in many other languages were written on the parchment. Come closer, place your hand on the scroll. Jiraiya said, gesturing for Naruto to come closer. After Naruto approached, they both placed their hands on the scroll. After a while, a dense explosion of smoke occurred in their place. When the smoke cleared, they both disappeared. Mount Myoboku. Naruto and Jiraiya appeared in a place with huge leaves. Come, I will introduce you to the wise elder toad. He agreed to talk to you when I asked him. Jiraiya said before walking in one direction. Naruto nodded and followed Jiraiya. After walking for some time, they finally entered a mud house. They came across a small old toad sitting on the sofa when they entered the house. The toad had white hair, thick eyebrows and a small goatee. Fukasaku-sama, we are here, Jiraiya said as he walked in, looking at the older toad. Oh, Jiraiya, welcome. We were about to eat food, let's eat together. Shima, put out some more plates. Fukasaku said with a smile. At that moment, another small toad with purple hair appeared from the room. Come on, I'll put a few extra plates on the table for you. Shima said friendly. Naruto and Jiraiya grimaced as they looked at the various insect-made dishes on the table. After they all ate together, they sat facing each other, drinking herbal tea. As for what Naruto had for dinner, some things are best kept secret. So tell me, why did you want to talk to me? Fukasaku asked, looking at Naruto. I came to ask you to give me the key to the 8 trigram ceiling. Naruto said calmly. Jiraiya wasn't surprised because he had already learned from Naruto why he wanted to go to Mount Myoboku. Taking a sip of tea, Fukasaku asked, then why do you need the key to the seal? After looking up and thinking for a while, Naruto decided to tell the truth, to unseal the Kyuubi. Naruto finished speaking, then both Jiraiya and the 2 elder toads were shocked. Naruto, no, I can't allow this, Jiraiya said angrily. Jiraiya, calm down. First, let's hear why Naruto wanted to unseal the Kyuubi. Fukasaku said. I can't fully use his chakra while under this seal. By removing his seal, I will be able to use his chakra more easily. Naruto said. Then he added with a grin, what do you think? That I'll use it to raise Konoha to the ground. After everyone looked at Naruto with strange looks for a while, Fukasaku asked, Jiraiya, do you think Naruto can control the Kyuubi? Jiraiya put his hand to his chin and started thinking. After thinking for a while, he replied, I saw him use her chakra last time, and he was conscious when using it. But about having full control over the Kyuubi, I'm not entirely sure about that. Fukasaku closed his eyes for a while and thought, then said, then we can do it like this, using the key to weaken the seal a little. That way, we can make you control the Kyuubi with long but sure steps. Naruto thought for a moment about what to do. If he did this, it would be a long time before he could completely release the Kyuubi. At this moment, a confused expression suddenly appeared on the faces of the 2 older toads. Naruto, the great toad sage wants to talk to you. He will decide what to do with the key, Fukasaku said in surprise. Hearing Fukasaku's words, Jiraiya and Naruto were also surprised. Does he want to talk to me? Does he understand who I am? Naruto thought. Then everyone quickly gathered their things and went to see the great toad. After walking for some time, they came to a huge structure that resembled a temple. Then they opened a huge door and entered. Naruto saw a huge toad sitting on a giant seat when he walked in. Everyone knew that the toad was old. Everyone bowed to the great Java as they entered. Naruto bowed his head slightly. After all, he didn't have enough respect for the other person to bow. The great greedy sage opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. He then turned his attention to Naruto's blue eyes. The probability that you will be the child of prophecy is quite high. The great toad sage said. Jiraiya was stunned by what he heard. Have I found the child of prophecy this time? Now I must definitely accept him as my disciple. Jiraiya thought with ambition. But for some reason, I have a familiar feeling about you. The great toad wisdom said, studying Naruto more thoroughly beforehand. Naruto released some of Shinju's presence with a smile on his face after hearing what he said. You are. But how can this be? The great thirst sage asked, clearly surprised. Everyone in the hall suddenly looked at Naruto. They could feel an ancient aura coming from him, but no one knew what it was except for the great greedy sage. After great toad sage recovered from his surprise, he pointed at them and said in a serious tone, I need to have a private conversation with him, while you please wait outside. They were both surprised and intrigued. That's why they wanted to stay and listen. But they had to leave because they couldn't resist him. After they left, the toad sage looked at Naruto and said curiously, the feeling I get from you is similar to Shinju. What relation do you have to him? I am connected to this as you feel, but what Shinju is, you see, is not me. Naruto said as he entered Shinju form. Yes, you have the same creature, but you are not like that. So what are you looking for here? What is your purpose? He asked, narrowing his eyes. I came here for the key to the Kyuubi seal, if you're asking the reason why I came to Mount Myoboku. Naruto replied. What are you going to do once you release Kyuubi? I can't let you reabsorb this world's energy. Toad Sage said. Don't worry, I won't cause much harm to the world. In fact, we can both be on the same side. How so? What do you mean? Toad Sage asked curiously. You know why the Shinju was planted in this world in the first place, right? Naruto asked. Later, when he realized that he didn't know, he continued, the Otsutsutsukis are using the Shinju to eat the world's energy. So the people who actually want to destroy the world are the Otsutsutsukis. I am just a tool used here. Or rather, I was a tool before, but now everything has changed. So, what are you going to do? Toad Sage asked as he digested his newfound knowledge. They used me against my will. Of course, I want revenge. So I won't cause any harm to this world, I'll even save the world from the Otsutsuki. Naruto said calmly. For now, I will choose to trust you. We will give you the key to the seal, is there anything else I can help with? Toad Sage asked. Actually, when the time comes, I want to use this place to practice with natural energy. Will you allow that to happen? Naruto said after thinking for a while. I can only let you in if you don't absorb all the natural energy here. Toad Sage said after a while. Thank you for allowing me. I want to tell you one more thing. Your prophecy will most likely come true. One of my goals is to unite all the tailed beasts, and then great changes will happen in the world. He returned to his original form after Naruto said that. After they talked a little more, Toad Sage called the people who were waiting impatiently outside. But unfortunately, even if they entered, their curiosity was not satisfied. After Toad Sage told them to give the key to the seal to Naruto, she went into seclusion again. Naruto finally got the key to the Kyuubi seal and then he stayed with Jiraiya at Mount Myoboku for a while. A few days passed and Jiraiya and Naruto returned to continue their training. At this time, Naruto was about to open the Kyuubi seal with the key under Jiraiya's supervision. He placed his hand on his stomach and began to open the seal with the key. In a short time, the seal completely opened and disappeared. At that time, in the field of mind, Naruto was about to reach out his hand to the seal on Kyuubi's collar and tear it off. But his hand, which was about to break the seal, was stopped by another hand. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? Minato said, stopping Naruto's hand. Daddy, welcome, I'm just introducing my lover. Oh, that's right, I haven't introduced you to her. Her name is Kurumi, or Kyuubi as you know him. Naruto spoke to Minato with a sincere smile. Minato suddenly looked at Naruto and Kurama unexpectedly. You too, lover. Minato was so stunned that he could barely utter a few words. Hello, father-in-law. My name is Kurumi, nice to meet you. I also offer my most sincere apologies for what happened that day. Kurumi Kurama said shyly in his thin voice. Minato was so obviously shocked when he heard Kurama's shy female voice. Then, he suddenly disappeared from Naruto's mind space. Haha. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and started laughing. Kurama also started laughing when he saw the expression on Minato's face. After they both laughed for a while, Naruto said, "We had enough fun, let's continue." He then grabbed the tag from the seal with his hand and pulled it off, pulling it towards him. Naruto said to Kurama, looking at the crumbling seal tag in his hand, "You are free now." Soon after, he continued, "I need to acclimate my body to your chakra for a while. After my body gets used to it, we will try to enter full transformation form. Now that we are done, I will bring Shukaku here as well." Naruto left his mindscape after placing Shukaku in the same place as Kurama. Kurama closed his eyes and thought, Kurumi, this might be interesting. Leaving his mind space, he saw Jiraiya looking at him with curiosity and concern. The deal is done, now we can do chakra control exercises, Naruto said. Of course, we'll start right tomorrow, Jiraiya said happily. Naruto nodded, thinking, Jiraiya won't teach me. Now I have to wait a minute to go to Uzushiogakure. They must have left something there. After all, we were a clan that was feared back then because we were powerful. Time passed, Naruto and Jiraiya traveled together ever since they left Konoha. Naruto was able to do the big ball rasengan in his 2-month training with Jiraiya. As for controlling the Kyuubi's chakra, he was able to control the 5-tailed version 2 form while he was conscious. Naruto predicts that he will fully master Kurama version 2 in 2 months. He will advance to the next level after mastering version 2. Naruto thought it was time to run. Because he didn't think Jiraiya had anything more to teach him. He already knew what he was going to learn from him. Now it was time to learn on his own. After looking for a time to escape for a while, he finally found the opportunity he was looking for. Jiraiya went out to drink at night. He felt that Jiraiya would not come until the morning. That's why, after making a plan, he quickly ran away without a trace. After running for a long time, thinking he had gone far enough, he stopped to rest. While he was resting, he took out a map and began looking for a good route to Uzushiogakure. First he went to a nearby harbor. Then he took a ship from there and went to Uzushiogakure. Naruto thought while watching the sea, suddenly, I thought while watching the sea. I really liked One Piece in my previous life. The girls there were especially hot. I wonder what would happen if I was in One Piece instead of Naruto. Wait a minute, I came to this world, maybe I can go to One Piece. Anyway, there's no point in thinking about it right now. Naruto finally arrived in Uzushiogakure after some time traveling at sea. Uzushiogakure was a village built on an island. But now it was completely destroyed. There wasn't even a solid building there. Naruto stepped onto the island and looked around for a while. Then he felt several people walking around. It's like they're looking for something from the way they're acting. There might be a group of thugs looking to find something here. Should I kill them? Naruto thought as he watched what the people were doing. After thinking for a while, Naruto decided to kill them. After all, this could be his house, and they were thieves who broke into his house now. Since Naruto is a good host, he thought about giving them a good welcome. He wanted to try the version 2 form on them, which no one else had used yet. Crimson chakra began to envelop Naruto's body. As time passed, the red chakra became both darker and more intense. After some time, dense crimson chakra surrounded Naruto's body and 5 tails formed behind him. I'm very strong now. I can probably beat Kakashi without much difficulty. As for the Sannin, I think I can win if I use a few things. But the spineless Orochimaru would still be able to escape. Naruto thought as he looked at his body. Naruto then snuck up to where he sensed them. When he got there he saw that they were preparing their campsites for the night to sleep. Waiting until night to have some fun, Naruto began hunting them down one by one. When he caught the first man, he threw him straight away with a deadly claw, leaving him to die painfully. The badly wounded man took his last breath as he let out cries of pain. Those who remained began to hear his cries of pain when they realized that one of them was gone. They began to fear because of the cries they heard and the influence of the surrounding environment. Naruto quickly grabbed another one and smashed it into pieces, throwing what was left of it to his friends. They were all scared by what had happened and started running. But no matter how hard they tried to escape, they all died that night. Morning. Naruto had fun with them all night, and in the morning he started searching for Uzushiogakure in hopes of finding a secret place. He searched for many hours, but finally found the place he was looking for, a secret place where only Uzumaki could enter. Only the chosen Uzumaki could enter. After Naruto performed various movements, a seal began to appear in front of him. He then spilled some of his blood on the seal. Suddenly, the seal was activated and the secret door began to open. The main reason Naruto found this secret location was because of the scrolls he found in the Uzumaki mansion in Konoha. These scrolls were most likely left by Mito Uzumaki, a member of the royal family of the Uzumaki clan. After Naruto walked through the door for a while, he came across a large hall. The hall was surrounded by cabinets, and they all had different writings on them. As Naruto approached the podium in the middle of the room, he saw that there was an open parchment on it. He then walked closer and began to read the scroll. If you are reading this, it is likely that the Uzumaki clan has disappeared. Since you found this place, I assume that you are an Uzumaki. I leave you with all the knowledge of the Fuinjutsu that is the cause of the fear of the Uzumaki hiding in this room. Hehe. This time, it seems like I have a treasure. Naruto continued reading after thinking. Then his eyes landed on the last sentence, you are likely one of the last surviving Uzumaki, so I ask you to continue our bloodline. Naruto looked back at the cabinets and sighed, sigh. Looks like I'll be staying here for a long time. At least I got a good training ground. A red-haired man wearing a mask walked through the dilapidated buildings of Uzushiogakure. This man was, of course, Naruto Uzumaki. As for why his hair was red, it was to hide his identity. Since he is an Uzumaki, he immediately thought of changing his hair color to red. It's been almost 1.5 years since Naruto came to Uzushiogakure. Naruto has become much stronger in the last 1.5 years. First, he developed ninjutsu techniques. He completely mastered the rasengan and gradually became able to wield the rasenshuriken. Additionally, thanks to the information he received from his father and the Uzumaki clan, he made his own sign to use in the Flying Thunder God Hirishin technique, and he began teleporting over short distances. He hadn't tried long-distance teleportation yet because he didn't think he could do it. After all, he didn't want part of his body to be lost when he reached his destination. He greatly improved his Mangekyo Sharingan and began using it without any problems. Mentioning that Naruto's Mangekyo was very different from others. While others only had a few abilities, Naruto could use all abilities. Also, he did not have the disadvantage of being blind. He could use the nine-tailed version 2 form for a long time without losing consciousness by controlling Kurama's chakra. He could also do partial transformations. There was a pause in the development of Shinju's form. Along with Kurama and Shukaku, he could only transform into his six-tailed form. If he wanted to develop further, he would have to either capture new tailed beasts or get used to using natural energy. Naruto's current goal was to capture the three-tailed monster Sanbi, aka Isobu. So he was heading to Kurigakure to capture Yagura Karataki, who was now the Jinchuriki of Isobu. As Naruto knew, Kurigakure was currently in a civil war, so he thought of using the civil war to fight Yagura and take Isobu. Naruto left Uzushiogakure and headed to Kurigakure. He snuck around trying to find the rebel camp after he approached Kurigakure. After wandering for a while, he saw two groups of ninjas fighting. Naruto realized that one side was the Kurigakure Anbu and the other was the rebels after spying on them for a while. He also realized that the rebel side would lose if they continued like this. Should I help them? But they might think that I'm a spy trying to infiltrate them. Either way, I'll think about it, Naruto thought. Naruto came out of his hiding place and quickly started attacking the Anbu. The rebels were stunned because they had already agreed that they would die. But they saw a shinobi suddenly appear and run towards them. At first they mistook him for an enemy, but later they were glad when they saw him attacking the Anbu. However, they did not sleep against him. In a short time, the rebels won the war with Naruto's help. Thank you for helping us, but why did you help us? Who are you? He nervously asked who seemed to be the leader of the group. Because they realized that Naruto was strong, and he felt that even though they outnumbered him, they couldn't win against him. You don't need to be nervous, I'm not your enemy. In fact, I was wandering around looking for the rebel camp. Luckily, I came across you while searching for the camp, Naruto said calmly. He also stated that he wouldn't do anything that would harm them using his body language. Why are you looking for our camp? He asked. There is something I want to talk to the rebel leader about. It is a topic that will be beneficial to both sides. Because both of our goals will intersect at some point, Naruto said. Seeing them look at each other hesitantly, Naruto continued, I don't need to go to your camp. I just want to talk to your leader. If he wants, we can have our conversation at a place he designates. After they listened to Naruto, they talked among themselves for a while and came to a decision. Okay, one of us will go to inform the leader. We will wait with you at that time, the leader of the group said. Naruto nodded, then someone from the group left. After someone left, Naruto and the others hid somewhere and started watching for any possible movement. They waited for a while, then the man who had gone for information returned, went to his group and informed them. After some time, the leader of the group approached Naruto and said, Our leader has agreed to talk to you. Please follow us to the meeting place. Seeing Naruto nod, they walked forward, Naruto following behind them, also trying to sense his surroundings for a possible attack. After some time, they finally reached their destination. When Naruto reached his destination, he saw a tall woman with green eyes and orange hair standing in front of many shinobi. Naruto noticed that there were more shinobi hiding around as he sensed his surroundings. I just want to talk, Naruto thought. Mei has arrived. Be careful, she is very hot. Naruto stopped after getting a little closer to the female shinobi. You should be the leader. Thank you for agreeing to listen to me, Naruto said. You saved my people, so I thought I should at least listen to you. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Mei Terumi, the leader of the rebels. How about you take off your mask and introduce yourself? Mei said. Unfortunately, I can't take off my mask because I want to keep my identity anonymous to avoid possible attention. You can call me Wolf, Naruto said. Okay, Wolf, can you tell me what topic you want to talk to me about? Mei said. I want to talk to you about the Mizukage. I have a problem with him, and since you are hostile to him, I think we can cooperate with you. Naruto replied. Partnership with you? How can you be useful as a single person? Also, how do you expect us to trust you when you can't even reveal your identity? Mei said. I didn't expect you to trust me anyway from the start. In fact, I just came to inform you of my status. Naruto said after sighing. How so? Mei asked in surprise. I'm going to attack Yagura anyway because he has something that will work for me. I have a proposition for you that we shouldn't trust each other like that. Naruto said. Interesting. What is your proposal? Mei said curiously. The person who can cause you trouble is the Mizukage. The people who can cause me trouble are his subordinates. I want you to hold the others while I fight the Mizukage. Although they won't be able to interfere with the war between him and me, I still don't want flies around me. What do you think about this? Naruto said. That sounds logical, but how do I know you're strong enough to defeat Yagura? Mei asked. Naruto entered his base Shinju form as he smirked under his mask. He did not reveal his full form because there was no point in showing all his trump cards against a possible enemy. After Naruto's transformation was complete, a dominant chakra suddenly appeared. Under the pressure of Naruto's chakra, the nearby binobs began to sweat and their bodies began to shrink. I don't think it will be a problem for me. What about you? Can you defeat them? Naruto said as a dark aura appeared around him. Mei felt uneasy about the aura coming from him. She said, I think we can defeat them. We will definitely defeat them. I will attack him in a few days. You must be ready at any time because I can attack at any time. Don't worry, I will let you know before I attack. Until then, Naruto disappeared in a red flash after he finished speaking. The ninja there looked at where Naruto should have been with both relief and surprise. Finally, the pressure they felt was gone. He looks really strong. I wonder what he looks like. Does he have a girlfriend? Even if he did, it wouldn't be an obstacle for me. Mei thought. Several days passed. Naruto searched around Kurigakure for a place suitable for fighting at this time. Not only that, he placed his own Hirishin marks. This way, he could move between marks more easily. Right now, he was thinking about how to get the Mizukage out. He could throw a large Bijudama into the village, but then the people in the village would also be in danger. This might upset Mei a little. Why do I care about Mei so much? Damn instinct. Naruto secretly cursed his harem instinct. But it would be nice to have a wife who is a cage. Maybe it would be nicer to have two instead of one. Naruto thought about meaningless topics for a while, then started to seriously think about the main topic. Then he had a good idea. He didn't need to involve the Mizukage, he just needed to lure Isobu to get closer to him. After all, Isobu and Mizukage had a good relationship. Mizukage would probably have to come because of Isobu. Naruto came up with his plan and then he sent his clone to inform Mei before he acted. He then went to a place he had chosen that was suitable for fighting. Now I want you two to spread your presence. Isobu will want to come, wondering why his two brothers are together. Naruto said to those inside. Then Kurama and Shukaku began to spread their presence as Naruto told them. They spread Isobu more to where they felt it. Isobu, who was lying with his eyes closed in the Mizukage field at the time, suddenly opened his eyes. He then radiated his presence, trying to understand where the feeling he felt came from. It was surprising when he realized where the feeling came from and who they were. Yagura, we have to go somewhere, Isobu said. Where are we going and why? Yagura asked in surprise. I felt a familiar presence. It seems they want to meet, Isobu said. Interesting. Describe the route. Yagura was interested in this topic. Yagura then began walking in the direction Isobu had described. After driving for some time, they came to where a red-haired man in a mask was standing. Were you the one who called us? Tell me what you want. Yagura asked. Naruto said sarcastically as he entered his Shinju form, You want me? How so? Yagura asked in confusion. This was the first time someone had made such a request. Of course it's not. I meant what's inside, Naruto said, feeling awkward. Why did he think I told him that? Are you interested in Isobu? I don't want to break your heart, but I don't think it can love a human. Yagura looked at Naruto with a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard or seen a human being fascinated by a tailed beast. No, I don't want both of you in that sense. I'm not the type to like that kind of thing. I'm only attracted to women. Naruto explained calmly. He only loves women. Let's see, someone thought. Anyway, enough of this nonsense. I came here to take Isobu. Will you give Isobu gracefully or will I take it by force? Naruto said with a serious expression as he looked at Yagura. Oh, so you want to buy it? Are you strong enough to accept it? Yagura said with a mocking grin. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. Naruto started spreading his dominant chakra after saying that. This chakra and presence. It's so familiar, but who could it be? Isobu thought, watching with a curious expression. Isobu, I ask you this time. Do you wish to live properly with your siblings? I also want you to know that your current master has no will of his own. He has been controlled under genjutsu for a very long time. Even before you were loyal to him. Naruto said, looking at Yagura's body as if he could see through him. You, how dare you slander me? Yagura said angrily. Anyway, I can easily get Isobu after I kill you. Naruto said. It was obvious that he was angry. He then ran towards Naruto and started attacking him. The two quarreled for a while. When Yagura realized he couldn't defeat him, he began to transform into Isobu partially. For some reason, I feel like I want to wait pointlessly for him to transform. Is this anime law serious? I wonder. Naruto thought as he looked at him. At that moment, Yagura's weak points were covered with a hard crust. There was a line behind him. Yagura started attacking Naruto again. But this time he was much stronger than before. Naruto smiled at Yagura as his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was obvious he was enjoying the fight. Then the top side of a huge skeleton appeared around Naruto, glowing red. The bottom part of the skeleton was completely missing, only the chest, arms, and skull were present. Yagura narrowed his eyes at the skeleton for a moment, then quickly ran and delivered a strong blow. However, he felt uneasy when he saw that the skeleton had received almost no damage. At that moment, the skeleton raised its hand and struck Yagura. He saw a quick hand strike him, but he was thrown away before he could react. Yagura regained his balance in midair and landed on his feet. He then charged at Naruto again, more ambitious. After the two fought for a while, Yagura started losing again. Once again, Yagura began to transform after leaving Naruto. This time, his body was surrounded by thick red chakra, and he looked like a three-tailed turtle. He made a wild animal noise as he looked at Naruto. You were able to evolve again. Well then, it's my turn to evolve. Naruto said after the skeleton began to grow skin. Yagura began to attack Naruto, much stronger than before. This time, he became so strong that Susanna began to show signs of the effect. It looks like you can beat Susanna like that. I'd like to play with you more, but I think I had enough fun. Now, let's get a little serious. Naruto said. Later, Susanu's body began to grow and the lower part of his body also began to form. Then armor began to form on his body. Humanoid Suzanne, Naruto said. Naruto raised his hand and quickly swung it at Yagura. Yagura barely managed to escape from the huge hand coming towards him. But just when he thought he had escaped, he suddenly saw something tangled up in his legs. The chains that emerged from Susanu's hand began to wrap around Yagura's entire body, starting from his feet. You can't get rid of these chains. Do you want to say your last words before you die? Naruto said, looking at him. For some time, Yagura tried tirelessly to break free from the chains that bound him. But no matter what he did, he could not get rid of them. Then, crimson chakra emerged from Yagura's body and began to penetrate Naruto's body through the chains. After Yagura tried to escape for a while, his body no longer moved. In addition, the crimson chakra no longer came out from his body. Naruto, on the other hand, cancelled Susanoo and entered his mindscape to meet Isobu. Why did you kill him? Isobu asked, looking at Naruto. Isobu's movement was limited because his body was surrounded by chains. Relax, you are under G-Junutsu now. First, let me release you from it. Naruto said as his Mangekyo Sharingan then started spinning. Then Isobu suddenly looked back in confusion. So I was under Genjutsu from the very beginning. Isobu said in surprise. Yes, at least you are no longer under control. Now, let me present you with my offer, just like I did to your brothers and sisters. Will you live within me with your brothers and sisters, or will you disappear? Naruto asked. As if I have a choice. My only option here seems to be the first one. Of course I will choose it, since I have no other choice. Isobu said sarcastically. I don't think you should underestimate the first option. So if you drop out, you can be retested. Mayday, Mayday. We're running out of fuel and we're going down. Fill with power stones. Naruto stood next to Yagura's dead body. He then carried Yagura's body on his shoulder and headed towards Kurigakure, which was currently in a state of war. After arriving in Kurigakure, he saw a large battle in front of him for a short time. After a quick glance, he knew that the rebels would win the war, but they would still cause many casualties. Naruto then walked to the center of the battle and said in a loud voice, "Your Kage is dead. There is no point in continuing to fight. Everyone has surrendered." Everyone started to be surprised by Naruto, who suddenly appeared in the middle. You, damn it, one of the shinobi said, who ran to attack Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the shinobi who was running towards him. However, after the shinobi got too close to Naruto, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell hard to the ground. Naruto said in a stern voice as he applied crushing pressure to those around him, "I am warning you for the last time. Surrender or die." The enemy shinobi looked at each other for a while. Some wanted to continue fighting, but they felt very uncomfortable due to Naruto's strong pressure. Many of the shinobi dropped their weapons and surrendered after a short period of reflection. In fact, they didn't like Mizukage from the beginning. Because Yagura managed the village rather badly. Most of the children died in the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy. They wanted to oppose him, but they were afraid to die because he was too strong. After some time, all the enemy shinobi gave in and surrendered. Thank you for your help. We probably would have suffered very heavy losses if it weren't for you. Also, I'm sorry for not trusting you at first, Mei said as she approached Naruto. It's okay, if I were you I wouldn't be too sure. Either way, you better keep an eye on them. After all, there might still be enemies among them. Naruto said as he looked at the surrendered ones. Mei nodded, then said with a slight blush on her face, would you like to stay in the village for a while? As a thank you, I would like to treat you to dinner. I have a few things to take care of right now. I also think you'll be very busy in the coming days. But I'll be back in a few weeks to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Then we can meet again. After saying that to Naruto, he disappeared in a red flash. I am the woman, isn't that me? So I guess she must be me. Mei thought. Several weeks passed. Naruto began to develop his Shinju form further with the chakra he received from Isobu at the time. But Isobu's chakra wasn't enough. He still hadn't reached the next stage. So he would try to control his chakra more for some time. Currently, he was able to use Shukaku's chakra mode without any problems. Naruto can currently only transform into Isobu's version 2 form. If he works on it for a while, he can progress to the final stage. That's enough practice. Now it's time to go and have fun. Naruto thought about his journey to Kurigakure. He noticed that the village had improved greatly in the past few weeks since he arrived in Kurigakure. What is the purpose of your visit to the village? The ninja said, standing guard at the door. My name is Wolf. I had a meeting with Mei Terumi. Naruto said as he took off his hoodie, revealing his hair and mask. You are actually him. We will notify Mizukage-sama immediately. Please wait here. The ninja felt uneasy as he recalled what happened that day. He quickly went to inform Mizukage, notifying the other ninja who was there. After waiting for a while, the departed ninja returned and said to Naruto, Mizukage-sama is waiting for you in her office, please follow me. Later, they went to Mei's office together. Upon arriving there, Naruto entered alone while the ninja waited outside the room. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back. Whoever brought you here must have been special. Mei said he was sulking for now. Yeah, I think she's quite beautiful and special. Naruto said. Tell me about this woman. Mei asked, feeling jealous and curious. It's you. Who do you think you are? Didn't you invite me to dinner? Naruto said, feeling strange. Why did she think it was another woman? Strange. Was it me? Mei thought she was lucky. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her like that. Most people were afraid of her. Then I'll meet you for dinner tonight after you finish. Naruto said, then disappeared in a red flash, seeing Mei nodding her head in agreement. I'm going to have dinner with him alone. When the night comes, we'll have children. Then we'll get married. He. Mei thought in her mind about what they would do at night. So, in bed with him tonight. Then we'll have red-haired children. And I'll be a very good mother to them in the future. He. Night. Naruto and Mei were having dinner together. Mei took another sip from her glass of red wine. Then, looking at Naruto's face, which he had replaced with genjutsu, she said, so you still won't show me your true face? Naruto said with a grin before cutting off a piece of steak in front of him and eating it, I still want to hide my identity right now. Maybe I can show you my real face if no one is around us looking. Well, at least that mystery gives you charm. Mei said with a smile. Oh, so wouldn't I be too attractive if I didn't have a mystery? Naruto asked. I don't know, but something tells me that you're very attractive. Mei said, then she looked at Naruto as if she wanted to express something. Why are you looking at me? Naruto asked. Well, do you have a girlfriend? Mei asked curiously. Yes, I have, Naruto said. Mei was upset by the answer she heard, but not so much. After all, she was going to try to get him, even if he was a girlfriend from the start. Naruto then added, I have 2 of them. Mei was surprised when she heard Naruto's answer. Then Mei started asking questions in surprise. How come? You have 2 at once. How did they accept that? How can I say that? I have a somewhat flirtatious personality. I have a problem, or rather, if I see someone I like, I can't help but talk to them. They objected for a while when I told them about my situation, but then they both realized that they loved me very much. That's why they accepted the situation. And I promised them that I would always love them no matter what, and that I would never leave them alone. Naruto said. It's quite strange. You should be lucky that they both love you, Mei said. Then she asked, how long do you plan to stay in Kiri? So you let me stay. I thought you wouldn't let anyone stay who hasn't revealed their identity yet. Naruto said with a smile. You may still be considered unreliable, but it is clear that you are a talented person. That is why I want to hold you while I can still catch you, Mei said. Oh, do you want to hug me? I would like to say that my price is expensive. Naruto said with a grin. I guess I can make it up to you somehow. Mei said, sipping her wine with masked lust. Naruto stayed in Kiri for half a year. During this time, he constantly trained and worked on his fuinjutsu. He has become stronger in the last 6 months. Some time ago, he decided that it was time for him to move on to the next stage, as his body is capable of handling Kurama's version 2 form without any problems. So, after some time of staying in Kiri, he entered the mind field to take all of Kurama's chakra. Flashback Jutsu. After Naruto entered his mind space, he appeared next to Kurama. "Kurama, it's time to take the next step," Naruto said. "Okay, this is my first time, please be gentle," Kurama said. Hi. Naruto said, feeling something strange inside him. Then, several chains came out of Naruto's body and began to slowly wrap around Kurama's body. Red chakra began to penetrate Naruto's body through the chains as soon as the chains touched Kurama. Naruto sat down on the ground and began sucking Kurama's chakra, closing his eyes with a serious expression. He would have seen Kurama breathing rapidly and his body writhing strangely if he had opened his eyes. Kurama said something in a low voice as he felt the chains slowly wrap around his body. After a while, Kurama got used to the situation and now watched Naruto with a strange expression on his face. At that moment, a red-haired woman appeared next to Naruto. "Naruto. And you," Kushina said cheerfully as she walked up to Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her. Yes, he is me. Don't you recognize me? I'm your mother, I'm Kushina Uzumaki," Kushina said. "I know you. How can I say that? It's a little weird talking to someone I've never met in my life," Naruto said. I understand you. Anyway, what are you doing right now?" Kushina said, looking at Naruto and Kurama. "I'm absorbing his chakra," Naruto replied. "Why is he standing so calmly?" Kushina asked, still feeling awkward about the current situation. "Because I made a deal with it. Why are you wasting the rest of your time with these questions? Don't you have more important questions?" Naruto said. Kushina smiled and sat down next to Naruto and said, "You're right, I'm more interested in you right now. How are you living? Do you eat healthy food? Do you have friends? Do you have a girlfriend? How is your situation in the village?" "Sai, calm down, I will answer all your questions anyway. I live comfortably and healthy. I have friends, and I have a girlfriend too." "Oh, you have a girlfriend. How is she? Is she pretty? Is she nice? What's her name?" Kushina asked curiously. Kushina asked even more curiously when Naruto didn't answer, "What happened? Or is there a special case? She's already pregnant." "Stop. Calm down, there's nothing like that yet." Well, how can I say this? The situation with my friend is a bit complicated," Naruto said. "How so?" "Actually, I have 2 girlfriends, and it seems like there will probably be more in the future," Naruto said, feeling strange. He still felt awkward telling someone about this situation. What? How could you be such a person? You're cheating on both girls. Apologize to them immediately and break up," Kushina said angrily. After all, her son shouldn't do such stupid things. He can't be such a mean person. "Wait, calm down. They both know about each other. Besides, how can I say? They both accept this situation," Naruto said. Kushina was stunned by what she heard. How so? Did the girls agree to share their boyfriend with others? If she were herself, he would never allow such a thing. She didn't want to share her boyfriend with anyone else. "Anyway, I can't interfere with you even if I wanted to, after all, I don't live there anymore." "Well, tell me about your friends," Kushina said after a sigh. "Someone's name is Anko. She's older than me, but we've known each other since we were kids. We started seeing each other as close friends, and then as siblings. But as a result of the events that unfolded, we both fell in love with each other. She has a stubborn personality. And she's so erotra." Naruto continued after a pause. "My second girlfriend's name is Hinata. She's from the Hyuga clan and she's the same age as me. She was bullied by a group of kids when I first met her. Of course, I didn't just stand by and block the bullies. After that, we went to the academy together. Our relationship developed after spending time together for a while. She's a bit shy and doesn't like violence. I'd also like to say that she's really cute." Kushina enjoyed watching Naruto's smiling face as she listened. It was wrong for her son to have 2 girlfriends at first, but then she realized that her son loved them both very much. "I feel like there are a few other things you haven't told me, but I'll skip them for now. Do you have any other friends? A close friend or something?" Kushina asked. "Someone is nearby. I met my relative before I left Konoha. Her name is Karen Uzumaki. She had no family left when I found her, so I offered her to stay with me. She lived with us before I left. She is kind, at least she was kind to me," Naruto said. "You left Konoha. Why is that? Wait a minute. You live together and there's someone else with you. Or are you thinking of making her your girlfriend too? No, that won't happen. She's from our clan. I won't allow it, Kushina suddenly said in anger. She couldn't let her son fall in love with a relative. It was so weird. Calm down. Firstly, I would like to state that I am not forcing anyone to be my girlfriend. You also know that many clans marry their relatives to keep their bloodline pure. This way, the child is more likely to be born with a Kekkei Genkei blood limit. You are also from the Uzumaki clan, and you know that this is something we have done as well. Naruto said calmly. After thinking about it for a while, Kushina found it logical. She also believed that love knew no barriers. So even if Naruto was with someone 35 years older than his own. Wait a minute, that wouldn't happen, would it? 35 years. That still seems like a small number. Kushina's time finally ended after Naruto and Kushina chatted for a while longer. Kushina hugged Naruto and slowly began to fade away while crying. Naruto felt a little strange after his mother disappeared. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. After all, the situation with his mother or mothers in his previous life was a little complicated. He left the mental realm and returned to the real world after Naruto regained his emotional state. Flashback Jutsu. Naruto continued to think about his powers, remembering the memories of the past time. Now he can enter Kurama chakra mode. He looked so cool like in the anime. He was suddenly wearing a cloak and chakras that looked like orange flames were enveloping his body. Kurama mode was not yet fully completed, because he had not yet received the other half of Kurama that was sealed in his father. Both Kurama mode and Shinju form would become stronger after receiving it. Ahem, but unfortunately, someone hasn't thought of this yet. I'm waiting for anyone who has suggestions on how to get yin from Minato in the comments. Naruto then began to think about what to do in the future. After all, he now had to go to his new destinations, there was no point in staying here anymore. There is currently a joint Sununan exam being held between Konoha and Suna, according to what he learned from Mei. There was a Jinchuriki who was going to take this exam, as far as Naruto could remember. The only thing he remembered was that the Jinchuriki was captured by Akatsuki. I may have already lost a tailed beast or two, so I need to get one this time. Looks like we'll be meeting Akatsuki again. Who will I be facing? Naruto said with a grin. He then continued to think, anyway, I should meet Mei right now and tell her that I'm leaving. I'll talk to him at dinner tonight. After all, the Chunin exam is about to start. Night. Naruto and Mei were having dinner, sitting opposite each other at the table. I feel like you're going to say something bad to me, Mei said with concern. They have become very close to each other over the past 5 months. Naruto also revealed his identity to her a few weeks ago. Mei was surprised to see that he was so young and so strong. She also began to dream when she saw his handsome face. Yeah, I didn't invite you to a special dinner for nothing. Naruto said. What are you going to tell me? Mei asked. Naruto said after taking a sip of his drink, I've been here for a long time. Now it's time for me to go. Mei continued to eat her food as if she didn't care. Naruto said after waiting for a while since Mei still didn't say anything, aren't you going to say anything? What did you expect me to say? Don't stay here. Don't leave me. Do you think I'll say such things? Mei said with a smirk. I didn't expect anything like this, but I thought you'd be a little upset. Naruto said. How do you know I'm not upset? Mei said. She said with a grin after you drank some of your red wine later, since you invited me to your home for dinner, did you have anything special planned for me? Yes, I will be leaving eventually, and I don't know when we will see each other again. Of course, if you want. You know my situation quite well after all, Naruto said. She said after thinking calmly for a while, I know, but I still decided to be with you. I feel like if I miss this opportunity, for some reason, even after 15 years, I'll still be alone. Naruto was about to laugh, but he felt like if he did, something terrible would happen. You weren't going to laugh, were you? Mei narrowed her eyes at Naruto. Of course, I didn't mean to laugh. How can a beautiful woman like you not be married? I must be a very lucky man to find you alone. Naruto said quickly. Mei must have liked hearing this about herself, as a smile formed on her face. Thank you for your compliments, you are truly a lucky man. Since you added a beauty like me to your harem. Mei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Naruto awkwardly tried to laugh. They both chatted for a while and ate food. Enough, now let's start the main course. Mei said, licking her lips passionately. Warning. Continuation of the +18 section. You can skip it if you want. Then Mei got up from her chair, walked over to Naruto and sat on his lap. Then they both started kissing wildly. They tasted the drink left in each other's mouths with their tongues. Naruto kneaded Mei's buttocks with one hand while kissing. Mei smiled as she felt something heavy pressing on her butt. Then she stood up from her seat and said, smiling lustfully, "We must let him go, otherwise it will not be comfortable there." She sat down on the floor and began to remove the clothes on Naruto's lower side. Once she had removed the underwear, she released the dragon. The freed dragon stood upright with his nobility. Mei reached out and grabbed the dragon's body and began to stroke it. She moved her mouth closer after stroking it for a while and began to taste it with her tongue. She must have liked the taste after licking it for a while because she stuck the dragon's head in her mouth. Naruto stroked Mei's hair with one hand, enjoying the treatment he was receiving. Mei satisfied the dragon with her mouth for a while and then looked at Naruto's face to see how he was feeling. She was happy when she saw that he was enjoying her treatment. Naruto couldn't stand the pleasure after a while and said, "Mei, I'm coming." He grabbed her head and pushed his hips forward, seeing Mei nod. Mei's eyes widened as she suddenly looked like she was going to choke. After a while, something started running down her throat. Naruto stepped back after he was completely discharged. Seeing Mei gasping for breath, he said worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so rude." Mei said, taking a deep breath, "It's okay, it's just my first time. I think I can do better in the future." Naruto said with a smirk, "Now it's my turn to satisfy you." He then picked Mei up from the ground and placed her on the table and he began to take off her clothes. He leaned down after completely undressing Mei and began to lick her cave. HMMH, Mei started moaning as she enjoyed it. After a while, she grabbed Naruto's hair after intense pleasure and forcefully pulled him into her cave. "Oh," Mei said suddenly with relief. Naruto slowly backed up and stood up. He then turned his stick towards the entrance of Mei's slit and slowly began to enter. Very big," Mei said as she felt her cave fill up completely. Naruto began to push and pull his hips, causing his rod to move. They finally got together after both had sex for pleasure for some time. It was the end of the night for us, but for them, they were just beginning. It's been a few days since Naruto left Kurigakure. At this time, Naruto was heading to a place called the Demon Desert in Sunagakure. According to the information he learned, the second stage of the Chunin exams would be held there. He finally arrived at the Demon Desert after traveling for a while. But he didn't sense the presence of many people there. "Damn, am I late?" Naruto thought. He quickly came up with a plan to find his target after some time. Naruto made dozens of clones using Kage Binshin. He then sent the clones around to find someone with more chakra. They would probably find either Gaara or his target, the Jinchuriki. He would know it was him even if he found Gaara, because he could easily recognize Shukaku's chakra signature. Dozens of clones scanned the surroundings in a short time and easily located the human target. "Looks like I came just in time." Naruto sensed that there were people wearing red cloud cloaks near the target. At this moment, the green-haired kunoi had a joyful expression as she walked towards the two ninja in front of her. "Nice to meet you, Kakuzu-senpai. I've always wanted to talk to you, how about we have a long talk over tea?" she said excitedly. "I didn't come here to be your friend," Kakuzu said in an emotionless voice. At that moment, the two Takigakure ninja who were Fu's bodyguard immediately shouted at her, "Fu! Move away!" As Fu quickly retreated, another Akatsuki member who was next to Kakuzu quickly began to attack. Another Akatsuki member wore a red cloud cloak and carried a triple blade. "Eden, I'll leave this to you," Kakuzu said before leaning against a tree. "Of course, Jashin-sama will be pleased with the new victims," Hidan said as he looked wildly at the enemy ninja. "Remember, you must not harm the target," Kakuzu said. "Sigh. Fine, I won't hurt her," Hidan said, feeling uncomfortable. The two Takigakure ninja looked at each other and made a decision, then started running towards Hidan. As they ran, they said, "We'll try to hold them off. Run to Takigakure right away." Fu shook her head in agreement after a minute of being woozy. Then, insect-like wings appeared on her back and she quickly flew away. The two Takigakure ninja that remained behind were able to delay Hidan for a short time before being sacrificed for Jashin. Fu, on the other hand, ran towards her village in fear. But after a while, she noticed Hidan rushing towards her. Hidan chased after Fu with a mad expression on his face, someone else's blood on his face. Hidan swung his scythe towards Fu's legs after getting closer. Just as the scythe was about to hit its target, an obstacle appeared in front of it. Naruto's clone was able to stop the scythe with a metal plate on his arm. Of course, because the scythe was so strong, the plate became unusable. At that moment, the real Naruto appeared with a red flash next to the clone. How did you suddenly appear? Anyway, Jashin-sama will be happy to see a new victim. Hidan said angrily. Are you going to make me a sacrifice? Looks like I'll have to talk to Jashin about his fans. Naruto said. How dare you speak to him in such a disrespectful manner? Hidan was very angry upon hearing this, so he quickly began to attack. Naruto looked at Fu after he dodged the scythe and said, you keep running, I'll come get you when I'm done. Fu nodded and continued running. You are mistaken if you think she can escape. It will be her turn when I kill you. Hidan said. We'll see. Naruto said as his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hidan wouldn't die no matter how much damage Naruto did after they fought for a while. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. I'm Jashin-sama's servant, Hidan said. Just then, Kakuzu appeared from the bushes. Still not finished. We have a lot of work. Huh, who is it? Kakuzu said. This guy appeared in front of me when I was about to take the girl. Tisk tisk, I couldn't get his blood somehow. This armor-like thing is preventing me from getting to her. Hidan said, looking at Susanoo who stood firmly. I've decided. You're valuable. You'd make a very good lab rat. What do you want to be my lab rat? I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun. Naruto said with a serious expression as he looked at Hidan. A lab rat? Yours? How dare you? Hidan said angrily. Kakuzu as he studied Naruto's eyes, so he has the Sharingan. Good. Finally I can have my own exchange. Besides, his is apparently advanced. He seems strong, let's attack together and finish him off at once. Then you will go to the target. Kakuzu said. Just take care of this armor and I'll get his blood when the opportunity arises. Hidan said, smiling psychopathically. I think we can have a good talk about how you are still my lab rat. If you accept that now, you will live a happier life in the future. Naruto said with a serious expression after all. Seeing that Susanoo had taken quite a bit of damage after Naruto had been fighting for a while, he said, full body Susanoo. The armor around Susanoo changed shape and began to cover his entire body. A large sword appeared in his hand as wings sprouted from his back. Susanoo was now turning a deep red color. Damn it, he just got stronger, Kakuzu thought. Later, 4 masks appeared strapped to his back when Kakuzu showed his back. The masks suddenly left Kakuzu's back, and 4 masked beings with black bodies appeared next to him. Aiden, we must attack with full force, Kakuzu said, looking at Naruto with a troubled expression. These 4 creatures left Kakuzu's side and began to rain down on Susanoo from the south from all directions. But no matter how much damage Susanoo had taken, she stood upright and looked at Kakuzu and Hidan. Then Susanoo suddenly swung his sword at one of the cloaked creatures. There was a black flame on the sword. The masked creature couldn't respond to the sword that was thrown towards him. The sword easily cut through his body. On the other hand, the black flames on the sword spread throughout the entire body of the cloaked creature, quickly destroying it completely. Damn it, Kakuzu said as he quickly pulled the other masks on him. Kakuzu changed into another form as the masked creatures entered his body. What looked like hair gushed out all over his body. Later, Kakuzu and Hidan attacked Naruto together. After a while, no matter what they did, they couldn't get past his armor. Kakuzu had already lost another mask. Hidan held his severed arm in his other hand. We need to escape. He's so strong that we can't defeat him, Kakuzu said. Damn it, I won't lose. I can fight forever, he can't kill me. If you want to run, run, Hidan said with an angry expression. Kakuzu, on the other hand, started running away without hesitation. Naruto said looking at Hidan in front of him, your friend abandoned you, you think you can beat me alone. Just as Hidan was about to open his mouth and speak, his head popped out of his body. Naruto then said, Kamui. At that moment, all of Hidan's body parts disappeared into a whirlpool. Kakuzu felt relieved that he was safe after running for some time. That was very strong. I can't defeat him until I get the hearts of stronger ninjas, Kakuzu thought. Just then Naruto came out of the bushes. You think you can run away from me? Naruto said. He then disappeared out of nowhere, appearing in front of Kakuzu, and he said as he placed his hand on Kakuzu's body, Kamui. Kakuzu's body swirled inward like a whirlpool and disappeared. The reason Naruto found it so easy was because he had so many clones around, so no one could escape from his grasp and he could instantly teleport to wherever he wanted. Naruto then followed Fu as he ran towards the village. He saw Fu stop to rest after tracking for some time. She also kept looking around because she felt uneasy. Don't worry, they're both gone, Naruto said as he walked out of the bushes. Fu was flustered by what he heard, but she still looked warily at Naruto's sudden appearance. "Well, who are you? Why did you save me?" Fu asked timidly. She didn't know what to do if the newcomer was here to hurt her. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll even escort you to your village so you can return safely," Naruto said. They decided to set up camp for the night after talking for a while. "Why don't you explain to me who you are? What's your name? Will you take off your mask?" Fu asked curiously as she waited for the food to cook on the fire. "You can call me Wolf. I won't tell you about myself anymore. Also, no, I won't take off my mask," Naruto said. "HMPH, I'm sure you wear a mask because your face is ugly," Fu said, pouting. "No, I wear a mask because I'm very beautiful. I'm doing my opponent a favor by wearing a mask, otherwise they can't take their eyes off me because of my appearance," Naruto said. Let's see how you eat with a mask on," Fu thought as she looked at the meat being cooked. The meat was finally cooked after a while. Naruto reached out and grabbed the meat. He grabbed the bottom of the mask with his other hand. Fu, on the other hand, looked impatiently to see his face. Naruto slowly lifted his mask, revealing his chin. But at that moment, the meat in Naruto's hand disappeared in an instant. Naruto, on the other hand, had his mask back completely. "What the hell? What happened to the meat? Damn, how did you eat it so fast? This is not fair," Fu said in annoyance. "What? You could see me with your own eyes if you were stronger. Also, if you don't eat its meat, it will burn," Naruto said, pointing to the meat that was supposed to be burning in the fire. "Oh, my meat." Fu quickly tried to grab the still warm meat. Unfortunately, it was so hot that she couldn't hold on and dropped it on the ground. "No!" Fu screamed. It was night. Fu fell asleep right away because she was very tired. Naruto secretly approached the sleeping Fu without making a sound and placed his hand on her body. Then he suddenly found himself in front of a giant insect with 7 wings. Naruto and Fu parted ways after approaching Tokigakure. It was pretty clear that Fu was upset that they broke up because she had a fun time along the way. Naruto told Fu how much danger she was in before she left. He said that for her safety, she should always have someone strong with her. Naruto then started thinking about what to do next. The reason Fu lived even though the tailed beast inside her was removed was because Naruto left a small part of Chome inside her. He also thought about obtaining the tailed beasts of the Jinchuriki that he might encounter in the future using this method. First of all, he had to work to control the chakra of his newly acquired 7-tailed Chome. It was the most powerful tailed beast Naruto had currently achieved after Kurama. He thought that this time the Shinju form would evolve since its chakra was greater than the tailed beasts before. After all, he only got 1 tail and 3 tails before, and they also didn't have much meaning to the Shinju. He also had to improve his control over natural energy. He had already received permission from Mount Myoboku to do so. The reason he chose it in particular was because it was richer in natural energy. This way, it would be easier for him to sense and control natural energy. Naruto decided that the best plan was to go to Mount Myoboku after thinking for a while. After spending the remaining 8 months there, he would both evolve into the tailed beast mode he currently possessed and strengthen himself with natural energy. Thus, Naruto decided to spend the remaining 8 months of the 3 years he had left training at Mount Myoboku. It's been 8 months since Naruto went to Mount Myoboku to train. It's been almost 3 years since he left the village. Naruto was currently walking on the road to Konoha. His body had become stronger over the past 3 years. This made him even more mature. He also took off his mask and hung it on his waist since he no longer needed to hide his identity. But his hair was still red. For some reason he liked this new haircut. Maybe he liked his current hair more because his previous hair reminded him of his father, Minato. He also liked Naruto's outfit in the anime, so he made a style close to it. The obvious difference with it was that he chose red instead of orange. Because for some reason, most of his moves were dominated by red. For example, Susanoo and Hirishin. Naruto had become much stronger in the last 8 months. He had strengthened his body even more by absorbing natural energy, and he could also enter Sage mode without any problem. He couldn't stay long at Mount Myoboku because he was expelled from there. The reason he was expelled was completely logical. He had absorbed a huge amount of natural energy during the 4 months he spent there, and as a result, the natural energy there was reduced almost to the point of exhaustion. Although Naruto did not show it outwardly for what he did, he was ashamed inside. After all, he used the natural energy of the place where the frogs lived for many years. But after a few years, he learned that the natural energy would return to normal. He had come to appreciate the rich natural energy of Mount Myoboku even more after spending some time outside. So he considered using other sages to obtain natural energy. If he absorbed the natural energies there, he could become even stronger and even reabsorb the natural energy after regenerating it. He mastered control over the chakra of all his tailed beasts. He could enter the modes of all tailed beasts. He could use his Shinju form for up to 7 turns. Also, with the addition of Homai, the tailed beast he acquired, his Mangekyo Sharingan finally evolved. He now had Rinnegan in both eyes. At this time, he could only use the 6 paths technique, although he was still not fully proficient in using the Rinnegan. Other abilities would develop and be used over time. Naruto had 2 lab rats to test his newly acquired abilities on. He was very lucky to have such lab rats. Both of them were already affected by the intense torture he had inflicted on them. They had turned into dolls that did whatever Naruto said. No matter how he hurt Hidan, with Kakuzu's help, he was able to heal him without any problems. Thus, he had the most perfect lab rats. I hope Jashin forgives Naruto for using his servant as a lab rat. The Konoha gate finally appeared after walking for some time. One of the ninja assigned to protect the village said after Naruto approached the door, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the village?" Naruto Uzumaki. I have returned after 3 years of work. Naruto said. We have been informed about you. Hokage-sama wanted us to say that she wants to meet you as soon as you arrive. Please go straight to her office. The ninja said. Naruto nodded in agreement, then officially joined Konoha. He thought as he looked at Konoha, I finally returned to the village. 3 years later, Konoha still hasn't changed much. Should I destroy the village and rebuild it? Change is a good thing after all. Naruto laughed at his thoughts and then went to the Hokage's residence to meet Tsunade. From now on R18 chapters will be published on my Patreon account. Naruto knocked on the door and then walked in. Tsunade heard the door open as she sat in her chair with a bored expression on her face. She saw Naruto walk in. So you're finally back, Tsunade said with a smile. But then her smile gradually began to change. Can you explain why you ran away from Jiraiya? Tsunade said looking serious. At that moment, Jiraiya entered the window and said, I'm also curious to answer this question. Naruto began to scratch the back of his head as he smiled. How can I say this? I decided to travel separately since he had nothing to teach me. Oh, so you thought there was nothing to learn from the Sannin? Well, I hope you remember that the main reason we traveled together was to protect you from Akatsuki. Jiraiya said. He was upset that he couldn't teach Naruto everything. He wanted to be his sensei, like in the prophecy. I have already made the necessary plans to be protected from them. I stayed in Uzushiogakure for a long time because I would be safe there. Naruto said. What? You went there? You found a secret place. What did you find there? You found Fuinjutsu books there. Come on, show me too. Jiraiya said enthusiastically. Another thing he was interested in besides women was Fuinjutsu. But he couldn't improve himself because there wasn't much information. I would like to state that what I found is the property of the Uzumaki clan. But for your help, I will give you a few more books, Naruto said. Wait a minute, why is your hair red? Tsunade said. She was able to realize it late due to the anime laws. I changed the color because I thought it would suit me better. Does my hair look good? Naruto said with a smile. Yes, it suits you. Anyway, I want you to fight someone to see how strong you are. Tsunade said. Who is it? Naruto said curiously. Just then, the door opened and several people walked in. Sakura, Shikamaru, and Temari walked in. Sakura asked looking at Naruto after she walked in, Naruto. What are you doing? Wow, you've changed a lot. But wasn't your hair blonde? Yes, it's me. It's been a long time since we met. Naruto said with a smile. Shikamaru's face fell as he looked at Naruto for some reason. Noticing this too, Naruto asked, Shikamaru. Is something wrong? Shikamaru looked at the Hokage before the performance. Seeing the Hokage shaking his head in disapproval, he smiled and said, it's okay. I thought red didn't suit you. Enough talk, Kakashi came here. Tsunade interrupted, saying. At that moment, Kakashi entered through the window. I wonder if I'll go in through the window next time. Could that be cool? Maybe, Naruto thought. Sakura and Naruto, you two will be fighting Kakashi. That way, I can understand your assessment. Tsunade said. Well, I don't mean to brag, but right now I want to say that I can defeat Kakashi by myself. Naruto said with a grin. Oh, you're going to beat me. Don't you think I'm too low? It seems your body isn't the only thing growing, your ego has grown a bit too. Kakashi said as he put his book back in his pocket. I hope you can say those words while you fight. Naruto said, smiling. He then turned to Temari and asked her, Temari, what are you doing here? I came to schedule the Chunin exams. I'll be back tomorrow, Temari said. She looked at Naruto with interest because Naruto had become more handsome over time. Then shall we have lunch together before you go? Naruto asked while grinning. Temari nodded her head in agreement. Ahm, you know this is the Hokage's office. Please flirt elsewhere, Tsunade said while giving off a dark aura. He was obviously upset to see them like this. In a secret place, many holograms appeared one after another. After some time, a total of 7 holograms appeared. Why are we suddenly gathered? Where are the other 2 people? One of the holograms said. Be quiet, I called you all because I have important news to tell you. One of the holograms said. Then he continued, as you can see, there are 7 people here right now. We haven't heard from the other 2 for a while. What happened? The last time they caught the 7-tailed beast. Did something happen to them? Another hologram said. We have no information about what happened to them at the moment. We learned that the 7-tails Jingariki are still alive. So there is a possibility that something happened to them. If that happened, the opponent must be quite strong. After all, there is no trace of any of them anywhere. He said. So, what do we do next? The hologram said, pretending to be the leader. It is not yet clear whether the attacker is an enemy of Akatsuki. It is not clear whether he was the attacker. But it is still worth being careful. The leader said. But what if they get caught? Is there anyone else who can replace them? Someone said. If we don't hear from them for a while, there's a chance I can replace them. I'll take care of it, I only made this meeting to let you know. See you at the next meeting. The leader disappeared in an instant after he spoke. Shortly after, the alien holograms began to disappear. In the Konoha training grounds. It will be the same as before. You will try to get the bells from me. But this time I will fight seriously. Take care of yourself, Kakashi said, then he adjusted the forehead covering his left eye. Thus, his Sharingan was revealed. Then Sakura suddenly jumped to the side and hid in the bushes. Naruto on the other hand ran straight towards Kakashi from where he was and started attacking him. Both attacked each other for a while using taijutsu after they escaped from each other without much injury. Naruto's taijutsu is as good as mine. But I feel like he's holding himself back, so he might be more skilled in taijutsu than me. Kakashi thought. Kakashi later noticed that several things had changed in Naruto's body. Naruto began to absorb natural energy to enter his Sage mode. The Sage mode he used was different from the Canon mode because he did not learn it from the Toads. The technique he used was purely Shinju. Lines began to appear on his body, starting from his face when Naruto entered his Sage mode. In addition, the pupils of his eyes changed. This was the first stage of the Sage mode he currently uses. In the later stages, his powers increased even more and his body changed as well. Naruto smiled, looked at Kakashi and asked, "Are you ready?" Kakashi couldn't answer as he suddenly felt danger. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were watching the match at the time, looked at Naruto in surprise. The Elder Frog was right when she said that Naruto had learned to use his Sage mode. I can feel the natural energy radiating from him even from here. Jiraiya thought. Naruto swung his fist towards Kakashi. Suddenly, a huge flame erupted from the front of Naruto's fist and headed towards Kakashi. What the hell? How could he use a fire jutsu when he didn't make pet seals? Kakashi thought as he ran away from the fire. Naruto kicked the ground and pulled out a large rock from the ground. He then kicked the rock and the broken rocks quickly rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi tried to dodge the rocks that came at him, trying to escape. But every now and then, some of them hit his body hard, although he was able to dodge most of them. As Naruto watched Kakashi sweat while grinning, he came up with another idea. Covering his hands with water, he changed the shape of the water and turned it into a whip. He then began throwing his hands quickly. Kakashi suddenly felt something hit his back as he tried to run away from the rocks. It hurt so much that he thought the affected area would definitely become bruised. Ah! Kakashi felt something hit his back hard again, then he looked at what happened and couldn't believe what he saw. Naruto knocked water out of his hands. WTF? How can this be? When the water whip touched Kakashi again, this time it changed shape and began to wrap around his body. Damn it! Enough! I don't want to fight anymore, Kakashi said as he felt his bones almost tear away from the water surrounding his body. Naruto smiled and thought as he pulled back the water, Enko would definitely like this technique. I can't wait to try it out. And Hinata, well, I don't think she's like that. But it wouldn't hurt to try it out, who knows, maybe she actually likes it. One of Naruto's Sage mode abilities was that he could bend the 5 elements with ease. Of course, it should be noted that this is a feature of the first stage of Sage mode. Because in later stages, this feature was much more advanced. Tsunade and Jiraiya came out of their hiding place and headed towards Naruto. Naruto, how could you use a jutsu without hand seals? Tsunade asked curiously. Through my sage mode, I can use the 5 elements without hand seals. I also hardly use any chakra to do it, Naruto said as he exited his sage mode and returned to his original form. Then he asked, so how am I? Am I strong enough? Tsunade nodded, then she said, yes, you are much stronger than before. Besides, I think you are comfortably at Jonin level now, so I will recommend you for Jonin rank. At that moment, Kakashi approached them, holding the aching parts of his own body in his hands. Tsunade looked at Kakashi for a moment, and then she said, I recommend that you go to the hospital and show the doctor about your injuries. Kakashi nods in agreement, then looks at Naruto as if accusing him. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you want us to attack as if we were going to kill you? Let me remind you, you should have said about 3 years ago. Naruto said with a grin. Shouldn't I fight too? Didn't we learn teamwork? Sakura thought, still hiding in the bushes. She felt ashamed to go outside. After Naruto left the training grounds, he headed home. He realized that there was no one in the house when he walked through the door. So he decided to cook something to surprise them. He prepared a good dinner, looking at the available ingredients, and set the table. Of course, thanks to the shadow clones, he was able to quickly deal with them. After a while, the door of the house opened and Anko and Karen entered. There's someone inside, Anko said as she smelled the cooking food. Karen, on the other hand, had already closed her eyes, trying to find the person. Oh, Naruto is here, Karen said happily when she sensed a person in the kitchen. Anko suddenly ran towards where the smell came from. Karen followed her with a smile. Anko froze when she saw him. I'm back, Naruto said with a sincere smile. He then walked towards Anko and started hugging her. Anko hugged him tightly as her eyes were wet. Karen, on the other hand, was watching them with a happy expression nearby, but inside she was also jealous. After all, she missed Naruto too. Soon after, Naruto looked at Karen, then grabbed her hands and pulled her towards him, including in a hug. After they hugged each other for a while, Naruto said, the food is ready, let's eat. They settled down at the table, nodding their heads in agreement, and began to eat. Both of them had grown considerably, especially Karen's curves had become more pronounced. Also, another change on Karen was that she had a diamond-shaped seal in the middle of her forehead. This mark must be the power of the 100 seals, as Naruto knows. Anko asked as she ate, okay, tell me, have you made any other friends in the last 3 years? Well, yeah, I found one, Naruto said. So, you found him, as expected of you. Who? What is she like? Anko asked. Karen, on the other hand, watched the unfolding event with interest. Her name is Mei Terumi. Mizukage of Karagakure, Naruto said. What? You recruited Kage into your harem. How did you do that? Anko said in surprise. Karen was also very surprised. The situation developed like this after staying in her village for a while. Naruto said. After eating, Anko walked up to Naruto and whispered lustfully in his ear, do you want to do it tonight? Naruto endured the lustful whispers he heard and then said, how about we do it in a few days? I'm developing a technique that I think you'll like. I think we'll have a lot of fun once it's developed. Well, I'll give you some time. But I hope it's worth it. We'll still sleep together. I miss you, Anko said after thinking for a while. She then walked away after kissing Naruto on the lips. Morning. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade, waiting for them to be given a mission. Naruto wasn't alone in the room, with Karen and Kakashi by his side. Tsunade had called them all here for a mission. I'm going to give you a mission that is very important. Sunagakure is currently under attack and they have asked for our help. That's why I want you to go on the relief team immediately. Tsunade said with a serious expression. Do we know who the attackers are? Kakashi asked. Yes, the attackers are both from Akatsuki. One of them is called Sasori and the other is DereBeyi. It is believed that their goal is to capture the cage. I have chosen Kakashi as the team leader, Tsunade said. The reason why Tsunade chose Karen over Sakura was because of the match yesterday. In the past, Sakura thought about putting her on the team because they were on a team with them. But unfortunately, no matter how much stronger Sakura became, she was still useless. That's why Tsunade was thinking about sending Karen instead. After all, she was stronger than Sakura in all areas. Tsunade took 2 students 3 years ago, one was Karen and the other was Sakura. Sakura was quite talented at being a doctor nin, but Karen was born to be a nurse nin. Karen made great progress in medical jutsu in a short time, and she also completed the power of the stomp seal in 3 years. Sigh Naruto, I have something important to tell you. Tsunade said after a sigh. Naruto started listening with curiosity. 2 years ago, someone you knew defected from Konoha. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade said. How so? Shouldn't he be locked up in prison? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, he was locked in prison, but was later released from there under pressure from the public and the council. Tsunade said. Let's guess, he ran away from the village. Didn't he? Naruto said in confusion. How did he manage to run away from the village again? The canon really couldn't be changed that much. What if Sasuke died? Or someone as important as him? What would change then? Endless possibilities into the unknown. So tempting. Yes, I thought I should inform you of this. Also, if you encounter him, he must be brought back dead or alive. That's all for now, you may leave for the mission. Tsunade said. Team Kakashi nodded in agreement and they headed to Sunagaku. They encountered Temari after jumping quickly from branch to branch for a while. Temari, Naruto said as he walked up. Temari looked behind her after hearing someone shouting at her and was surprised to see Konoha ninja approaching her. What happened? Temari asked worriedly. Something important must have happened since they arrived in a hurry. Suna is under attack. We have to go now. Naruto said. Brother. After some time, Team Kakashi and Temari finally arrived in Suna. Karen was currently treating Temari's brother, Kankuro, who had been fatally poisoned by his opponent during a fight. Others have talked about this problem. According to what they learned, Keisuke Gaara, Akatsuki was kidnapped and his whereabouts are unknown. I'm quite a powerful censor. I'll send my clones outside the village so we can find Gaara more easily. Naruto said. That makes sense, how many clones can you make? The old woman standing next to them said. The old woman's name was Chiyo. I can do quite a lot, and I think I can find Gaara in a short time. Naruto said. After talking for a while, Naruto made many clones and sent them all in different directions. Karen was also treating Kankuro at the time. I removed the poison. After resting for a few days, he will return to normal, Karen said. Thank you for your help. Temari said gratefully. She knew that the poison was quite deadly, and if it weren't for Karen, Kankuro might have even died. A few hours later, one of Naruto's clones stumbled upon Gaara's chakra trail. So they quickly informed the others and set out. Along with Kakashi's team, the other person accompanying them was Chiyo. Kakashi also learned that another team from Konoha would be coming for backup. After they had been traveling for some time, Itachi Uchiha, one of the Akatsuki members, appeared before them. They quickly took up a defensive position. Don't look them in the eye. Otherwise, he'll immediately put you under genjutsu. Kakashi said to warn them. In the meantime, he revealed his deal. It's been a long time since I fought the Uchiha. We are bigger than him, we can easily defeat him. Chiyo said. If we were dealing with a normal Uchiha, it might be as you say. But his exchange is one of the advanced ones, not the normal one. Kakashi said. He's probably here to slow us down. Because the amount of chakra is much less than before. So he's much weaker than before. We should defeat him and move on. Naruto said. Kakashi nodded in agreement, thinking, if his chakra is low, he might not be able to use the mangaka Sharingan. Good, that will make our job easier. I will use the mist jutsu to reduce his vision even more and then attack and distract him. Karen, I ask you to help me when I am in danger. You can sense him because you have a sensory ability and you can throw the kunai very quickly with your power and put him in a difficult situation. Naruto, I want you to finish him in one go when you have a chance. Kakashi said in a low voice. After everyone nodded, Kakashi used mist jutsu and a thick fog began to appear around him, limiting their vision. Some time later, while Kakashi and Karen were distracting him, Naruto suddenly appeared above him. Naruto was holding an Udama Rasengan towards Itachi. Itachi suddenly came back strongly when Udama Rasengan touched him. Itachi's body fell hard to the ground and he could no longer move. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. They stood in front of the body that was supposed to be Itachi. So it wasn't his real body, it was just a puppet. Kakashi said as he looked at the strange body in front of him. He was one of the disappearing Shinigakure, Chiyo said. After this they continued on their way without wasting much time. If Naruto wanted, he could teleport everyone there at once thanks to Hirushun. But why would he do that? And he didn't need to, because he knew Akatsuki would be surprised right now. Akatsuki hide location. Thin red chakra was coming out of Gaara's body and entering the beast's mouth. The holograms were all resting on the monster's fingers. If Naruto were here, he would know that this monster was the Jubi. It takes a long time to remove the tailed chakra, since there are so few of us. And for some reason, far less chakra comes out than it should. The leader looked at the hologram. At that moment, an Itachi-like hologram opened his eyes. When the leader saw this, he asked him, "What happened?" "They noticed our location very quickly. The Konoha ninjas team is about to approach here. Among them is the Kyuubi's Zenshiriki," Itachi said. "Well, Deidara and Sasori, I want you to catch him after this is over," the leader stated. At that very moment, the red chakra that was coming out of Gaara ran out and it stopped coming out anymore. Why aren't more chakras coming out? Why haven't the monster's eyes opened fully? Also, why hasn't he died yet? One of the holograms said. "I don't know, but I think something is going on here. We will investigate until then to try and catch the other Jinchuriki. Deidara and Sasori, try to catch the Kyuubi Jinchuriki that is approaching you without causing any harm at all," the leader stated. "What do the Kyuubi Jinchuriki look like?" Sasori asked, looking at Itachi. "A young guy with red hair and blue eyes. Be careful, he's quite strong," Itachi said. "So, what are we going to do about this?" Deidara asked, pointing at Gaara, who was lying unconscious on the floor. "Do whatever you want," the leader said before his hologram disappeared. Shortly after, the other holograms disappeared. "Let him live, I will turn him into a human puppet when I am available," Sasori said. After walking for a while, Team Kakashi and Chio finally came to the front of the cave, which was blocked by a large rock. "The 5C barrier. It'll be a little difficult for us to pass," Chio said, looking at the seal tag on the rock. "Yeah, we'll have to find the other 4 marks," Kakashi said as he looked around in hopes of finding the other seal marks. Don't worry, I understand a little fuinjutsu," Naruto said before walking towards the cliff. A brush dipped in ink appeared in Naruto's hand. He then began to draw something on the lump on the rock using the brush. The others watched him with interest. Naruto said after finishing the drawing, "Karen, you need to attack the stone right after you release the seal. Everyone go to your places and get ready." Then everyone took their places and waited for Naruto to pull out the seal tag. Naruto stepped back as soon as he took off the seal tag as Karen punched the rock causing the stone to collapse. "Go," Kakashi said, then everyone entered the hole at once. They saw 2 people standing in front of them when they walked in. Also, Gaara was lying unconscious on the ground. "So you are the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki," Deidara said looking at Naruto. "Remember, we must not hurt him," Sasori said. "Don't worry, I'll have a few explosions. After all, he should know that art is an explosion," Deidara said with a grin. Sasori quickly brought his tail closer to Deidara's body and said threateningly, "We need him alive, not dead. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit. I warn you, you will suffer greatly if you do not give Gaara to us now," Naruto said. "Give it to you. Haha, take it if you can," Deidara said as the clay in his hand turned into a large bird. He later sat on the bird when he took Gaara's body and disappeared. Karen and Hayo remained in the cave while Naruto and Kakashi followed him. Kakashi said as he chased after Deidara, "I'll try to take him out using my Sharingan. At that point, you'll catch Gaara." Naruto countered, "You don't need to do anything like that. I can take him down easier using his Sage mode. In the meantime, you try to finish off Chidori. Or better yet, take Gaara and run. Our priority right now is the cage." Kakashi nodded in agreement, then made his way into the forest and began to follow. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and began to enter his Sage mode, drawing natural energy towards himself. As lines began to appear on his body, while his pupils also changed, Naruto thought, "This won't be enough, I have to use the next stage." Then the lines surrounding his body began to glow white. His yellow eyes were even more revealing as the white of his eye also glowed. "Good, I can finally use my Sage mode against a conscious person," Naruto said while smiling. Naruto started to fly up from the ground and quickly approached Deidara. There was an air shield around him and rocks of different sizes were rapidly circling around the weather shield. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. What the hell? How can he fly? Could it be a lightweight technique? But how can these rocks fly? Deidara thought as he looked at Naruto who was following him. Naruto waved his arms towards Deidara and rocks started to be thrown towards him. Deidara cursed as he ran away from the rocks coming towards him. But as he tried to avoid the rocks, his speed slowed down, bringing Naruto closer to him. Deidara then began throwing the clays formed in his hand at Naruto piece by piece. Naruto made a shield in front of himself by integrating the rocks around it and continued to follow him thanks to that shield. Some of the rocks were destroyed by the blast, but soon another rock formed in its place. What the hell is this? This must be a hoax. How am I reporting this? Hey, admin, there's a hoaxer here, Deidara said. Naruto began to quickly spin the other rocks around himself as he became covered in rock. While the stones were spinning rapidly, after a while they became heated due to friction and some of them turned red due to the heat. Naruto then began throwing spinning rocks at Deidara using the power of science. Unlike before, this time the rocks were much faster and stronger. Damn it, Deidara said, trying to get away from the rocks. But no matter how hard he tried to run away, he ended up getting hit hard. Deidara was so focused on avoiding the rocks that were coming towards him, Naruto took advantage of this situation and replaced himself with a clone. Then secretly attacked Deidara from the front. Deidara only noticed Naruto when he attacked him. Naruto quickly grabbed Gaara by the clay bird's head, saying, "I got Gaara, you take care of the other one." As Deidara fell, he saw Kakashi rushing towards him. Kakashi also had the Chidori in his hand. Deidara knew that if he took that attack, he would die, so he tried to twist his body as he fell from the air so that at least he wouldn't die. What he did worked because that way, Kakashi's Chidori only tore off his arm instead of piercing his heart. That's why he was able to survive. Naruto picked up Gaara and started to carry him to safety. When he reached the safe zone, he placed her on the ground to check his condition. After a while, Kakashi approached them. "What is his status?" Kakashi asked as he approached. "He's unconscious, but his pulse is good. I think he'll regain consciousness in a little while," Naruto said. Then he asked, "Did you catch him?" "Unfortunately, I couldn't catch him. When he fell, he put a clay clone in his place and ran away without noticing me," Kakashi replied, shaking his head in negativity. "Anyway, the others might need help. Let's go," Naruto said while supporting Gaara on his back. Then they both headed to the cave. When they reached the cave, they saw a group of ninja fighting Sasori. "It looks like the support team has arrived. They don't need our help," Naruto said. Soon after, Guy, the leader of the cheerleading team, shattered Sasori's puppet body with a powerful punch. On the other hand, Chio captured and destroyed a portion of Sasori's living body in midair with the puppets she controlled. Then they left the cave. "What is his status?" Chio asked as she approached Gaara. "He's alive, but it's still good for Karen to see," Naruto said. Karen nodded her head in agreement, then walked over to Gaara and began checking on him. She said that after healing him for a while, his condition is stable. He may wake up soon. The reason Gaara didn't die was because Naruto had already taken a large amount of the tailed beast chakra inside him. So he didn't die because he didn't have much difficulty removing the small amount of tuberculosis chakra that remained inside. Of course, Naruto had a hand in that too. After some time, Gaara regained consciousness and opened his eyes. "Are you okay? How do you feel?" Karen asked. I feel fine. Thanks for your help." "What happened?" Gaara said after recovering from his sudden stupor. After Gaara realized what had happened, he looked at the Konoha ninja who had come to save him and said, "Thank you for coming to save me. Sunagakure will not forget your help." Then everyone returned to Suna. The Konoha ninja had to stay in Suna for a while because Guy was too tired. Because he had fought Kisame on the way here and then fought Sasori. It had taken a lot of strain on him and he needed some rest. It was night, and the next day the Konoha ninja were returning. Temari, on the other hand, wanted to talk to Naruto before he left. "Thanks again for your help," Temari said with a genuine smile. "Sigh, I told you that you don't need to thank me. I do what I do because I want to, and I don't expect anything in return," Naruto said after a sigh. "Are you still with them?" Temari asked after a moment of hesitation. "With my friends. Yeah, we're still together and honestly, things are going well," Naruto replied. "I still can't believe they're willing to share you," Temari said in a quiet voice. "Well, sometimes love takes precedence over everything. I love and give importance to them all too," Naruto said. "You say that like you're older than two," Temari said with a smirk. But then, looking at Naruto's strange-looking face, she said, "What? Is there more?" Sigh. "As expected of you, especially after 3 years. If I spend too much time with you, even I." Temari said the last words in a rather low voice. "What can I do? I'm quite attractive. Besides, I only go for women who make me feel special. Like you, for example," Naruto said with a flirtatious grin. Didn't I tell you that I should think about it?" Temari said while blushing. "I think I gave him enough time to think." After saying that, Naruto brought his face close to Temari's and he asked while looking into her eyes, "So what is your answer?" Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. The Konoha ninja left Suna and headed to Konoha. When Naruto noticed that Karen was sometimes staring at him, he walked up to her and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Karen's face instantly turned red as she remembered what she saw last night. That's why she couldn't control her voice and said something hurriedly, "No, nothing. There's nothing there. Hee hee. Strange," Naruto thought as he looked at her strange smile. Karen reacted like that because she saw something last night. Karen saw Temari and Naruto enter their room as they kissed passionately while going back to their room at night. How lucky that her room was also next to Naruto's. Karen was stunned at first, but then rushed to her room with a red face. She didn't think they were doing anything because she hadn't heard a sound for some time during the night. But later, when the seal of silence came to her mind, she found it logical that there was no sound coming from the room. After a while, the feeling of surprise she felt became stronger, and finally she could not bear it anymore and made the mistake of tasting the forbidden fruit using the censor technique. Normally Naruto would have noticed Karen doing this, but he was very busy at night. That's why he didn't feel it, although if he did, he probably would have just kept smiling. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived in Konoha. Soon after, they went to the Hokage to report the mission. Kakashi reported the mission message to Tsunade after entering the room. "Is there anything else you need to report?" Tsunade said after receiving Kakashi's report. "Tsunade-sama, I received information about Orochimaru during the fight with Sasori." Karen said. "Oh, what information did you get?" Tsunade asked with interest. "Sasori had a spy under Orochimaru. He will meet the spy at Tenchi Bridge in a few days. Maybe that person can take us to Orochimaru and Sasuke." Karen said. We are not sure about the accuracy of the information, but if it is, we must not let this opportunity pass." "Alright, I will give this task to Team Kakashi. Since your team is currently absent, another person will be added to your team as soon as possible. If you have nothing more to say, you may leave," Tsunade said after thinking for a while and making a decision. They nodded and left the room. As Naruto walked through the village with Karen, he sensed several root Anbu watching him. "I have to take care of Danzo too. He is very cunning, I don't know what might happen if he continues to act freely," Naruto thought. "Do you have any ideas on who will join the team?" Karen asked. "I have no idea, but I hope the person turns out to be someone with talent and character," Naruto replied. Karen wanted to talk a little more since they had so little time alone with Naruto, but she didn't know what to say. At that moment, they saw Sakura approaching them. "Naruto, you're going on a mission with Sasuke, right? I want to come too," Sakura said. "Sakura, you know I didn't choose the people for the mission, right? You should talk to the Hokage, not me," Naruto said tiredly. "TCH, you don't care about me either. We were on the same team before. You and Sensei went and teamed up with someone else," Sakura said sullenly. She said as she looked at Karen with an angry look from time to time. She then left to go to Hokage. Karen is confused. Why did she act like that? She's obsessed with Sasuke. She's capable of doing anything for him, Naruto said. Wait a minute, she loves him enough to do anything for him. But does she love him enough to help him escape from the village? Perhaps that's something that needs to be investigated, Naruto thought. Then, after the two of them had been walking for a while, someone ran and hugged Naruto. "Naruto, I miss you so much," Hinata said with a big smile on her face. "Hinata, you've changed a lot, I missed you too," Naruto said as he hugged her happily. Hinata hugged for a while, then stepped back in embarrassment. "It seems like you've gained a lot of courage over the past 3 years," Naruto said with a smile. Hinata's face was already starting to turn red from embarrassment. "We were going to eat too, let's eat together," Naruto said while holding Hinata's hand. Hinata nodded, then she took Naruto's hand and they started walking. Karen followed them, envious. After they went to the restaurant and ate their meals, they parted ways. Naruto, of course, gave Hinata a heartfelt kiss before leaving. Night. The Anbu informed Naruto that there would be a meeting that night. Of course, Naruto had received certificates from Tsunade when he came to the village, and was now officially the head of the Uzumaki clan. That was why he had to attend the meeting. In the meeting room were the clan heads and council members representing civilians. There was, of course, the Hokage. "Everyone is here, let's begin the meeting," according to Homura, a member of the civilian council. "There is one more person who will come," Tsunade said. After a while, the door opened and Naruto walked in. Naruto walked calmly and sat down in an empty seat. "What is he doing here?" Homura asked, slightly annoyed. "Won't I be here? Homura-san, please watch what you say," Naruto said in a serious tone. Naruto then raised his voice a little and said, "For those of you who don't know me, allow me to introduce myself, although I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't know me. Anyway, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm here as the head of the Uzumaki clan. I hope we get along well. Please leave your thoughts and ideas about the story in the comments. Also, please give me your power stones. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. The head of the Uzumaki clan. Damn it, when did Tsunade do that? Danzo thought. The other clan heads in the room were also very surprised, because it had been a long time since the Uzumaki clan had attended a meeting. Now that everyone has arrived, we can begin the meeting, Tsunade said. She then continued speaking. At the insistence of the civilian council, the topic to be discussed tonight is whether the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi will take on a mission. A powerful group called Akatsuki has set their sights on the Biju. That is why the civilian council wants to prohibit the Jinchuriki from leaving the village. Do you want to talk about this and say something? All eyes were on Naruto, who had to do something. Naruto just smiled. If the Jinchuriki goes on a mission and gets caught by the Akatsuki, it will weaken Konoha. That's why I suggest keeping him under the protection of house arrest. Homura said. Kaharu and Danzo, the other members of the civilian council, also joined him, nodding their heads in agreement. The case cage, the Ikibi's Jinchuriki, was captured in his own village. Honestly, I think Akatsuki will still attack even if we keep Uzumaki-sama in the village. Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, said. They have the ability to attack us, but at least we can face them with full force. Danzo said. Oh, if they attack, will you fight back? Are you and your root willing to sacrifice yourselves for me? Naruto asked with a grin. How can you talk to me like that? Danzo said while squinting. Either way, to be honest, I don't want to be captured in Konoha at all. Naruto said. HMPH. Do you think you have any say in this matter? Homura said angrily. You think you can keep me in the village, while you couldn't keep the treacherous Uchiha in the village? Oh, alright, let's talk about that too. Naruto chuckled as he delivered his final sentence. You, Homura said as he clenched his teeth angrily. You freed a captured Uchiha traitor from prison. Then, somehow, that man managed to escape. What happened, or did you not sanction enough Abba to spy on him? Naruto said, looking at the civilian council. He then continued mockingly, however, Danzo-san placed a lot of root anbus after me because he thought a lot of me. Danzo-san, where did you get such power? Danzo, how could you do something like that without my knowledge? Tsunade narrowed his eyes at her. Danzo closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said innocently, I wanted to do something to protect the Jinchuriki. Was that wrong? Danzo-san, I didn't know that you thought of me like that. Then I apologize to you for what I did earlier. Naruto said with a sincere expression on his face. Why? What did you do? Danzo asked. One of his anbu got too close to me, so I had to kill him. Oh, but don't worry, I left your body as intact as possible. Naruto said sarcastically. Then he waved his hand and a ninja with a severed head appeared on the table. Naruto disappeared from his place in a flash of red, and when he reappeared, he was behind Danzo. Naruto leaned over and placed his hand on Danzo's shoulder and said with a grin, Danzo-san, please don't order your Anbu's root to follow me again, okay? Look how scared he was when he died, we wouldn't want something like that to happen to anyone else, right? Then he disappeared again in a red flash, reappearing in his place. Everyone at the table was stunned. Danzo, on the other hand, was growing angrier inside. How can you use that technique? Hokage-sama, you should arrest him and ask him to explain how to use the technique. It's disrespectful to the Nadaime and Yondaime. Homura said angrily. Are you serious when you say that? I hope you're joking, Naruto said with a disbelieving expression on his face. He then continued to say, you know I'm Yondaime's son, right? Come on, it should have been obvious. And you call yourself a civilian council. How did you know? Homura said in surprise. Oh, now I remember, the Yondaime's assets should be mine too, right? Hokage-sama, please help me with that as well. Also, I checked, some of the Uzumaki clan's assets have gone missing, please help me with that. I suspect that someone has unofficially transferred my assets to their account. And who they are? You already have an idea, right? Naruto said. Tsunade nodded and said while looking at the civilian council, we are already investigating these matters. We will reach a result as soon as possible. Strangely enough, while I was away from the village, the Senju clan's assets also decreased. Homura simply swallowed dryly. It was clear from his face that he was worried. I think I'm strong enough as a Junin, if I have to say about staying in the village, you can tell from the person on the table. If you still don't believe me, you can send a few more people. Naruto said his last words, spreading a strong pressure throughout the room. Team Kakashi was called to a meeting with the Hokage to meet their new teammate. There was a pale-skinned white man with black hair inside when they entered. Allow me to introduce you to your new teammate. His name is Sai. Anyway, you will talk to him in more detail later. Since you need to leave quickly this afternoon, I recommend that you complete your preparations immediately. Tsunade said. Damn it. After barely surviving the previous one, another one has arrived. What should I do? What if I kill him secretly? He didn't come back when he went to the toilet at night. I think that's a pretty good story. Okay, let me think about it. Naruto thought. There is one more thing I must point out. Sakura will be joining you on this mission to support you. Tsunade said. And what has already been? Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. On the way from Konoha to Tenchi Bridge, there was a group of ninja. Of course, they were ours. Naruto noticed that Sai sometimes looked at him. He knew that Sai was from Danzo's route bus. That was why he was always wary of him. After all, after his last action, Danzo might have a plan against him. Naruto had already attempted such an event, thinking about what would happen from the start. He didn't have the strength to support himself before, so he secretly tried to do something. But now that there weren't many entities to threaten him, there was no point in being so passive. He didn't need to hide anymore, now he could start implementing his plans. His main goal was to remove everything in Konoha that could stand in his way. The next step was to remove the obstacles from all the people's nations. The next stage was the universe. They would arrive at Tenchi Bridge tomorrow when they were traveling at a normal speed. That's why they prepared a campsite to rest at night. Everyone except Sai closed their eyes and began to rest. The reason Sai was not sleeping was because someone was checking a possible enemy. Of course, they would do it in turns. Naruto always slept with his senses open, so he could react immediately when a potential enemy approached him. Naruto sensed someone approaching him. From the chakra he sensed, the person approaching him must be Sai. Sai quietly walked up to Naruto, holding a kunai that he hid behind him. Naruto waited for Sai to approach him and then asked with his eyes closed, "Is it my turn to watch, Sai?" Sai said with a smile, "Yes, now it's your turn. I see I'm gaining the upper hand. Rest well," Naruto said, then stood up and walked towards the guards. After a while, Naruto looked at the resting Sai and thought, he probably planned to do something to me if I didn't react. Could Danzo have given him an order? In the anime, he was given an order to kill Sasuke. What order did he get this time? I better investigate this matter. The next day they finally arrived at Tenchi Bridge. I think it would be better if I changed like Sasori, Naruto said looking at Kakashi. Why do you think so? Kakashi asked. I can quickly escape into a possible trap. Moreover, if Orochimaru and his subordinate come, it would be more reasonable for me to be there. Because I have fought them before, so I can win, Naruto said. Makes sense, but first let's compare our transformation methods. Whoever can do it better, let them go, Kakashi said. After Naruto nodded, Kakashi transformed into Sasori using the Henjutsu. He then looked at Naruto. After Naruto made some hand gestures, the earth on the ground began to cover his body. After the earth covered his entire body, it changed its shape and turned into Sasori. I think mine is better than yours, Naruto said with a grin. Wait, we haven't compared our voices yet, Kakashi chuckled in response. Some time passed, Naruto, who had transformed into Sasori, began to walk towards the bridge to meet the agent. The others watched, hiding in the bushes. It's been a long time, Sasori-sama, Kabuto said, showing his face by moving his hoodie slightly. Let's skip the formalities. You weren't followed on your way here, right? Naruto said in a dark tone. Kabuto looked back for a moment, then said, I must have been released. Anyway, about the mission you gave me. Naruto interrupted, I want to ask a few questions before that. Yes, I'm listening, but please hurry, I don't have much time. After all, if I'm late, I'll most likely be noticed. Kabuto said. How are Orochimaru and Sasuke hiding? Where are they now? Naruto asked. They change their location differently every week. They are currently on a small island north of here. In 3 days, they will switch places again, Kabuto said. Just then, a voice was heard from a bush in the distance. But after a while, it turned out that it was a rabbit making the noise. Oh, it was just a rabbit. Anyway, now could you give me a question? Kabuto said. You're sure you weren't being followed, right? Naruto said as he looked at Orochimaru who was hiding. Seeing that Orochimaru had been spotted, he quickly attacked Kabuto. Kabuto quickly escaped and defected to Naruto's side. I was saved by your warning, Sasori-sama, Kabuto said. But soon after, Kabuto quickly attacked Naruto who was standing next to him. Naruto stopped the hand coming towards him using his tail formed by his transformation. You thought you could trick me that easily? Naruto said as he slowly transformed into his original form. After he completely transformed into his usual self, he added with a grin, "It's been a long time since we've seen you, Kabuto-chan." Kabuto was shocked as he ran back. "You, how can this be?" Kabuto said, recalling the intense psychological impact he had experienced in the past. Orochimaru was also stunned by the situation he was faced with. At this moment, the Konoha ninja who were hiding in the bushes quickly came to Naruto. Sakura said angrily, looking at Orochimaru, "Tell me, where is my Sasuke?" "Your Sasuke? He's mine, you'll never get him," Orochimaru said as if he was protecting a precious item. The others felt strange in the face of what had come before them. What the hell was going on here? Who owned Sasuke? Damn it, now I'm definitely going to kill him, Naruto thought. R18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Sakura was furious at what she heard. That's why she started running furiously towards Orochimaru. "Sakura, come back, you can't handle him," Kakashi shouted in worry. But Sakura didn't hear anything they said to her, as if she was deaf. "Shanaru," Sakura screamed as she swung her fist at Orochimaru's face. They watched as Sakura's fist flew towards Orochimaru as if time had slowed down. But even with his fist in the air, Orochimaru quickly kicked Sakura in the chest. Sakura flew back under the impact of the blow. Sakura unfortunately didn't have any breasts to help her reduce the damage as she was an ironing board. Sakura was able to stop flying for a while, blood pouring out from the corner of her mouth. "Sakura." Karen quickly ran towards Sakura and started healing her. At that moment, Kakashi transformed his split tongue into a Mangekyo. "Oh, so you have an advanced ball just like him," Orochimaru said. Then, with a big smile on his face, he added, "I'm going to have so much fun taking this from you." Feeling uneasy, Kakashi said, "Naruto and Sai, you guys take Kabuto. I'll take Orochimaru too. You can't defeat him, let me fight him, I already have some unfinished business with him," Naruto said. He then immediately switched to Kurama mode without waiting for a response. Immediately after that, he ran very quickly and punched Orochimaru in the stomach. Orochimaru only realized what was happening when Naruto appeared in front of him. At that time, he was already thrown back, and his body began to fall from tree to tree. "Damn it, very strong," Kabuto thought as he looked at Naruto standing in front of him. He wanted to attack Naruto, but his body wouldn't obey. Naruto looked at Kabuto, then headed towards Orochimaru in the distance. "Naruto is so strong, he's already way above my level. He might even be on Kage's level," Kakashi thought. "How can I complete my mission like this? He is very strong, and he notices me before I get close to him. Danzo-sama, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can complete the quest this time," Sai thought. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's fake face was broken and his real face was revealed. "Today I have decided to kill you. Is there something you want to say?" Naruto said. "You can't kill me. I will be immortal. I will take Sasuke's body and use his body. Then I will learn all the jutsu and become the strongest person. I will also examine your body. In this way, I will create a strong body that can become a container for me in the future," Orochimaru said ambitiously. He's very obsessed with Sasuke. Since Sasuke hasn't left yet, maybe he's enjoying it. I should at least support them and keep them together even after death, being a good person," Naruto thought. Naruto began to create a Bijudama on his hand. Noticing this too, Orochimaru quickly made a few hand gestures and then slammed his hands on the ground, saying, "Rashomon." Immediately after that, 5 huge doors appeared in front of him. At that moment, Naruto threw the Bijudama he had grown into his hand. The Bijudama broke through all 5 doors in front of him one after another, and eventually expanded and exploded over a large area. When the explosion died down, Orochimaru was lying on the ground, his body covered in blood. But then Orochimaru's mouth opened and another Orochimaru came out. "You have a very interesting technique. But it seems like you used too much chakra. How many more times can you use it?" Naruto said with a grin. Orochimaru suddenly had his sword fall out of his mouth and the tip of the sword began to quickly reach towards Naruto. Naruto watched with a smirk as the sword came towards him. When the tip of the sword touched his body, its force was not enough to pierce his skin. But it still began to push him back. Naruto dipped one foot into the ground and grabbed the sword with his hand. He then quickly hit the sword with his other elbow. The sword couldn't take the blow and began to break into pieces. Orochimaru was shocked, but soon after, he quickly began to pull the remaining piece of the sword into his mouth. At that moment, Naruto quickly ran towards Orochimaru and grabbed him by the neck. Orochimaru was surprised to see the Mangekyo Sharingan in Naruto's eyes, and then he said, "You. How can you have those eyes?" Naruto smirked as he looked into Orochimaru's eyes, Kamui. At that moment, Orochimaru's body spun inward and disappeared. Naruto made several shadow clones and sent them into Kamui dimension to hold Orochimaru off. This way, they could keep Orochimaru busy until he was available. Naruto then went back to where his teammates were. When he got there, he saw Kabuto with his hands and feet tied. Naruto's teammates were next to him. Kabuto's body was covered in bloody bruises. It was obvious from all sides that he had been tortured. "Did you find out where Sasuke is?" Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi. "Yeah, it was a little difficult, but we managed to learn." "What about Orochimaru?" Kakashi said. "He managed to escape, but he suffered too many injuries. Are we sure that what he says is the right place?" Naruto said. "We're not sure yet, but if he says the wrong place, what he'll encounter won't be pleasant," Kakashi said. After the entire team had gathered, they set off towards the said place with Kabuto. On the way, Naruto noticed that Kabuto was slowly sweating and was worried inside. And the place they were going to was certainly the wrong place. "How dare you tell us the wrong place?" Shanaru. Sakura began shaking her fist angrily at Kabuto. "Wait, I'm going to interrogate him this time," Naruto interrupted and said. He then took Kabuto and went to a place where they could be alone with him. After Naruto threw Kabuto to the ground, he began to scream, "No matter what you do, I will never talk. You will never make me talk. Haha." Naruto chuckled as his eyes changed. "I don't think you should be so sure. Tsukuyomi." Thus began Kabuto's long torture. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Naruto threw the half-conscious Kabuto to the ground and said, "I recognize the location, there's no way to lie this time." After that, they all continued walking together. They finally arrived at the place where the shelter was and went for a while. Naruto used his sensory abilities to see if there was anyone inside the bunker, and then he said, "There's someone inside too. His chakra resembles Sasuke's, so he's probably inside." After everyone was stunned for a moment, Sakura quickly ran inside, shouting, "Sasuke! I came for you. I miss you." Everyone started looking at each other in surprise. "What the hell?" Then everyone started running after her. "Wait a minute, why are we looking for her? Don't I know where Sasuke is?" Naruto said. Everyone nodded as they thought it made sense. They then started following Naruto. Sakura on the other hand. She kept looking for Sasuke, screaming as she ran. After they had been gone for a while, they finally came to the Great Hall. At the far end of the room there was someone sitting in front of a giant snake statue. "You finally arrived. I wanted to fight someone and prove my strength for a long time," Sasuke said. He then raised his head slightly, showing in his eyes, and looking at Naruto, he said with hatred, "You will pay for humiliating me. I will become stronger by killing you today." Naruto and Kakashi suddenly noticed something, so they both quickly yelled as they retreated, "Get lost." Naruto picked up Karen in his arms as he stepped back and quickly disappeared. At that moment, a huge explosion occurred in the hall. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked as he lowered Karen to the ground. Karen nodded her head in agreement to indicate that she was okay. At that moment, Kakashi and Sai approached them. Then everyone went out into the square formed by the effect of the explosion. Naruto said looking at Sasuke who stood in front of them, "I gave you a chance by not killing you last time. But you still chose the same path. This time I won't give you a second chance." Naruto, "No, we will take him alive." Kakashi refused. "Kakashi, you already know that he is a traitor, right? He is the same as Orochimaru. We captured him alive once and put him in prison, but he managed to escape. This time, I will make sure that he never escapes again," Naruto said. But still, Kakashi tried to say something, but he couldn't come up with a logical explanation. Just then, Sakura came shouting, "Sasuke-kun. I finally found you. Let's go back to the village together." She had a loving expression on her face. "You're getting on my nerves," Sasuke said, then started to approach Sakura with his sword with the blue lightning effect on it. "Sakura, come back," Kakashi said as he stepped in front of Sakura. Kakashi blocked the swinging sword with the technique he used on his hand. But it must have hurt because his face was scrunched up. Just then Naruto appeared and punched Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke was thrown back and fell to the ground. "Sasuke-kun. Naruto, why did you hit him?" Sakura shouted angrily. "She's worrying me. I'm going to start thinking about killing her too if she keeps acting like this. Naruto thought as he started getting angry. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an angry expression as he stood up from the ground, his sharing glowing even more due to his anger. Naruto absorbed the natural energy nearby and entered Sage mode. He later entered the second stage and the lines formed on his body began to glow white. I'm going to show you today what true power is, power that you will never achieve. Naruto said. Sasuke coated his sword with lightning and started running towards Naruto. As he ran, walls of earth came in front of him. But he was able to avoid them with his advanced reflexes. Finally, he walked up to Naruto and swung his sword at him. Naruto slid slightly to the side, dodging the sword. Then, using his arms, he flew over Sasuke again with a powerful gust of air. Sasuke somersaulted in the air and landed evenly on the ground. He then extended his hand to Naruto and said, "Chidori-sanban." Then the lightning in his hand broke into many pieces and they quickly headed towards Naruto. Naruto made a thick clay wall out of the earth, blocking himself from the thin lightning. He then waves his hand, looking at Sasuke. At that moment, a bunch of tree roots jumped out of the ground and began to envelop Sasuke's body. Kakashi thought as he watched the fight from afar in amazement, wooden release. But how can he use it? Sasuke said after a moment of surprise, "Chidori Nagashi." Soon after, many lightning bolts came out of his body, destroying the roots of the trees. Thus, he got rid of the trees that surrounded him. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled after inflating his lungs. When he exhaled, lava was ejected from his mouth and it headed towards Sasuke. Naruto didn't stay with him, he immediately formed Rasengan and threw it towards Sasuke. Sasuke was sweating as he tried to escape the lava coming towards him. He avoided the lava most of the time, but it was too late to escape the Rasengan. It cost him his arm. Sasuke. Damn it, Naruto. I'm coming there, Sasuke. I'll heal you, Sakura said as she ran towards Sasuke. Sigh, Naruto sighed as he blasted Sakura away with a powerful gust of wind. Hold her, she's still a useless person who continues to be a fangirl. I'm surprised she's still alive, Naruto said to the others. He then turned to Sasuke and said, "Enough fun. I will introduce you to your greatest fear." He said these words as his eyes changed to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Everyone present at that moment was surprised to see Naruto's eyes. How do you have eyes like that? You're not an Uchiha, Sasuke said angrily. But at the same time, seeing those eyes, he remembered the past and felt a little afraid. You're just an ignorant idiot. Where is the rule that says only an Uchiha can wield a Sharingan? You don't know anything, Naruto said sarcastically. You bastard, I'll kill you and then I'll take those eyes, Sasuke said angrily. He then ran towards Naruto and started attacking again. Obviously, you haven't learned yet. If another person has a Mangekyo, you must not look them in the eye. Otherwise, it will be like this, Tsukuyomi, Naruto said. Sasuke, who was running at that moment, suddenly stopped and stared blankly. After a while, he came to himself, but his pulse quickened as he suddenly fell on one leg. You have received protection from Tsukuyomi. Although no one has been affected by Tsukuyomi more than you in the world, Naruto said. Sasuke staggered to his feet. Naruto said with a grin as he watched her struggle, I wonder how many times you can take Tsukuyomi before your mind breaks. Man, before you went crazy after 4. I was really curious, let's test your limits. Sasuke started running towards Naruto again. He must have learned from the previous lesson and became wiser, this time he didn't look Naruto in the eyes. Naruto slid to the side and deftly pushed him away after dodging the attack. Sasuke couldn't help but look into Naruto's eyes as he floated in the air. That's why he was caught by Tsukuyomi again. Sasuke fell to the ground again, this time gasping for breath and breaking out in a cold sweat. After Naruto's eyes lit up for a moment, Susanoo appeared around him, glowing red. Sasuke was shocked as he looked at his opponent, but then activated his cursed seal, entering straight into the second tier. I'll show you how strong I am. I'm not the same as before, Sasuke said as he formed Chidori in his hand. He still thinks he's something, Naruto thought. Once again, Sasuke began to run towards Naruto with Chidori in his hands. Susanoo looked at Sasuke who was running towards him holding his sword. He then suddenly swung his sword and before Sasuke could react, the hand holding the Chidori was cut off. Ah, my hand, Sasuke screamed as he looked at where his hand should have been. He then quickly stopped the blood flowing out of his hand by making a few hand gestures. He looked at Naruto with veins sticking out from anger. But at that moment, he heard what Naruto said. Amaterasu. At that moment, black flames appeared on Sasuke's face. Ah! Sasuke was about to fall to the ground as he writhed in pain. However, Susanoo swung his sword once again and cut off one of Sasuke's legs. Sasuke! Sakura screamed as she broke free and ran towards Sasuke. She immediately began healing him when she reached him. After some time, the black flames finally died down and a new version of Sasuke appeared. Sasuke's face was burned by the flames of Amaterasu and became frightening. Those precious Sharingan eyes were burned to ashes. Sasuke lost his Sharingan and was blinded. After Sakura stabilized Sasuke's condition, she angrily stood up and started running towards Naruto to attack. How dare you hurt Sasuke? Shanaru! Sakura screamed as she ran towards Naruto. However, Sakura froze in fear when she noticed Naruto's eyes narrowing in anger. Naruto was holding himself back from killing Sakura with great difficulty. Then, after taking a deep breath, he looked at Sai and said, "I want to talk to you for a moment, Sai-san. As far as I know, you are one of Danzo's subordinates, right?" Even though Sai didn't want to answer, he couldn't help but nod in approval. "Did he give you any instructions regarding me?" Naruto said as he slowly walked towards him. The pressure in the environment became heavier with every step he took. Sai, on the other hand, was slowly retreating out of fear. "I have no problem with you. But unfortunately, you were involved in what happened between me and your owner," Naruto said. At that moment, Kakashi quickly jumped between them and said, "What are you doing, Naruto? He's part of our team." Karen and Sakura watched from the sidelines in confusion. Sasuke on the other hand was unconscious after everything he had been through. "You don't know anything about what's going on in the village, right? Let me explain it to you briefly. I have a grudge against Danzo, and Sai is the one he ordered." "So," Naruto said, looking at Kakashi. And just as he said his last word, he disappeared in a flash of red. Naruto placed the Hiraishin mark on Sai when they were traveling. That's why he quickly teleported to Sai and killed him in one go. Sai's lifeless body fell to the ground as Naruto pulled away the kunai he had stabbed into his heart. The others looked at him in surprise. You actually did that to your teammate," Kakashi said in disbelief. Naruto said as he cleaned the blood off his kunai and placed it back into the seal, "He was never my teammate. Mission accomplished, let's return to Konoha." He then walked over to Sasuke, who was unconscious on the ground, and picked him up on his shoulders. Sakura looked like she wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound out of her mouth after what she just saw. Karen started following Naruto after a moment's pause. Karen knew a little about what was going on because Naruto had said a few things about what was going to happen before. That was why she was always on guard in the village. Kakashi was furious at what had happened. His student, Sasuke, was maimed and the new member of his team was also killed. After Kakashi picked up Sai, who was dead on the ground, he and Sakura began to follow them. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Naruto examined the chakras in Sasuke's body, which he held on his shoulder. After a while, he couldn't help but chuckle when he found Indra's chakra, which was hidden deep inside. He then began to extract Indra's chakra from Sasuke, slowly and secretly, and take it for himself. After some time, he finally absorbed all the chakra. He realized that inside his body, Indra and Asura's chakras were trying to merge. But he blocked them because he was not in the right environment at the moment. Naruto sat Sasuke down as it was time to rest. At that moment, Sakura suddenly appeared next to him and began checking on Sasuke's situation. Naruto looked at Sakura and pressed for a short moment, then went and sat next to Karen. "We haven't talked much since the day I came to the village. Tell me, what have you been doing in the village all these years?" Naruto asked. Karen really wanted to talk to Naruto because she had very little time alone with him. "I trained as Tsunade-sama's apprentice after you left. According to him, I am very skilled in medical jutsu. To be honest, I realized that I like healing people. I hated it before, but then I liked healing someone without using my special situation," Karen said. "I saw you use the adamantine chains last time. You seemed quite a novice using them. I can teach you how to use them if you want," Naruto said. "Seriously? But how? Do you have adamantine chains too?" Karen asked impatiently. Naruto made the chains that resulted on his back and moved it, then he said, "As you can see, I have it. I would also like to point out that I am quite good at using it." After the two of them had been talking about various topics for a while, there was silence for a while. Karen looked like she wanted to say something. Then she took a deep breath and said shyly, I saw you last time with T. Tamari. Are you with ADD? You're asking if Tamari is my girlfriend? Yes, I am with her," Naruto said, frankly wondering how Karen saw them. Karen blushed, recalling her memories of that night, and then said, how many friends do you have? To be honest, I have 3 of them right now, Naruto said after considering if there was anyone else. Right now, how many more girlfriends are you going to have? Karen asked. I don't know exactly, but I feel like I won't be limited by that, Naruto said. Naruto decided to let go of everything regarding the girls. He didn't want to think about the harem anymore. If it happened spontaneously, it would happen. After some time, it was finally morning and time to move on. This time Naruto did not carry Sasuke. Instead, Sakura immediately picked up Sasuke princess style and carried him with a big smile on her face. Naruto had no problem with the fact that he had already taken everything from Sasuke after all. Sasuke was useless now, he had no future potential. Kakashi carried Sai's lifeless body on his back. His goal was to tell the Hokage what had happened. Some time passed and eventually they returned to Konoha. They then headed directly to Tsunade to present the mission report. When Tsunade entered, the first thing that caught her attention was Sasuke's condition. Sai, at least he's still alive, Tsunade thought. But then she saw Sai's lifeless body, which Kakashi was carrying behind him. What happened to him? Tsunade asked Kakashi. He was killed by Naruto, Kakashi said. What? Tsunade glared at Naruto. It was clear from her eyes that she wanted an answer. Naruto said as he placed the documents from Sai's bag in front of Tsunade, he was sent by Danzo to place a seal on me. To be honest, I said in the previous meeting that if such a situation were to happen, I would obviously react harshly. But as the head of the Uzumaki clan, I would like to discuss this privately later. Tsunade thought after studying the documents, damn, I should have thought Danzo was planning something like this when he sent that boy. Sai was absolutely someone sent by Danzo to place a control seal on Naruto. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Now, report the mission, Tsunade said after putting the documents in the secret seal. Naruto and Kakashi looked at each other for a moment, then Naruto stepped forward and began to speak. When we got to the bridge, I went to talk to the agent. The agent's identity was Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade interrupted and said, the old Konoha ninja. The traitor who was among the attackers during the previous Chunin exam, right? Yes, that man. It was later revealed that this meeting was a trap. In an instant, Orochimaru began to attack. After some fighting, Orochimaru managed to escape, but we captured his partner Kabuto, Naruto said. After Naruto extended his hand forward, in a flash of red, Kabuto, who was sitting on the ground holding his knees, suddenly appeared. Naruto had been cultivating the Hiraishin skill for some time. At his current level, he could teleport other people to his side thanks to the seal he placed on their bodies. There was no sign of life on Kabuto's face or eyes. As you can see, he is in a broken state and still answers any question. After interrogating him, we found out where Sasuke was hiding. When we arrived, Sasuke started attacking us. So I cut off his leg and arm for good to stop him and make sure he doesn't run away again. Oh, I also destroyed his eyes, and he will live blind from now on, Naruto said. Sakura and Kakashi's faces twitched when they heard them. Tsunade had a troubled expression on her face, but she thought that at least he was still alive. So he could be useful to the village. Tsunade then looked at the others and asked, do you have anything to add? Kakashi stepped forward and said, I noticed that Naruto used the Mangekyo Sharingan during the fight. I wanted to inform you about it. Tsunashi looked at Naruto with a surprised look for a moment and then said, okay, I will talk to him about this privately. I order you not to spread this topic in any way. I don't want to cause any more trouble for myself. After they nodded their heads in agreement, they began to walk out. Tsunade said to Naruto before leaving, come talk to me tomorrow. Naruto looked at Tsunade for a moment before he nodded and walked out from behind his team. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Time passed and it was night. Naruto and Anko were lying on the bed together. They were both naked under the cover that covered them. As you can see, their work must have just finished. Anko's head was on Naruto's chest, her forehead sweaty from their exercise. Naruto said while patting her head, I have good news for you. Anko asked curiously as he stroked Naruto's abs, what is this? I think I'll be able to undo your cursed seal soon, Naruto said with a smile. That was the only reason he kept Orochimaru alive. Now that he had Orochimaru, he could learn about the cursed seal from him. That way, he could remove the cursed seal from Anko. Anko, with the news she heard, her hope was revived. Naruto had said something similar before he left 3 years ago. But after a long time, her hope had faded. She didn't want to talk about it with Naruto either. However, Enko still didn't want to have any false hope, so she asked, "Are you sure?" After thinking for a while, Naruto said, "You know that I met and fought Orochimaru during my last mission, right?" When Enko nodded her head in agreement, she said, "Yes, I know. You said he ran away. He couldn't escape," Naruto said in a low voice. How so?" Enko said in surprise. "He couldn't escape. I caught him and hid him," Naruto said. "But why did you hide from the village you captured?" Enko asked, confused. "If I gave it to the village, I wouldn't have access to the information I got from it. I'm also thinking of using it for something in the future," Naruto said. Enko's past memories were replaying in his head at that time. That's why she had a melancholic expression on her face. "Do you want to meet him?" Naruto said when he saw the expression on Enko's face. Enko thought about the offer for a while, then said with a small smile on her face, "I would have accepted it earlier, but I don't care anymore." She then raised her head a little and kissed Naruto and said, "You are the most important person in my life right now. I want to leave Orochimaru in the past." Naruto smiled at what he heard. Enko then ascended to Naruto's top. Her current position is a cow. Let's begin the second round. What you are about to experience will simply be a preview of the awards night, Enko said lustfully as she moved her hips. No lemons until awards night. After dinner in the morning, Naruto entered Kamui's dimension before going to talk to Tsunade. In the Kamui area, Hidan and Kakuzu sat on a rectangular prism, devoid of life force in their eyes. Their eyes stared blankly into the endless void of Kamui. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was lying motionless on the ground with several black sticks stuck in his body. It was clear from his face that he was very angry. The black sticks that stuck to Orochimaru were tools Naruto could create with the Rinnegan. If he hit someone with it, that person would be immobilized. Additionally, Orochimaru had two clones of Naruto by his side, constantly watching over him. The two clones had black sticks in their hands and Rinnegan in their eyes. As Naruto approached them, Orochimaru looked at him with a hateful expression. "So, you've finally arrived. What did you do to me? How do you have those eyes?" Orochimaru said angrily. But at the same time, what he encountered made him curious. The last time he saw those eyes was in Balier, the leader of Akatsuki. Naruto nodded to the two clones standing next to him. Later, both clones pounded the black stick into Orochimaru's body. "I'm asking questions here," Naruto said. Orochimaru gritted his teeth in pain. "Why are you doing this to me? What do you want?" When Naruto saw the clones about to pound the black sticks again, he complained to stop them. "I'll ignore it this time. After all, he should know why he's here," Naruto said. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The reason I kept you here was to ask you about the cursed seal. How do you remove the seal from someone's body? If we are talking about the seal, you probably captured Sasuke and you want to remove his cursed seal," Orochimaru said smiling. But then, seeing Naruto's unchanging expression, another scenario came into his mind. "No, you don't want that for Sasuke. Another person marked in Konoha is Anko. You want that for her, right? Little Anko grew up and got a boyfriend. It's a shame, I really wanted to get her body sooner." Then, with the person. Orochimaru said. He stopped when he realized he was about to say something he shouldn't have mentioned. The reason why Orochimaru wanted to take Anko's body was because he was very compatible with snakes. Another good thing was that she was a woman. So Orochimaru would be able to be with men while getting his body. For this reason, it was mostly given to a female body. Unfortunately, since there was no female Uchiha, he could only have a male body. But maybe with a certain operation after taking over Sasuke's body. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. You still haven't answered my question, Naruto said. Then he pointed at his clones. Later the clones hit him again with the black sticks. Orochimaru once again clenched his teeth in pain. There were currently 12 black sticks stuck in his body. Just as Orochimaru was about to open his mouth and speak, Naruto began speaking again. "Or I came up with a better idea. I've never tried this technique on anyone before. So consider yourself lucky," Naruto said as his eyes changed to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel uneasy after hearing Naruto's words. Then he heard Naruto say, "Koto Amasukami." Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Naruto went to the Hokage to talk to Tsunade. "After reviewing the documents you provided, it is clear that Danzo gave the order. But we have problems with his punishment," Tsunade said. Naruto glanced at the people hiding in the room before speaking. He saw that the root Anbus was not among them. "Danzo's power is very strong now. I also know that we can't punish him with just this evidence. I have an idea, Naruto said. Oh, so what is it? Tsunade asked curiously. I'll take care of Danzo. I'll find evidence of what he did and bring it to you. That way, you can use it, Naruto said. Tsunade thought for a moment, then said, can you handle him? No, don't try. We can't take that risk. We have to think of another solution. Naruto took a deep breath. Couldn't he just kill him and the others? That was the easiest option. In fact, he could have done it while hiding his identity. He could have killed Danzo and Root Anbuz without anyone knowing what he was doing. Naruto can't use Koto Amatsukami on Danzo. Because Danzo has Shisui's Mangekyo. Let's move on to our next topic. How did you get the exchange mates? Plus, you have the special ones. Tsunade said as she folded her hands. She was very curious about how Naruto got the share. You know from Jiraiya that I unsealed the Kyuubi, right? Naruto said. Yes, but what does that have to do with my question? Tsunade asked in surprise. After the release of Kyuubi, I started training to control its chakra. After I got better at it, I got the Sharingan. So, my Sharingan comes from Kyuubi. Of course, they evolved on their own later and evolved into advanced ones. Naruto said. Strange, but interesting. So the tailed beasts or Kyuubi might have some relation to the Uchiha bloodline. Tsunade said while thinking. Maybe, I don't know. Naruto said. This was, of course, a big lie. Actually, it wasn't exactly a lie. After all Kekkei Genkai were thought to come from Ten Tails. Of course, there were still many unknowns. For example, the Otsutsuki Byakugan. Were there alien races other than the Otsutsuki? After all, in the vast universe, there couldn't be just one Otsutsuki race, right? There were so many unknowns. Is there anything else you want to ask? Naruto asked. No, you can leave. Tsunade said. Tsunade called out to Naruto as he turned around and was very close to the door. Naruto, you're not going to attack them alone, right? Tsunade asked with concern evident in her voice. Naruto turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade, I'll tell you straight. I will destroy him and his Root Anbu and no one will be able to stop me. Also, don't you think the Senju and Uchiha clans, situations are weird? Have you ever wondered why there are no Senju left besides you? Why the entire Uchiha clan was killed, including the children? Tsunade put her head in her hands, saddened by what she heard. Naruto heard Tsunade's noise as he reached for the door handle, be careful. Naruto said with a smile, don't worry, I'm much stronger than you think. Tomorrow will be a new clean slate for Konoha. Then Naruto opened the door and walked out. Naruto suspects that Danzo had a hand in many things. For example, the Senju clan. Their numbers gradually dwindled until only Tsunade remained. Naruto suspected that Danzo was secretly reducing the Senju clan's numbers. Danzo also had a hand in the Uchiha clan massacre. He tricked Itachi into killing the entire Uchiha clan. He then took the Sharingan from the dead and used them himself. Another suspicion regarding Naruto was the attack on the Uzumaki clan. Several villages banded together and attacked the Uzumaki. It is said that Konoha was unable to help because the attack was carried out suddenly and secretly. According to Naruto, Konoha heard about the attack, but Danzo delayed the news, causing Konoha to be late. Of course, this was just speculation at this point. He went to the area where he trained after leaving the Hokage residence. When he got there, he saw two girls training. Both girls had visible veins around their eyes. Also, since the two girls looked very similar, they were most likely siblings. The two were, as predicted, the Hyuga sisters. Someone is taking my place, Naruto said as he walked up to them with a smile. Naruto, Hinata said in surprise. Naruto hugged Hinata, then turned to Hanabi and said with a smile, hello, you must be Hanabi. I'm Naruto too. Hello, Hanabi said timidly. She slowly tried to hide behind her sister. It seems like she's quite shy like you, Hinata. Naruto said as he looked at the shy Hanabi. Hanabi in canon wasn't that shy, but she looked quite shy now. It was probably because Hinata had changed. Yeah, I remember my childhood looking at her, Hinata said looking at Hanabi. You were so shy back then. I remember you trying to spy on me from the corner while I was training. Naruto said laughing. Naruto, Hinata said while blushing. Naruto touched Hinata's cheeks as he said, ha ha ha. Hey, you're starting to blush again like in the old days. Hanabi watched them in surprise as Hinata's face turned even redder. Who is this person? Naruto said, while we're together, let's train together like old times. Let's see how much you've improved in my absence. He then said, looking at Hanabi with a smile, of course you will join us, little lady. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Naruto went home to get ready for the night after some training with the Hyuga sisters. Naruto had dinner with Karen and Anko for a while after they went home. I heard from Karen what you did. You're attacking Danzo, aren't you? Anko asked, looking at Naruto. She knew that since she knew Naruto's personality, he wouldn't keep quiet about something like that. Yes, I will attack, Naruto stated in a calm voice. When? Anko asked. Tonight, Naruto said frankly, without hiding it. I'll come too, Anko said seriously and insistently. Naruto stopped eating and waited for a while. At that moment, Karen also joined the conversation. I want to come too. Karen knew that Naruto was doing this for himself too. That's why she wanted to help him. Naruto thought, now if I say, no, you can't come, it's too dangerous, like in the movies. They'll say something like, I still want to come. Then Naruto said, no, you can't come, it's too dangerous. As if she knew what to say in advance, Anko quickly said, I still want to come. It was exactly the same. I should knock them out and go alone according to the scenario. Naruto thought. Yes, we want to come and help you too, Karen said. Naruto said after sighing, sigh, okay, you can come. As soon as both girls started smiling, they noticed Naruto's eyes turned into shared ones. Then, they suddenly fell asleep. Naruto picked up the two girls on his shoulders, placed them on the bed, and walked out. After Naruto went out and made dozens of clones, he sent them to explore Konoha and its surroundings. After waiting for some time, Naruto finally found Danzo's hiding place. In fact, when Naruto touched Danzo's shoulder during the meeting, he left a Hirishin mark there. But Danzo must have noticed it because he removed the mark. That's why he couldn't go straight to him. But that was when he sensed Danzo's chakra. That's why he could figure out where Danzo was right now when he scanned the surroundings. He understood that the root Anbu had 3 shelters. He found 2 sub-branches, one of which was the center. He felt that Danzo was in the center, right now. Naruto entered Kurama mode and he teleported towards the clone who had found one of the sub-branches. After thinking for a moment about what to do, he made several clones. And after he ordered them to get into the bunker and kill everyone, he teleported to another bunker. This time, he formed a large Bijudama in his hand and threw it into the bunker. As Naruto teleported to the clone that had found the central bunker, a huge explosion occurred behind him. This time Naruto went to the main center. Naruto felt the people inside the bunker talking nervously to each other as he activated his Rinnegan and began to rise into the air. Apparently, they realized what had happened just now. But unfortunately, they were too late now. Naruto extended his hand towards the shelter, then said, Shinra Tensai. Then a strong blow hit the place where the shelter was located, and the shelter began to fall to the ground. The entire root bus inside the bunker was crushed under the rubble. Just then, Danzo came out, pushing through the rubble upside down. The blow opened his bandages, and one of the shared eyes that he had implanted in his arm was closed. There were 9 open shared eyes left. So you were the one who attacked us, Danzo said, squinting at the hovering Naruto. Then, noticing Naruto's eyes, he became surprised and said, how dare you have the legendary Dujutsu, Rinnegan? It's none of your business. Naruto then extended his hands towards him, Shinra Tensai. The pull of the earth descended on Danzo, and in an instant his body crashed into the ground, breaking him. But Danzo appeared again, and then one of the participants on the hand closed his eyes. You can't kill me, Danzo said, but at that moment his body began to reach out to Naruto. Naruto broke Danzo's arm. However, Danzo was revived when one of the members on his arm became inactive. TCH, why are you bothering me like this? I won't be contacting you anymore anyway. Is there anything you want to say before you die? Naruto said as he looked at Danzo who had reappeared. Danzo was about to say something when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he quickly took away his soul using the human path, and thus Danzo died immediately. I was just kidding, Naruto said, and then he started looking through the information he got from Danzo. Naruto learned that Danzo had done everything he really suspected. He made the Senju clan members look like they died of natural causes. For example, he planned to kill Nawaki, who was actually Tsunade's brother. He planned to bring Tsunade into the CRA, but things didn't go as planned because she was too strong. Also, as Naruto guessed, Danzo was the reason why the Uzumaki clan did not receive aid. He delayed the information coming to Konoha, causing the Uzumaki to not receive any aid. Because of this, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. He did all this for one reason: to become Hokage. When he became Hokage, he had many other plans planned. After a while, Naruto felt a presence hiding underground, so he sternly said, show yourself. Soon after Naruto said that, a half-white and half-black man came out from underground. What? Who are you? The man said, who came out of the ground. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. You already know who I am since you've been following me, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. The Kyuubi container, he said. Naruto studied his opponent even more, then said, so you are one of those trying to obtain the tailed beasts. What do you want from me? How did you get the Rinnegan? He asked, looking into Naruto's eyes. Your mother gave it to me, Naruto said sarcastically. He said surprised. Huh, Naruto replied. What do you mean? He said. How did I get the Rinnegan? It's none of your business, Naruto said. Yes, you're right, he said. Then they started looking at each other strangely for a while. After a while, Naruto couldn't help but ask, is there anything else you want to ask? No, he said, then disappeared into the ground. Naruto looked at the man in surprise. It was a rather strange meeting. So it was all very civilized. Strange. Naruto returned to his normal state and then went to the Uzumaki mansion and slept as if nothing happened. While Naruto was sleeping, he realized that someone had climbed onto his bed. The person who had climbed onto his bed was Anko. When Anko woke up, she suddenly became worried when she saw herself in the bed. She then immediately went to his room to find Naruto. She was relieved to find him lying in the bed, and then she lay down next to him. Karen also checked on Naruto when she woke up. When he looked through the door of the room and saw two people lying in bed, she felt relieved and jealous. At this time, at the Hokage's residence, everyone gathered for an important meeting. Now that everyone is gathered, let's begin the meeting, Tsunade said as she sat in her chair. Danzo hasn't arrived yet, Homura said. Unfortunately, Danzo will not be attending this meeting. We will begin the meeting, Tsunade said. Are we going to talk about the loud explosion that happened last night? Shikaku said. Yes, we will talk about the incident that happened last night, Tsunade said. After everyone had properly sat down to listen attentively, Tsunade continued speaking. 3 root Anbu hideouts were attacked in a very short time last night. As a result, 3 bunkers were destroyed, Tsunade said. Is Danzo-sama a crow? Shikaku asked. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, Danzo was killed yesterday. Also, there is no one left of the root Anbu. They have completely disappeared. Everyone in the room was surprised. Naruto smiled and sighed. Danzo, he's dead, Homura muttered in surprise. Tsunade took out some documents, placed them on the table and said, these documents contain information about Danzo. Then everyone started reading after receiving one of the documents. This is what Danzo did without the Hokage knowing. Also, Root continued to do this even after the Anbus was ordered to be closed. That is why I declare him a traitor, Tsunade said. Even Sendaime didn't treat him like that. How dare you treat him like that? Homura said, standing up angrily. Tsunade narrowed his eyes at her and Homura and angrily slammed his fist on the table before saying, who do you think you're yelling at? There's no Sendaime in front of you right now. Besides, wait until it's your turn. Do you know who carried out the attack, Godime-sama? Shikaku said after a fake cough to change the topic. It's unclear who did it, but they were certainly very powerful because they did it quickly without being noticed, Tsunade said. Taking a deep breath, she continued, we found Danzo's body near the bunker. Upon examining his body, we came across some very interesting things. One eye and one arm were completely filled with common ones. He also had my grandfather Hashirama's cells in his body. We suspect that he was with Orochimaru. So Danzo stole the Sharin that disappeared from the dead bodies in the Uchiha clan massacre, Hayase said. He also disrespected the first Hokage, Shikaku said. There is no other information on this matter. Now let's move on to another topic, Tsunade said. She then narrowed her eyes at the last 2 remaining members of the civilian council sitting next to each other and said, we have found out who stole the assets of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans after investigating. Please escort these 2 to prison. At that moment, 2 Anbu appeared next to them and grabbed them by the collar and began to drag them out. They struggled as they were dragged, but no matter what they did, they ended up in jail. The meeting is over, everyone can leave, Tsunade said and then left the room to head towards the Hokage's office. Hiashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, walked up to Naruto who was about to leave the room and said, Uzumaki-sama, can we talk for a moment please? Sure, Naruto said. He also guessed what Hiashi was going to talk about. In fact, he came even later than expected. After they moved to a secluded place, they started talking. What is your relationship with my daughter Hinata? Hayashi asked in a somewhat threatening tone. We are lovers. Naruto spoke the truth, hiding nothing. Even though Hayashi had already expected an answer, he was furious inside. But he still said in a slightly calm tone, Naruto-san, I want you to leave my daughter immediately. Naruto said with a smirk, what if I don't want to leave? What can you do? After a moment of thought, Hayashi said sternly, I. But just then Naruto interrupted and said, I suggest you wait a little longer before you say you will, Hayashi-san. I am not someone you can threaten. For your own sake, I suggest you reconsider after a year. Otherwise, what you will encounter may not be pleasant at all. And don't worry, I will take very good care of Hinata. Then he turned and left without waiting for Hayashi's answer. When Naruto returned home that evening, he finally did what Anko had been waiting for. He removed her cursed seal. Of course, that's why Anko gave him special treatment. In short, it was a very hot night. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. I want permission to leave the village for a few weeks, Naruto said. Naruto is currently at the Hokage mansion trying to get permission from Tsunade. Why do you need permission? What are you planning to do? Suna asked. Naruto said after a short pause, I'm going to Ryuki Cave. How so? Why and how will you get there? Suna asked curiously. I want to absorb the natural energy that accumulates there. I also have a special technique to search there, Naruto said. How? Tsunade said in surprise. Also, I want to ask something from Katsuyu, who is your challenge? Please help me meet him, Naruto said. Tsunade thought for a while, then said with a sigh. Alright, I accept. Besides, I'm going to meet Katsuyu. Thank you, Tsunade, Naruto said with a smile. It doesn't matter. When do you want to see him and when will you leave the village? Tsunade asked. First, I want to meet Katsuyu. After that, I will leave the village, Naruto said. Okay, I'll be done in a few hours and I'll be available. Then come again, Tsunade said. Okay, thanks again, Naruto said and disappeared in a flash of red. After Naruto left the Hokage's mansion, he went to the place where they agreed to meet Hinata the other day. When he got there, he saw Hinata sitting alone. He then snuck up on her and hugged her. How are you, beautiful? Naruto said with a smile. Hinata already knew it was him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to water the grass again if someone else hugged her from behind. I'm fine, so what are you doing? You weren't hurt in the last attack, were you? Hinata asked. Hinata knew what Naruto was going to do, as did the others. Naruto didn't like doing things in secret from his girls. After all, if he couldn't trust them, who would he trust? Not only did he tell them about Shinju right now, but it wasn't his time yet. Besides, Karen may not be his girlfriend now, but that doesn't mean she won't be later, right? Don't worry, I'm not hurt, I didn't get a scratch, Naruto said as he broke the hug and sat down next to her. Then he took her hand and continued speaking in a serious tone, you know, your father knew about us, right? Hinata nodded and then said, I know. Then, after a moment's pause, he continued, he even tried to arrange a marriage for me. Naruto wasn't surprised, as he had already expected this situation. After all, Hinata Hyuga's blood was quite strong, and of course the elders would want to marry her off to a clan member. Sai, and who did they want you to marry? Naruto asked. Hinata said shyly, with my cousin, Neji. Hinata was deeply saddened. Why did he have to live such a life? She sometimes wished she was a girl from a normal civilian family. That way, she could live a much more comfortable life. Naruto could sense that Hinata was feeling depressed, so he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her closer to him. Don't worry, I'll find a solution, Naruto said. Hinata started to feel like she was going to cry, so she asked in a trembling voice, what are you going to do? After thinking for a while, Naruto said, I think the best solution now is to threaten them with my power. Hinata was about to protest, but Naruto placed his finger on her lips, stopping her from speaking. Listen to me first, I can't think of a better idea right now. If I try to convince them with my identity as the head of the Uzumaki clan, they will ignore me altogether. Even if I ask the Hokage for help, the Hokage can't get involved in the internal affairs of the clans. So the only option left is to convince them with my strength, Naruto said. Hinata thought for a moment as she looked at him, and it became clear that she was in a dilemma. Naruto came closer and kissed her cheek. He then said, don't worry, I won't kill anyone. I'll just show them something they don't want to face with me. Seeing that Hinata was still lost in thought, Naruto smiled and kissed her cheek once more and said, I promise I won't hurt anyone. What about you? What if they do something to you? Hinata asked worriedly. Naruto pulled Hinata onto his lap. He then said with a smirk, "Are you worried about me? I need to show how strong I am." Hinata was embarrassed by the close contact, so her cheeks involuntarily began to blush. Noticing this, Naruto said sarcastically, "Someone is still embarrassed. Looks like you've regained some of your shyness over the past 3 years." He then placed a warm kiss on her neck and said, "I need to help you more to overcome your shyness. What do you think? Are you willing to receive help from me?" Naruto said as he also looked over Hinata's curvy body with his hands. Hinata was even more embarrassed and said in a trembling voice, "Wait, someone will see." Even though Hinata said that, she didn't stop what Naruto was doing. Naruto said with a lustful grin, "Then we'll have to go to a place where no one can see us. I also have to prove to you how strong I am." Naruto hugged her and went to the Uzumaki mansion without waiting for an answer. But there was one thing Naruto did wrong. While he was training, he did not open the seal of silence, trusting the Uzumaki mansion. It was just because of this that someone's sensory ability was much more advanced than before. At least he was helping his friend improve. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Tsunade and Naruto were alone in the Hokage's private training area. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Naruto and asked, "What could have made you late?" Naruto scratched the back of his head and said with a smirk, "I got lost on the path of life and had to escort a beautiful woman along the way. Anyway, I'll call Katsuyu now, but remember, you owe me for this." Tsunade said. She also wonders what kind of woman Naruto is accompanying. Ahem. Naruto nodded and then solemnly waited for Tsunade to call out to Katsuyu. Tsunade bit her finger after a few hand gestures and suddenly slammed her hand into the ground. At this moment, a large amount of smoke appeared, and soon the silhouette of a huge slug emerged from the smoke. Katsuyu looked back briefly, then asked Tsunade tenderly, "Why did you call me, Tsunade-sama?" "Naruto wanted to ask you, so I called you. I hope I didn't disturb you," Tsunade said. "I see what you want to ask me, Naruto-kun," Katsuyu said softly. Naruto soon looked at Tsunade as if he was making a decision. After he made his decision, he looked at Katsuyu and said, "I want to go to Shikatsu Forest." Tsunade and Katsuyu were stunned. Why did he want to go there? "Why do you want to come to Shikatsu Forest?" Katsuyu asked. "I want to absorb the natural energy that accumulates there," Naruto said. "What? Naruto-kun, you can't absorb that much natural energy, it will kill you," Katsuyu tried to explain gently. After Naruto heard that they didn't believe him, he released part of the Shinju being, allowing the duo to feel it. "I have a lot of confidence in myself," Naruto said. "Why do I feel his presence in you?" Katsuyu asked in surprise. Tsunade, on the other hand, listened with a sense of concern. "Because that's who I am." "What are you thinking? Are you going to let me come?" Naruto said. "What if I don't allow it? What will you do then?" Katsuyu asked. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel uneasy next to him. After Naruto sighed, he said, "Obviously, I'm not going to do anything. It's because of your closeness to Karen and Tsunade, your summoner. If you don't let me, I'll go to your next cave Raichi." Katsuyu closed his eyes and looked as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked, "So what is your goal?" Katsuyu was going to let him come to Shikatsu Forest, according to his answer. "Right now, I just want to become stronger. The purpose of my empowerment is the enemies I will meet in the future," Naruto said calmly. "I understand. Who are your enemies?" Katsuyu asked. Tsunade looked at them with a curious expression. He had an enemy she didn't know. Why was Naruto so mysterious? "Otsutsuki," Naruto said. "I understand." Katsuyu said that he started to think. Tsunade also wondered who Otsutsuki was. After some time, the Otsutsuki clan will start coming here again. I am the only one who can stand against them. I tell you, this world will end if I am not strong enough to stand against them," Naruto said. After a while, Katsuyu made a decision and said, "Well, I'll let you come. But in return, I'll ask you." "Oh, what?" Naruto asked curiously. "I'll tell you later. When do you want to come to Shikatsu Forest?" Katsuyu said. "I still have a few problems left in Konoha. After that, I'll be available," Naruto said. "Then when the time comes, you will let me know with Tsunade," Katsuyu said as his body then disappeared in a huge burst of smoke. Tsunade asked curiously when they returned, "Naruto, how strong are you? Also, who is this Otsutsuki? There is no one as strong as me in the elemental nations right now. I will tell you about the Otsutsuki when the time comes," Naruto said. Tsunade thought as she looked towards Naruto, "How did you become so strong? Also, why do you hide so much?" A while ago, Naruto sent a message to the Hyuga clan that he wanted to talk to them. So, Naruto was going to talk to the Hyuga clan right now. After arriving at the Hyuga clan compound, Naruto said to the guards standing in front of the door, "I came here to speak with the clan elders. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan. We have received information about you. I will be escorting you to your destination, please follow me." The guard guarding the door said. He then began to guide, walking in front of Naruto. After walking for a while, they reached the room where the clan elders had gathered. The meeting began after Naruto entered the room and sat down in the seat reserved for him. "Uzumaki-san, what did you want to talk about?" Hayashi said. Although he had guessed it, he still asked. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, he said, "I'm here to talk to Hinata about the marriage you're planning." One of the clan elders said, "This is an internal matter of our clan. You cannot interfere in this matter." The other clan elders also nodded their heads in agreement to show their consent. "Hinata and I have loved each other for a long time. Besides, I have already accepted her as my girlfriend. So I think I have the right to participate in this matter," Naruto said. "How dare you? She is a member of the Hyuga clan," one of the clan elders said. Naruto, ignoring the man who was speaking, looked at Hiyashi and said, "I have openly warned you, Hiyashi-san. It seems you still dare to act like this. Or do you not consider me at all? You are threatening us. Know your place," one of the clan elders shouted. Hiyashi said calmly as he looked at Naruto, "Hinata is a member of the Hyuga clan with high future potential. That's why we don't even have the option of letting her be with an outsider. Coming here won't solve anything, please go back." Looking at the statistics, I realized that my story is not so popular. I can understand a little why this happens. In order to write a new story, I will try to finish this story as quickly as possible. So I'm going to go through some parts quickly without explaining too much. I guess this story will end somewhere between chapters 110 to 120. Maybe even earlier. But I will definitely finish this story. Also, the 4th arc of the Shinobi World War is live on Patreon right now. Naruto looked at everyone in the room before he sighed and said, "I promised Hinata that I wouldn't hurt anyone, so you're very lucky." The clan elders were furious at the words they heard. That's why one of the clan elders said angrily, "Uzumaki-san. You may be the head of your clan, but you still can't talk to us like that. Watch what you're saying." Hiyashi, like the others, narrowed his eyes at Naruto in anger. Honestly, he didn't expect Naruto to say that. "I'm sick of your clan crap. You are a clan of corrupted blood that doesn't care about those of your blood," Naruto said with a mocking expression on his face. "How dare you? Guards, get him out," one of the clan elders shouted angrily. The guards guarding the door outside, when they heard that they were called, opened the door and walked in. They then walked towards Naruto to pull him out. Naruto stood up and gestured to the guards walking towards him to stop. Naruto sighed as he looked at the Hyuga clan elders and then began releasing Shinju's chakra and a part of his being. At that moment, there was a very wild aura that came out from Naruto and spread throughout the entire room. The clan elders and guards who sensed this aura, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel uneasy. "I'm warning you again, Hinata is not your clan's plaything. She is mine. If I ever encounter a situation like this again, I won't come here just to talk." Naruto's aura became stronger as he said that. Also, his eyes were a glowing crimson as he transformed into Shinju. They looked at Naruto with fear, and for some reason they saw a giant wolf behind him looking at them with an angry expression on its face. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe until Naruto slowly walked out of the room. After Naruto walked out of the room, the aura in the room instantly disappeared. "I hope they come to their senses this time. Maybe I won't be so polite next time I come," Naruto thought as he left the Gyuga clan settlement. Naruto then went to the Hokage's residence to inform Tsunade that he was ready to go. "I'm ready to go," Naruto said as he walked in. "Oh, so fast. Okay, let me call her," Tsunade said. Then they walked forward and they went to an empty field together. After Tsunade summoned Katsuyu, she and Naruto went to the forest of Shikatsu, one of the 3 sages. Naruto suddenly found himself in a lush forest full of huge trees. "Here you can absorb natural energy," Katsuyu said. "Thank you again," Naruto said sincerely. "In return, I want something from you. Let me know before you leave here," Katsuyu said. After Naruto nodded, Katsuya began to crawl away. Naruto looked around one last time, then sat cross-legged on the ground. His body quickly transformed into a giant tree. The surrounding natural energy was quickly absorbed by the tree. Katsuyu thought as she looked at the growing tree in surprise, indeed, just like that. How quickly does it absorb natural energy? After a quick calculation, Naruto figured that it would take about 3 weeks to absorb all the natural energy that was around. Next to someone wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange mask, someone started to come out from the ground. The person who came out from the ground was the person who had spoken to Naruto a while ago, whose body was half black and half white. The man in the orange mask looked at the man who came out of the ground and asked, "What happened, Zetsu?" "Obito, we need to meet Pain immediately. If we continue with the current plan, we will not succeed," Zetsu said. Obito's orange mask covered his face completely, with only one eye open. "Oh, why did that happen?" Obito said in surprise. "How could it be that this glorious plan became useless?" "I recently encountered the Jinchuriks," Zetsu said. "Which one did you encounter?" Obito asked. "Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He is very strong, so we must come up with a new plan," Zetsu said. "How strong is she?" Obito said with concern. "He had a pair of Rinnegan in his eyes," Zetsu said. "Huh, Rinnegan, how could he get that?" Obito asked, surprised and curious. "I don't know how he got it, but we have to change our plans. That's why we urgently need to talk to Pain," Zetsu said. Okay then, let's meet there," Obito said, and his eye changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, then it disappeared into a black whirlpool. Zetsu, on the other hand, disappeared into the ground just as he came. A Megakure. In the room at the top of the large building was a man with orange hair. Next to him was a beautiful woman with blue hair. Both were wearing Akatsuki cloaks. The silhouette of the orange-haired man was like a hologram, which was the leader. He also had Rinnegan in his eyes, just like Naruto. At that moment, two people appeared next to both of them. It was Obito and Zetsu, who had been talking to each other for a while. "What do you want?" the leader asked without looking at them. "Pain, we have something to talk about," Zetsu said. "What is this?" Pain spoke in a stern tone. "The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki are very strong. We can't defeat him easily," Zetsu said. Why? Can't I handle him?" Pain spoke arrogantly. "He has the same eyes as you," Zetsu said. "Oh, he has good eyes too. But I am stronger than him. I will raise Konoha to the ground and take him over," Pain spoke arrogantly. Obito thought, if Zetsu is right in what he said, then Naruto must have obtained the Rinnegan himself. So he might be more skilled in using it than Pain. We can't take any chances, we have to use his eyes to impersonate Madara. "How about sharing these beautiful power stones with me?" PL's smiley face. R18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. 3 weeks later. After absorbing the natural energy that had been building up there for 3 weeks, Naruto headed to his next stop, Ryuji Cave. Naruto knew where Ryuji's cave was because he used Kotoamatsuki on Orochimaru. Naruto finally arrived at the cave after some traveling. As he approached the cave, he noticed 3 people watching him through the bushes in the forest. Looking at them discreetly, he realized that they were the inhabitants of Ryuji Cave. They appeared in the Boruto anime, as far as he remembered. Naruto slowly walked up to them after secretly switching places with his clone. As he got close to them, the chains suddenly jumped out of his body and began to surround all 3 of them. All 3 looked like beautiful women. But all 3 were startled when something suddenly began to surround them. When they turned to see who had attacked them, they realized it was the man they had just been watching. They began to struggle to get rid of the chains that held their bodies tightly, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape. Naruto watched them fight and then said, "Don't fight for anything, you'll never get rid of it." What Naruto said was true because they were too weak to break free from the adamantine chains. One of them, realizing that what they were doing was pointless, stopped what she was doing and asked angrily, "What do you want from us? Besides, why did you come to Ryuji's cave?" "I just want you to advise me to meet with your leader." "Well, of course, if you do something wrong, you might get hurt," Naruto said. Naruto gave off his aura when he said these things. Therefore, they were under a lot of pressure and inevitably felt awkward. The 3 of them realized that they were no match for the enemy in front of them. They decided to do what he asked of them. After all, they didn't want to die, so they began to take Naruto to their leader. Naruto watched them for a while, but then he noticed another snake watching them from somewhere in the surrounding area. The hiding snake suddenly jumped out of nowhere and attacked Naruto. Naruto quickly jumped back, dodging the oncoming attack. Then his eyes saw 3 snakes that were running away quickly. "I probably won't be able to negotiate peacefully with their leader. Then I'll push him out," Naruto thought. The snake that attacked Naruto was the same one he encountered 3 years ago. That was when Orochimaru summoned him to fight the other Sannin. If he remembers correctly, his name is Manda. Naruto frowned as he looked at Manda and the other 3 snakes who quickly hid behind her. How dare you invade Ryuki Cave? Human, Manda said with an angry tone. He then looked at the trio hiding behind him and continued asking, how did you guys let him in so quickly? Manda-sama, we couldn't do anything. He was so strong that we couldn't handle him. The 3 snakes tried to say something. Shut up, you 3 are too weak. I'll talk to you again after I kill him, Manda said and then turned towards Naruto to attack again. I came to talk to your leader. If you let me talk to him, there won't be any problems here, Naruto said. A humble person like you has no right to speak to our great sage, Manda said and then jumped towards Naruto with a sudden swift attack. Naruto ran away from Manda again who was approaching him and said with a sigh, before I came here, I assumed that I wouldn't be able to just meet him anyway. Then I'd have to use some kind of force to meet him. Don't blame me for being a bully. Later, Naruto entered Kurama mode and his body began to change. A pair of red Mangekyo Sharingan could also be seen in Naruto's eyes. Naruto decided to play with the snakes in front of him for a while. Manda quickly recovered, despite his gigantic size, and attacked Naruto again. But this time Naruto did not escape from him. Naruto smirked at the huge snake jumping towards him. Just then, a huge red Susanoo appeared around him and he blocked Manda using his armor. Manda quickly retreated to attack again after her attack was blocked. He also attacked Susanoo's armor with a powerful tail strike as he retreated. Manda said as he looked at Susanoo's armor being repaired, you seem to have some talent. Susanoo's body grew larger and took the form of an armored titan, and it wasn't over either. Suddenly, the orange chakra emanating from Naruto filled Susanoo's armor. At this time, the entire body of the orange giant fox was covered in red armor. Naruto felt even stronger in his current state, so he had a big smile on his face. Manda looked at the enemy before him in confusion. This was the first time he had faced such a powerful enemy. He had never felt such anxiety in anyone he had fought before. But at that moment, he was quickly thrown away by Naruto's barely noticeable strike. Naruto said as he looked at Manda who was deflated, I think I used too much power for that. Either way, it's his fault for being so arrogant. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. After flying in the air for a while, Manda crashed into the cave wall and finally stopped. His body ached from the blow he had received. He's very strong, Manda thought as she looked at Naruto slowly walking towards him. But Manda still decided to attack again because it was an arrogant creature that felt far superior to other species. This time, Manda was quite cautious compared to before. He adjusted his body to immediately react to the sudden attack. He also watched Naruto's every move with his eyes. Naruto said with a mocking smile on his face as he approached Manda, you don't need to be so nervous. I won't kill you after all, maybe. The remaining 3 snakes secretly escaped from there. The reason Naruto didn't notice them when they ran away was because they were too weak to pose any threat to him. Honestly, he could kill them with one step. Manda quickly crawled on the ground, starting to circle around Susanoo. Suddenly, it quickly wrapped around Susanoo's body and began to squeeze it. But unfortunately, no matter how hard it squeezed, Susanoo was still not hurt. At that moment, a magnificent black flame emerged from Susanoo's armor and crashed into Manda's body. Manda suddenly screamed from the pain he felt in most parts of his body. The spikes made from Amaterasu began to burn Manda's body inside and out, destroying him. Manda began to writhe on the ground in agony as she had no strength left due to the intense pain she was feeling. After Naruto took one look at Manda's writhing form, he pulled out his sword and cut off his head. Thus, Manda died comfortably without any further suffering. Naruto is truly a kind person. At that moment, a loud noise came from the depths of the cave. In addition, the source of the noise was quickly approaching Naruto upwards. Naruto felt a giant-sized creature rushing towards him. He felt that the approaching thing was crawling on the ground, so it was most likely a snake. Just a few seconds later, a fast and powerful tail strike quickly attacked Naruto. Naruto had already anticipated the attack coming towards him, so he protected his hands in front to minimize the damage. Naruto was pushed back despite Kurama and Susanoo's protection. After being pushed back for a while, Naruto finally stopped and looked at his enemy. It was a huge white snake that attacked Naruto. It was the biggest snake Naruto had ever seen. He wore a cap on his head and a green necklace around his neck. You must be the White Snake Sage, the leader of the Ryuchi Cave, right? Naruto said. So you know me, but you're still brave enough to attack Ryuchi Cave. Or should I say stupid? Snake Sage said with a slight hint of anger in his voice. Snake Sage was pretty angry. After all, someone had publicly attacked his place and even killed one of his senior members. But still, why did he come here to cause trouble? Why did you come here? The snake sage asked curiously. I came here to absorb the natural energy that has accumulated. Naruto spoke the truth without hiding. So you came here just for this? Snake Sage said. He was thinking about what to do with it at the same time. Of course, Snake Sage wouldn't let him absorb the natural energy that had accumulated here. Because he was using it for his own research. Also, the chakra he felt from Naruto was the same as someone many years ago. Unfortunately, he was never able to examine this chakra, as he was unable to deal with that being at the time. But this time, he seemed to be a perfect person, and also did not emit a feeling as strong as the previous person. That was why he thought he could handle him. After he caught him, he worked with his chakra and figured out how to use it. That way, he would become stronger and his life would be longer. You will not be harmed if you surrender now, Snake Sage said as he gathered his body back together and curled up. Don't you think I'm too weak? You're too confident, Naruto said sarcastically while smirking. As Naruto spoke, he secretly studied the impact of the blow he received on his arms. It seemed that the Susanoo armor on the weapon had been destroyed by the blow, but it was slowly beginning to regenerate. Kurama's body, which was underneath the armor, was also damaged. As a result of all this, Naruto realized that in his current state, he would not be able to defeat him so easily. That is why he decided to move on to the next stage to make this fight even easier. Also, Naruto was very excited about this fight, because it was the first time he used most of his power against an enemy. No, I don't despise you. But you are weaker than what I have faced before. Okay, before we fight each other, shall we talk about it a little? No matter how hard you try to hide it, I can feel its presence inside you, don't try to deny it. Snake Sage said. He was also very curious about this matter. So it would be great if he could get some information from him now. Oh, so you can feel it. I don't try to hide its presence too much. So it's normal for you to notice it, Naruto said. If anyone had seen it up close before, they would have noticed its presence. Snake Sage knew of its existence because it had encountered Jubi before. Snake Sage began to carefully examine Naruto, who was standing inside Kurama. He then noticed that his eyes had transformed into Rinnegan and said, "Oh. You have the same eyes as this guy. Now you're starting to look even more interesting to me. I wonder if you have that creature's eyes." The Snake Sage was becoming more and more attracted to Naruto. He wanted to get him as soon as possible and explore his entire body. Every single detail. Please give me your stones. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Snake Sage studied Naruto carefully, trying to find his weakness. At that moment, Naruto entered Sage mode, absorbing the natural energy around him. Because of this, lines suddenly appeared on Naruto's body, and soon after, the lines began to glow white. There were also white glowing stripes on Susanoo's armor. The Snake Sage began to feel a little uneasy inside as he realized that Naruto was getting stronger. But he didn't know that Naruto didn't enter his strongest form. Because his enemy wasn't that strong. Naruto looked at Snake Sage and said mockingly, "What happened? You weren't planning on attacking. You even wanted to inspect my body." When the Snake Sage heard these words, he suddenly came to his senses. I was just afraid of him. How could this happen? He's just a weak man. The Snake Sage thought. The Snake Sage curled up, preparing to suddenly attack Naruto. But just then, he heard Naruto say, "Shinra Tensai." Then, suddenly, his huge body shot back, hitting the cave wall hard. Although Snake Sage was hit hard by the wall, he was not damaged due to his huge body. After the pressure force on Snake Sage disappeared, she quickly crawled along the ground, approaching Naruto. Naruto quickly blocked his hands in front, planning to take as little damage as possible from the incoming attack. Susanoo's armor, which was already damaged by the Sage Mod's effect, was already quickly regenerating itself. He also became even tougher with natural energy, increasing his defense. At that moment, the head of the Snake Sage fell into Naruto's hands. The reason he attacked with his head was because he was so confident in the protection of his body. Naruto's armored arms were slightly damaged, but he was pushed back a little by the blow. Snake Sage began to run back quickly after the attack. His target was clear, she was constantly attacking and running. But what he didn't take into account was Naruto's speed and grip strength. Another problem was the length of his own body in addition to them. Naruto quickly grabbed Snake Sage's body with both hands as he tried to escape. He then began to punch him from wall to wall using his strength. Snake Sage was slightly dizzy from the constant headbutting, and swung his tail powerfully towards Naruto as his body continued to be pressed against the walls. Naruto involuntarily lost his grip strength due to the blow to his hands. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Snake Sage quickly broke free from control. He then quickly began to crawl towards a safe position. But Naruto extended his hand towards him and said, "Bansho Tenin." Just then, Snake Sage's body began to fly towards Naruto. Naruto quickly grabbed him by the neck and hit the ground hard. The Snake Sage tried to bite his hand, but unfortunately, at that moment, another hand grabbed his head, preventing it from opening its mouth. Then, suddenly, her entire body was surrounded by chains. In addition to the chains, firewood came out from the ground, making her body unable to move. Naruto used Amaterasu while looking at his body, but since his body was so strong, it dealt damage very slowly. After Naruto got close to his head, he opened his mouth and began to form a large Bijudama in front of his mouth. Snake Sage tried to run away as he was in a very dangerous situation now, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. He tried to get underground, but he couldn't because Naruto had covered the ground with very hard wood. He also couldn't use any technique because his chakra was constantly being sucked out by the chains that were wrapped around his body. Later, he became scared when he saw the Bijudama growing in Naruto's mouth. If he suffered this damage, he would surely die. The Snake Sage felt the approach of death. He lived a very long time and witnessed many things. He was still very young when Kaguya began turning the people of the world into her slaves. Later in those years, he witnessed Kaguya's magnificent fight with her children. Despite everything he had been through, this was the first time he had been so close to death. That was why he could not remain calm while he had many thoughts in his mind. Once Naruto's Bijudama was big enough, he took it into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, a very intense beam came out of his mouth and went straight to Snake Sage's head. The Snake Sage head holds up for the first few seconds, but then its skin starts to melt quickly. That's why it hurt so much. After the Bijudama's beam finally ended, Snake Sage's final state was revealed. There was now a large gap where his head should have been. Naruto took one last look at his body and then went to where he felt a huge amount of natural energy. Naruto sensed the presence of several more snakes watching him from afar as he walked away, but they were all afraid to approach him when they realized that Naruto had killed their leader. Naruto had a pacifist personality. If someone didn't turn against him, he wouldn't have a problem with that person. So if the snakes didn't bother him, he wouldn't worry about them because they were too weak to cause him any trouble. After Naruto arrived at the target location, he began to absorb the natural energy that had accumulated there. The natural energy accumulated in Raichi's cave was greater than the previous location. He could absorb all the natural energy accumulated in 4 weeks by his estimation. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. 4 weeks later, Naruto absorbed all the natural energy that had accumulated in Ryuji cave during this time. He had absorbed so much natural energy that his body was now much more in tune with natural energy. Thus, his body was now in tune with nature. The biggest benefit of being one with nature was that he could always stay in sage mode. But Naruto didn't want to stay in sage mode all the time. Because he didn't want to walk around like Avatar Aang. That could be considered a good reason, right? But Naruto found a solution to this problem. He could hide the lines on his body whenever he wanted. At least when he was going to fight, he could pretend to have drawn the lines on his body. Well, he felt cooler with them when he fought. Actually, there was a logical reason for that. He used to have a soft side to his otaku. That's why he felt cool imagining himself from the outside. Okay. Wouldn't you do the same if you were in his shoes? Also, Shinju's next upgrade was pretty close. But Naruto thought he needed to use a little power to get more tailed monsters. In his estimation, Zetsu realized how strong he was after doing some research. Therefore, they would consider starting a major war as a whole by convincing the other Akatsuki members. They completed their plans by gathering the last remaining tailed monsters in this manner. But what they don't know is that their plans were also very beneficial to Naruto. In the end, all the tailed beasts and the Ghetto Mazo would end up in the same place, and of course, this situation would be very beneficial to Naruto. Naruto disappears in a red flash from where he was when he teleported to the Hiraishin mark he placed in Konoha. Akatsuki meeting place. 7 holograms suddenly appeared in the large hall. Among this hologram were people that Naruto had seen in person. The people Naruto personally encountered were Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, and Zetsu. Of course, he knew the others because of his past life. The other 3 were Konan, Obito, and Pain, or Nagato. Why are we here? Deidara asked. The plans have changed, there is no longer a need to collect the tailed beasts one by one. Pain said. Why? Deidara asked. We have reached the final stage of our plan. The next step is to wage war on the ninja villages. Pain said. Okay. We'll fight after all. I'll show everyone my powers. Obito said in an excited tone. Deidara was smiling from the side, and he was just as excited. Kisame scowled at Obito and said harshly, "Shut up, new boy." Itachi ignored them, looking at Pain and asked, "So how are we going to fight a war? Besides, I don't think we're strong enough to go against all the ninja villages." Itachi wanted to know some useful information for his beloved village more than anything, so he asked. "Of course, we'll provoke them. Don't worry, I'll handle the provocation issue. As for being strong enough." Pain finished his last words, looking at Zetsu. It was clear that he wanted him to continue. "We have a couple of very strong reinforcement groups that remain hidden. I also have a puppet army to take care of the little ninja. If all goes well, we will win the war without any problems," Zetsu said. "Can we trust you?" Itachi asked. "You can leave the group if you want, Itachi Uchiha. After all, you are the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. I don't know if you know, but your brother Sasuke's current condition is quite bad. There is no one who can continue the Uchiha line except you. It's strange to say that to someone who killed his clan," Zetsu said. Itachi looked calm on the outside, but inside he had a lot of questions. "Did something happen to your brother? What is the situation now? And who did this?" Itachi closed his eyes and said calmly, "I can prove my strength even more by killing cages. So of course I wouldn't want to miss this event." Itachi already knew that these were the last days of his life. Thus, as always, he would remain within Akatsuki, as it would benefit his village. "I will tell you where everyone should meet in a few days. I will tell you the plans in more detail face to face when we meet. The meeting is over, you may leave," Pain said, and then his hologram disappeared with Konan by his side. Other holograms also disappeared within a short time. Itachi said, looking at Kisame next to him, "I have important personal matters to attend to before the meeting." Kisame said with a grin, "Of course, it is the most natural feeling to want to continue your bloodline before the war. Don't forget to distribute your seed to as many women as possible." Itachi nodded in approval, not correcting his misunderstanding, and then his body disappeared into the crows. The reason Pain changed his mind was because of Obito and Zetsu's secret manipulation. Obito had been talking to him constantly for some time, making him think that gathering all the tailed beasts in battle was the best plan. Obito and Zetsu's own plans were to capture and use Nagato's body to bring Madara back to life. So we had very little time to start the Fourth Shinobi War. Besides, almost everything was going according to Naruto's plans. But now he had another matter. First, he realized that someone had been watching him continuously for a month. He guessed that this person was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who was considered the legendary shinobi god. After all, he had done quite a few important things a while ago. This was first by killing Sasuke, the heir of Indra's chakra, and taking his chakra. Naruto took his body to the next level by combining the chakra he acquired from it with the chakra within himself. After that, killing the White Snake Sage was also quite a big deal. After all, it was one of the three great sages. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Hagoromo, of course, realized this as a spirit. He also sensed Shinju inside Naruto. That's why Hagoromo wanted to constantly monitor what he was doing and talk to him. Hagoromo even wanted to enter Naruto's mind several times and talk to her. But every time he tried to enter his mind, there was a big obstacle that he couldn't overcome. He couldn't talk to Naruto, so he constantly watched him to see if he was doing anything wrong. Naruto knew that Raikudo Sennin wanted to talk to him, but since he was just a spirit and was of no use to him, he constantly prevented himself from getting in his way. After Naruto teleported to the Uzumaki mansion, he sensed that no one was home. So he left the house to head to the Hokage's residence to let Sonata know that he was back. Naruto didn't meet anyone he knew along the way. He was also unlikely to be recognized by the villagers, as he hadn't been seen in the village for a long time anyway. Only a few villagers could recognize him sometimes, and they too were quickly scared and sped up. Naruto arrived at the Hokage's residence shortly after and went straight to Tsunade's room. "Hello, Shizune-san," Naruto said with a smile as he walked up to the assistant's desk. "Oh, Naruto-kun, so you're back in the village, welcome. Did you come to tell Tsunade-sama that you're back?" Shizune said with a smile. After Naruto nodded in approval, Shizune entered Tsunade's room and asked if she was available. After confirming that Tsunade is available, she goes outside and tells Naruto that he can come inside. "Welcome, Naruto," Tsunade said, smiling at Naruto who walked in. But at that moment, she must have remembered something, because her smile disappeared. "I came to tell you that I'm back. I'm ready to go on missions again," Naruto said. Tsunade nodded her head in approval, but she also had a sad expression on her face. Noticing her sad expression, Naruto asked curiously, "Why are you upset? Did something happen?" Jiraiya, he's dead," Tsunade said in a shaky voice. How so? How was that?" Naruto said in surprise, but at the same time, he guessed how he died. He still wondered how in canon. "He went to a megakure to obtain information about Pain, leader of Akatsuki," Tsunade said. Then her voice trembled even more as she continued, "But he couldn't keep up with Pain, and he was killed." "Why did he go on such a dangerous mission?" Naruto asked. "He said that he learned important information and so he wanted to go to a megakure to learn more about Pain," Tsunade said. There were a few things Tsunade didn't know. Itachi told Jiraiya that Akatsuki would declare war on all the villages. Jiraiya went to a megakure to learn more about Pain. But unfortunately, he was killed there because he wasn't very strong. "Would you like to have a drink tonight? I'd be happy to accompany you." Naruto said this because he wanted to help boost Tsunade's morale. Tsunade nodded her head in agreement. She wanted to drink something quite a lot. And it would be much better if someone was with her. "Well then, I'll see you tonight," Naruto said and then went to a secret place where he could be alone. Jiraiya is dead. The next event in the canon is the destruction of Panina's Konoha. But it's not clear if everything will go according to that. After all, Zetsu more or less knows my powers. That's why he doesn't let Pain do such risky things. After all, if Nagato dies, there's a very good chance that your plans will be ruined. Naruto thought. Naruto's predictions were quite accurate. As predicted, Zetsu and Obito convinced him not to attack Konoha. He decided to attack Iwagakure instead of Konoha. He declared that he had declared war on all villages in this attack. The reason Naruto came to a place where he could be alone was because he thought it was time to finally talk to Hagoromo. Because after a while, Naruto was thinking about going to the moon and hunting his first Otsutsuki. He wanted to talk to him because Hagoromo might interfere with him. Because even if he was just a spirit, maybe he could get in his way. After all, he was called a shinobi god and Raikudo Sanin. So he might have many unknown techniques. After Naruto crouched on the ground, he opened a barrier in his mind, allowing Hagoromo to enter. Noticing this, Hagoromo quickly switched to Naruto's side and entered his consciousness. Naruto's mind space. A pale gray old man with two horns on his forehead appeared in front of Naruto. "We finally meet, should I say Rakudo Senin or Hagoromo Otsutsuki?" Naruto said looking at him. "You can call me Hagoromo. Like I call you, Naruto Uzumaki, Jubi or something like that," Hagoromo said. "I prefer you to call me Naruto. You've wanted to talk to me for a long time. Now tell me, what do you want to talk about?" Naruto asked. "I want to ask what your relationship is with Jubi. Also, what is your goal?" Hagoromo said. Naruto said sarcastically with a smile on his face, "And how did you know I was going to answer that? I don't have to answer and I don't even have a prize to win." Hagoromo frowned at his reaction. This was the first time someone had spoken to him like that. "To me, Raikudo Senin, the legendary god of shinobi. Yes, he could be considered quite an arrogant person. It was quite reasonable, since he was considered the strongest of his time, so his arrogance could be attributed to that." Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Hagoromo started thinking about how to convince Naruto. How can he tell Naruto something so that he can give him some information? Seeing Hagoromo standing there in a daze, Naruto said with a grin, "You're wondering what my goal is, right? Fine, I'll tell you." When Hagoromo finally heard Naruto about to say something, he began to listen curiously. "My goal is to save your mother," Naruto said. How so? Why are you saving my mother?" "No, she is a bad person." Hagoromo was stunned and angrily refused. "Hey, that's not nice to call your mother that. I think she's actually a really good person. She turned against her clan to protect you. But what you did, you became a traitor and sealed her away," Naruto said. Naruto said this sincerely. Naruto thought that Kagaya was a very good person. The only mistake she made was turning people into white puppets. In Naruto's estimation, the only reason Kagaya made them was because of the psychological effect state at the time. Kagaya was actually a beautiful woman with normal feelings. But being beautiful in the world always had a downside. Kagaya was so beautiful that when the kings of most lands saw her, they wanted to take her as a concubine. But Kagaya liked a normal man, Tenji. Tenji was a fool who chased after an empty world. He even betrayed his lover for the sake of peace. Tenji betrayed Kagaya, supposedly because he was afraid of her power. Tenji was truly a big idiot. "How do you know that?" Hagoromo was surprised. He couldn't have known what happened at that time. Because the Shinju he captured wasn't the same as the Shinju in Naruto. So he shouldn't have known what was going on there. What I know is not important. What is important is that you and your brother betrayed your mother. You fought her while she loved you so much. Naruto seriously did not like these brothers. Naruto guessed that Kagaya couldn't take it anymore when she saw her sons betraying her. First her lover betrayed her, and then her children were betrayed too. There are not many people who can cope with such betrayal. Kagaya loved her sons so much that she couldn't hurt them. That's why she sealed herself after losing on purpose. Just like she didn't kill Tenji, her lover, but sealed him in the infinite Tsukuyomi so that he could have a happy dream. In Naruto's estimation, Kagaya was much stronger than her children. Because Kagaya both ate the chakra fruits and merged with the Jubi. So she should definitely be much stronger than her children. But she imprisoned people in infinite Tsukuyomi. She enslaved people. Hagoromo nervously tried to claim that what he did was right. Have you ever wondered why she did all this? Naruto asked. Hagoromo didn't know how to answer, but then he guessed, perhaps to keep the peace. Peace was only a small part of what she did. Her main goal was to become stronger for her enemies. Naruto said. Hagoromo frowned and said, "What enemy are you talking about? My mother ruled the entire world, she had no enemies." Your mother never told you about her enemies. Well, I'll tell you instead. Your mother's biggest enemies were her own clan. Your mother betrayed her clan. That's why she thought her clan would come to kill her for revenge. Naruto said. She betrayed. Why? Hagoromo asked in surprise. She didn't want to die as a sacrifice, Naruto said. Huh, for what will she be sacrificed for? Hagoromo asked. The Otsutsuki had to be sacrificed so that the Shinju could receive the correct chakra fruits. And that person was, of course, Kagaya. What you don't know is that the Otsutsuki actually have a special technique. That way, they can live immortally. But the weakness of that technique was that the person had to choose a new body that was suitable for them. Naruto said. After that, Naruto didn't speak for a while. Hagoromo asked in surprise, "What happened? Why don't you want to continue talking?" He was curious because the story was fascinating. Kagaya was going to sacrifice the Jubi, but she would die because she couldn't find a suitable body. So she betrayed her partner and sacrificed the Jubi to him. She knew that the clan would find out sooner or later and that they would come to the world to take revenge. Naruto said. Then why did she enslave all the people? Hagoromo asked. Your mother was betrayed by your father first. As a result, since she didn't want any more trouble, she decided that it would be best to take all the people under one genjutsu. That way, the world would be at peace, and she would be able to protect the world from the Otsutsuki by adding more power to herself. Naruto said. But peace cannot be achieved this way. It is unethical, Hagoromo said. Naruto nodded in approval and said, "You are right about that. People should live freely. I am curious about your opinion. How do you think world peace can be achieved?" After thinking for a while, Hagoromo said, "If everyone treats each other well, and if no one does evil, peace in the world will be achieved." Naruto said with a laugh, "Ha ha ha. Yes, you are right, if there is such a situation, peace can be achieved. But what you say can only happen inside infinite Tsukuyomi. It can't happen in real life." Then he continued after a sigh, "The biggest problem of man is to be greedy. You always want to have more than better. The poor want to be rich, the rich want to be richer. Someone loves a beautiful girl, but someone else loves the same girl, and then there is a conflict. People envy each other and cannot accept the fact that someone else is better than themselves. And at the end of all this, there is no peaceful environment and wars begin. Countries fight each other for money, for more resources. They start fighting each other because someone can't stand someone or because they are jealous of them. As a result, their families also get involved in this fight later on, and eventually a fight between lines begins." Naruto chuckled as he looked at Hagoromo and said sarcastically, "Sounds familiar, right? Uchiha and Senju, or should I say your children. Even though they were brothers, the entire bloodline fought each other for years. For what? It's simply because you didn't choose another child. Here is a war between two lines, born from the conflict between brothers." Hagoromo knew that what Naruto said was true. His face sadly looked down as he recalled what happened in the past. This chapter might be a bit boring. But to better understand what will happen in the future, I first need to explain the past. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. But now the war between Indra and Asura is over. I have the chakra of both of them. You should be grateful to me for ending the Great War, Naruto said. Later, when he saw the angry expression on Hagoromo's face, he chuckled and said, "Or maybe you are angry. Either way, you knew nothing about what was going on. All your life, you ran around trying to do something good. You gave chakra to almost all the people and taught them how to use it. You even thought that it would bring peace. You can see the current state of the world, right? People are fighting and killing each other with the chakra you gave them. Hagoromo said with a sad face, yes, I know. I divided the chakra to keep the peace, but instead, they started fighting even more. Naruto sighed and said, peace is possible, but it won't last long. And even then, there will still be minor skirmishes. You can never change human nature. But you can take steps to minimize what will happen. Hagoromo agreed with a sad expression on his face and said, I realized it some time after I died anyway. The world that existed when I was alive suddenly disappeared and a great war began. Naruto gestured with his hand to stop his speech and said, I don't want to talk anymore. If there's nothing else you want to ask, leave. I want to ask one last thing. What is your goal? Hagoromo said. My goal is very simple. I want to live a peaceful and happy future with my family. Of course, I will take action if someone causes problems with it. I am someone who does not care about it unless someone gets in my way. Don't worry, I will not cause harm to the world, so you can relax. Naruto said. Hagoromo was glad to hear that. At least he wasn't that bad. Naruto said before kicking him out, also, you can rest assured that I will give your mother a happy life. So next time we meet, remember to call me Dad. Hagoromo had a strange expression on his face due to what he heard, and just as he was about to open his mouth and scream, he was suddenly thrown out. Naruto left his mind space and then thought, Kagaya is truly beautiful. That's why I want to include her in my harem and give her the attention she deserves. She also turned herself into half of the Shinju after she fused with the Shinju. That's why we are very compatible with each other. Naruto continued to think with a strange smile on his face, both Hinata and Kagaya. He. I'm so lucky that I can get both people who are on my top waifu list. I should stop. I'm dreaming even before I get to her. He. I wonder what she really looks like. After Naruto wandered around the village for a while, he realized that everyone he knew was on a mission. That's why he killed time by wandering around the village for a while. The reason Naruto didn't go to Ichiraku to eat ramen was because of his awkward situation with Ayame. Whenever he came face to face with Ayame, a strange atmosphere would immediately form between them. Naruto knew that she was against the harem. That was why he wanted to at least meet her less often so that she could make a decent decision. Although, after a long time, he still could not decide when he would do it. Should I force her to make a decision? It was almost as if she had rejected me in the first place. Why am I working so hard for her? I already told her what situation she would be in if she wanted to be with me. If she wanted to, she would come and tell me anyway. Naruto thought. What Naruto doesn't know is that Ayame is very close to making a decision. But there was one big obstacle that she put in her way. She probably wouldn't give Naruto an answer before she got over that obstacle. What the obstacle would be revealed later. At night. After meeting Naruto and Tsunade, they reached a calm and quiet place where they could be alone. They both sat with the moon shining brightly above them. Then they brought out the bottles of liquor they had brought with them and prepared them for drinking. Naruto and Tsunade opened their first bottle and began drinking. Up until then, both of them had been talking casually, not even getting into the main topic. The alcohol would make them more comfortable, eventually allowing them to say everything they had been holding inside. Naruto liked alcohol in this world much more than in his previous life. Because here he drank the strongest alcohol he had ever had in his life. His current drink was probably several times stronger than any strong alcohol in his previous life. It makes sense because it was harder for people here to get drunk because of the chakra. So it would make sense for alcohol to be stronger. After they had both drunk half of their first bottle, they began to talk about real problems. He was a really good person inside, although he was a bit of a pervert. Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto said with a smirk, a little. He was a big pervert. He was beaten up by more than half of the women in the world. Tsunade's smile widened as she remembered the time she defeated him for his perversion. Some time passed and both of them had already drunk half of the bottles they had brought with them. Tsunade's drunkenness was evident in her eyes and the pinkness of her cheeks. Although Naruto had a high alcohol threshold, he also showed slight signs of intoxication. Of course, if they wanted to, they could burn off the toxin in their blood by constantly using their chakra. But their goal was to get drunk so that they wouldn't do anything like that. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. He told me something before he went to Omegakure. He asked if I would give him a chance if he returned successfully. Tsunade said. Oh, what did you answer? Naruto asked curiously. I kept quiet about his question. I've known for a long time that he loves me. But I always thought of him as just a good friend. Besides, if we were lovers, I'd probably beat him up all the time because of his perversion. Tsunade said, and then she continued drinking. Friendly zone. F for Jiraiya. Naruto's eyes twitched as he realized that Tsunade had drunk half the bottle in one go. She had already drunk over 10 bottles by now. Where did all the liquid she drank go? Tsunade's cheeks turned even pinker. She said in a trembling voice with this sad expression on her face, if we were lovers anyway, he would probably die soon too because of my curse. A tear fell from one of Suna's eyes and ran down her cheeks as she recalled old memories. You don't have such a curse. Why are you so hard on yourself? Naruto said. His drinking had progressed after a few bottles. But I lost my loved ones one by one. They died and I was the only one left. Tsunade said as she cried. Naruto frowned and then grabbed her hand and said, Ow. Are you trying to kill me before I die? He then pulled her towards him and said, besides, they didn't die because of your curse. I already told you that Danzo killed them. Tsunade leaned against Naruto after she moved her body and got into a comfortable position. She then said with an angry expression on her face, damn it, Danzo. I wish I could kill him myself. I was going to kill him by beating and torturing him like this. She shook her fist violently as if imagining herself beating Danzo. Ha ha ha, don't worry, even though I didn't torture him, he died quite painfully. Naruto said. Naruto was right because the pain he went through when he pulled the soul out of their body was unimaginable. It was more than just physical pain. After a while, Tsunade calmed down and started drinking again. Naruto also continued drinking, accompanying her. They both started getting drunk after drinking a few more bottles. Tsunade's speech changed drastically due to her drunkenness and she said, I think I'm going to die alone. How old am I and still not married? There will be no more continuation of the Senju clan. I won't bother with how she speaks. Think of it as if she were speaking drunk. How unpleasant. Tsunade's body shook as she spoke, under the influence of her drunkenness. Naruto grabbed her arm, preventing her from moving even a little. Don't worry, you're still beautiful. I'm sure you'll find someone decent, get married, and have a happy family. Naruto tried to take the bottle from her hand with one hand so she wouldn't drink anymore. But he couldn't stand it because he was drunk too. If you saw my real body, you wouldn't say that, Tsunade said as she suddenly tried to stand up. However, under the influence of drunkenness, she suddenly lost her balance and fell on Naruto. Naruto was underneath Tsunade and their heads were very close to each other. Tsunade looked at his lips, and her head slowly lowered. Tsunade couldn't make a decision properly, and her lust that had been building up for many years was also secretly coming to light. On the other hand, Naruto was semi-conscious and could still make his decisions properly without thinking much. But for some reason, Tsunade's lips looked so beautiful at that moment, and he wanted to taste them. Tsunade's lips slowly met Naruto's and they both began kissing each other. Although they were both calm at first, they became more and more sensual and passionate. For lemons. The sun rose and two people lay naked together. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Then his gaze turned to Tsunade who was sleeping while hugging him. Naruto's eyes involuntarily landed on the two large mounds that were pressing down on his body. When he felt a slight revival in his lower body, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Damn, she's so hot that I can hardly contain myself when I'm this close to her. Naruto thought. At that moment, Tsunade slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Later, when she saw a pair of eyes looking at her, she quickly closed and opened her eyes several times, trying to remember what happened. After a while, she began to half remember what happened last night. She looked at herself and Naruto with a confused expression on her face. Then she said with a troubled expression on her face, damn it. Immediately after that, she quickly put on her clothes and started running away from there. But just as she was about to run away, Naruto grabbed her wrist and stopped her from leaving. You can't go that easy. My perfect body isn't a disposable toy. You'll take responsibility, Naruto said. Tsunade had a confused expression on her face and was unable to speak. Naruto then started laughing and said, ha ha ha. For some reason, I felt weird saying that. He then continued with a genuine smile on his face, you shouldn't blame yourself. I am as responsible as you are for what happened last night. Tsunade kept looking at the ground and couldn't look Naruto in the eyes. I shouldn't have drunk so much last night. But you should have stopped me too, Tsunade said. Naruto said while scratching the back of his head, well, I could have stopped you, but seeing you like this, I couldn't control myself. You, Tsunade said as her eyes twitched. But she was also embarrassed. Also, thanks for last night. I had a really good time, Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade couldn't take the embarrassment anymore and tried to turn around and run away, but Naruto stopped her again. Naruto said seriously, "I'm not the talentless scumbag. I'm just as responsible as you are for what happened last night. I can take responsibility." Tsunade interrupted him and said, "Don't stop talking anymore. I'm much older than you. This can never happen between us." She then quickly turned around and started to walk away. The sadness was evident in her eyes as she walked away. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Naruto thought as he looked at Tsunade running. One of the main reasons Tsunade did not accept Naruto was the age difference between them. Another major factor was that Tsunade's real body was so old that it made a big dent in her love life. Naruto already knew why she didn't accept. He assumed that sooner or later she would agree. Because Naruto had removed the biggest factors between them last night. Let's see what he did last night. Naruto decided not to think about Tsunade anymore. What he needed to think about now was how to plan for the future. Usually, the pain would attack Konoha after a while. Naruto thought that intimacy would not do anything like that. But Naruto could not decide that he wanted to protect the village even if Web attacked. He didn't like most of the people in the village, but those close to him showed great interest in the village. For example, Tsunade was the village's cage and was in charge of protecting the village. Also, if Pain was attacked, since she would likely want to protect the village, there was a chance she would be seriously injured. On the other hand, Hinata had a family that tied her to the village. Even though they weren't that close to her father and clan, she couldn't leave her little sister in that environment. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to the sweet Hanabi. As for Anko, well, Naruto is the only thing that connects her to the village. So if Naruto wanted to stay, she would have stayed too. It makes perfect sense. Also, another upcoming event was the Fourth Shinobi War. That's why Naruto wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. That way, he could defeat Madara and Kagaya more easily. That's why Naruto started thinking about how to become stronger in this short time. He could go to the moon to meet Tonari Otsutsuki. But even simpler, he could take the remaining half of Kurama's chakra. That's why he had to pull Minato's soul out of the Shinigami's stomach. He had to go to the location of the Shinigami mask. In the anime, Orochimaru cut his stomach to free his hands and capture the souls of the cages. Naruto believed that Orochimaru was no longer useful. So he was going to use him one last time and let him die. At least he would die usefully, he should be grateful. Naruto initially planned to take the yin half of Kurama that was inside his father. After he took the yin half of Kurama, he became even stronger. He then thought that it would be better to start this plan right away. After all, he couldn't predict exactly when the war would start. He also didn't need to stop in Konoha all the time. Since there was more than one Hirishin mark here anyway, if there was a problem, he could teleport right away. Naruto didn't want to tell Tsunade that he would be leaving the village for a while. She would most likely not call Naruto at all, as she would be afraid to meet him. After Naruto teleported to the mark he had made from Konoha, he began searching for the temple where the mask was located. The temple was built by the Uzumaki clan on the outskirts of Konoha. After spending some time, he finally found the temple. At the entrance to the temple was the sign of the huge Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, the temple was in ruins. As if the temple would collapse if someone hit it. Naruto walked in and noticed many masks hanging on the board right in front of him. After looking at the masks for a while, his eyes landed on a specific mask. The mask had two horns on its forehead, like the Oni depicted in Japan. Naruto took out Orochimaru using Kamui. When Orochimaru appeared in the outside world, he knelt down right in front of Naruto and waited for his orders. He looked like an obedient slave. Naruto gestured at the mask hanging on the board and said coldly, "Wear this mask on your face and use this technique." "Yes, my lord," Orochimaru said, and then, walking up to the board, he took the mask using the snake arms protruding from his body and placed it on his face. Then suddenly a large amount of chakra was released from him. As Orochimaru screamed in pain, a Shinigami presence appeared behind him. Shinigami took the dagger in his hand and began to move it towards his stomach. Later, after he cut his stomach, several soul-like creatures came out from the cut. At that very moment, a large cut appeared in Orochimaru's stomach. He then fell to the ground and was about to take his last breath painfully. Naruto took one last look at Orochimaru, who was writhing on the ground, and said, "Die." As he walked out, he heard a low voice behind him, "Yes, my lord." After Naruto left the temple, he went to a suitable area. He then teleported his clone to his side. The clone disappeared after dropping the unconscious bandit he was carrying to the ground. Naruto drew some marks on the ground. If anyone saw the drawings, they could tell that something weird was going to happen here. Naruto placed a piece of his father's body in the center of his markings and then, after checking the markings one last time, went to the marked location to use the jutsu. He patted the ground with one hand, Edo Tensei. Then the shape of the body part that was in the center of the marks began to change. After a while, that small body part turned into Minato. Naruto said looking at Minato, who slowly opened his eyes, "Welcome to life, Dad." Naruto had a genuine yet fake smile on his face as he looked at his father. Minato looked at Naruto for a moment, then suddenly looked back. Then she asked, "How did I come back to life?" "No, wait a minute. I'm not alive." Minato realized that his body was no longer alive, and after thinking for a while, he looked at Naruto and said with an angry expression, "You revived me using Edo Tensei." Naruto said with an innocent expression on his face, "Yes Dad, I did. I wanted to revive you for my wedding day. I thought you would want to be by my side on my happy day." Minato was shocked, then thought about the time they met before and said in a shaky voice, You married Kyuubi." Naruto said with a smile, "Yes, but there's someone else." Then he suddenly stopped talking, as if he had said something he shouldn't have. "Is there someone else? Who is she?" Minato asked. "Well, that's my mother," Naruto said shyly. What the hell?" Minato was stunned for a moment, as if his brain had stopped working, unable to come up with anything. "She didn't actually die, she took care of me the whole time. And I had to take care of her basic needs in your absence. We finally decided to get married," Naruto said shyly, looking away from the one who was his father. Minato stood there, confused, as if he had died standing. At this moment, Naruto said excitedly, as if he was about to deliver some good news, "Oh. She's pregnant with my child. Congratulations, Dad, you'll have a grandson now." As Minato pictured Kushina's pregnant state in his mind, his body began to slowly fall towards the ground. It was as if his brain had blue screened. Naruto walked over to Minato's body on the ground as the expression on his face turned into a cruel smile. He then placed his hand on Minato's stomach and began to pull the yin half of Kurama inside him. After a while, he took all of his tailed chakra. He had nothing left to take from Minato. Maybe. Naruto cancelled the Edo Tensei and sent Minato to where he belonged. He was then teleported to an empty space to test Kurama's full form. He had placed markers in many places during his travels in the world, so he could now easily teleport to any place he wanted. Naruto appeared in the middle of the endless desert with a red flash. He looked around for a moment and then began testing Kurama in his full form. Suddenly, the figure of an orange giant fox with 9 tails appeared, standing on 2 legs. Even if Naruto took Kurama's yin chakra, Kurama mode wasn't that strong. The main reason Naruto took it was for his Shinju form. His Shinju form was now up to 8 tails right now since he got half of Kurama's yin. I don't remember how many tails he had before, but now he does have 8. Naruto has captured 4-tailed monsters. There are only 5-tailed monsters left. As Naruto knew, the 5-tailed Kokuo had long been captured, and he knew nothing about the remaining 4-tailed beasts. However, Shinju's 8-tailed form was much stronger than Kurama's full mode. After all, Shinju's power wasn't just from the captured tail monsters. It also included the natural energy Naruto had absorbed in his previous powers. Naruto returned to his normal form and began to think about his next target. Tonari Otsutsuki was currently much weaker than in his strongest movie. Frankly speaking, Naruto could easily kill him right now. So Naruto didn't feel any anxiety, on the contrary, he was very relaxed. It was as if he was going to the moon to play. After Naruto entered Kurama mode, he flew up from the ground and began to rise upward. The reason he could fly was due to the effect of Sage mode being active. Naruto left the planet and continued flying towards the moon. He landed on the moon a short time later. When Naruto hid while he was flying, the guards did not notice him. After landing on the moon, he used his sensory abilities to search for the location of a living person on the moon. Naruto knew that Tonari was the only one living on the moon. Everyone else there were just puppets. All the puppets were controlled by the energy supplied by the energy vessel. After some time, he finally felt alive. This man lived in a huge palace. Naruto rose into the air and stood above the palace, his eyes turning into the Rinnegan. Extending his hand towards the palace, he said, "Tengai Shinsei." With Naruto's use of this technique, one of the meteors in orbit began to quickly approach the palace. After a while, the meteorite came too close to the palace, and those who were inside the palace at that moment quickly ran out. Among those who came out was a gray-haired man with his eyes closed. They then tried to destroy the meteorite that attacked them using jutsu, but when they realized that they couldn't destroy it, they quickly began to move away from the palace. If they had tried to run away instead of trying to destroy the meteorite, they all could have escaped, but unfortunately, only a few of them would have escaped as it was already too late. A giant meteorite crushed the palace and crashed into the ground, killing the people who were there. Among those who escaped was, of course, Tonari Otsutsuki, who was blind. Tonari turned his head towards Naruto, who was descending to the ground, and said loudly, "Who are you? What is the reason for attacking us?" Naruto said with an angry expression, "You spied on my girlfriend and fantasized about her. Of course I came here to make you pay for it." "What are you talking about?" Tonari said in surprise. When Naruto was a child, he felt two people looking at Hinata. Then, looking at who they were, he realized that they were Tonari and his father. Listening to them from close range, he witnessed them talking about Hinata. Tonari's father said that Hinata was the heir of Hamura, Hagoromo's brother. He also told Tonari to take her as his wife in the future. Of course, Naruto couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. Because he had already identified Hinata as his girlfriend, but at that time, he held back. Of course, if they tried to do something to Hinata, he would reciprocate. The reason Naruto held back was because even if he defeated them, he would expose himself, which could become a problem for his future. Tonari gestured with his hand, and the puppets next to him quickly ran to attack Naruto. Naruto quickly made hand seals, creating dozens of cage bunshin around him. He gestured so fast that the others didn't even notice his hands were moving. The clones moved against the dolls running towards them. Naruto extended his hand to Tonari, who ran towards him and said, "Bansho Tenin." Suddenly, Tonari's body started flying towards Naruto. Naruto grabbed him and quickly locked his body so he couldn't move. He then glued the black sticks he created into Tonari's body and pinned him to the ground. His expression changed from the pain entering Tonari's body. He then stabbed the black sticks he had created into Tonari, thus pinning his body to the ground. Naruto came into his line of sight and said with a grin, "Don't fight in vain, you'll never escape. Don't worry, you'll still be free after a while." Naruto later deactivated Kurama mode and used Shinju form. Naruto's body quickly changed, and he began to look like a wolf and human hybrid, with 8 tails showing off menacingly behind him. Also, since the Sage mode was active, there were cues on it. The lines looked very compatible with Shinju. Of course, this was because the Sage mode came from Shinju. Since the two forms were very compatible with each other, it seemed much more noble. Naruto leaned down and placed his hand on Tonari's head, then asked, "Do you have any last words you want to say?" Tonari had a worried expression on his face. He used the dolls around him to save himself, but no matter how hard he tried, they couldn't get past the clones. Tonari looked like he was about to open his mouth to say something, but at that moment Naruto said, "I was just asking as a formality." Then Naruto's hand suddenly started to glow and Tonari's body was pulled towards his hand and started to disappear. After Tonari's body was completely destroyed, Naruto's veins began to glow red for a short time, starting from his arm. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body for a while. He said, "I didn't get too much just because he's a hybrid. Anyway, I'll be much better next time." Naruto waved his hand as he stood up and destroyed the black stick stuck in the ground. He then turned around and started walking towards the meteor. As Naruto approached the bottom of the meteor, enough space began to open up for him to pass through. This was due to the clever mod he was using. Since he was in Shinju form, the effect of the Sage mod increased even more, and he could now control the elements very easily and comfortably. After walking for a while, Naruto found an entrance that led to a dungeon. After walking for a while, he came to a place where there was a huge golden sphere. Naruto walked up to the sphere and placed his hand on it. He felt that many Byakugan eyes were sealed inside the sphere. He then suddenly broke the sphere by squeezing his fingers, and the eyes inside began to scatter around. At that moment, the eyes changed their direction, and they began to disappear after they moved towards Naruto's body and touched his hand. After Naruto absorbed all of the Byakugan's eyes, he closed his eyes for a while and just stood there. After a few minutes, Naruto opened his eyes, but his eyes were different from before. This time, his eyes were blue, and in the center were patterns of white flowers. "I have the Tenshinhan now. It won't be useful to me in the future, but at least for now, I've become stronger," Naruto thought. Then, blue chakra suddenly enveloped Naruto. There were also 9 black balls floating around Naruto. What Naruto was currently using was Tensegan chakra mode. The black balls in the air were called the truth-seeking ball. I'm much stronger with this mode. Also, if I integrate this mode with others, I'll become much stronger. Unfortunately, when using Tenshinhan, the abilities of other Dujutsu were less effective. But at least he was still able to use the abilities of others. When Naruto destroyed the golden sphere, the puppets that were powered by it stopped working and collapsed to the ground. After Naruto destroyed the clones, he began to fly off the ground and return to his home planet. Naruto wanted to test Tenshinhan's abilities, but he couldn't use it casually as it was too destructive. It's been a few days since Naruto left the village, and quite a lot has happened in that time. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. After Naruto descended into the world, he was immediately teleported to one of Hirushina's tracks that he had set up in Konoha. After teleporting to Konoha, he went to Tsunade to find out what happened while he was gone. When he approached Tsunade's room, Shizune noticed him. Shizune asked curiously, "Tsunade-sama looked for you yesterday, but she couldn't find you. Where were you?" Naruto replied with a smile, "I had some things to do, so I was in seclusion." "Okay, Tsunade-sama will want to see you, come inside immediately," Shizune said. Naruto nodded, then knocked on the door, and when he heard the sound of confirmation from inside, he opened the door and walked in. Tsunade was momentarily confused as she looked at Naruto's entrance, but soon recovered and said in a stern voice, "Where were you yesterday, Naruto Uzumaki?" Naruto could tell she was a little angry, but he didn't understand why she was angry. Was it because he left without warning, or because he left without warning after that particular night? "I had to deal with an emergency. I couldn't tell you because I had to leave immediately. I apologize, Tsunade-chan," Naruto said. "Chan," Tsunade muttered as her eyes twitched. "Anyway, we'll talk about this later, we have a more important matter to deal with now. I called you yesterday because I want you to act as my bodyguard for our destination," Tsunade said seriously. "Where are we going?" Naruto asked. 5 summits will be held. You are obviously one of the strongest people in the village. Also, since you know Hirushina, we can escape by teleporting in possible danger," Tsunade said. "See, when we leave, do I need to hide my identity?" Naruto asked. Tsunade thought for a moment, then said, "The other cage must not know that you are a Jinchuriki, so it would be best for you to hide your identity. Since we have a long way to go, we should leave in a few hours. Will it be just the 2 of us, or will there be someone else coming with us?" Naruto asked. "How many people can you teleport with you?" Tsunade asked. "Without any preparation, just by feeling, I can teleport myself and 3 people," Naruto said. "Okay, then we better take someone else with us." "Okay, Sakura is coming with us. Tell her the news," Tsunade said. Naruto's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard Sakura's name and said, "Please think again, Hokage-sama." "Who do you recommend?" Tsunade asked with a smile. She was obviously laughing at him, after all, she had read the reports of their last missions. "We don't really need anyone else as long as I'm here, but still," Naruto thought. "I recommend Hinata, since she has the Byakugan, we can detect a possible enemy attack in advance. She is also very good at defense," Naruto said. "Okay, come back with her in 2 hours. Then we'll be on our way," Tsunade said. Naruto nodded and squirmed for a moment as if he was going to ask something. Tsunade also felt ashamed, thinking that they would talk to him about that night they had. Naruto said with a moment of courage, "Can I climb out of the window? I've always wanted to try, but I never had the chance." Suna's head suddenly fell and hit the table, then she shyly said, "You can come out." Naruto quickly opened the window and walked out, smiling. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she looked at him. 3 people were walking on the snowy ground, and they were wearing thick cloaks to keep warm. Those people were, of course, Tsunade, Naruto, and Hinata. "It's time, we'll be there soon," Tsunade said. The trio had been walking for a long time, but they finally arrived at their destination. "Hello, Hokage-sama," he, who is an old man with a bandage on his head, said. "Hello, Mifune-sama," Tsunade said. "Let me take you inside," Mifune said, and then began to walk inside. After the Konoha team followed him, they entered the room. Inside the room, there were 5 chairs around the table. While Tsunade walked and sat on one of the empty chairs, Naruto and Hinata went to where the guards were supposed to be standing behind her. 4 chairs were occupied, as was only one person who did not show up. Sitting on one of the chairs, Mizukageme's eyes landed on Naruto as soon as he walked in. Of course, she still recognized who he was despite all the changes in disguise. Naruto was currently wearing a different mask than before. In addition, his body looked even stronger than before. When Hinata felt someone looking at her lover, she quickly turned to the owner of those eyes. She then saw Mei blink as if in greeting. Hinata realized that she was Naruto's lover, the Mizukage had spoken of earlier. At this time, the last expected person arrived, accompanied by Mifune. After the burly, blonde man sat down in the empty chair, Mifune pulled out a chair for himself and sat down across from all the cage. Now that everyone is gathered, we can begin. This meeting is being held at the request of the Raikage and Tsuchikage. Mifune stated in a serious tone. Some people only come to their senses when a tail steps on them. Tsunade said, because he and Gaara had been saying for some time that they wanted to date permanently. But the others didn't accept it. Let's not be disrespectful, Hokage-sama. The Tsuchikage, whose name is Onoki, said. Tsunade said sarcastically, how does it feel to have your village destroyed by the organization you use all the time, Tsuchikage-sama? Onoki gritted his teeth in anger. Because a week ago, his village was destroyed by the group and they lost the last Jinchurikui they had. There is no point in arguing, Hokage-sama. Please, let's calm down. Mei said with a friendly smile. Actually, Mei wanted to be as close to Tsunade as possible because she didn't just come here for a meeting. The Raikage clenched his fist angrily, why did you refuse to tell me about Itachi? Everything about him was already written in the bingo book. There was no additional information other than that. If you really want, you can go and ask him yourself. Tsunade said. Now let's get down to business. Our topic is the organization, Itatsuki, that is threatening all the villages. Mifune said after giving a fake cough to attract attention to himself. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. The Raikage folded his arms over his chest at Mifune's words and sat up, becoming serious. Iwagakure was recently attacked by a man named Pain, who is believed to be the leader of Akatsuki. He destroyed the entire village and also captured the Yonbi, the last tailed beast left in Iwagakure. Mifune said as he looked at Tsuchikage. He then turned his gaze to the Raikage and said, Itachi, who is also a member of Akatsuki, and Kisame also captured B, who is the Jinjurikami of Kumagakure. Then, looking at everyone this time, he said, however, of the tailed beasts that haven't been captured, only Konoha's Kyuubi remains. To be honest, Akatsuki is bound to do something pretty big with the Biju. That's why I suggest that we pool all the villages' efforts. That way, we can learn more about them. Does anyone want to say anything? If there is a war, who will take command of the allied forces? Gaara asked. After thinking for a moment, Mifune said, for this, I recommend Tsunade. Because as a medical nin, she has a very broad appearance. She also trained under two people who were considered suitable to be called God of Shinobi, so I think she is also quite good at strategy. Another factor is that she has the last Jinjuriki left. The Raikage slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, I don't agree. Command of the army should be given to a strong man like me. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at her, do you think I'm weak? It seems you've forgotten my strength since I didn't participate in the Third Shinobi World War. There was a hint of anger in her voice. Please calm down. Raikage-sama, the biggest reason I didn't choose you is your lack of emotional control. It could lead to the destruction of the army during the war. Mifune explained calmly. The Raikage tried to calm down as she blew hard through her nose. Honestly, the biggest reason the Raikage is so out of control is because of the kidnapping of B, who he considers his own brother. Just then, a masked man appeared next to Tsunade and leaned down to whisper something in her ear. Tsunade's face took on a serious expression from what she heard. Just as Tsunade was about to open her mouth to say something, a white humanoid entity appeared from the floor in the middle of the table. Hello. Pain awaits you on the other side, Zetsu said. Just then, the Raikage appeared out of nowhere, holding Zetsu by his throat. You're from Akatsuki, right? Tell me where Itachi is. The Raikage said, squeezing his throat even tighter. Haha. Zetsu started laughing like crazy. Raikage couldn't hold back his anger anymore and he snapped his neck, squeezing even harder. TCH would have liked us to interrogate him before you killed him. Maybe he could give us some information, Mei said. One of the Akatsuki never betrays the other members. One of the reasons why they are so preferred is because they are silent. The Tsutsukage said. We have to get out of here first. According to the information I received, a huge meteor is approaching here. Tsunade said solemnly as she stood up from her chair. What? Everyone out, Mifune said. Then everyone hurried, and when they looked up, they saw a meteorite coming towards them. HMPH. Just a small rock. I'll destroy it with just one fist. The Raikage said and then jumped into the air with force as he clenched his fist. When his fist hit the meteorite began to disintegrate quickly. But the meteorite broke into large and small rocks, and they quickly crashed into the building. At that moment, 6 people drove up there, and they all had orange hair. The Tsuchikage said angrily as he looked at them, "They are sick, they are so powerful." "How so?" "The pain wasn't just one person," Gaara asked. "They already feel like one person because they are all connected," the Suikage said. "Huh, what do you mean?" Mei said with a serious expression as she looked at Pain. Tsunade tried to hold back as she looked at Pain, because this man had killed Jiraiya. Just as Tsuchikage was about to speak, Tsunade interrupted, "They are like one person, they can see through each other's eyes. They all have different abilities." Tsunade knew this because Jiraiya gave information about Pain to a toad before he died. The toad also came to Konoha and told Tsunade about him. "Then we should deal with them separately. We can easily win because we outnumber them," the Raikage said. Tsuchikage grits his teeth, "Don't be so sure, they are too strong." Just then, something thrown by someone from Pain landed on the head of one of Mifune's samurai who was with them. When the samurai's lifeless body fell to the ground, others there inevitably felt uneasy. Raikage ignored what happened and asked angrily, "You are the leader of Akatsuki, right? Tell me, where is my brother? What did you do to him?" The man who had just killed the samurai said bluntly, "Your brother. You mean the Hachibi Bull. Maybe if you beat me, I can tell him what happened." The Raikage angrily tried to run towards them and hit them with his gigantic size. But halfway there, he was stopped by several gigantic animals that appeared out of nowhere. "Then we should start attacking. Let the other people support us while we, Keiji, are the main attackers," Tsunade said. After everyone nodded in approval, they began to attack their opponent. Naruto watched what was happening from afar. After all, it wouldn't be fun if he went straight into battle, would it? It was a very competitive battle between Pain and Cage. There was pain at the beginning of the war, but later Cages got used to fighting them and eventually found his weak point. After a long battle, only one of Pawn's bodies remained. Naruto, on the other hand, watched the entire battle while eating what looked like popcorn from afar. Honestly, he felt like he was watching a very exciting action movie. Raikage, whose name was A, grabbed his head and said in a rough voice, "Tell me. Where is my brother? Throw him away quickly, otherwise, he will use his powers again." The Tsuchikage, whose name is Onoki, quickly shouted. But it didn't seem to care what he said. All he cared about was what happened to his brother. "Answer me," and he said as he squeezed his head harder. "Raikage, this is not his real body. Kill him now," Onoki said. He understood because when the black rod pierced his body, he realized that Pain's real body was not here. But he still couldn't figure out where his real body was. At that moment, a powerful push came from Pain and he knocked it down. But since Onoki had already expected something like this, he immediately aimed to kill him using the dust release technique. After Pain's body burst into the cube that Onoki threw, his body suddenly disappeared. Gaara was on the ground, kneeling, breathing heavily. "Is he dead?" Onoki said solemnly, "He must be dead, but his real body is out there somewhere. He will definitely come back, but at least we bought time by destroying his bodies." This fight was quite competitive. It was the first time that all the Cages had united as a group and fought against one enemy. The Cages had not taken as much damage, but most of their energy had been drained. But the same could not be said for the others. Many of the samurai were dead, and the survivors were badly wounded. There were no dead people in Cage's bodyguards, but some of them escaped death at the last moment. While everyone was relaxed, a mocking voice came from somewhere nearby. "That was a pretty good fight. Congratulations." In an instant, everyone was back in fighting position and turned towards the source of the sound. When they turned around, they saw a man wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange mask with one eye open. That man was Obito, who had many fake names. He asked, preparing his fist, "Who are you? Tell me, where is my brother?" "Your brother? Oh, you're talking about the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Don't worry, we weren't able to catch him, he actually managed to escape," Obito said in a deep voice. He took a deep breath, relieved by the news. However, since he was still unsure, he wanted to quickly leave and look for his brother. "So who are you?" Onoki asked. "Me. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I am the true leader of Akatsuki, Mata," Obito said. At this moment, A quickly jumped up and swung his powerful fist at him. But A's fist couldn't touch him, it went straight through his body and hit the wall. When A realized that his attack had failed, he quickly retreated as he found himself in a dangerous position. The other Cages looked at Obito in surprise. They were surprised because A passed through his body. How could that happen? Obito said as he made a cool pose, "You shouldn't be so rash, Raikage. I haven't fully introduced myself yet. I am Madara Uchiha, the true leader of Akatsuki." What? But you should have been dead by now, Mei said in surprise. In addition, the other cage were largely stunned. They were also afraid of Madara due to what they had heard about him. What is the purpose of collecting tailed beasts? Onoki asked. This was something he was truly curious about. Of course, to become even stronger. Like Rikido Sennin, I will be the Jinchuriki of all the tailed beasts. Fake Madara said. He then continued speaking, telling a long story. The cages were stunned by what they heard. Naruto, on the other hand, watched the events with a grin. I wonder how they would feel if they knew Shinju was with them. Naruto thought with a grin. Our next meeting will be on the battlefield. I hope you will satiate me enough. The fake Madara said and then disappeared as his body spun inward. All the KJs felt quite tense. Because it was clear that the enemy they were facing this time would be very strong. Let's end the meeting for now, we'll meet again in a few days. Until then, let's use our spies to get as much information about Akatsuki as possible. Mifune said. And he already wanted to go and immediately find his brother, so he nodded and immediately left with his team. The rest of the cages left with their crews. For some reason Naruto felt like Sakura for a moment when he returned with his team. Because he barely did anything during the fight. All he did was attack with clones sometimes. The reason Naruto didn't attack was because he was curious about what would happen and didn't want to reveal his identity. The next event could change quite a lot with the possible effect he had done. That's why he couldn't take any risks. After all, the Raikage was giving the wolf a sheep with his own hands. Obito appeared again in the cave, where an ultra-thin, red-haired man with several black sticks on his back. Next to the red-haired woman was a blue woman. After Obito appeared, he pulled out the body he hid in Kamui's dimension and said, I think you would like to return your beloved body. Obito said, thinking to himself what to do. Because what he was about to do was very important for the future. What happened, aren't you happy? At least you got your old friend Nagato's body back. Obito said as he looked at the man named Nagato in front of him. Nagato tried not to show it, but said in a tired voice, thank you, but what is your purpose? You are not the type to do a favor without thinking about your own interests. Conan was also vigilant because he thought so too. Obito laughed to clear the serious air, ha ha ha. I was just doing a small favor for all the time we spent together. It's not for any ulterior motives. Either way, whether or not to use his body is your decision. When Obito noticed that they had let their guard down a bit, he said, then I'm leaving, and you should get new bodies as soon as possible. Obito pretended to leave, but suddenly began running quickly towards Nagato. Conan tried to stop him, but suddenly several Zetsu rose from the ground and they blocked her movement. Nagato, on the other hand, was exhausted and unable to use any technique as he had used up all his energy in the previous fight. Obito quickly placed his hand on Nagato's body and said, I'm taking him for a while. Then they disappeared together into a black whirlpool. Although Conan quickly killed those who blocked her path, she was unfortunately too late. Damn it, what am I going to do now? I have no one left but him, Conan thought sadly. She then looked at the body of her already dead friend on the ground and thought, can I find him with this? As the Konoha team retreated to their village, they noticed a group approaching. There are some people coming, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan. Hinata and Tsunade immediately took up a fighting stance because they knew that the situation they were in now was invaluable to their enemies. After all, they had just come out of a very grueling war some time ago. Someone familiar, don't worry, they won't do anything, Naruto said. Some time later, Team Kurigakure approached them. Mei led her team in front, while the two at the back nervously followed behind her. Without getting too close, Mei said from afar, Hokage-sama, I have a personal matter that I want to talk to you about. It will be fine in these two villages. As she spoke, she secretly gave Naruto a few glances. Tsunade quickly glanced at her team and then nodded, okay, let's talk. Then they moved away a little and began to talk privately. What do you want to talk about? Suna asked. I want to create an alliance between our villages. But it is not such a simple alliance, Mei said. What alliance are you talking about? Suna asked curiously. I'm talking about a union based on marriage, Mei said, smiling. She was already beginning to imagine herself dressed in a wedding dress. Oh, who's getting married? Tsunade asked, and for some reason she felt like something bad was going to happen. Many questions had been running through his head for some time. Myself, Mei said, the grin on her face growing bigger. Tsunade was stunned. This usually doesn't happen in a marriage alliance, right? What kind of leader would sell themselves out? I want to marry Naruto, Mei said. She was already imagining herself with Naruto. She imagined herself with Naruto and the child. In the next scene, she is sitting with Naruto and they are looking at 5 identical children playing in front of them. She is the one to be feared. Tsunade's brain suddenly blue screened. Naruto. What did this have to do with him? Besides, why would the Mizukage want to marry someone half her age? The most important question was how did she know Naruto? Tsunade couldn't give her an answer out of surprise. At that moment, she half remembered the night she spent with Naruto, scenes flashing in her mind. Hokage-sama, are you there? Can you answer? Mei said a little shyly. Mizukage-sama, how do you know him? Besides, you're a Kage, plus there's a huge age difference between you and him. Tsunade said. On the other hand, she was saying the same thing to herself. I may be Kage, but I don't think that will be a barrier between us. I don't think age will be a barrier between us. Besides, we already did it, Mei said, her cheeks slightly pink as she was embarrassed as she said it. You already did it. With him. How did it happen? How did you meet? Tsunade asked a lot of questions. We met a few years ago. He helped me a lot with one thing, and then after spending time with him, we started to feel something for each other. And finally, before he left, Mei said. She was very embarrassed to tell someone about her experience. After all, it was the first time she had ever talked to someone about her personal life. Tsunade rubbed her forehead in distress. She couldn't believe it. Naruto slept with a Kage. Wait a minute. Naruto slept with 2 Kages. What kind of scam was this? Tsunade already knew he had 2 girlfriends in Konoha. Now, on top of that, Kage was added. Hey, is there anyone else out there? He has a golden dragon or something. Although she admitted that it was so nice. Mizukage-sama, wouldn't it be better if we talked about this later? After all, we are currently in the middle of a possible war. Can we at least meet again after our current situation has passed? Tsunade said, feeling uneasy. Alright, then, after the Akatsuki matter is settled, I will personally come to Konoha to meet again. Mei said with a smile. Mei already knew that they couldn't make a deal right now. She was just trying to get a little information for her request. She could at least anticipate her goal, she could achieve it sooner. She was already dreaming about the marriage ceremonies. After this, they both left and continued returning to their villages with their teams. Naruto noticed that Tsunade was looking at him strangely. Part of her gaze was focused on a mysterious area in Naruto's groin. As if she was trying to look into his pants with her eyes. Since I don't remember that night that well, so I can't remember it exactly. I wonder if it's really gold. Tsunade thought. Naruto also noticed the focus of her gaze. That was why he felt strange. Why was she looking at that area? If she wanted it that badly, all she had to do was come and ask. Some time passed and the Konoha team finally returned to their village. You are free to go until I call you again. Naruto, I forbid you from leaving the village without telling me. We are in a very dangerous time right now, your possible disappearance could cause serious problems. Tsunade said with a serious expression. Naruto nodded, he wasn't thinking about leaving Konoha anyway, after all, he had nothing to do until the war. He wanted to spend a few days before the war with his close friends. After Tsunade left, Naruto took Hinata's hand and said in a loving voice, what are you going to do next? Hinata also smiled while holding his hand, I was just thinking about going home and resting. But if you want, we can do something together. Naruto looked at her and realized that she was very tired. He said, just go home and rest today. But if you want, we can train together tomorrow. Hinata smiled and nodded her head because she also secretly thought that the second battle wouldn't be able to lift her body. She then quickly started to walk away after giving Naruto a short kiss on the lips. Naruto smiled behind her for a while and then headed to the Uzumaki complex. Later, they spent some time with Anko and Karen and had dinner together. Right after dinner, Anko quickly came to him and whispered something in his ear. She pulled him into the room right after that, and she always had a sensual smile on her face. Karen, on the other hand, sat in her chair the whole time, her face flushed. She seemed to be trying to decide something. Then she must have made a decision, and she began to walk silently into the room next to them, almost like a thief master. Once inside the room, she pressed her ear to the wall and listened to the other side. After a while she started to hear moans coming from the other side of the wall. As a result, her pulse started beating faster. But she couldn't be satisfied with that, she wanted to feel what was on the other side of the wall. So she began to sense the inside of the other room, spreading her perception around. She saw a couple in the other room massaging each other. Naruto was so good at massaging that Anko couldn't help but moan loudly from the pleasure she felt. Yeah, it's just a massage. Massage. At that moment, Naruto realized that someone was watching them. But he continued to do his job with pleasure, without any hesitation. He was a man who loved his job. Karen is watching us. Don't tell her we noticed her. Naruto whispered in Anko's ear in a low voice. Anko's perverted grin widened on her face. She always pushed Naruto to try new things. She even begged Naruto for a threesome with Hinata for a long time. But she knew that her wish would not come true yet. Because Hinata was very shy and probably not fit for a threesome yet. That's why she started thinking about someone other than Hinata. At that moment, only Karen came to mind. Because Anko noticed that she was looking at Naruto from time to time. Anko knew that she wasn't as shy as Hinata, so if she just practiced a little, she could finally have a threesome. Anko really wanted to give her a good show. That's why she started making really hot moves. Don't get me wrong, they were just massaging. Just massaging. Karen began to feel a tingling sensation in a certain part of her lower body as she watched the show happening in the other room. She slowly moved her hands down to relieve the itch there and started rubbing the area. But no matter how much she rubbed, it didn't go away and her itch became worse. That's why Karen became faster and finally, she just rubbed. To relieve her itch. Naruto and Anko also just massaged each other. Very nice massage. Also, remember that those in Food Wars were just eating. Several days passed, during which time Naruto spent time with his acquaintances. Now he received a call from Tsunade. His guess is that the reason he was summoned was due to the imminent war. Tsunade waited for Naruto to arrive for a while when he walked in. I called you here to tell you what to do during the war. Tsunade said. There was a bit of anger in her voice. Because she had just come out of a meeting with the cages a while ago, and she probably didn't like something that was there. They'll keep me in a secret place, right? Naruto said with a grin. He was already expecting this to happen. Yes, you will be guarded in a secret location. Madara's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts, so they want to hide the last two tailed beasts from him. Tsunade said with a little anger. Because she knew that the Jinchuriki would be very useful against the enemy they would face. Madara was someone who could fight toe-to-toe with her grandfather Hashirama. Now, no one can match him. Where will I hide? Naruto asked. Reika suggested that you stick together with your own brother. I accepted his offer, and in a while you will go there. Tsunade said. I see that the others, the ones who will never let us fight, right? Naruto asked. Yes, you will hold there until the war is over. Tsunade said. Naruto said as the smile on his face grew, you know you can't keep me there if I want to go, right? Tsunade nodded her head slightly and then said, Naruto, how strong are you? She had a very bad feeling about the upcoming war. I can defeat the pain you were fighting before very easily on my own. Naruto said and then continued speaking when he saw that she didn't really believe it. You asked Katsuyu some questions about me, didn't you? How did that answer you? Katsuyu just told me that you are too strong. He also said that if I want to know more, I should ask you. Can you tell me about your strength? Tsunade said curiously. Well, I'll tell you a little. You know, I already have the Sharingan, but I have something else besides that. Naruto said. What? Suna said in surprise. Naruto didn't respond verbally, he just smiled and changed his normal eyes to Rinnegan. Suna looked at him and was surprised. You have the same eyes as him. Yes, I also have full control over the Kyuubi. Using just these two, I can defeat pain in just a few minutes. Naruto said. He also used some kind of Kurama mode to make it even more convincing. Tsunade finally believed in her own strength, but she still said, with your current strength, you can defeat pain. What about Madara? Naruto sighed as he returned to his normal form, sigh. Like I said, I only showed a fraction of my power right now. If I use all of my power, Madara won't stand a chance against me. Later, as he turned and prepared to leave the room, he said, if you are in a dangerous situation, I will be there for you. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a warmth inside her, as if butterflies were flying in her stomach. Suna said shakily, last question, are you the reason for my current status? What status? Naruto asked. I'm getting younger, Tsunade said. Tsunade noticed a big change in herself since her last fight. Even with her chakra depleted and her youth seal gone, she still looked young. There was also a great deal of life force in her body, and she noticed that it was making her stronger with each passing moment. Of course, if it continued like this, the life force source would eventually be completely consumed within a few days. Naruto just smiled and then walked out of the room. But Tsunade got her answer from his smile. As a result, she thought with a warm smile on her face, at least I'm not that old anymore. Later, her cheeks were flushed with something else she was thinking about. But she quickly shook her head, distracting herself from her thoughts, and continued her work seriously. After some time, Naruto and several Konoha ninja went to the island arranged by the Raikage. Next to Naruto was someone he knew personally, Guy. Then there was Yamato, who he knew from the anime in his previous life. Of course, there were also a few genes. After arriving at the location the Raikage told them, a Kumogakur ninja joined their group and began leading them to the island. After the crew had sailed for some time, they finally saw a large island in front of their eyes. After some time, tentacles emerged from the sea and tried to catch the people on the ship. The team was surprised at first, but quickly got up and began to defend themselves. Naruto didn't want to mess with that little squid, so he released Kurama's evil presence. And then they were suddenly surrounded by an evil aura. When the squid sensed this aura, it quickly retracted its tentacles and began to run towards the back of the island. The other people on board also felt the aura coming from Naruto. They were also scared and wanted to run away from there immediately. Unfortunately, since they had no place to run, they only stopped at the furthest point on the ship from Naruto. Only Guy and Yamato remained next to Naruto. Naruto pulled back his aura so as not to disturb the others further, allowing them to breathe deeply. Also during these events, Naruto always looked at the island with a smile on his face. Or, more accurately, he looked at the island turtle. As Naruto looked at the turtle, which could rival her size in his true Shinju form, he said, "I wonder what her outer and inner body is made of. I wonder." After the ship slowly landed, they saw the Kumo ninja waiting for them. "Hello, my name is Motoi. I have been assigned to accompany you to the island. Follow me, I will show you places to stay," Motoi said. The Konoha ninja nodded their heads and began to follow him. After a while, a huge gorilla appeared in front of them. It looked like King Kong in the movie. The gorilla was rushing towards them, pounding the ground with its fists. When the team saw the big gorilla approaching them, they were momentarily frightened. Just then, a blond man appeared in front of the gorilla. The gorilla stared at the man in front of him, then extended his fist towards him. The man swung his fist at him, and they both punched. The gorilla had a smile on his face, obviously very friendly towards this man. The Konoha team, on the other hand, watched this event with surprise. He is friends with the animals that live on this island. If you are not near him, many huge animals will attack you. So be careful, Motoi said. Who is he? Yamato asked curiously. He is Killer Bee, Raikage-sama's brother, Motoi said. Yamato realized at that moment that the man in front of him was the Jinchuriki of Kumo. After the team continued on their way, they came to the building where they would be staying for a while. They then quickly settled into their rooms. Naruto didn't talk or even do anything with Bee the whole time. He just walked and felt the nature around him. Besides, something must have piqued his interest because he had a satisfied expression on his face. It's interesting that there's a lot of natural energy here. Well, I can spend this free time absorbing the natural energy that's accumulated here, Naruto thought. A day passed during which life on the island was quite calm. After spending the day at the mansion, Naruto thought it was time to move on. After it got dark, he quickly left the building and began to walk deeper into the island. After walking for a while, he finally thought that was enough and sat down on the ground. Then he began to attract natural energy to himself. At first it was barely noticeable, but after a while it could be easily noticed by someone who felt the natural energy. After absorbing natural energy for a while, Naruto realized that someone wanted to enter his mind space to talk to him. Since nothing harmful happened, he decided to accept it. A turtle appeared in Naruto's mind. Naruto knew at first glance that it was the island turtle he had seen some time ago. "What do you want?" Naruto asked, wanting to get straight to the point. The turtle looked at Naruto with a stern gaze and then said, "I just want to know who is absorbing my natural energy." Naruto said with a grin, "Your natural energy. As far as I know, natural energies don't have any owner." The turtle said in a haughty tone, "Yes, this is my natural energy. I have lived here for years, so of course the property of this area is mine. And you are encroaching on my territory and absorbing my natural energy. I want you to leave my area directly." The turtle was so arrogant because he had lived so long and had not seen anyone who could compete with him. After wandering for a long time, he finally found an abundant place in terms of natural energy. That is why he began to strengthen himself with natural energy by deploying directly there. But some time ago, the turtle realized that the accumulated natural energy was quickly being consumed by someone. This made the turtle very angry. After all, someone was stealing his property. "Oh, so you want me to leave your territory? What if I don't want to leave? What can you do to me? The armor you are so proud of can't protect you from me. So know your place, after all, natural energy has no master." I will pet you if I want, it's none of your business. Naruto said. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll kill you, Turtle said angrily. Hey, be careful what you say or you might pay the price with your life. Naruto said. They both looked at each other angrily. They both realized that this discussion would continue like this, so they hung up directly. After the turtle left, Naruto thought, HMPH. If he wants to die, I can grant his wish. Naruto then continued to absorb natural energy from where he left off. Also, the turtle was talking to other people at the time. The island turtle was used by Kumogakure. Of course, the turtle thought it was time they paid for his use, after all, nothing good ever comes for free. After a while, someone approached Naruto. This person was chosen by the island turtle. Apparently, he asked him to take care of one person, and this person agreed to this request. After all, he had trained on this island for many years. That was why he felt responsible. In the face of this responsibility, he decided to fulfill her request. That person was, of course, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of Kumo. When Naruto realized someone was approaching him, he opened his eyes, looked at the person, and said with a smirk, "You're walking towards me on your own 2 feet. How beautiful. Come on, Dookie, I'm waiting for you." After some time, Bee finally arrived at the place he was told. When he got there, he was surprised to see Naruto in front. Because Bee knew he was a Konoha Jinchuriki. What could he do to anger the island turtle? Hey, you, yeah, what are you doing here? Skirt, you're doing something bad. Okay, stop what you're doing now. Oh yeah. As Bee spoke, he acted like a new generation rapper. Dude, rap is so heavy. I wouldn't get lynched for something I wrote, right? Oh no, the new generation of rap is here too. Man, I have to change that right now. I wonder if I can use Koto Amatsuki on him and make him rap properly. Naruto thought. But then he pulled himself together and decided that what he was thinking was pointless, and then he said, what I do is none of your business. Besides, what I do is none of the arrogant island turtle's business either. Bee said in a slightly irritated voice, then I want you to leave this island. You are not welcome in Kumo territory, so get out of here. A smile formed on Naruto's face when he heard what Bee said, and then he said, oh. So you want to kick me out of here? Fine, I'll leave here when I'm done. But first, let me talk to you for a bit. Just then, he suddenly disappeared and then appeared next to Bee, and his fist, glowing blue, passed through Bee's stomach. But there was obviously no sign of damage to Bee's body. Bee was stunned by what had happened, but he immediately realized that he had done no harm. But he felt very weak and could not move his body even an inch. When Naruto pulled his hand back, Bee finally felt like he could move a little. But what he didn't know was that at that moment, all of his chakra was sealed. He was different from a normal civilian only in terms of physical strength. Naruto looked at Bee and the much smaller than normal-sized Yuki that had formed behind him and said, let's talk together for a while. You may not like what you hear, but there's nothing you can do. Bee was shocked when he saw his friend Duki's avatar behind him. After looking at each other for a while, they both realized that they had nothing else to do. Why can't I use my chakra? Bee said as he realized his current situation. No matter what he did, Bee couldn't reach his own chakra or Juki. First, let's have a proper talk. Naruto said with a grin. To be honest, there was sarcasm deep down inside. They had threatened him a while ago, but now, all the strings were in his hands. They both walked up to Naruto and sat down next to him, indicating that they were willing to listen to what he had to say. Apparently, they had no other choice. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Naruto Uzumaki. As you know, I am the container of the Kyuubi. But my true identity is the Jubi. Naruto said. Bee didn't react much after what Naruto said. After all, he didn't know what Jubi was, and he wasn't that surprised since he already knew other things. But on the other hand, Duki had a shocked expression on his face. Because, unlike that Bee, he knew very well what Jubi was. How can you be him? No, you're lying, Yuki said. Bee looked at his partner in surprise. Why did he react so strongly? So you don't believe that I am Jubi? Then see for yourself, Naruto said and then released Shinju. Bee and Yuki immediately felt that the aura was coming from him. So they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Not only them, but also the island turtle felt fear when it sensed his presence. After all, it had argued with him some time ago, and he hadn't just come and avenged it, right? The island turtle wasn't so afraid of a normal tailed beast, but what was in front of him was no ordinary tailed beast. After all, he immediately felt the gap between him and Yuki directly. Clearly, he knew at first glance that the armor he trusted so much would not protect himself. So now that you finally understand that I am Jubi, then we can continue our conversation. Naruto said with a grin. What do you want? Yuki asked. To be honest, B didn't know how to get into this topic because he had never felt anything like this before. Of course I want you, as well as your other siblings. I have already bought your brothers. Don't worry, none of you will be mistreated. I would also like to point out that there is no option to refuse. Naruto said calmly. Yuki didn't react that much, as she had already expected something like this. But B was quite angry. After all, someone wanted to tear their partner out of themselves. So B was about to open his mouth to protest, but Yuki immediately stopped him and said, what will happen to B if you take me? Yuki obviously accepted the situation. After all, they couldn't fight him. But if something happened to his friend B, he would fight even if he lost. If you come peacefully, he will not suffer any harm. Naruto said. Well then, I accept. Yuki said softly. Yuki, what are you saying? No, you can't go with him. Together we can defeat him. B said in protest. Calm down, B, he's not someone we can defeat. Look at your current situation, it left you powerless in one blow. Yuki explained calmly. It was obvious that he understood the situation he was in right now. Later, Yuki looked at Naruto and said, but I have one last request from you. I ask you to let me fight alongside B, one last time in this upcoming war. After that, you can do whatever you want with me. After thinking for a while, Naruto said, Okay, I accept, but I'll still take a piece of you. I'll only leave 20% of it. Let me warn you, I want to discuss more. Yuki closed his eyes and said, okay, I accept it. B, on the other hand, watched his friend's situation with a sad expression from the sidelines. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Naruto nodded in agreement after hearing his answer, and then said, well done, you made the right decision. I will even leave a part of your consciousness in him for the sake of your friendship. That way, you can keep in touch with each other in the future. He then suddenly snapped his fingers and then Yuki suddenly slid back into B's body. B also felt that he could move properly and use his chakra without any problems at this time. So he immediately began to form a plan in his mind. Naruto could tell that B was thinking about something, but Naruto didn't care because B couldn't run away anyway. Bring your seal closer to me. I'll start taking Yuki right away, Naruto said. At that time B was talking and arguing with Yuki in his own mind. My chakra has returned. We can escape now and defeat him later with my brother's help. B said. Honestly, his idea made sense to him. But Yuki quickly refused. No, B. There is no way we can defeat him. He is too strong to defeat us. He's just a human. We can defeat him if Kumogakure stands against him. B versus. You shouldn't see him as a human. His strength is beyond human reach. He is far stronger than anyone you've ever seen. Yuki said. But, B said sadly. To be honest, he didn't want to part with his friend who had been with him for many years. B, I should actually be grateful to him right now. Because usually he would take me by force directly, which would result in your death. But he allowed me to stay with you even though I had a little bit of consciousness. Even though your power will be greatly reduced, I will still be able to maintain contact with you. Yuki said. What about my brother? What will I tell him? Eventually, of course, he will understand that your chakra is gone. B said. They both thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a straight answer. That's why Yuki said, it's okay if we leave it for later. Anyway, we couldn't find anything decent right now. Maybe in the future it will be okay. B after a sigh asked one last time, Sigh, are you sure? I still think we can escape. B, we don't have a better option. Yuki said. Bill nodded and then brought the seal's shoulder closer to him, just like Naruto wanted. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Naruto said and then placed his hand on the blue seal on B's shoulder. Immediately after this, red chakra came out of the seal and began to flow into Naruto's hand. Naruto continued to take Yuki's chakra until morning. If he wanted to take Yuki's chakra without hurting B, he had to do it slowly. Naruto moved his hand away from B's shoulder and then said, okay, that's over. Now there's something else. What? B said. He felt very weak due to exhaustion right now. Of course, it's time to catch someone who's been spying on us all this time. Naruto said. Is there someone here? Where is it? B said quickly. Then, following Naruto's gaze, B realized that he was looking at the sword wrapped in cloth on his back. And B quickly took it off his back and threw it on the ground. At this moment, the clothes surrounding the sword opened, and the upper body of a person similar to the blade of a sword came out from the blade of the sword. Upon seeing her, B immediately recognized who it was and said, Kisame. How are you alive? We definitely killed you. A smile formed on Kisami's face and he immediately tried to run away. But at that moment, Naruto's chains began to wrap around his body. No matter how hard Kisame struggled, he couldn't break free of the chains. Because Naruto's chains weren't something a normal person could resist. Especially after Naruto became stronger, most people couldn't break free of his chains. Ouch. Fishman, you finally ran into me. Naruto chuckled as he walked up to him. And he continued to say, when you first appeared before me 3 years ago, you sounded too loud. What happened? Your sound is not loud now. Kisame was still trying his best to run away rather than respond, but at that moment, Naruto's finger touched his forehead. Suddenly, his body stopped moving. But from the expression in his head, you could tell that he was still alive. You can take him and interrogate him. He can't move right now and he can't use chakra. Naruto said, looking at B. At the same time, he pulled the chains back to his body. B was surprised that this matter was resolved so easily, but he nodded in approval with a serious expression on his face. He then picked up Kisami's body and began to move towards the place where the living space was. Naruto began to follow him slowly. He was in no hurry, after all, the war was just beginning. He wasn't interested in Kisame at all either, in fact he wasn't interested in the current phase of the war at all. His main interest was when Madara and Kagaya were. He hadn't thought of making a big move before. After all, it was quite fun to watch all the shinobi teams fight together. It was especially interesting to watch them all lose. But of course, he would make sure that those who were associated with him were not harmed. He considered joining at the end of the war. Of course, it wouldn't be long enough to wait for Kagaya to arrive. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. It's been a week since Naruto talked to B and Yuki. Naruto absorbed the natural energy that was there at the time. It used to take much longer, but as he became much stronger than before, his natural energy absorption rate increased. He also trained to specialize in controlling the Gyuki chakra he had acquired. He was already able to fully control the Gyuki chakra, as his body and chakra control skills were at the highest level. After taking and mastering 80% of Duki's chakra, his Shinju form evolved greatly. Of course, even 80% of his chakra was quite high, as Duki was the strongest tailed beast after Kurama. Naruto could now transform into his 10-tailed Shinju form. He could also reveal a third eye, the Rinne Sharingan, in the middle of his forehead. Because of this, his current power was greatly increased. He could handle Kagaya's strongest form and even defeat her. Because while he was a full Shinju, Kagaya was only half Shinju. Thus, Naruto was in complete harmony with all of Shinju's abilities, unlike Kagaya. Anyway, it was time to go to war. That's why Naruto suddenly teleported to one of Hirushina's tracks without telling anyone. It's been about 2 to 3 days since the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War. The war was very difficult. The White Zetsu, which were in large numbers at first, began to attack all the ninja. The White Zetsu were not that strong, but there were too many of them, causing the allied shinobi forces to suffer many casualties. At this time, 7 people suddenly appeared on the battlefield. One of the 7 people was fake Madara, or Obito, wearing a mask with black circles on white on his face. Obito had the Mangekyo Sharingan in one of his eyes, and the Rinnegan he received from Nagato in the other eyes. The 6 people standing next to Obito also had Rinnegan in their eyes. These 6 were Obito's 6 paths. They were the 3rd Raikage, Genjutsu Hazuka the 2nd Mizukage, Rasa the 4th Kazekage, Mu the 2nd Tsuchikage, Hashirama Senju the 1st Hokage, and Minato Namikaze the 4th Hokage. They all looked at the allied shinobi force with their Rinnegan visible in their eyes. Attack! Obito said out loud as he looked at his enemies. Then the 6 paths standing next to him suddenly jumped forward and started fighting the ninja. Some time passed, and frankly speaking, the allied shinobi forces suffered heavy losses. If they continued like this, it was also clear that they would lose the war. At that very moment, those who were the current Kages entered the battlefield, thinking that it was time to enter the war. All of these Dugami began to look at the previous knife with stern expressions on their faces. Everyone knew how strong they were. In particular, they had heard a lot about the strength of Hashirama Senju, who was called the god of shinobi. The current Kage immediately attacked them. But the fight was not as easy as the previous Kage were so strong. At that time, Minato quickly killed enemies as he appeared and disappeared with a yellow flash on the battlefield with the Hiraishin technique he had mastered. No matter how hard Tsunade tried, she could not defeat her enemy, Hashirama the 1st Hokage. It was the same with the other Kage. All the previous knives were much stronger than them. At first, the Kals tried to talk to their enemies, but after a while, they realized that they were unconscious. They looked just like the pain they had fought before. But they were much stronger than them. Because the first ones didn't have any personal abilities, but the current ones had many personal abilities. After all, they were all powerful Kage who left their mark on history. The Kages thought that if they defeated the fake Madara who was standing some distance away from them, the technique would be disabled. So they quickly made a plan among themselves and tried to attack Obito. But they failed. After all, Obito still had the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he could easily dodge the attacks that came his way. So, sitting comfortably on a high place, he watched the battle in front of him with a pleasant expression on his face. He had a feeling of pleasure from approaching victory. Time passed. At that time, a war was going on that would have taken a very large place in history. But will history be written? Some of the current knives have finally shown signs of victory over their enemies. When they realized this, they immediately began to fight more ambitiously with motivation. Tsunade also used her seal to fight Grandpa Hashirama. She wouldn't have been that strong before, but with the strange power she received from Naruto some time ago, her abilities began to increase very quickly. During the fight with her grandfather, her skills improved even faster. She even finally unlocked the wooden release ability. This war gave her a significant improvement. That is, if she manages to survive. But Tsunade felt safe somehow. She couldn't understand why. Just then, a man appeared on the battlefield. When the Tejas saw who had appeared next to them, angry expressions appeared on their faces. Especially the fourth Raikage, was much angrier than the others. Because this event, which they tried so hard to prevent, could lead to them losing the war. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. The man who appeared on the battlefield was a burly man with blonde hair. This man was A's brother, Killer B for short. B quickly used Gyuki's partial transformation and 8 octopus arms came out from his back. He then quickly started running with the octopus arms next to his brother A to help him. B, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to hide? He shouted angrily. I couldn't just wait for you to fight. Besides, it looks like we'll lose if this continues. B said, as the enemy quickly attacked. Raikage, he's right, we need all the help we can get right now. We haven't even faced the main enemy yet. Tsunade said, looking at Obito who was watching them. Obito simply sat and watched them throughout the war. He made no attacks. Sai, okay, you can fight us. But be careful, B, whatever you do, never get caught. If you get caught, there's a good chance we'll lose the war. B, as he continued to fight the enemy. The Kages began to win with B's help. But Minato, who had never attacked them before, now entered their fight. Thus, the Kages began to lose again. B suddenly entered his full Biju form and continued attacking using Gyuki's chakra. At that moment, Hashirama quickly used a jutsu. In an instant, the forests came out of the ground and combined to form a giant wooden statue that has thousands of arms. Gyuki looked like a child next to this statue. Then, using his wooden hands, he tried to catch B, who had transformed into Gyuki. B quickly jumped to the side and ran away from the wooden hands that were coming towards him. He then formed a Bijudama and threw it towards the giant wooden statue. The wooden statue used thousands of arms to form a shield in front of it. In this way, it aimed to block the Bijudama. The Bijudama continued to move forward, breaking the wooden arms that tried to hold back. But his speed was slowing. Finally, his power disappeared, but the wooden statue only had a few hundred arms intact. Obito, who had been watching for a long time, slowly stood up from the ground. When the Kages saw him move, they began to pay more attention to him. Getamaso, Obito said as he patted the ground. Then, out of nowhere, a huge humanoid figure appeared on the battlefield. This figure had 9 eyes and had shackles on its hands and feet. Getamazo roared powerfully, sound waves emitted around him as he roared. He then quickly began to run towards B. As they approached him, they both began to fight each other. During this time, most of the White Zetsu army was destroyed. So the strong shinobi rushed to help the Kages. Time passed and the allied shinobi forces began to win the war. But at that time, Getamazo caught one of Duki's hands and quickly licked it. Thus, 6 of the 9 eyes were fully open. Black Zetsu, who was watching the battle from afar at the time, analyzed the current state of the battle. There are still 3-tailed beasts that are missing. They are the 1-tailed Ikibi, the 3-tailed Sanbi, and the last 7-tailed Nanabi. According to my research, these tailed beasts were captured by the same person. And most likely, the Ikibi was taken by him too. It is not clear who this person is yet, but most likely Naruto Uzumaki. The fact that he has so many chakra and Rinnegan can be understood as such. But he has not yet come to the battlefield, but he will come eventually because he does not want to miss this opportunity. Also, it seems that Obito will not be able to win this war, so it seems that I should move on to the next stage of the plan. Black Zetsu thought. Obito also knew that he would lose. Because the people he used were defeated one by one. He took the 8-tailed beast's chakra, but the other tailed beasts were not revealed yet. Also, Obito got information about the remaining tailed beasts from Zetsu. So when he saw B, he knew Naruto would be coming soon. So Obito assumed that he just needed to hold out a little longer, and that eventually, of course, Naruto would show up. After Naruto showed up, Obito could finally get all the tailed beasts. Thinking it was time for him to join the battle, Obito quickly began attacking his enemies. The war was almost balanced again with Obito joining, but Obito was still at a disadvantage. Since Rasa, Genjutsu Hazuka, and Mu were destroyed, also the Naraka Path user was among those destroyed, so unfortunately, they could not be recycled again. So only the third Raikage A, Hashirama, and Minato remained. But still, the users of the strongest paths remained. Therefore, with Obito's participation, a much more difficult war was fought. Obito used his Mangekyo Sharingan and also used his Rinnegan. This made him very powerful. But in the end, the Kages were not alone either. As the White Zetsu army dwindled, powerful shinobi joined the Kages' side. Among these people was Kakashi Hatake, who had the Mangekyo Sharingan on one eye. The Kages began to suppress their enemies. Because they figured out the tricks of Obito's abilities. With the help of Kakashi, they were able to defeat Obito. Tsunade landed a powerful punch to Obito's face, causing Obito's mask to shatter as he flew backwards. When Kakashi saw Obito's face, a confused expression appeared on his face and he said, "Obito." Just then, a black presence began to envelop Obito's body. "Zetsu, what are you doing?" Obito screamed, he couldn't control his body. "You won't win this war alone, Obito. It's time for us to revive him," Zetsu said, controlling Obito's body. Also, at the same time, the main character of the story appeared on the battlefield. Our 18 chapters are exclusive to Patreon. Kages watched the events unfolding before them in amazement. Weren't they both friends? What was the situation now? It was for our benefit, wasn't it? Zetsu, stop. I can still fight. I can beat them, Obito said as he tried to regain control of his body. It is clear that you cannot win. It is time to revive him. Do not try to resist, Zetsu said. Zetsu later began using the outer path technique, controlling Obito's body. At that moment, a white Zetsu appeared next to them. The white Zetsu, having made several hand seals, put his hand on the ground, and suddenly a coffin appeared from the ground. Obito felt helpless as all his energy was slowly disappearing from his body. He didn't want to use this technique at all because it would take away a lot of his life energy. It would shorten his life. Obito's energy began to visibly flow out of his body. This energy then began to flow into the coffin next to Obito. Kages, on the other hand, stood where they were, following the laws of anime, and they watched the interesting event that was happening. This is getting more and more exciting now, Naruto said with a grin. No one had noticed that he had arrived on the battlefield yet. After a while, the energy flow from Obito's body stopped. Obito had a very tired expression on his face. To be honest, he couldn't even move. At that moment, White Zetsu said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha. He's coming. The strongest in the world is coming. Madara Uchiha is coming." All eyes were on the coffin when they noticed movement in the coffin. The lid of the coffin was opened from the inside, and a man came out, wearing dark red armor on some parts of his body. He had black hair and Sharingan in his eyes. Some of the ninja who saw him immediately recognized him and said, their mouths open in surprise, "Madara Uchiha." Madara slowly stood up, watching what was happening around him. After observing for a moment, he said, "So we are now in the middle of a war." He then looked at the black Zetsu that covered Obito's body and asked, "What is the current situation?" "We would have lost the war a minute ago if it continued like this, so I decided to revive you," Zetsu said. Madara nodded in approval and then asked, "How many tailed beasts did we catch?" "There are only 3 tailed beasts left that haven't been captured. They were also sealed inside the same person by our estimation. He's not on the battlefield yet at the moment, but I think he'll come here sooner or later," Zetsu said. "Interesting. Is he strong?" Madara knew that having 3 tailed beasts inside the same person was a very complicated situation. That's why he found this situation quite interesting. "Yes, he is very strong. Besides, he has the Rinnegan and 4 tailed beasts, including the Kyuubi," Zetsu said. "Okay, I'm excited for him to arrive," Madara said with a smile on his face. Apparently, Madara was a war freak, and the prospect of fighting a strong opponent excited him. What they didn't realize was that Naruto had been on the battlefield for some time. The reason Naruto couldn't be seen was because his body was one with nature. So his hide trait was very advanced, sometimes even involuntary, as if he was invisible. Just like a blue-haired basketball player. Naruto was observing Madara's condition at that time. Thus, he sought to find some clues about the upcoming war. Obito's other paths lost their power under the impact of the outer road, and they fell powerlessly to the ground. The cages, on the other hand, were afraid of being attacked at any moment. In addition, the aura emanating from Madara made them uncomfortable. Madara looked at Obito and said, "At least you did your job by impersonating me. You can rest in comfort, I'll take over from now on." He then walked up to Obito and began to reach out to his Rinnegan eye. "No, stop, I can still work, I'm not someone who can be thrown away like that," Obito shouted angrily. He also tried to use the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it due to the Black Zetsu's effect. Madara slowly brought his fingers to Obito's eye and began to press his eye sockets inward with his fingers. After a while, Obito's Rinnegan eye slowly began to pop out. Also, the fact that this incident had hurt so much could be seen from Obito's expression. Everyone there watched what was happening with confused expressions. Weren't they friends? Why did this situation arise? Madara took one look at the eye in his hand, then looked at Obito and said, "No offense, I'm just taking what's mine." Then he slowly began to move the eye in his hand towards his own eye, and in one movement he replaced the eye in his hand with his own. This was evident in every step he had taken before. But Madara's new eye was cross-eyed. Realizing the oddity in his vision, Madara poked his new eye with his finger and solved the problem. Then he asked, "Where is my other eye?" Zetsu, who brought Madara's coffin, replied, "It's hidden in a secret place, I can bring it if you want." Madara said, "Prepare it now, I'll wear it once I've adjusted to my new eye." White Zetsu nodded and then disappeared into the ground. Madara had just been revived, so he wanted to warm up his body first to prepare for the upcoming fight. He looked at Cages, who was still under the influence of the anime law, and said, "I hope you can entertain me a little until he gets here." After saying that, Madara grabbed his hands and suddenly a dark blue Susanoo appeared. Don't worry, I won't make you wait like OPM. We'll see the main character in the next episode. But just a few lines. Hehe. I enjoy writing these chapters because many stories don't reach this point. Many of them get thrown out early on. I will write a new one after this story. But I haven't decided which one to write yet. Naruto or One Piece, please choose one. Naruto will be based on a lemon. One Piece will be based on a scenario. But both will have harems. Harem forever. Please tell us your choice in the comments. You can also ask about stories. The allied shinobi forces looked at the azure glowing humanoid figure that appeared before them in amazement. In addition, everyone felt uneasy due to the power emanating from it. Susanoo Madara raised his swords in his hands and swung them at the enemy army. "Come back," someone with high rank in the army shouted when he saw the sword approaching them. Unfortunately, he was a little late, because just after he finished speaking, his body was completely cut open by a sword. Build a defensive wall and have the other people use offensive jutsu to slow him down. Tsunade quickly shouted, giving orders. The stunned army quickly regained their composure and they quickly began building a huge clay wall for the next attack. At that time, some people attacked Madara with various jutsu. However, their attack did not even slightly damage Susanoo Madara. As Susanoo raised his swords again, the sand suddenly appeared from the ground above, trying to restrain the movement of his body. Susanoo tried to break away from him with force, and he succeeded. Having broken the obstacle, he quickly swung his swords at his enemies. But this time, both the large earthen wall and the wooden wall made by Tsunade stopped the sword's movement. Taking advantage of this gap, a quickly struck Susanoo hard while lightning sparks were flying around him. Some of Susanoo's bones were cracked by the impact of the blow, but the broken bones were quickly restored. Just then, Gaara's sand caught Madara inside Susanoo and threw him out. While Madara was in midair, he extended his hand to absorb the lava attack that was coming towards him. He also quickly dodged Onoki's dust technique. HMPH. Is it all these things? It seems like the gadget's power has decreased significantly during this time. Madara said sarcastically. He then looked at Tsunade and said, "Also, let me show you what a real wood jutsu looks like." After Madara quickly made several tame seals, trees quickly emerged from the ground and began attacking the Tej. The cages began to run away from the trees that were quickly approaching them, with sad expressions on their faces. After the technique ended, they saw many Madara in front of them. Then all the Madaras formed Susanoo with one tame seal. And suddenly everyone started going to the gadgets. Everyone looked at the huge humanoid dark blue Susanoos in front of them with shocked expressions on their faces. This isn't the Attack on Titan universe, right? Mikasa was acceptable, but the Titans? No. At that moment, Onoki used a powerful technique with the last of his power to turn one of the Susanoo that was heading towards them into dust. But as a result, he fell to the ground due to chakra exhaustion. The Raikage also used her speed to strike one of the Susanoos hard in the back of the neck. Likewise, Tsunade took out another Susanoo. But there was a big problem, they all used the last part of their power. Because the second fight in the sequence was very tiring. Also, Bihu was there transformed into Gyuki and started attacking Susanoos. He destroyed Susanoos one by one with his mighty giant body. Then, in an idle moment, he threw the Bijudama to the person he guessed was the real Madara. At that moment, all the Susanoos disappeared, and where the Bijudama went, a great Susanoo began to form. It was similar to Naruto's perfect Susanoo. The Bijudama crashed into the armored Susanoo, quickly pushing it back. It could also be seen that the Bijudama was getting smaller and smaller. Are you kidding? What is this? Gaara said as he looked at the 100 meters tall Susanoo that stood in front of them. Madara said arrogantly, proudly, enough fun. Now I'll finish this. He then swung his sword at them powerfully. With the sword strike, Onoki and Gaara were quickly thrown back. When they finally landed on the ground, blood was coming out of their mouths. It was obvious that they were badly hurt. Tsunade quickly ran towards them to heal them, but halfway she had to stop as she suddenly coughed up blood. Her body couldn't take it anymore as she had been fighting her seal active for a long time. While Tsunade was unprotected, Madara suddenly attacked her. Tsunade looked at the sword that was approaching her with worry and tried to get back as fast as she could. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to move. At that moment, everyone watched as Susanoo's sword moved as if in slow motion. Some people started running quickly to help her. Just then, the cyan color flashed as Susanoo's sword came very close to Tsunade. After the pigeon flash passed, they realized that someone was holding the tip of the sword. Naruto held the tip of the sword with one hand as it floated through the air, coated in blue chakra. Tsunade was secretly happy and relieved to see the man in front of her. After all, her life had just been saved. After Naruto squeezed the tip of the sword that he was holding with his fingers, the tip of the sword began to crumble. He also stared sharply at Madara who was looking at him inside Susanoo. I chose One Piece. At this point I have already created a rough draft of the script for 2 to 3 arcs in my head. I even decided on a crew, but for some reason everyone I chose was women. That's why I can get crew recommendations and fruits. Madara looked at Naruto with a smirk on his face, he felt several tailed beasts inside him. So you actually have all the tailed beasts left. I am very curious as to how you managed to do that. Madara said, surprised. Because how could a normal person seal more than one of the tailed beasts inside themselves? Also, when Madara paid more attention to Naruto's eyes, he saw a dujutsu he had never seen before. Honestly, it made him even more curious. Naruto didn't pay any attention to what Madara said, so he didn't even bother to respond. Naruto suddenly appeared next to Tsunade and began checking her body. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, but then she felt a warmth inside her and said with a smile, "Why are you so late?" Naruto held her with his glowing hand and continued treating her, saying, "I had to deal with a few minor issues before I came here. I came here after taking care of them." Naruto had to deal with a few minor problems. He teleported to Deidara to make an observation. As for how he did it, he placed the Hiraishin mark on Deidara in his final fights with him. After Naruto teleported to Deidara, he found himself in the middle of a fight. Deidara and Konan were in the middle of a fierce fight. A little away from them was Nagato, blood flowing from his eyes. Besides, there was only one place where his eyes should have been. Naruto's appearance stopped the ongoing fight. Both of them quickly retreated, looking at Naruto, who stood among them, with a cautious expression. "You are him. The container of the Kyuubi, Naruto Uzumaki. I still haven't gotten my revenge for that last time. Luckily, you ran into me," Deidara said with a grin. On the other hand, he was molding the clay inside his palm. Naruto said sarcastically, "I remember how badly you were beaten last time. Even though I let you escape that time, you still act like this towards me. I let you escape once, but it won't happen again. After all, it's your time to die." Naruto turned to Konan and said, "I don't have any problems with you, so I'll let you go." He then looked at Nagato and thought, since he's in Uzumaki, I'll let him go too. He's in no condition to do anything anymore. Naruto told her as he slowly walked towards Deidara, I suggest you retire by the river or something. That way, you two can at least have a happy life from now on. Naruto let them go because he knew their past. So he could at least do them a small favor. After all, Nagato couldn't cause any more trouble. Conan nodded with a grateful expression on his face. Then she took Nagato and started to leave. As for you, Naruto said, looking at Deidara with a smile on his face. Well, something happened after that. Naruto was recalling memories when he healed Tsunade. Meanwhile, Madara was obsessed with the laws of anime. Unfortunately, he had to stay where he was all this time. After some time, Tsunade was fully healed, but there was still no energy left in her body. Naruto turned to Madara and said, now I can take care of you. Then they both started running towards each other. After some time of fighting each other, Naruto's superiority was obvious. After a while, Madara walked away and said with a grin, it seems you are as talented as they said. You weren't as strong as they said. Naruto said. Madara's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this, just as Naruto suddenly raised his hand to block a blow. You can't defeat me with that skill. Naruto said as he looked at Linbo, Madara's Rinnegan ability. Madara was able to make clones that could only be seen by those with the Rinnegan with his Linbo ability. Of course, this wouldn't work on Naruto. Madara quickly performed perfect Susanoo once again and continued to attack Naruto with it. Naruto used the truth-seeking orbs around him to block the sword. He brought them all to one point and formed them to act as a shield. Naruto quickly performed his own perfect Susanoo as he blocked the sword with the balls. Suddenly, a dark red Susanoo appeared. The armor that Susanoo wore turned blue due to the influence of Tensegan mode. There were also white glowing lines on Susanoo's body due to the effect of Sage mode. Let's compare our methods. Let's see whose Susanoo is stronger. Naruto said sarcastically while smirking. Madara narrowed his eyes as he studied the Susanoo in front of him. He felt that Naruto's Susanoo was obviously much stronger than his own. Madara immediately swung his second sword at Naruto. Naruto also swung his sword, and at the same time, the two swords collided with each other. With the effect of this collision, a large amount of energy began to spread around. When the surrounding cages felt this power, they directly admitted that this war had surpassed them. Naruto knew that Madara wasn't at full strength, because he hadn't put out his second Rinnegan yet. After all, two were better than one, of course, that was only true sometimes. As Naruto continued to block the sword, he began to spin the truth-seeking balls just above his hand. The balls turned blue as they spun, and soon they all came together in Naruto's palm. Naruto squeezed the ball very brightly and sent it towards Madara. Suddenly, a golden beam shot out from the ball and cut Madara's Susanoo in half. Madara quickly dodged the golden beam, ordering Zetsu to bring another Rinnegan. Naruto had to hold back some of his power in this attack. After all, he didn't want to destroy the planet. Still, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground next to Madara and gave him a Rinnegan eye, which he held. Madara took the Rinnegan and then he put it in his eyes. At this time, everyone was waiting for Madara. Naruto was also waiting with a little anticipation inside him. After Madara closed and opened his eyes for a moment, his Rinnegan eyes both became in sync with each other. Everyone suddenly realized that the aura emanating from Madara had become even stronger. Naruto sighed and thought, sigh, it seems I didn't have any hope. With his current strength, he still can't be compared to me. He should at least be the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails to be able to compete with me. But I'm not that kind of person, or rather, stupid enough to give him that advantage. Madara stood up straight and looked proudly at the enemies in front of him. Let's see if you can compete with me now, Madara said looking at Naruto. He then created several invisible limbo at once and had them attack Naruto. Naruto couldn't see the limbo clones approaching him because his Rinnegan was inactive. But that didn't mean he couldn't sense it. Naruto repels the attacks of Limbo's clones using the truth-seeking balls. He also attacked and destroyed them. Madara, instead of being idle, attacked with them. He used the Rinnegan paths from time to time, but they were also useless. Naruto quickly gave his chakra to the truth-seeking balls after dodging Limbo's clone's attack. As such, all the balls began to glow blue, just like Naruto. After Naruto quickly took a few steps back, he began to quickly attack Madara with beams coming out from the truth-seeking balls. It was like the Star Wars universe, not the Naruto universe. Madara extended his hand to counter the attack and used Preta Path to absorb the attacks. Right after he absorbed the attacks, he made some hand seals, and suddenly a shadow of something huge appeared on the ground. When the allied shinobi army realized that it was suddenly going to get dark, they looked up to see what had happened. Their mouths almost touched the ground in exchange for what they saw. Because a huge meteor was falling right where they were. Also, Cages was surprised because according to this, the previous meteor they saw was just a small piece of rock. A and B immediately began preparing to attack the meteor with the energy they had restored. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at him and began to spin all the truth-seeking balls between his two hands. Some time later, a giant golden beam shot into the sky from Naruto's hands. Obviously, this attack was much more destructive than the previous attack. Madara had already named the second meteor, knowing its power. But the two huge meteorites also disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. After the golden beam disappeared, people had a better idea of the chaos it had caused, and it scared them even more. Because part of the moon had been destroyed. Yes, it had been destroyed. Such power. Incredible. Naruto finally used almost all of his power in the attack, and he had a satisfied expression on his face due to the relief it gave him. Apparently, he can now be considered a planet destroyer. He can destroy a planet with his moves. It's like he suddenly moved to the Dragon Ball universe. In addition, Naruto has not yet used his full power. Naruto only used Sage mode and Tensegan mode in this attack. What kind of power will it come out with if Shinju form and Rinne Sharingan are added to this attack? Frankly, Naruto really wanted to try it. Unfortunately, he has not yet encountered a being that can handle this attack. Madara was very surprised, as were the others, because he knew he wasn't strong enough to do that. Madara thought, how would I protect myself if he attacked me for no reason? Can I resist this power? How will I carry out my plan without defeating him? No, I must ensure peace in the world. Madara was like Miss World Beauty. All he wanted was world peace. LMAO. Now Naruto thinks that this should end. After all, Madara had nothing else to do. He also didn't have any tricks to get stronger. Madara, noticing Naruto's gaze, he involuntarily suddenly felt a sense of danger. And he immediately began to run away from there. Naruto started following him by flying and he kept shooting at him with truth-seeking guns. Madara had to run in a zigzag pattern to avoid the beams, causing the distance between him and Naruto to become shorter and shorter. While Naruto was flying, in addition to throwing beams, he also attacked him with various elements using the control. For example, lava, dust, storm. After some time, Naruto finally caught up to him and with one move knocked him down so that he could never escape again. Right now, Madara had several truth-seeking balls stuck in his body. Because of this, Madara could no longer move, and what's more, his body would turn into dust with just one move from Naruto. We are now at the end of a game of cat and mouse. Naruto said standing in front of him. Madara had an angry expression on his face, he never liked to lose. But you were the strongest I have ever fought. I, Naruto, declare you the strongest. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto then brought his hands to Madara's face, not allowing him to say anything. Madara started screaming in pain as he realized his life force was being sucked out. Honestly, no one could bear that kind of pain. As Naruto continued what he was doing, a black entity suddenly jumped into Naruto's body and quickly began to envelop him. Black Zetsu slowly covered Naruto's body. Naruto looked like he had turned into venom. Naruto didn't mind his pointless attempt. What he was doing now was a futile effort. He had no control over Naruto's body. What are you doing? Naruto said calmly. I won't let you kill him. He still hasn't fulfilled his purpose. I won't let all my hard work go to waste. Black Zetsu said as he continued to cover Naruto's body. Oh, how are you going to achieve that? Naruto said sarcastically. Are you not aware of your current situation? Black Zetsu said, confused for now. Because he has now covered almost every part of Naruto's body. In a little while, Naruto will now be completely under his control. Do you really think you can control me? Naruto said as he slowly began to release his presence. What is this? Zetsu said that he suddenly started to feel sick. I thought about letting you live for your mother's sake. But after the way you treated me, I'm not so sure. Naruto said as he started to enter Shinju form. How can I feel something like my mother's presence in you? Who are you? Zetsu asked, feeling awkward. You don't need to know. Naruto said and began to slowly suck his body. The black Zetsu contained an abundance of Otsutsu genes because it was a being created by Kagaya. Of course, this would be very useful for Naruto. Black Zetsu felt his power being quickly absorbed by Naruto. After immediately calculating the possible consequences, he quickly tried to get away from Naruto. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not leave Naruto's body. Stop. Leave me. Fine, I won't meet you again. Black Zetsu said, still trying to escape. But it was as if his body was stuck inside Naruto. Do you think I'll let you go that easily? I'd like to remind you that you were just trying to control me. I won't mess with you for now, wait until it's your turn. Naruto said. Then, the veins in Naruto's body suddenly began to glow red. Even though he was covered in black Zetsu, the current situation was clearly visible. The black Zezo suddenly started to pull towards the palm of Naruto's hand, and there it became a ball. The black Zetsu looked like it had turned into a Pokemon ball right now, which was very interesting. Naruto acted as if he was opening a lightning bolt in the air with his hand. And curiously, there was a black gap where he moved his hand. Inside the gap, it was dark, nothing could be seen. Naruto placed the black Zetsu Pokeball in his hand into the open crevice. After his hand was torn off, the crevice suddenly closed inward and disappeared. All this time, Madara watched in amazement. At first, he was excited and delighted when he saw Black Zetsu was going to capture Naruto. However, everything suddenly turned upside down in a way that he did not understand, and Black Zetsu was captured by Naruto. What happened? What did you do to him? Madara asked angrily. After all, Madara didn't know the truth. He thought he had created Zetsu himself. I have neutralized him for now, and after I am done with you, I will completely neutralize him. Naruto said, and then a mocking grin formed on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Madara asked strangely. He was completely defeated right now, but that still wouldn't make Naruto look at him like that, right? Madara had a very stubborn and invincible personality. He struggled for some time to get out of his current situation. But no matter what he did, he could not escape. He could only move a little to speak. In addition, he could neither use his chakra, nor move his body, nor use his eyes. His entire body became completely useless. For some reason, Madara felt like he couldn't get out of this situation. I feel sorry for someone like you, Naruto said as he looked at him. The reason he felt sorry for Madara was because he knew what he had been through in the past. How so? What are you talking about? Madara asked strangely. What did he do that was pathetic? He was only one step away from controlling the entire world. He couldn't defeat Naruto, the only opponent that appeared. Madara seriously couldn't comprehend how strong he was. Madara continued asking, besides, who are you? How can you be so strong? I feel very sorry for people like you who are someone else's puppet. But I feel sorry for you more than anyone else. Naruto said. A puppet? Who would use me? You're lying, Madara said angrily. Why? Can't others use you the same way you used Obito? You manipulated many events to use him. Can't someone else do the same for you? How to replace the Uchiha pill? You made all your plans according to that pill, right? Naruto said. What? But no, this tablet can't be changed, Madara said. He didn't want to think that someone else was using it all the time. He was the Black Zetsu who tricked you, and he was also the one who changed the pill. Did you think that the effect of the Eye of the Moon plan was only to put all the people in the world under genjutsu? His main goal was to use you to revive his mother, Naruto said. His mother? No, I created him, he won't betray me. I won't believe a single word from someone like you, Madara said angrily. He didn't want to believe that he was someone else's puppet. Naruto could understand Madara's disbelief and said, you lived your entire life for someone else. Finally, you learned that everything you knew was actually a lie. If I were you, I wouldn't believe it either, but it's true. You were wondering who I am, how I became so strong, right? I will show you the power you want so badly. He then suddenly entered his Shinju form. He had ears on his head as his 10 tails moved behind him. He also had a pair of Tenshigen in his eyes and a Rinne Sharingan in the middle of his forehead that had just opened for the first time. Naruto felt so strong for the first time. He was also momentarily stunned because it was his first time using the Rinne Sharingan. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Naruto, aka Shinju. The ancestor of all tailed beasts, Naruto said forcefully. Madara watched his changes in amazement. In fact, the beast he had been trying to reach for so long was standing right in front of him. How is that? How can you use it without having all the tailed beasts? Madara said in surprise. Why should I tell you this? You don't need to know, Naruto said and then put his hand on his face, preventing him from speaking. As Naruto's hand glowed, all of Madara's veins began to glow. Naruto's hand became even brighter as Madara's glow gradually faded. In an instant, the glow in Naruto's hand began to spread towards his body. After Naruto's body glowed for a while, he finally returned to normal. When Naruto pulled his hand back, Madara's lifeless face was revealed. Madara's eyes returned to normal and the life force in his body disappeared. After Naruto took one last look at Madara's lifeless body, he began to take control of the battlefield. Who was resting from there at some distance, Cages was glad to finally see that Naruto had won. Naruto walked towards Gedamezu, who stood motionless a little ahead of him. He had already returned to his normal form when he got there, and that was when the Cages approached him. "Naruto, are you okay?" Tsunade asked quickly. She was secretly worried that something had happened to him. Mei, on the other hand, was watching the interaction between the two of them from the side. She felt that something might have happened between them, according to her observations. But that can't happen, right? She is Cage after all, and there is an age difference between them. Wait a minute, why does this scenario seem familiar from somewhere? Mei thought. I have nothing to worry about, Naruto said to Tsunade and then began to look at the Gedamazo. So how are we going to deal with this beast? A said. At that moment B came up to him. This shouldn't be any problem for you, I'll take care of it myself. Naruto said and started to approach the bottom of the Gedamazo. Oi, what the hell are you thinking? A said angrily. He thought that this beast might be the source of what happened. Besides, maybe there was a chance that they could use it in the future if they studied it well. That's when Kumo would become even stronger. As I was about to step forward with power ambitions, Onoki quickly cut in front of him and said quietly to try to calm him down, "Stop, I want you to think carefully before doing this. This is not a fight we can win right now." By then, Naruto had already placed the Gedamazo in the storage space. Naruto then said while looking at them, "Yes, I suggest you think logically." Then he continued speaking, looking at B, "I'll come back later to get the rest." Naruto then suddenly disappeared. The others who remained there looked for Tsunade for answers on what happened. Tsunade stood there, her eyes twitching. Naruto appeared in what looked like outer space. Also there was Gedamazo and Black Zetsu, in the form of a ball. Naruto looked back for the first time. After deciding for a short time, he took the ball in his hand and let it go. Zetsu quickly regained his composure and immediately tried to observe his surroundings. But no matter what he did, he could only move his eyes. He then started looking at Naruto as if he wanted an answer. "You're wondering why I let you live, right?" Naruto said. Seeing Zetsu's eyes, he continued, "I still haven't decided whether to kill you. Because if I kill you, your mother might turn against me, after all, she's still in a bad mood emotionally. I'll let you speak if you have any questions you can ask." When Zetsu finally heard that he could speak, he asked his most curious question with hope, "My mother. Are you thinking about reviving her?" "Yes, I want to revive your mother and give her a second chance. Even though she made a mistake at first," Naruto said. "Why are you planning to revive my mother? Besides what she did?" Zetsu asked curiously. "Oh, you don't know my other personality yet. Let me tell you, I am also Ten Tails aka Shinju. Your mother stole my fruits and ate them like the other Otsutsuki. But I gave her a second chance. That's because she fused with Shinju, and I would also like to point out that this is a very strange situation. Since she is the only conscious Shinju other than me, I decided to give her a chance. Of course, it depends on her condition and behavior," Naruto said. "But just because I forgave Kagaya doesn't mean I forgive you. After all, you tried to kill me," Naruto said. "What will you do to me?" Zetsu asked, scared, but also hopeful. At least his mother could come back to life. Nothing else mattered. After thinking for a moment, Naruto said, "Well, I won't kill you because you don't know who I am. But you'll still be punished, after all, I can't just let you go. Don't worry, I'll just take a piece of you." Naruto then began to slowly reach out his hand towards himself. Even though Zetsu knew that he wouldn't die since Naruto's hand touched him, he still felt uneasy inside. As soon as Naruto's hand touched him, he started screaming in pain. Naruto could have made sure he wasn't hurt if he wanted, but why should he feel sorry for someone who tried to kill him? Especially since he had already done him enough favors. Some time passed. Zetsu was lying unconscious on the ground. Naruto, on the other hand, was studying his own body to find out the results of the genes he absorbed from the Zetsu. After finishing his work, Naruto walked up to Gedamazo. "I need this to revive Kagaya. Of course, I will first take the tailed beasts from him, which I do not have. I will leave him with only a small part of all the tailed beasts. That way, she will be revived in her least strength for a possible situation," Naruto thought. After Naruto finished his thoughts, he made close contact with the Gedamazo and absorbed the tailed beasts inside it. He then put only tiny pieces of all the tailed beasts and some natural energy into it. Of course, this process was not short. After all, he had a very large amount of chakra. After Naruto placed a small amount of each tailed beast's chakra into it, all 9 of Gedamazo's eyes were opened. Now, only Kagaya's will was missing. This problem would be solved thanks to Zetsu, who had gradually recovered. Naruto used his power to make Zetsu's body levitate and approach. Zetsu's body got closer and closer to Gedamazu, starting to cover his body. After some time, their bodies began to merge and take on a new form. Gedamazo's body became smaller and smaller, turning into a feminine figure. She had pale skin and very long white hair, and she was dressed in a kimono. The woman looked back for a moment with a stunned expression on her face, and then turned her attention to Naruto. After looking at Naruto for a moment, the curiosity in her eyes began to noticeably increase. Naruto also studied her. She was much more beautiful than shown in this anime. Honestly, in the Naruto world, she could easily be in the top 3. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I am Shinju. Naruto said with a smile, bowing slightly as well. I am Kagaya Otsutsuki, also known as the Rabbit Goddess. Should I call you Naruto or Shinju? Kagaya said, and she bowed slightly as well. I prefer you to call me Naruto. How do you feel about yourself? You were just reborn, Naruto said. Thank you Naruto-san, I feel fine. You must have resurrected me, right? What is the reason why you are helping me? Kagaya said. Yes, I did. I'll explain why in more detail later. But first of all, there's an important question I'd like to ask you. How are you feeling emotionally? Is there any difference from how you were before? Naruto asked. There was an important question he was curious about. I'm fine. I feel more balanced than before. Kagaya said, feeling strange. Suddenly, she began to remember what she had done before. Kagaya continued to speak in shock. Why did I do such things? Why did I go so far? Naruto said, took a nap, as I already guessed. In fact, you were in an emotional breakdown at first. When you later merged with Shinju, your body and soul could not withstand it. Thus, you were unwittingly under Shinju's influence. Kagaya was stunned by what she heard and said quietly, am I being affected by Shinju? But I'm okay now, right? After all, I feel pretty good right now. Yes, you are good now. But that is because, as I understand it, the Shinju within you has not yet been activated. After some time, you will return to your old self after the Shinju is activated. Because unfortunately, your soul is not strong enough to raise the Shinju. Naruto said. Kagaya was saddened by what she heard because if she activated, she would revert back to her old self. The past Kagaya was frankly an unscrupulous person who did not think about the decisions she made. That is why so many innocent people fell victim to this ritual. Is there a way to resolve this situation? Since you are a full Shinju, there is a solution, right? Kagaya asked as she approached him, a hopeful expression on her face. Because he didn't want to go back to his old life. After thinking for a while, Naruto shook his head. To be honest, I can't think of a good method right now. I can think of suppressing it with my presence. But that's just delaying the process. After a while, it will get used to my presence and become active again. Kagaya was upset by what she heard. However, she could only delay what was about to happen, so she would eventually fall under Shinju's influence. How much time will I save like this? Kagaya asked. If it was long enough, maybe she could find a solution to this problem on her own. I can save you 1 to 2 months with this method. Also, don't worry, I will try to find a solution during that time. If you sacrificed all of that to the Otsutsuki, perhaps then your body and soul would be able to raise the Shinju. Although, if you didn't eat the chakra fruits, you would never have encountered such a problem. Naruto said indirectly. Kagaya lowered her head and apologized, sorry for taking the fruit without permission. I couldn't think of anything else because of what happened at that time. Why are you being so kind to me? I would have thought about killing you if you just ate that fruit. But since you fused with Shinju, I decided to give you a chance. I need you for something too. That's why I want you to at least help me. Naruto said. Kagaya asked curiously, what do you need me for? I want to take revenge on the Otsutsuki clan. So I want you to give me all the information about the clan. After all, our common enemy is the Otsutsuki clan. We should help each other, right? Naruto said. Kagaya was surprised. You want to fight against an entire clan? Can you defeat them all? Naruto nodded and said, I can't win if I fight all of them right now. But if I fight them one by one with the same time difference, I think I will definitely win the war. Don't worry, I have confidence in myself. Kagaya was silent for a while, and then said, okay, I agree. I'll tell you everything I know. What do you want to know? How is the clan's hierarchical structure? How many people are in the clan? Who are the influential members of your clan and how strong are they? What is the fighting ability of these people? Naruto asked. The clan is divided into two parts, the main branch and the sub-branch. There is also a leader who leads the entire clan. The clan consists of about 60 members, most of whom are in the sub-branch. The ratio between the two branches is 40 people in the sub-branch and 20 people in the main. Of course, this does not mean that the sub-branch is weak. There are some strong people from the sub-branch, and I was among those strong people. But still, in terms of overall strength, the main branch is far superior. The strength of the one who leads the clan is greater than anyone else. Rumor has it that he can single-handedly defeat the entire clan at once. He has been leading for a long time, apparently the oldest living Otsutsuki. Of course, he does this with the chakra fruits he consumes. I do not know the fighting capabilities of humans. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Kagaya said. Why did your clan split into two branches? Why are there so few clan members? Naruto asked a few more questions. This was done by our ancestors long ago. Also, I don't know why, those in the main branch are more likely to be stronger than the sub-branch for some reason. The reason for the low number of members is because the reproductive rate is very low due to the chakra fruits. The more chakra fruits are consumed, the lower this rate becomes. Kagaya said. Does your clan have enemies? Naruto asked. Ever since our clan was founded, we have had many enemies. But we managed to defeat many of them, leaving only our strongest enemy, the Saiyan race. Of course, that was during my time. Kagaya said. She then asked with a sad expression on her face, how long has it been since I was sealed? What are my children doing? Kagaya still loved her children, but she was still angry at them for betraying her. She may not have fully thought about the decisions she made at the time, but they could at least try to understand why she did it, right? 1,000 years have passed. Your children have long since died, but I met Agoromo's soul some time ago. As for the Zetsu you created, I left you resurrected, and now it shall become a part of you. Naruto said. I see, so it's been that long. I wonder if he thinks I'm a bad person. Kagaya muttered lowly, as if thinking to herself. Naruto heard her murmur and he said, he still thought you were a bad person, but I told him a few things, maybe that's why he changed his mind a little. What could you tell him about me? How would you know what kind of person I am? Kagaya asked. As a fully conscious Shinju, I can be considered the ancestor of the other Shinju. I have a connection with the other Shinju, I know and see what they go through. That is why I hate your clan so much. Naruto said. Kagaya slightly bowed her head to apologize again and said, again, I regret what I did. As I said, it doesn't matter. Now, I'll tell you what to do in the future. First of all, don't use Shinju's power. But if you want, you can use the power you get from the chakra fruits. You have to be with me every day to suppress Shinju. But of course, as the days go by, Shinju will get used to the pressure and the effect of the pressure will weaken. It's okay to be around me every day, right? Naruto said. No problem. What should I do now? Kagaya said. Now get closer to me, I need to be in close contact with you to suppress it. You don't mind, right? Naruto said. Kagaya paused for a second, but then said in a somewhat shy voice, no, no. Kagaya was embarrassed as he was about to have close contact with a man for the first time in many years. I just thought about adding an alien race to compete with them. And the first race that came to my mind was Saiyan. But I haven't fully decided on it yet. Kagaya slowly walked towards Naruto with a strange feeling inside and then asked, what should I do now? Sit on the floor and relax. I'll take care of everything later, Naruto said. Kagaya nodded and then sat down. Naruto sat behind her and placed his hand on her back. I'm going to release my presence and it will put a lot of pressure on you. You must be prepared for it. I'm starting, Naruto said. Then Naruto's terrifying presence began to put pressure on Kagaya. Kagaya felt a strong pressure on her, and also Shinju inside her was pushed down. Some time passed, Kagaya was sweating from the pressure she felt during this process. There was a slight blush on her pale cheeks. The reason Kagaya felt so much pressure from Naruto was because she had Shinju inside her. Since Naruto was stronger, he could easily suppress him. Naruto said as he returned to his presence, okay, this journal is over. We'll do it again tomorrow. Kagaya nodded in approval and was about to stand up, but she lost her balance for a moment due to exhaustion. Just when she was about to fall to the ground, an arm grabbed her waist and stopped her from falling. Be careful, enduring my pressure for 30 minutes must be very tiring on your body. Naruto said. At that moment, Naruto was looking at Kagaya's face, but his eyes involuntarily slid down and looked at her skin that was glowing with sweat. In addition, due to the pressure, Kagaya's clothes were a little dirty, so part of the two mountains could be seen. Of course, this also attracted Naruto's attention. Kagaya quickly turned around with a red blush and smoothed it out on her dress. Sorry, my eyes are involuntarily lowered. After all, you are beautiful. Naruto said shyly. It's okay, it was my fault that I lost my balance anyway. Kagaya said calmly. Despite her calm appearance, her heart began to beat even faster, and the pale color on her face became lively. But Naruto didn't know about it when her back was turned. I have to go now. What are you going to do? Are you going to come with me? Or are you going to stay in this dimension? If you're going to stay here, I'll come by every day. Naruto said. Kagaya thought for a while with a conflicted expression, and then said, I want to stay here. Naruto began to look into Kagaya's eyes. Kagaya involuntarily looked away. No, you're coming with me, Naruto said. But, just as Kagaya was about to speak, Naruto interrupted and said, you are not allowed to object. I also feel that you are responsible for what happened. You don't need to do something so stupid. After all, you did them when you couldn't decide properly. Kagaya nodded slightly. Later, they both returned to the elemental nations. When Naruto disappeared from the battlefield. What does this mean, Hokage? One of them angrily. Tsunade was stunned when Naruto took the monster and disappeared in an instant. And he didn't get a proper answer to his question. I don't know, I don't have the slightest idea why he did that. But I'll definitely talk to him about it, Tsunade said. Tsunade thought, damn Naruto. What a state you put me in. We'll talk about that later, Hokage. Now let's check on our own ninja, Onoki said. After a while, everyone was counting their ninjas and counting their losses. They had suffered quite a few losses by their count, but at least they were able to win the war. But of course, it was thanks to Naruto. It was Konoha and Kumo that suffered the most losses in the villages. But among the villages, these two were still the strongest. This was because B, the Jinchuriki of Kumo. They still didn't know that B's tailed beast had almost been completely captured. The weakest village was Iwa because they suffered too many casualties in one incident after another. Pain attacked their villages, killed many ninjas and stole their Jinchuriki. At this time, a secret conversation was taking place between Onoki and B. Let's restore the situation in our village for a while, and then we can attack Konoha and get that beast. We also need to kill that Jinchuriki, he's upsetting the balance of power in the villages. Onoki said. I'll follow you, but I need his eyes. We'll study this monster together and help each other. As said arrogantly. Onoki gritted his teeth, aren't you too greedy? As said with a mocking smile, I know well the current strength of your village. You don't have a Jinchuriki while I have my brother. So it doesn't make sense for me to receive more rewards from you when I'm stronger. Sigh alright, I agree. Onoki said before turning around and walking towards his own ninja. O was very confident, but had no idea about B's current situation. Onoki was greedy for power, so he couldn't think straight. They also didn't know the extent of Naruto's power. The other women also took care of their ninjas, helping those in need. After a while, they all gathered and began to return to their own villages. After they healed their wounds, the second war began. Just to become even stronger. A portal opened up some distance away from Konoha, and two people came out of the portal. One of them was Naruto, and the other was Kagaya. This is Konohagakure, the village I live in, Naruto said, pointing to the village a little far away. Kagaya nodded slightly as she looked around the village. She was a little curious about the village because there wasn't such a large settlement in the past. Naruto and Kagaya then slowly started walking towards the village. There are 5 large villages in this world, but other than that, there are several smaller villages. These large villages are ruled by kages. The villages are ruled by daimyo, the leaders of the nations. Long ago, these 4 nations lived in harmony. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, Naruto said. Then what happened? Did the other nations unite and attack the Fire Nation together? Kagaya asked curiously, the topic intriguing her. No, Avatar came and made the nations live in harmony again, Naruto said. Avatar? Who is he? Kagaya asked. The one who disappeared a long time ago. He might be stuck in an ice cube. Anyway, back to our main topic, Naruto said. While I was writing, I suddenly thought of an Avatar introduction. I know it's stupid, but I just wanted to do it. Although Kagaya wondered what happened to the Avatar, she did not ask another question and waited for Naruto to speak. We'll be staying with me for a while in Konoha. I have a relative and a girl who lives with me at home. I should note that they're both humans, Naruto said. Kagaya nodded slightly to show that she understood, and she also thought, so he has a girlfriend. Wait a minute, why does this bother me? After walking for some time, they came to where the gatekeepers were. When the gate guards saw Naruto, they immediately straightened their posture. But when they saw Kagaya next to him, they just stared. She was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in their lives. They didn't know that Kagaya was an alien. Because before Naruto came, he told her to hide her horns and look like a human. Kagaya also became human, hiding her Otsutsuki features. It hardly diminished her beauty. Of course, some cultured men would like her better with bunny ears. Uzumaki-sama, Hokage-sama asked you to go to her, how did you come? Who is the stranger next to you? We have never seen her in the village before. The gate guard said this. They wanted to know who Kagaya was because she was a foreigner, and they also wanted to know a little about this beauty. Also, when they saw Kagaya's eyes, they guessed that she might be related to the Hyuga clan. She's with me. I'm going to talk to the Hokage about her, Naruto said and then continued through the door and walked towards the Hokage's residence. The gate guards did not dare to stop him, because they had heard from some people about what he had done in the war. Obviously, they did not want to provoke such a person. As they walked through the crowd, Naruto noticed that people were looking at Kagaya with admiration. He said in a low voice, I wish we could teleport directly. Your beauty is drawing a lot of attention. The reason Naruto didn't teleport was to show Konoha. He wanted her to see how people in the current era live. As Kagaya looked back after hearing what Naruto said, she thought shyly, he told me I was beautiful. Wait a minute, why am I wondering what he thinks of me? Kagaya was constantly attracted to Naruto. This was because she had fused with Shinju. This attraction was not that great since Shinju was currently in a passive state. But what would the situation be like when Shinju became active? Naruto and Kagaya went to the Hokage's residence and then they quickly entered Tsunade's room. When Tsunade saw Naruto walking through the door, she became angry because the troubles he had caused her came to her mind. She was later stunned to see Kagaya next to him. So you finally took the trouble and came. Can you tell me why 2 days ago you took that beast and left? Tsunade said. I had an important event related to this. That's why I took it and went. Naruto said. Tsunade closed her eyes, lowered her head and sighed, then said, Naruto, do you not consider me your cage? You know that I am responsible to you for bringing you before me. But you do what you want without caring about me. I hope you understand the situation you put me in at that moment. We may even be dragged into a second war because of what you did. Naruto knew the situation he had put Tsunade in. But unfortunately, some things were bound to happen because these greedy ones weren't just giving up on the Getamazo. Frankly, Naruto didn't want to deal with that kind of nonsense anymore. You are right, doing such a thing at this moment puts you in a difficult position. But what answer would you give if I asked you? This topic should have been left for later, and an argument would arise among all the cage. Then we can probably only study it. Naruto said. What if they declare war on us because of your selfishness? Tsunade said while massaging her forehead to relieve stress. They'll start a war anyway, Naruto said. Tsunade said in surprise. It seems like it's time to tell you everything. But first, I want you to meet the person next to me. Naruto said. Tsunade wondered who she was, even guessing that Naruto had another girlfriend or something. She is a beast that I took from the battlefield. Naruto said. Huh, are you kidding me? Tsunade's mouth dropped open. How could this huge, ugly beast be such a beautiful woman? I know it's weird, but she was unconscious at the time, so she came back to herself with my help. Let me tell you the whole truth. Naruto said. Later, after sitting with Kagaya, he began to tell the truth. Can anyone recommend a skill for Dujutsu? He told Tsunade almost everything. He didn't tell her that he had reincarnated. Tsunade just sat there, confused the whole time. What? She's Rikido Sennin's mother, Tsunade said in surprise. Nice to meet you, I am Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the rabbit. Kagaya said. Tsunade sighed and thought, sigh, great, now we have a goddess. That's why they will definitely declare war on us. After all, you stole the tailed beast from B, Reikazu's brother. Tsunade said. Naruto said as his eye twitched slightly, no, I got it back. After all, the tailed beast didn't belong to them. My goal is to collect all the tailed beasts so that they can no longer be used as a power indicator. Suna asked with one eyebrow raised, what about you? That's why I say don't think of me as part of the village power. But of course I will help if Konoha gets into a difficult situation, after all there are people here that I love too. Naruto said. He then continued with a smile on his face, one of them is the cage of the village. HMPH. Go and tell that to the Mizukage. She also wants to marry you for a peace treaty between the villages. I wonder why. Do you have any ideas? Tsunade said. Well, I have an idea, Naruto said. I heard that she was your girlfriend. Can you tell me when that happened? I'm really curious, Tsunade said with a smile on her face. But at first glance, you could see that it wasn't a well-intentioned smile. I helped her with my 3 years of work. Then, between me and her, Naruto said. Tsunade then interrupted and said, I don't care about the details. What will we do if there is a war? Mei and Gaara didn't fight with us. So only Iwa and Kumo can team up to attack us. After a while, I'll go to Kumo and take care of them. Naruto said. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she said, there is no second Iwa case, right? It won't happen if they don't want it to, Naruto said. Meanwhile, Kagaya sat in her seat and listened to the conversation. She felt a strange air between them, and she thought, is there something between the two of them? Is she a human living with him? But he also seems to be related to the aforementioned Mizukage. Does he have a harem? Anyway, what does this have to do with me? What about her? Will she live with you? Tsunade said, looking at Kagaya. Honestly, she didn't feel comfortable around the mythical creature at all. Yes, she will be living with me at the Uzumaki mansion. It's okay, right? Naruto said. No, it's okay, Tsunade said, and then she thought, something tells me she's already his other girlfriend. He's with someone maybe 1,000 years older. Well then, I'll see you later, Naruto said before standing up. Seeing Naruto stand up, Kagaya also stood up gracefully. Then, both of them started walking towards the Uzumaki mansion. Tsunade, on the other hand, was watching them, thinking about something. They reached their destination after some time under the eyes, watching them. 4 people were eating at the Uzumaki mansion. Enko and Karen looked at Kagaya from time to time as they ate, with curious expressions on their faces. Kagaya, on the other hand, ate her food elegantly, as if she didn't care about her surroundings. After a while, Enko couldn't take it anymore and walked up to Naruto and whispered, Naruto, who is she? Karen wanted to hear the answer too, so she brought him closer to her. Her name is Kagaya, she is my friend. She will be staying here with us for a while. We will talk in more detail later, Naruto replied in a whisper. What she heard wasn't enough for Enko, so she whispered the question she was most interested in, is she my sister? In addition, while saying this, she imagined what kind of perverted expression Kagaya would have. This perverted dream also warmed her up greatly. Where did you get that idea? No, it's not like that, Naruto whispered, then thought, at least not yet. Enko didn't believe what she was hearing for some reason, but she nodded anyway. She then whispered into Naruto's ear with a smirk on her face, I have a surprise for you today. I'm sure you'll like it. Naruto whispered with an expectant expression on his face, I'm looking forward to it. All this time they were talking in whispers so that Kagaya wouldn't hear. But Kagaya heard the whole conversation, so there was a slight blush on her face. She also wondered internally what would happen tonight. Karen's face instantly turned red when she heard the last thing Enko said. Because she seemed to know what kind of surprise Naruto was in for that night. Enko's smile grew when she saw the blush on Karen's face and she looked at her as if she meant something. Seeing Enko's expression, Karen became even more embarrassed and said, Good night, I have to go to bed early because I have work at the hospital in the morning. Naruto said after Karen, who quickly ran to her room, Okay, good night and rest well. There's something I need to talk to her about. Wait until night, okay. Enko said, and after she winked at Naruto, she went to Karen's room. Kagaya on the other hand was still sitting. She also wondered what kind of surprise Naruto would have tonight. They would show her what the surprise was, right? Want to see your room? Naruto said looking at Kagaya. The story will end in about 2 weeks. If you want to read ahead. Leaving Kagaya in his room, Naruto went to his room and began getting ready for the night. After a while, Karen walked into the room wearing a thin nightgown. She obviously looked like she had just taken a shower because her hair and body were still a little wet. This made her even hotter. Karen's cheeks turned red and she said shyly, I like you, please take me. Then Karen slowly began to approach the bed, but her face was timid and worried. After she got closer to the bed, Naruto pulled her arms and made her lie down next to him. He then patted her head and said, I want you, but if you don't want to do this, we don't have to do it now. You don't have to force yourself. Karen looked at Naruto's face as her head was stroked. She then kissed Naruto's lips softly with sudden courage. She placed a small kiss on his lips and said with a smile, No, I want to do it now. The reason Karen was so fast was because of Enko. Enko had been talking to her about Naruto for a while. After talking to Karen for a while, Enko finally convinced her to do what she wanted. Enko was looking forward to this day. That's why she was rushing Karen. Apparently, Karen also wanted to be with Naruto because there were already many beautiful women around him. For some reason, Karen felt inferior to the others. Warning: R18 starts here. Naruto kissed her back sincerely and then slowly began to take off her clothes. After Naruto stripped her completely naked, he started kissing her body. He checked her body with his hands. Later, Naruto moved down to the lower part of her body and began to explore her treasure there with her tongue. Karen began to moan from the pleasure she felt as her precious treasure was licked by Naruto. Naruto watched her face as he explored her cave with his tongue. On the other hand, Karen held Naruto's hair as she enjoyed her eyes closed. Naruto kneaded her breast with one hand, but at that moment Karen took his hand, lifted it up and stuck her fingers in her mouth. Then she started licking Naruto's fingers. Oddly enough, Karen never opened her eyes during this entire process. It was as if her body was doing these things on its own. Naruto let her continue what she was doing because this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. No one had ever licked their fingers before. Would she like to lick anything else? Naruto began to stick his tongue into her slit. At that moment Karen's moans became even louder and sexier. Soon after, Karen couldn't take it anymore and love nectar began to flow out of her cave as her hips shook. Karen's nectar soaked the bed in Naruto's face. As Naruto wiped his face with a cloth, he looked at Karen and thought, I've never been with a human in this life. She's really a very interesting person. Naruto undressed at the same time as Karen, and after giving her some time to recover, he leaned his dragon against the entrance to her cave. Are you ready? Naruto asked. Karen felt like something strong was holding her at the entrance to her private place. He stood at the door like a creditor. Karen nodded slightly, and then she felt the thing slowly creeping up. Even though Naruto's stick was in a tight spot, it continued to enter without slowing down. Some time later, Karen had Naruto's cock completely enveloping her. Karen moaned as she hugged Naruto. I'm starting to move. Naruto was about to tell her, but then Karen had already started moving her hips on her own. Naruto grabbed her body and pulled her up for comfort. This way, she would feel more comfortable in the cowgirl position. In this position she was in control, so she set the rhythm herself. Some men may not like this position. If he does nothing, he will serve only as an adult toy. Also, if it is done by a woman who does not know what she is doing, it can create a dangerous situation. Standing on top of Naruto, Karen began to move her hips rapidly. Her breasts moved every time she lowered her hips. Naruto watched her body from where he lay. As Karen's breathing quickened, so did the frequency of her moans. Also, thanks to Tsunade, as she strengthened her body greatly, she moved faster and faster. When Naruto felt that he and she were approaching the limit, he decided to take control. So he quickly grabbed her waist and held her suspended in the air. Then he quickly moved his hips up and down and began to enter and exit her pussy. Karen's expression became more and more distorted, and love nectar began to leak out of her cave. Iku. Karen ejaculated with a loud moan. At that moment, Naruto pushed his dragon to the deepest point and left his milk there. After a while, Naruto slowly lowered her down. Karen laid her head on Naruto's chest and began to breathe deeply. Karen had not yet passed out due to her training, so they could both move on to the next round. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened. If you're wondering what happened next. Noon. 4 people were eating together in the Uzumaki mansion. There was a strange aura in the room. It was probably because of what happened last night. Karen's face was still red from the embarrassment of what happened last night, and she ate her food shyly. Enko ate her food with a happy expression on her face. She was also happy that she finally got what she wanted last night. Kagaya, on the other hand, ate her food with a straight expression. But she was thinking about what she heard last night. Honestly, this was the first time Kagaya felt this warm. She was on fire last night. Naruto ate normally. To be honest, he was also surprised by his past experience last night. Enko and Karen, this duo was very sexy. They weren't as good as if they were more beginners, but with time, they would both become masters and experts in their field. Naruto was looking forward to this time. I have some work to do today. What are you going to do? Are you going to come with me or stay home? Naruto said looking at Kagaya. Do I have a choice? Kagaya asked. In the end, Naruto did not accept the choice she had made before. If you want to stay home, aren't you bored being alone? You can come with me if you want, and I was going to meet a few people. Maybe someone might interest you. Naruto said. Kagaya thought hesitantly for a moment, then made a decision and said, okay, I'll go with you. Okay, so what are you planning on doing today? Naruto asked, looking at Anko and Karen. I will be in the hospital all day to heal people who have suffered in the war, Karen said. I was assigned to patrol the village's perimeter, Anko said. After eating, Naruto, Kagaya and Karen walked together and started heading to the hospital. The reason they were in the hospital was because some of Naruto's friends were injured in the war. So they went to the hospital to visit them. In fact, the most important reason was because Hinata was among the injured. Naruto would make sure she didn't get hurt if she wanted, but he didn't want to see his lovers as vases. They had to be strong enough to at least protect themselves. Of course, if they were in a dangerous situation, he would help them. He wasn't that cruel, after all. Another problem that had been on Naruto's mind for some time was how he could extend the lives of his girlfriends. Naruto was immortal because he was transformed into a Shinju, but his girlfriends were mortal. Since he wanted to live with them forever, he wanted to make them immortal like himself. But he still didn't know what method to use. The most logical method he could think of was to feed them the natural energy he had absorbed. That way, they would live as long as he did. He had already tried this method on Tsunade, and it seemed to work quite well. The only question was, how would he get so much natural energy? If he could absorb the abundant natural energy of the planets, then perhaps this problem would be solved. In any case, it was too early for that. After all, they had a lot of time ahead of them. But Naruto was sure of one thing. No matter what he did, he wouldn't get more girls. After all, if he took more than his natural energy, it might not be enough to feed them. This could lead to trouble in the future. He already had many girlfriends. Anko, Karen, Hinata, Temari, Mei, and the one who hadn't accepted yet, Tsunade. Also, maybe Kagaya could be added. Because Naruto felt drawn to her too. And who wouldn't want to capture such beauty? He knew he didn't spend much time with Mai and Temari, so he thought about going to them at least on his free days. After all his lovers should at least have the same time. Besides, he could already instantly teleport to wherever he wanted. Another wish was to live in one house with all my girlfriends. However, the environment is not suitable for such a situation yet. After all, everyone had their own business and problems. Mei was a cage and had to take care of her village. She couldn't leave her village as a cage, so it would be quite difficult. But Mei had already started training her subordinate to become a cage. That way, she could pass on her duty a few years later. On the other hand, Temari still had to solve the problems in her village. She was one of the most powerful ninja in her village, and leaving the village was not that easy. But she estimated that this problem could be solved after some time. Another problem was Ayame. According to Naruto's predictions, she had now made her decision. She did not want to be Naruto's girlfriend. This was because Naruto had too many girlfriends and she didn't think she was right for him. Naruto on the other hand decided not to try for Ayame. After all, she made her own decision. Eventually, they reached the hospital. Once inside, Karen left them to do her job. Naruto and Kagaya, on the other hand, went to Hinata's room after learning of her location. When Naruto opened the door and walked in, he saw Hinata lying on the bed. Hinata was alone in the room. When Hinata heard the door open, she looked at the person who walked in and was delighted when she realized it was Naruto. Naruto, Hinata said with a smile. How are you? Naruto asked, smiling as he approached her bed. I'm fine. I just got a few minor injuries, that's all. I'll be able to go home today, Hinata said. After Hinata saw Kagaya behind Naruto, she wondered who she was and asked, Naruto, who is she? At first I was hesitant about Ayame. But then I made a decision. She will not be in the harem. There are already enough people. I plan to finish the story this month. If you want to read ahead. Her name is Kagaya. She is my friend, Naruto said. Naruto and Kagaya then sat down on the seat next to the bed. Kagaya kept looking at Hinata because she could feel her child's chakra inside her. Hinata sat up slightly on the bed and leaned back. She then said, bowing her head slightly, "It's nice to meet you, Kagaya-san, I'm Hinata." Then Hinata continued to say in surprise, "Kagaya-san, is that the Byakugan in your eyes?" "Yes, I have the Byakugan," Kagaya said while observing Hinata. "I've never seen you in the Hyuga clan before. What clan are you from?" Hinata asked. Hinata didn't think she was a bad person, after all, she was Naruto's friend. Just as Kagaya was about to speak, the door to the room opened and Hayashi and Hanabi entered. Hayashi frowned when he saw Naruto inside. But he still didn't tell him anything because he heard what happened on the battlefield. "Sis, we're here to get you," Hanabi said excitedly as she walked up to Hinata. Later, when she noticed Naruto in the room, she was embarrassed and approached Hinata softly. Hinata smiled and started to stroke Hanabi's head and said while looking at her father, "Isn't it time to go?" Hiyashi nodded and said, "Yes, we can go now." Hiyashi then noticed Kagaya while she was sitting gracefully on the sofa. He felt enchanted the moment he saw her. He felt something inside, especially when he looked at her face. It was the first time he felt this way towards a member of the opposite sex. Hiyashi never felt this way even towards his late ex-wife. Although they were not married to each other. It was their only political marriage. When Hiyashi noticed the Byakugan in Kagaya's eyes, he thought, Byakugan. But how? I'm sure she's not from the Hyuga clan. Kagaya noticed that someone was looking at her for a while and looked at the person who was looking at her. But after looking at him, she continued her investigation of Hinata. She didn't see anything special about him that would interest her. After all, he was just a classic. Hiyashi was momentarily flustered when he noticed her gaze, but then he realized that her gaze had not stopped on him for a second. When Hiyashi realized this, he was deeply saddened. After all, his crush barely paid attention to him. But she still looked at him for a while. So it could be possible, right? "Hello, I am Hayashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan. I am also Hinata's father," Hayashi said. He then patted Hinata on the head and continued to speak. "Unfortunately, I've been taking care of my girls alone since my wife died a long time ago." Hiyashi realized that Kagaya was paying too much attention to Hinata, so he thought he could use that to his advantage. He thought he could get her attention that way. He even said that he was the leader of the Hyuga clan for that. Hinata wondered why her father had suddenly become so affectionate. Could it be because of Kagaya? Maybe it could be. After all, she was very beautiful. But Hinata realized that her father Hiyashi had no chance with her. Naruto also noticed Hiyashi's feelings, no matter how hard he tried not to show them. But he didn't care, because he wasn't interested in Kagaya at all. A simple man like him wouldn't be worthy of the goddess anyway. Wait a minute. Naruto thought, Kagaya's ex-husband was also a simple man. She won't make the same mistake again, right? Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of unease because he too had eyes for Kagaya. Who wouldn't want her? Kagaya's lack of reaction made Hiyashi even more upset. "May I ask your name, if you don't mind?" Hiyashi asked kindly. "Kagaya." Kagaya replied without looking at him. "Kagaya-san, may I have the honor of welcoming you to the Hyuga clan? I am sure we have much to discuss as Hyuga," Hayashi said. "No, I'm not from your clan. Besides, don't look at me anymore," Kagaya said in a somewhat harsh tone. For some reason, Hiyashi reminded Kagaya of her ex-husband, which made her very angry. "Then how do you have the Byakugan? Is your family someone who left the Hyuga clan? Otherwise, there is another possibility." Hiyashi frowned slightly. Could she have stolen the eyes of someone from the clan? "Hiyashi-san, please think about what you mean. She is a guest of the Uzumaki clan and is currently staying at the Uzumaki mansion. Also, I have already relayed information about her to the Hokage. If there is a problem, talk to the Hokage," Naruto said. Hiyashi frowned even more. What kind of relationship does Kagaya have with Naruto that she could stay together? Hiyashi said to Hinata as he had no words to answer Naruto, "Get ready, we're leaving." Hinata nodded and started to get up from the bed. At that moment, she suddenly lost her balance. But suddenly, a pair of hands helped her regain her balance. When Hinata looked at the owner of the weapon that helped her, she noticed Kagaya. Kagaya asked softly, looking into Hinata's eyes, "Are you okay?" Then, after Hinata regained her balance, Kagaya pulled her hands back. While Hinata felt awkward, she said with a smile, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your help." Kagaya nodded with a straight face, then sat down next to Naruto again. Naruto just stood there. This world hasn't changed that much, right? Hinata was ashamed of what she was going through because she thought it was Naruto who was holding her. But she was stunned when she realized it was Kagaya. After Hinata thanked her, she began to prepare to leave the hospital. "Hinata, let's talk again in a few days. Besides, I have something to explain to you," Naruto said before leaving the room with Kagaya to leave the hospital. Hinata nodded and continued preparing. After Naruto and Kagaya left the room, they met Sakura at the hospital for a while. Sakura suddenly put on an angry expression when she saw Naruto. Honestly, she wasn't happy to see him at all. The obvious reason for this is, of course, Sasuke's current state. After all, it was Naruto who turned Sasuke into this. Sasuke was currently imprisoned in a dungeon. Of course, he was still crippled. Tsunade could come up with something that would replace his prosthetic limb and eye. But why would she do that? After all, Sasuke was a traitor. What was the need to do something nice for a traitor? Sakura quickly left, not giving Naruto another look. Sakura had been working hard for what she wanted for some time. But she couldn't get what she wanted. This war had already put a lot of stress on her. Sakura's goal was to get permission to reunite with Sasuke. She would be his wife, and so she could visit him several times a week to meet him. Of course, she could have sexual relations with this permission and be pregnant with her child. In this way, she would continue the Uchiha line. She was a very kind-hearted girl. Naruto just let her go. Because he wasn't interested in her or what she did. The two wander around the village for a while after leaving the hospital. Naruto wanted to show Kagaya what was going on in the village and make him a tasty meal. He wanted ramen, the food of the gods. "Where are we going this time?" Kagaya asked curiously. She had a fun time with Naruto because she encountered many new things. Especially Hinata, who they visited, attracted a lot of attention. Another thing that caught his attention was the pink-haired girl they met at the hospital. Even though she clearly knew Naruto, she still rushed out of there in anger without doing anything. Why was he glaring at Naruto? Kagaya was very curious about this. "I'll take you to lunch. Let's see if you like it," Naruto said. Kagaya nodded with a straight face. If it was someone else and not her, they might think something completely different. For example, they might think, "He's taking me on a date." After they had been walking for a while, 3 people in front of them noticed them. Apparently, it was clear from their expressions that all 3 knew Naruto. They were the trio of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. "Hello, Naruto. How are you?" Shikamaru said. "Okay, what about you? Were you injured in the war?" Naruto said. "We only had minor injuries. They recovered immediately with first aid," Shikamaru said. "Are you hurt?" Ino said as she walked up to Naruto. It was clear that she wanted to be near him. Naruto understood Ino's intentions, but still didn't stop her. No matter what she tried, she couldn't get his attention. "I'm fine, no injuries," Naruto said. When he noticed them looking at Kagaya with curious expressions, he said, "Allow me to introduce you, her name is Kagaya. She is a guest of my Uzumaki clan. She will be staying with me in the village for a while." "It's nice to meet you, Kagaya-san. I'm Shikamaru Nara," Shikamaru said and bowed his head slightly. "Hello, I'm Ino Yamanaka," Ino said with a smile. She wondered about the relationship between Kagaya and Naruto. As she knew, Naruto already had Hinata and Anko. Of course, the reason Ino showed such interest in Naruto was because of his current status. Who wouldn't want to be the lover of a powerful person in the village? But unfortunately, Naruto wasn't that kind of person. "I am Choji Akamichi," Choji said while wildly eating chips. Kagaya nodded slightly at them and then looked at Naruto. Her expression seemed to ask what she should do. "We're going to Ichiraku for food. Do you want to come too?" Naruto asked. Kurenai-sensei has entered the final stages of her pregnancy. When Asuma-sensei was injured in the war, he instructed us to help her. "We should go to her now. Maybe another time," Shikamaru said. "Okay, see you later," Naruto said. He then continued walking towards Ichiraku and Kagaya. Some time later, they both arrived at Ichiraku without meeting any more people. After Naruto and Kagaya sat down on the chairs, Naruto said, "Oyaji, 2 specialties of Ichiraku ramen." Naruto, "Welcome, your order is coming soon," Tyuki said then started to prepare ramen. It seemed like Ayame wasn't in the shop at the moment. Naruto was obviously a little happy about this because if he met her, it would be a very strange environment. Tyuki was also glad that his daughter wasn't in the store. Because he knew about it between his daughter and Naruto. His daughter would be upset if she saw Naruto, especially with such a beautiful woman by his side. After some time, the ramen was finally prepared and placed in front of them. Naruto and Kagaya were eating and were about to leave. But they heard a voice, "Naruto." "Ayame," Naruto said as he looked at the person calling him. Honestly, he hoped not to see her. Ayame first looked at Naruto, then her face turned ugly when she saw Kagaya next to him. Honestly, she seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Kagaya felt an aura forming between them. She clearly understood that the two of them had a history. She was very curious about what was going on between them. Ayame didn't want to stay there, so she gave a light greeting and left straight away. Ayame had already made her decision some time ago. When she saw Kagaya next to him, she was even more certain of her decision. To be honest, Ayame didn't want to share the person she loved. Besides, Naruto's situation was very different from hers. Naruto was the head of the clan while Ayame was a normal civilian. He was also quite strong from what she heard about the war. Besides, his other girlfriends were also very beautiful and important people. Ayame considered herself a simple wooden girl. Naruto more or less predicted this situation, but he couldn't do anything because it was quite difficult to gain an ego. Taking one last look behind Ayame, Naruto headed to the Uzumaki mansion with Kagaya. 2 weeks later, Naruto helped Kagaya suppress Shinju every day during this time, but the effect can be seen to decrease with each passing day. Naruto also met with Hinata, Anko, and Karen, telling them almost all the facts. The only secret he didn't tell was that he had reincarnated. He had already decided not to tell anyone that secret. Sometimes, someone had secrets that shouldn't be told to anyone. And for him, that was such a secret. They were very surprised when they learned about Kagaya's identity. Because in front of them was a goddess who was a mythical creature. They also learned that she was an alien. Apparently, this interested them greatly. Hinata was especially interested in this event. Because she found out that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan actually came from the Otsutsuki. Later, Hinata asked Kagaya to train her. She thought that with her help, she could become even stronger. Besides, another idea came to Naruto's mind. If he gave Hinata some chakra, would it help awaken Tenzugin? It would probably wake her up. But now was not the time to try. Naruto also talked to Temari and Mei and spent some time with them. At least he had a day for each of his lovers. Mei decided to delay the marriage a little longer after talking to Naruto. Since she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get married sooner, she wanted it to happen as soon as possible. But after spending some time with Naruto, that fear subsided. Temari said that she wanted to live with him. But first, she said that she didn't want to leave any problems with Suna. That's why they agreed on a specific time with her. According to their plans, she would be ready to move to Konoha in 1 to 2 years. Naruto also found a solution to Kagaya's problem. He would go with her to another planet, and there he would help her transform into Shinju. Of course, it would be a very risky experiment. If Naruto couldn't completely suppress the Shinju inside her, the effect could backfire. They decided that the best time to do it would be as soon as possible. Because the sooner they did it, the more resilient they would be to it. That's why Naruto decided to leave after finishing his business in Kumo. Also, since Kagaya had been training Hinata for a while, someone was trying to use this as an opportunity. That person was, of course, Hinata's father, Hiyashi. Hiyashi was surprised and delighted when he learned that his daughter was being trained by Kagaya. The reason he was surprised was because Kagaya didn't seem very strong. He had obviously underestimated her appearance. The reason he was happy, of course, was because he could take advantage of this opportunity and be by her side. One day, Hiyashi went to watch their training because she was watching her daughter train. When he witnessed Kagaya's power, he began to love and desire her even more. He then quickly formed plans to develop his relationship with her. First, he watched them train for a few days under the same pretext. Then, he told his daughter where she went wrong before saying, Kagaya. In this way, he wanted to give the impression of a father who cared for his daughter and had knowledge. A few days later he made another plan. Now he had to show her that he was strong. But how would he do it? After thinking about it for a while, an idea came to him. If they had a friendly match with her, he could show her his strength. He even made up his own excuse. He was going to chat with her, saying it was for his daughter's education. That way, his daughter could watch the fight between two experienced Byakugan users from the sidelines. Of course, that wasn't the main goal here. Kagaya agreed because she was curious about the strength of the Byakugan user during this period. Besides, since this person is the clan leader, he must be pretty strong, right? But, of course, things didn't go as either of them expected. Hiyashi was completely overpowered from the start of the fight. All he could do was move quickly, hoping that he could avoid her attacks. Surprisingly, he only dodged a few hits. Hiyashi lay motionless on the floor with all his chakra points, wondering where he went wrong. Hiyashi has not been by Kagaya's side since then. The reason for this is that not only his bones were broken during that fight. His pride was also broken. He probably didn't appear before Kagaya for a long time before his pride was restored. Naruto felt that it was time to fulfill his promise. That's why he began preparing for his trip to Kumo. First, he informed Tsunade of this event. That way, she could take the necessary measures. After Tsunade asked him how to deal with it, Naruto told her the plan he had in mind. Hearing his plan, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised. Would such a simple plan really work? No, or rather, could such a plan be called a plan? Naruto's plan was pretty simple. He was going to knock on the front door and go inside. There was no plan B or C. After he knocked on the door, he entered and stole several things. Just like a modern thief. Even though Tsunade knew his powers, she wanted to seat a few people next to him. But Naruto, of course, refused her offer. Tsunade didn't push her suggestion too hard because she had seen some of his powers. She knew that even if he fought against all of the Kage, it wouldn't be too difficult. Now that Naruto told her, he can go to Kumogakure. A human-sized portal formed over Kumogakure. After a short time, Naruto came out through the portal. In the middle of his forehead was the Rinne Sharingan. After Naruto closed the portal he went to where B felt like. B told his brother about his situation shortly after the war ended, and of course was very angry. Because the tailed beast of the man he saw as his brother, or rather most of the village's tailed beast, had been stolen. This happened to him after the drinking bout in the war had been stolen. In the face of these events, A quickly began to think of a plan in his mind. He relied on the power of the tailed beast B in the war. But how would they deal with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Honestly, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a suitable way to deal with it. Because he had witnessed his own strength on the battlefield. It was not something that could be resisted. For this reason alone, he trusted Duki's strength. Who can best confront the monster? Another beast, of course. This was A's thinking. After some time, he thought of vile methods as the best method. Thanks to his spies in Konoha, he knew the weak point, or rather weak points, of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. His first weakness was Hinata Hyuga, the greatest heir of the Hyuga clan. His second weak point was Anko, a ninja from Konoha. His third weakness was Karen Uzumaki, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Another weak point was the woman whose identity had just been revealed. Apparently, he hadn't gotten much information about her. Because she was the one who had just appeared. The only information he had was that she was very beautiful and had eyes that were supposed to be the Byakugan. Plan A was to control Naruto using these weak points, so that the entire world would be at his disposal. Thinking for a moment about which weak point to choose. Firstly, Anko was definitely the easiest person to catch. Because she was apparently the weakest among them. He didn't choose the new person as weak because he didn't know about her yet. He wasn't one to take such risks. But there was something that appealed to among them were those with good bloodlines. Hinata, the heir of the Hyuga clan. Karen, one of the last few survivors of the Uzumaki clan. And the mysterious woman who wielded the Byakugan. To be honest, these three were very attractive to him. If he got all three, his village would become much stronger in the future. It was very difficult to resist this temptation. For a while, A tried to resist this temptation. But, as before, he could no longer bear it, and he finally decided to capture them all. After all of them would be much more useful than just one, right? It took several days to make this decision. Because it would be a very important step. Just as A was about to start giving orders about this secret plan, a loud noise was heard in the village. It sounded like an explosion. A vague expression formed on his face after A realized where the voice was coming from. Because the voice came from where he was hiding from his brother. He hid his brother in a secret location to hide from Naruto and left several powerful ninja with him just in case. But I didn't know what to do because events were developing so quickly. He didn't expect Konoha to move so fast. Because they also had heavy losses in the war. Shouldn't they at least lick their wounds for a few months? He never thought that Naruto would come to Kumo alone. After all, he thought that Naruto couldn't attack an entire village by himself. He didn't see his village as Iwagakure. According to him, his village was the strongest and would not be defeated by any human. By his estimation, Konoha had sent all of its elites to attack. After A soon recovered, he quickly activated his lightning mode and began running towards the sound. When he got there, he encountered Naruto with a menacing aura around him. Naruto had a slightly irritated expression on his face. Apparently, he didn't like what happened a while ago. Hiyashi has not been by Kagaya's side since then. The reason for this is that not only his bones were broken during that fight. His pride was also broken. He probably didn't appear before Kagaya for a long time before his pride was restored. Naruto felt that it was time to fulfill his promise. That's why he began preparing for his trip to Kumo. First, he informed Tsunade of this event. That way, she could take the necessary measures. After Tsunade asked him how to deal with it, Naruto told her the plan he had in mind. Hearing his plan, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised. Would such a simple plan really work? No, or rather, could such a plan be called a plan? Naruto's plan was pretty simple. He was going to knock on the front door and go inside. There was no plan B or C. After he knocked on the door, he entered and stole several things. Just like a modern thief. Even though Tsunade knew his powers, she wanted to seat a few people next to him. But Naruto, of course, refused her offer. Tsunade didn't push her suggestion too hard because she had seen some of his powers. She knew that even if he fought against all of the Kage, it wouldn't be too difficult. Now that Naruto told her, he can go to Kumogakure. A human-sized portal formed over Kumogakure. After a short time, Naruto came out through the portal. In the middle of his forehead was the Rinne Sharingan. After Naruto closed the portal he used, he went to where B felt like. B told his brother about his situation shortly after the war ended, and of course I was very angry. Because the tailed beast of the man he saw as his brother, or rather most of the village's tailed beast, had been stolen. This happened to him after the drinking bout in the war had been stolen. In the face of these events, A quickly began to think of a plan in his mind. He relied on the power of the tailed beast B in the war. But how would they deal with the Kyuubi Jinjurix? Honestly, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a suitable way to deal with it. Because he had witnessed his own strength on the battlefield. It was not something that could be resisted. For this reason alone, he trusted Duki's strength. Who can best confront the monster? Another beast, of course. This was A's thinking. After some time, he thought of vile methods as the best method. Thanks to his spies in Konoha, he knew the weak point, or rather weak points, of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. His first weakness was Hinata Hyuga, the greatest heir of the Hyuga clan. His second weak point was Anko, a ninja from Konoha. His third weakness was Karen Uzumaki, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Another weak point was the woman whose identity had just been revealed. Apparently, he hadn't gotten much information about her. Because she was the one who had just appeared. The only information he had was that she was very beautiful and had eyes that were supposed to be the Byakugan. Plan A was to control Naruto using these weak points, so that the entire world would be at his disposal. Thinking for a moment about which weak point to choose. Firstly, Anko was definitely the easiest person to catch. Because she was apparently the weakest among them. He didn't choose the new person as weak because he didn't know about her yet. He wasn't one to take such risks. But there was something that appealed to among them were those with good bloodlines. Hinata, the heir of the Hyuga clan. Karen, one of the last few survivors of the Uzumaki clan. And the mysterious woman who wielded the Byakugan. To be honest, these three were very attractive to him. If he got all three, his village would become much stronger in the future. It was very difficult to resist this temptation. For a while, I tried to resist this temptation. But, as before, he could no longer bear it, and he finally decided to capture them all. After all of them would be much more useful than just one, right? It took several days to make this decision. Because it would be a very important step. Just as I was about to start giving orders about this secret plan, a loud noise was heard in the village. It sounded like an explosion. A vague expression formed on his face after I realized where the voice was coming from. Because the voice came from where he was hiding from his brother. He hid his brother in a secret location to hide from Naruto and left several powerful ninja with him just in case. But I didn't know what to do because events were developing so quickly. He didn't expect Konoha to move so fast. Because they also had heavy losses in the war. Shouldn't they at least lick their wounds for a few months? He never thought that Naruto would come to Kumo alone. After all, he thought that Naruto couldn't attack an entire village by himself. He didn't see his village as Iwagakure. According to him, his village was the strongest and would not be defeated by any human. By his estimation, Konoha had sent all of its elites to attack. After Asun recovered, he quickly activated his lightning mode and began running towards the sound. When he got there, he encountered Naruto with a menacing aura around him. Naruto had a slightly irritated expression on his face. Apparently, he didn't like what happened a while ago. He also realized that it wasn't just B inside. Apparently, B told his brother what had happened. His brother also hid him as a precaution and placed a guard near him. B had a worried look on his face as he sat in the corner of the hideout. He was not in the mood to rap for the first time. He was worried about the current situation. Because from what he heard from Duki, Naruto's strength was very high. Yuki said that Kumo couldn't defeat Naruto. He also said that no matter where he hides, Naruto can find him anyway. B told all this to A but did not care much about him, because he was too confident in the strength of his village. B, he's coming, said Yuki. B quickly stood up and began to look around. Seeing B's strange behavior, other people asked him in surprise, what happened? B, what are you doing? B, calm down, you just do as I say. Remember, don't fight him. Just give him what he wants and let him go. It's in our best interest to resolve this peacefully. Yuki said. B could hold back from fighting, but what about the people around him? They were assigned by his brother to protect B from a possible enemy. So they would protect him from danger, and of course Naruto could be considered an enemy. Honestly, if they were fighting, B would probably join them to help. After all, they were the ninjas of his village. He just couldn't let them die. B didn't make any effort to convince them because he knew that no matter what he did, they would still listen to the raikage. B didn't waste his time answering, he just started getting into a fighting mood. At that moment, someone appeared at the entrance to the secret place, whose identity was not yet clear. Realizing that someone had entered, the ninja stood guard against a possible attack. "Who are you? Tell me your identity and purpose," the leader of the group said out loud. "I came here to get the rest. B, tell your friends to calm down. We don't want any trouble, right?" Naruto said calmly. He wanted to take Yuki and leave without any problems. The guard group looked at each other and agreed. Their plan was for someone to go to the raikage to report the situation while others weighed the enemy's strength. If the enemy was too strong, 2 people would take B and run, and the rest would stay to hold off the enemy. Naruto didn't pay attention to the man who had slipped away. No matter what they tried, there was no way they could hurt him. The group of ninjas slowly began to surround him as they studied his reactions. They were ready to immediately react to any possible danger. Naruto ignored them, looked at B who was standing some distance away, and said, "You're not going to do anything. Then don't blame me for what happens next." B had a confused expression on his face. He seemed torn between 2 options. After a while, the ninjas came even closer to Naruto. Realizing this, B tried to stop them, shouting, "Stop." But at that moment, 2 of the ninja rushed forward to attack Naruto. The 2 ninjas who attacked Naruto were also swordsmen. Just as their swords were about to touch Naruto, their swords slowly fell to the ground in an instant. The other ninjas became cautious because they didn't even understand how they died. Naruto didn't move a single step from his place the entire time. Naruto frowned slightly and said, "I'm feeling too compassionate today. I'm warning you, if you take another step, you'll end up like them." The Kumo ninjas ignored his threats. They quickly took B and began to retreat. Naruto sighed as he watched them try to escape. Just then, a large explosion occurred where Naruto was. The source of this explosion was explosives planted by the Kumo ninja. The purpose of these explosives was to give them enough time for a possible retreat. When the effects of the explosion ended, Naruto was seen standing even with his clothes intact. Naruto had an angry expression on his face, but the cause of that anger was himself, because he had just entered without exploring the area. Of course, it was also quite dangerous. If someone had been with him, he might have died in the explosion. Naruto was angry at himself for being irresponsible. He neglected many things due to his heavy drinking. Naruto looked in the direction they were running, frowning, and then suddenly they disappeared. B stared in surprise at the explosion behind them. Could they really have killed him? Could that happen? B was reassuring. But unfortunately, it was a vain hope. Because at that moment, tree roots began to emerge from the ground and catch everyone. The roots quickly caught them and the roots began to wrap around them. Also caught in the roots, B tried to transform into Gyuki. But no matter what he did, he couldn't turn into Duki. At that moment, Naruto appeared next to them. "I gave you a chance. But what did you do? You wasted the chance I gave you. You are solely responsible for what happens," Naruto said with an angry expression. He was holding himself back from killing them. While Naruto was thinking about what to do with them, A arrived at that time. He rushed towards his subordinates who were being held by tree roots and tried to free them. He paid attention to Naruto as he did so. Naruto watched A's movements without moving from his spot. No matter what A did, he couldn't save them from the roots. He didn't try to use strong methods when he tried to do this because his methods could damage them. "Release them now." A didn't try anymore and said, looking threateningly at Naruto. "Oh, why would I do that? I'm actually thinking of killing them, after all, they were trying to kill me. I have to be fair, right?" Naruto said, his eyes making it clear that he was serious. Are you sure you want to be Kumo's enemy? Soon all our forces will be here. Then I'll see if you dare." A scream. Some veins in his body began to appear from his temper. Naruto frowned as he looked at him. He was going to take back what was his. Why did they make such a big deal out of it? Naruto raised his hand and began to clench it into a fist. At the same time, the tree roots surrounding them became denser. Realizing this, A began to attack Naruto, screaming, "I told you to release them. Damn it," A said as he swung his fist at Naruto. There were blue glowing lightning bolts around him as the lightning mod was active. As Naruto slid to the side slightly, he grabbed A's arms and threw him out. With a quick movement, A stopped and landed on his feet. Immediately after that, he hit the ground hard and attacked Naruto again. One quickly waved his hand, appearing next to him. His hand just hit Naruto's chest, but nothing happened to Naruto. Naruto quickly grabbed his arm and quickly flipped him over, then stopped A. Soon after, iron bars emerged from the ground and began to restrict his body. However, A used his power to destroy the irons in an instant. He then began to retreat quickly. I want to take the entire Hachibi, so give it to me before it becomes a problem. Naruto said. No, this is ours. This is the strength of our village. Give back the strength you stole from it right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here alive today. I must congratulate you for going against Kumo alone. You seem to have a lot of courage. A said. It's obviously not yours. I'm tired of you using the tailed beasts as the village's strength now. If you don't give it to me nicely, I'll take it by force. Naruto said as he then started walking towards B, whose movement was restricted. He quickly made a few hand seals to stop it and then swung his fist at it. Then suddenly lightning came out of his fist and went towards Naruto. Naruto didn't defend himself and let them hit him. After all, no normal jutsu could hurt him right now. The explosion occurred when lightning struck Naruto's body. Naruto emerged from the smoke created by the explosion and continued walking towards B. He quickly stood between Naruto and B and started attacking Naruto. Naruto grabbed his wrist and said, I don't want to spend time here anymore. Naruto then forcefully pinned him to the ground with a quick twisting motion and kicked him in the leg with a powerful kick. He grimaced as his broken leg hit him, but he still put up with it, turned his body, and kicked Naruto in the face with his other good leg. Naruto grabbed his ankle and started holding him tightly, and said in a serious tone, it looks like you don't want to walk anymore in your life. Naruto then tightened his grip and lifted up, hitting the ground hard again. At that moment, the village's reinforcements arrived and they quickly moved in and surrounded Naruto. Some of the strongest quickly began to attack him in order to save their cage. Naruto threw an A at the ninja walking towards him. One of the ninja was thrown to the ground to restrain his cage while the others attacked Naruto without hesitation. Naruto gently dodges the attacks coming at him while damaging them. Apparently everyone he hit was on the ground with some broken bones. After Naruto knocked everyone down, he said, I decided not to harm you so that even a little peace could be achieved. So I'll just take what I came for and get out of here. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto appeared next to B. He placed his hand on the seal on B's shoulder and began to completely absorb Yuki. He would have left a part of Yuki's consciousness with B beforehand. After all, he didn't want to separate good friends. But he felt it unnecessary to do such a favor as B broke the deal. Noticing his brother's condition, A quickly started running towards them. But when he approached them, something suddenly stopped him. There was a barrier blocking him in front of him. This barrier was quickly created by Naruto some time ago. Although its creation time was short, its resistance was quite high. And he tried to break the barrier by attacking him, but he couldn't do it no matter what he did. Naruto finished soon after, and before he disappeared, he looked at A and said, I'm doing this because I have to. If you don't like my goal, you can fight me. But let me tell you, I won't be so kind next time. As A clenched his fists in anger, he said to the now lost Naruto, we'll see. I'll cut you into pieces. A week later. It's been a week since Naruto took Duki. In that time Naruto has done a few things. First, he taught Tsunade how to use the wood dump. Naruto taught her because he was the best wood consumer in the village. Tsunade was quick to pick up on what she was taught. Her genes and what Naruto gave her helped her a lot in that regard. Tsunade and Naruto became closer to each other in the process. But there were still some strange situations between them. Tsunade obviously wanted to be with Naruto. But sometimes she would run away from Naruto out of nowhere. She could probably convince herself to be with Naruto when the time came. Before that, they were just close friends. Naruto also gave some of his chakra to Hinata in the process. If you're going to ask how he did it, we all know how he did it, right? Hinata hadn't been able to awaken Tenshinhan yet, but she could feel herself getting closer and closer while training with Kagaya. Naruto also began empowering his other lovers by giving some of his chakra. He immediately began to see the results of his actions. Enko grew stronger day by day and became more in tune with the snakes. She also began to learn about the snakes' natural energy abilities. After the leader of the snakes was killed, no one took his place for some time, or rather, they did not dare to do so. Later, the snake, Enko's summon, now decided to become the new leader. The other snakes initially objected, but when they saw Naruto and Enko supporting him from behind, they were forced to retreat. Enko also began learning how to use senjutsu with Naruto's help. To talk about Karen, she also had her share of Naruto. Her bloodline has become stronger, meaning her adamantine chains have become much stronger. Of course, her physique has also become stronger. In addition, Naruto has slightly changed the seal on her forehead, making it better. Naruto began to empower his other lovers in the same way, so they can achieve a lot on their own. At least Naruto wouldn't have to worry about them too much anymore. He no longer had to stay in the world. He could go to other planets for a while without any problems. But when he told Tsunade this, she directly objected. She asked him to stay in Konoha for a little while longer. Because in her mind, the Raikage was going to try to quickly attack Konoha in anger. To her, the Raikage was that kind of person. Tsunade asked him to stay in Konoha for at least another week or two. Naruto refused despite his request. Because, as he had already said, he could not be considered the village's power. I told you before, you shouldn't think of me as the village's power, Naruto said. That's why I kindly ask you, Tsunade said. It was clear that she wanted to use Naruto as a provocateur to avoid fighting anymore. Naruto also noticed this, but still didn't say anything to her because someone else in her position would most likely do the same. Look, I'm not the only strong one in the village. There are people other than me. I can also assure you that you are the strongest Kage alive right now. You should have more confidence in yourself. Even without me, the strongest village right now is Konoha, Naruto said. Besides, if Kumo and Iwa want to start a war, we already have Suna and Kiri on our side. Since the tailed beast in their hands is gone, they won't want to fight. In any case, Onoki won't want to fight us when he hears about situation B. Just relax, it won't be a problem. If that happens, I'll be back in a few minutes. Tsunade was relieved to hear what he said, but she would still be on guard for the slightest possibility. So, when are you planning on going and how long will it take? Tsunade said. She still secretly wondered how a person would get into space. She was also interested in space and other planets. She even thought about going there in the future. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I think I can probably come back in a few months, Naruto said. After Naruto told her, he can now leave the world in peace. Since he hadn't seen his girlfriends for months, he wanted to spend the whole day with them. They wanted to spend time with him too. That's why Naruto gathered everyone at the Uzumaki mansion. Everyone met in person for the first time. It was a very strange atmosphere when they looked at each other. After all, their position can be considered quite strange. Hello, I'm Mei Terumi. You can call me Mei, Mei said with a smile. She felt it was her duty to speak first since she saw herself as the oldest person there. Nice to meet you, Mei. I'm Enko, Enko said, looking at Mei with a smile. But her gaze was a little strange. Mei also felt awkward for no reason when she felt her gaze. Nice to meet you, I'm Tamari, Tamari said. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Nice to meet you, Hinata said with a smile. I'm Karen Uzumaki. Hello everyone, Karen said with a smile. Hearing this, Tamari and Mei's faces suddenly turned to Naruto. He seduced someone from his clan. No way. Naruto started scratching his head with a grin when he felt their gaze. Also standing to the side, Kagaya thought, is it okay for me to be here? After Naruto spent time with his friends, it was time to go. Thus, Kagaya and Naruto began to rise into the sky from the Uzumaki mansion. As they rose higher, the people on the ground looked even smaller. Of course, there were a few people watching them leave. Predictably, they were important people to Naruto. They moved further and further and eventually rose from the earth into space. This was Naruto's second space journey. Which planet are we going to? Kagaya asked. Yes, there would be no sound in space, but there's no point in thinking about that, right? After all, we're in a fantasy world right now. Let me use all my power first to sense the planets more easily, Naruto said. Later, his body transformed into the form of Shinju. Shinju's form had 3 transformations. They were hybrid, Jubi, and divine tree. The hybrid's appearance was much more humanoid than the others, gaining several additional Jubi attachments while retaining its basic humanoid appearances such as tails and ears. In his Jubi form, Naruto transforms into the true Jubi. He thus becomes a huge wolf with many tails. The downside of this transformation, of course, is his enormous size. In this transformation, his strength and defense were greatly increased. But he also had a slower speed and was easier to target. Of course, this was also a rather significant disadvantage. And the last transformation is the God Tree. Naruto would turn into a giant tree in this transformation. With this transformation, his life force and speed of absorbing nature energy increased greatly. That's why he usually used this form when he was going to absorb natural energy. Naruto had Tenzigen in both eyes using his hybrid transformation, and the Rinne Sharingan appeared in the middle of his forehead. Naruto began to explore the depths of space. At this time, his vision and senses were very high. He could see everything that was happening in the world, even from where he was now. "Did you find him?" Kagaya asked curiously. Naruto stared into the depths of space for a while and then said, "Yeah, I found it. Let's go." Then he waved his hand and a portal appeared in front of them. After they both went through the portal, they appeared outside the planet. Even the appearance of the planet showed that there was not much life inside. Obviously, the planet did not have much life energy left. And there was a very logical reason for this. After Naruto and Kagaya closed the portal, they began to descend towards the planet. When they approached the Earth, they saw divine trees in many places. Of course, these were the reasons why the planet had no life energy. After a while, there would be no more life energy left on the planet. I specifically chose this planet. Because he was already about to die, so at least we can end his suffering sooner. Naruto said. Naruto had already sensed everything on the planet. There were no living beings on the planet. All living beings had probably died long ago. There was only a tiny bit of life energy left on the planet. The planet had already given up long ago. He just wanted death to come quickly. How are we going to do this? Kagaya asked. You will be trying to use the power of the Jubi inside you little by little. During this time, I will try to suppress it and combine it with you. We will do this process very slowly. We can only combine part of it with you, maybe in a few weeks. Naruto said. After giving her a short time to fully understand, Naruto said, we will now begin a process that will take several weeks. We will never stop until it is finished. Okay. Kagaya nodded slightly, signaling her readiness. I will ask you to transform into the God Tree. In the meantime, I will transform and help you. If you transform before I am there, you will most likely fall under his control in an instant. That is why we must stay as close as possible. You don't mind, right? Naruto said. Kagaya wondered how the rapprochement would be. Was he talking about the closure he had been watching for the past few nights? Kagaya told him that there was nothing wrong with a straight face. Naruto nodded and walked over to Kagaya, both of them were now at the bottom. Naruto placed his hands on Kagaya's waist and then said, wait for me too. Later, we will transform into the God Tree together at the same time. Kagaya lost the ability to think for a while. But her body still moved on its own and hugged Naruto. At this time, Kagaya's melons were pressed onto Naruto's chest. Kagaya was also embarrassed when she realized this, and for the first time, her embarrassment became visible from the outside. Naruto couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at her blushing cheeks for a moment. He told her to just hold on, but he never thought she would hug him like that. When I give the signal, we will transform together at the same time. Let me control your body as you transform. I will suppress it from the inside as much as I can. Naruto said. Gathering her thoughts, Kagaya nodded, indicating that she was ready. Ready, go, Naruto said. Suddenly, they both started to turn into a giant tree. It was as if two trees had grown from the same place after they were both fully grown. As Naruto transformed into a tree, he wrapped some of his branches around Kagaya, forcing them closer. Naruto sent the correct thought into her mind, I'm holding back quite a bit. What you need to do now is slowly unite by drawing your presence towards you. Don't worry, I'll help you. Even though Naruto said these things, Kagaya had other thoughts. That's why it took her a long time to do what he said. This is how several weeks began. A month has passed. Kagaya was able to fuse with almost half of the Shinju in the process, thanks to Naruto. He still had a long way to go, but at least he could use some of his power now. Naruto merged with the other Shinjus on the island at that time. He also consumed the planet's energy with Kagaya. Because of this, their power increased even more. In fact, Naruto felt like something had changed inside of him. He didn't feel like a normal Shinju anymore. Like there was a difference between him and the others. Naruto found out the reason for this feeling by trying. Indeed, his feelings were true. He was different from other Shinjus now. He had 11 tails. So he's not Shinju anymore. No, he's still Shinju, but much more advanced. No Shinju has ever merged with another before. However, Naruto also absorbed the 6 god trees on the planet he went to. Thus, he was now breaking the boundaries of Shinju and taking on a new form. Naruto was currently floating in the air to try out his new form. His current strength was at an inexplicable level. For example, before he couldn't change his eyes so easily. But now he can change it the way he wants. That's why Naruto made one eye Rinnegan and the other Tenshinhan. That way, he could use both eyes without any problem. He was also able to use Susanoo since he was able to integrate the Sharingan's techniques into the Rinnegan. As Naruto grew stronger, he was very curious about Susanoo's situation right now. How strong had he become? His Rinne Sharingan increased from Volume 6 to Volume 9. This made his abilities even stronger. We don't have to stay here anymore. But we still have a month, so let's go to a new planet. You try to merge with him while I gain experience with my abilities. Naruto said. Kagaya nodded. She didn't want to go back without full control. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Naruto and Kagaya slightly flew up and went to the next planet. The next planet will be the same. Naruto would have absorbed all the Shinju and natural energy there. A week later, two people landed on the planet where Naruto and Kagaya left. It was obvious that both of them were Otsutsuki. If Naruto were here, he would certainly recognize them immediately. They were the main villains in the movie, Boruto. Powerful members of the Otsutsuki clan, defeated by a genin boy. Surprised by what he saw, he said, "Where did Shinju go? Or did someone steal my property? Please calm down, Lord Momoshiki. We will consult with the clan to find out who did this." He, who looked older than the other, said. "Once they find who did this, the clan won't be able to stop me. In the meantime, let's go collect fruits from other planets, Kinshiki." Momoshiki said. They thought that someone Otsutsuki ate the fruit. There was no race other than those who picked and ate the fruit. Momoshiki spoke this way because clan members were forbidden to kill each other. Honestly, I don't even remember if I watched the movie or not. So I don't know how they talk to each other. Since I don't have time to watch the movie, I'll try to finish this arc with a few of the ones I watched. They left the planet and went to their next planet. And the planet they're going to is. Everyone already guessed it, right? Naruto is currently training Kagaya on Shinju. Kagaya confused with half of Shinju. So now it's time for her to be trained by Naruto. Your power is to create your own dimension and easily open a portal somewhere. You don't lose that much energy when opening portals, but you do waste a lot of energy when creating your own dimension. That's why I ask you not to use this technique until you are fully united with Shinju. Naruto said. After Kagaya nodded, Naruto continued, "You're not that strong because you only have the Rinne Sharingan. But I'll give you some energy in the future to make you even stronger. That way, you can use other abilities." Naruto said this because the Rinne Sharingan wasn't very powerful unless you wanted to control the entire world. That's why Naruto was going to give her some of his energy so that she could at least use the Rinnegan's abilities. At that moment, Naruto suddenly raised his head and looked out from the planet. Noticing his behavior, Kagaya also looked up at the sky and asked curiously, "What happened?" "Two people will be coming. They should both be from the Otsutsuki clan, from what I can tell from their presence," Naruto said. Hearing this, Kagaya couldn't help but feel worried. Had they finally found their place? "Don't worry, they aren't that strong. Honestly, I feel like I can defeat both of them on my own. But I'll leave one of them to you to develop your control. In the meantime, I'll deal with the other person," Naruto said. After Kagaya nodded, Naruto continued speaking, "Come closer, I will suppress the Shinju inside you even more. That way, you can use all your abilities during the fight." Naruto can almost completely suppress Kagaya's Shinju right now. Because he absorbed the other Shinju, he became much stronger than a normal Shinju. Kagaya walked slightly closer to Naruto, her full attention now on the upcoming fight. Naruto placed his hand in the middle of Kagaya's chest. Kagaya couldn't help but tremble when she felt his hand touch her body. She still wasn't used to being around Naruto. But she still liked the feeling of being around him. After a few seconds, Naruto pulled his hand back and said, "You're ready. Now you can fight at full strength without holding back." At that moment, two people who believed from the planet's orbit towards the Earth entered their field of vision. Kagaya frowned at the people descending to the ground. She obviously knew them. Naruto recognized them immediately when he saw them. They were the two people from the Otsutsuki clan that appeared in the anime. But shouldn't there be one more person? So where is he? Naruto didn't know it, but the other person was still in the center of the clan. And it wasn't quite time to meet them yet. They are from the upper ranks of the clan. They are both quite strong, especially the younger ones are stronger than the others. Kagaya said. "Well, I'll take it. You get another one too," Naruto said. Kagaya nodded slightly, then said in a low voice, "Be careful." Kagaya knew he was strong, but she still couldn't help but worry about him. After all, the other person was one of the influential people he had known for a long time. She turned the entire world into white Zetsu dolls to defeat him. Naruto said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine." Those who had come down also noticed them. They were very surprised, although they did not show it openly on their faces. "You've been hiding here all this time. Traitor, Kagaya," Momoshiki said, looking at her. Momoshiki then looked around and said, "Some of the Shinju who were here have also disappeared. So you did what happened on the other planet. You have become quite powerful as a member of the sub-branch. But can you still stand up to me?" "I don't know if I can stand up to you, and I'm not going to find out. Because you'll still be destroyed by someone else," Kagaya said. Hearing her words, Momoshi briefly looked at Naruto who was standing next to her, and then said, "He's going to destroy me. It's nothing special." Before Momoshiki even finished, he noticed something about him and quickly said, "No, there's something strange about you. For some reason, you give me the feeling I get from Shinju. How can you eat its fruit when you're not an Otsutsuki?" Momoshiki thought he was eating Shinju's fruit. He guessed that was why he felt it from him. But his prediction was completely wrong. Naruto stood there, studying Momoshiki without answering him. It was as if he could see everything with his own eyes. Momoshiki couldn't help but be shocked when she looked at him like that. It was as if someone was looking down on him and seeing all his flaws. "This is the difference between a strong Otsutsuki. I hope you will satisfy me more than before," Naruto said. He was obviously interested in the powers he would gain after being fully exploited. Momoshiki soon said, "Kinshiki, I'm leaving Kagaya to you. I'll take care of him." To be honest, he was also interested in fighting Naruto. Because he had a strange aura about him, and that intrigued Momoshiki. Kinshiki nodded slightly and then jumped straight at Kagaya. Kagaya had already moved away from Naruto some time ago in order to fight comfortably. "Let's see how strong you are," Momoshiki said and started running towards Naruto. Momoshiki hit Naruto hard in the ribs. Naruto deliberately didn't defend himself to test his strength, so he was dragged a few meters away on his feet by a kick. Naruto only took a very small amount of damage and had already healed it in a short time. The damage he had done was equal to what an average person would receive from a needle. Then suddenly Naruto's body was covered in lightning. Naruto suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning. When he reappeared, his punch hit Momoshiki in the stomach. Momoshiki was thrown back by the blow. Naruto also took advantage of this sudden emptiness and quickly entered his Shinju form. Momoshiki smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes from the blow and then said with a smile on his face, "Okay, you're strong enough to entertain me." He then quickly jumped on Naruto again and they started fighting. Naruto blocked all the moves as he didn't need to test Momoshiki's strength this time. He was even faster than Momoshiki, so he made several hits on him. Momoshiki noticed that with every blow he took, his energy dropped further. He knew that he would lose if he continued like this. That's why he quickly jumped back and hovered in the air. Then he raised his hands, and suddenly various elements began to form around him. "Let's see how you handle them," Momoshiki said. Momoshiki extended his hand towards Naruto, then the fire around him turned into a bird and attacked Naruto. Naruto looked at the bird that was approaching him without any reaction. There was a huge explosion the moment the bird touched his body. Noticing Naruto's solid body as a result of the explosion, Momoshiki couldn't help but be surprised. Why didn't he take any damage? Later, Momoshiki started throwing all the elements towards Naruto. At least, he thought it could hurt him that way. Naruto didn't move at all when he was bombarded, as if the attacks had no effect on him. In fact, it was true that no elemental attack would harm him. This was because his body was one with nature, which had developed from fusing with many Shinju. While Naruto was able to control all the elements before with him, he was one with all the elements. He could easily use every element in the universe and took almost no damage from them. But if the attacker was strong enough, Naruto would still take damage. Of course, this problem could be easily solved by becoming stronger. Naruto suddenly flew into the air, his entire body glowing with rays of light. Then those yellow lights suddenly started attacking Momoshiki. Momoshiki quickly began to dodge the attacks that came at him. At that moment, a large beam fell from the sky and began to scratch the ground like a laser. Immediately after the yellow beam, a large column of lightning crashed into him. Naruto didn't stop there either. He immediately raised both his hands into the air, and suddenly a huge fireball began to form above him. "Flame Destroyer," Naruto said as he sent a huge fireball towards him. Momoshiki was left watching the fireball coming towards him. He had nowhere to run, as if the sun was coming right above him. Momoshiki's ability was able to absorb talents filled with chakra. But none of the techniques Naruto used had chakra. They were just natural elements. Even though Momoshiki knew he wouldn't die from this attack, he knew he would at least be badly injured. And he immediately began to think of a way out. With the first idea that came to his mind, he looked at Kagaya and Kinshiki, who were fighting just a short distance away from them. Kagaya began to quickly retreat due to Naruto's technique. But Kinshiki suddenly began to reach out to Momoshiki. "Lord Momoshiki, absorb my chakra immediately. Do not hesitate," Kinshiki said, his first and last line in the story. "I won't worry," Momoshiki said with a grin. When Kinshiki touched Momoshiki's hand, it suddenly turned into a fruit similar to a chakra fruit. After Momoshiki quickly ate the fruit, a thick smoke fell on the area where he was. Naruto let him do this because otherwise he would have put more effort into absorbing them separately. This way, he can absorb both at the same time. Momoshiki appeared from the smoke, his appearance changed. Momoshiki had black markings on his body. His hair grew and his horns grew longer and longer. In addition, an additional rinnegan appeared on his forehead and all of his eyes were gold as well. While the previous Momoshiki looked like a well-groomed man, he now looks like a completely wild man. "Let's see what you're going to do now," Momoshiki said with a mad grin on her face. Later, a red glowing weapon appeared in his hand. Momoshiki suddenly rushed forward and began attacking Naruto. Apparently, his strength was much greater than before. Naruto quickly formed a black weapon in his hand and blocked Momoshiki's weapon with it. They both jumped back after exchanging a few attacks. After a short pause, Momoshiki began to attack again. This time, he used all his strength. After the two weapons clashed with each other, Momoshiki attempted to kick him by raising his leg but was blocked by Naruto's leg. Momoshiki quickly formed a glowing red chain and linked Naruto to it. But Naruto suddenly switched places with Momoshiki and hit him hard in the chest with his green glowing hands. Momoshiki was released from his chains as he flew backwards from the impact. As he landed, a large wooden animal head emerged from the ground and quickly attacked Naruto. After Naruto struck the wooden beast's head, it began to crumble into flames. In this void, Momoshiki created two giant monkey golems made of earth and fire. These golems could have taken on Kurama, but unfortunately, Naruto was in front of them. Naruto quickly used Susanoo when he wanted to fight them. Then, out of nowhere, a huge Susanoo appeared. This Susanoo was much bigger than the previous one. He was 5 to 6 times bigger than before. Next to him, the monkey golems looked like children. Susanoo instantly destroyed both golems with a swift swing of his sword. Honestly, they didn't even have time to react. Meanwhile, Momoshiki began shooting at Susanoo as he flew through the air, but his attacks did little to damage his armor. Susanoo attacked Momoshiki with another sword swing. Momoshiki fell hard to the ground. He had a crosscut on his chest, blood pouring out of his wound. But thanks to his regenerative ability, you could see that his injury was healing quickly. Naruto turned off Susanoo after entering Tensegan mode. He also sent Kagaya a thought to leave the planet at that time. There were 20 truth-seeking balls around Naruto, thanks to the Shinju mod and Tensegan. They quickly began to spin in a circle, and Naruto soon made them stop everything in his hands. Then, out of nowhere, a golden beam shot out of his hand, cutting Momoshiki in half. It also split the planet in two. Despite being cut in half, Momoshiki took his last breath while coughing up blood. Naruto grabbed his head and quickly began to absorb him. He also had Momoshiki's lower body in his other hand. My Otsutsuki line will progress with him so I can use their attributes. They ate our fruits, now it's my turn to eat theirs. I'll eat them all one by one, Naruto said. As Naruto said, the glint in his eyes grew brighter. In addition, some people somewhere in the universe were involuntarily trembling. Among those people was the god of the Otsutsuki clan. A few weeks later. What are we going to do now? Kagaya asked. Kagaya was finally able to fully control Shinju, so there was no reason for them to stay here any longer. Besides, he was already in a completely dead state on this planet right now, just like the previous one. Naruto's actions may seem very evil to some people, but these planets will still die eventually. All Naruto did was make the job more painless and quicker. Either way, humans were killing the planet they lived on, making it suffer day after day. What made them better than Naruto? Besides, Naruto didn't consider himself a good person. He wasn't cruel enough to exploit the life of a planet with living beings on it. That's why he told them that he would not destroy the world they lived in. We're done here. Let's go back to Earth for now. After spending some more time and getting stronger, it's time for us to head to the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto said. Kagaya nodded and waited for Naruto. Naruto created a portal in front of them and before entering it he said, besides, there is still a problem in the world that we need to solve. Kagaya followed Naruto into the portal, wondering what the question was. I think Kagaya thought Ashiki was dead. I couldn't find anything about it on the internet. After Naruto went through the portal, he appeared on top of a planet. This planet was the world of ninjas. While Naruto was looking at the world, he was looking at a specific place. It was where Ashiki Otsutsuki lived. The reason Naruto left the world without worrying was because he knew Ashiki's condition. The current Isashiki wasn't that much of a threat, and Naruto already knew that he wasn't going to make a move just yet. Ashiki was a character who liked to hide in the dark. If he thought he wasn't ready to fight, he usually wouldn't fight. That's the only reason he waited idly for 1,000 years. It's like he was waiting for Boruto to be born. Man, there are so many plot holes here. He remained a spectator for 1,000 years. It's really strange. What other problem do we have? Kagaya asked after exiting the portal. There's another Otsutsuki that still lives in the world. You can guess who it is, right? Naruto said. Kagaya must have been thinking about several things, the confused expression on her face. He's still alive, but how? Honestly, I cut him in half. Kagaya said in surprise. Yes, he is still alive. But he is not as strong now since he could not find a suitable vessel for him. Naruto said. I see, so what are you going to do about it? Kagaya asked. Isn't it obvious? Of course I'll destroy him. Naruto said, looking at her strangely. It was very strange that she asked that. Kagaya shyly averted her gaze from him. During this time, her personality had also changed greatly. Her expressions weren't so obvious before, but now she had an expression on her face, at least sometimes. Furthermore, now that she was completely one with Shinju, the attraction she felt for Naruto was even stronger. Because of this, her expression involuntarily changed when she was with Naruto. Kagaya also knew that it wasn't just because of Shinju. Because when he was around, her heart seemed to beat differently. Sometimes she even encouraged herself to make a move when she was around him. But that courage was never enough. She also knew that Naruto was interested in her. Because Naruto had made it more or less clear. Despite all this, Kagaya couldn't muster the courage to take a step towards him. Let's go, Naruto said after opening another portal in front of them. He then entered the portal. Kagaya followed him. Tsunade looked at the strange thing that opened up before her with a serious expression. Besides, she was always on guard for the danger that could come from it. But she felt relieved when she saw Naruto come out of that thing. Naruto, don't come into my room like that. There is such a thing as personal space. Tsunade said out loud. Honestly, she couldn't help but feel awkward when such a strange thing suddenly appeared in her office. Why did you react so much? Or were you doing something special? Let's come later if you want. Naruto said with a grin. Just then, Kagaya came out of the portal behind him. No, I wouldn't do something like that in the Hokage's office. Tsunade said sheepishly. But she must have said what she said without fully thinking about it. Because that means she did things like that elsewhere. Naruto couldn't help but smile even more when he heard her answer. Tsunade also felt the strangeness of what she was saying. So, to convey that, she suddenly became serious and said, "So, you're back. Welcome." Then, while her eyes twitched slightly, she continued to speak, "And can you tell me why you suddenly appeared like this in the middle of my room?" "I came because I wanted you to know that I'm back and to find out what happened while I was gone." Naruto said. "Well, sit down and let me tell you what happened while you were gone," Tsunade said. After Naruto and Kagaya slowly sat down on the couch, Tsunade began to explain what happened. After you left, a cage summit was held at the request of the Raikage. The subject of this meeting was, of course, the imbalance of power between the villages. And of course, there was also a gathering of all the tailed beasts in one village. The Raikage and Tsuchikage wanted an equal number of tailed beasts to be distributed throughout the village. Tsunade said. So what was the result? What was decided? Naruto asked. I said that you are not really a Konoha ninja. That is why I said that I can't give you orders. But I told them that there could be another cage meeting so that they could meet with you if they wanted. Since they had no other choice, they agreed. And you will come to this meeting because of the problems you brought up to me. I don't want to hear any more of their crap. Tsunade said. Okay, I'll take care of it eventually. Naruto said, then with a smile on his face, but I have one condition. Tsunade sighed, VSD Reminets, what is your condition? I want you to go have dinner with me. Naruto said and added later, referring to something, no alcohol. Tsunade couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she remembered what happened that night because of the alcohol. But she said in a quiet voice, I agree. Tsunade knew she couldn't avoid talking about the night they'd had together any longer. That's why she accepted his condition. Well, is there anything else I should know? Naruto asked. He was also glad that they were finally able to talk. This way, he could solve the problem between him and her. Tsunade's eyes twitched involuntarily as she remembered the problem. Of course there is. What? Naruto asked curiously. Head of the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi wanted to talk to you. But when he couldn't find you, he came to me to ask where you were. Tsunade said. Oh, what does he want? Naruto asked. Could it be what he thought? He wanted to make an agreement between your clans, and this agreement will be achieved through marriage. Should I congratulate you? 2 people want to marry you. Moreover, while one of them is a kage, the other is the greatest heir of a powerful clan. Tsunade said. Her voice sounded strange as she said this. I'm pretty lucky when it comes to girls. Naruto said while racking his brain with a smile. Kagaya and Tsunade had to accept this trait of his. Because when you were really with him, you were involuntarily drawn to him. The effect became stronger the closer you were to him. Could this effect be due to him being a harem mech? In any case, you care about him, after all, it's none of my business. There's nothing else. You can go out, Tsunade said. For some reason, her mood suddenly worsened. Okay, let me know after you set up the meeting. I would also like to remind you that you owe me food and I don't like being kept waiting for too long. Naruto said. Later, they both left the room and headed towards the Uzumaki mansion. They both attracted the attention of many people as they walked the streets. Kagaya felt some uneasiness inside and she said, so you're going to get married? And with 2 people? Naruto sighed, yeah, and honestly there are 3 plus 2 girls that can't add to that. Plus 2. What does that mean? Kagaya asked curiously. Naruto said to her, implying something, people who haven't decided to become my girlfriend yet. Should I tell you who they are? Realizing it was herself, Kagaya quickly lowered her head to hide her blushing face. Is Hinata's second case coming? Naruto thought when he saw her behavior. After they arrived at the house, they encountered Enko inside. When Enko realized they were coming, she ran with a big smile on her face, shouting, Naruto. Without giving Naruto a chance to speak, she immediately began kissing Naruto on the lips. Enko kissed him wildly for a while and then retreated. Enko noticed Kagaya watching jealously. She said to her with a grin, you want this too? Noticing her own reaction, she was embarrassed and disappeared in an instant. To be honest, she couldn't control her reaction at that moment. She hadn't fully controlled her emotions yet. Enko also didn't expect her to react like that. She thought of her as an expressionless person. She responded very well. It was like a young Hinata suddenly appeared in front of me. Even though she's a goddess, for some reason I want to mess with her more. Enko said. Yeah, their reaction is pretty sweet. Naruto agreed with her. You're curious too, aren't you? Enko asked. What? Naruto asked. What kind of face does she have in bed? Enko said. On the other hand, she was trying to imagine that moment. You really are a pervert. Naruto said as his eyes twitched. Come on, admit it. You're wondering too, right? I know you well, you're definitely curious. Enko said. Okay, maybe I'm just a little curious. Naruto agreed. Hehe, I said that I know you well. So, what stage are you at with her now? Enko asked. She also had an expression on her face that she was planning something. She hasn't said she loves me yet, but why are you asking? You're planning something, right? Naruto said. He knew Enko well too. It was clear from her expression that she was definitely planning something. When you do this to her, I want to participate, or at least watch. Enko said. Honestly, she didn't want to miss this moment. You're really becoming more perverted. I have to find a solution to this perversion of yours. Naruto said. Then he suddenly disappeared, hugging Enko. Several days passed. Naruto trained Hinata, Karen, and Enko to become stronger during this time. Enko can now enter Senjutsu mode. Her flexibility has increased even more with this mod. How did Naruto know she had her own powers? That night, the bed made a lot of noise. He also started teaching Karen how to absorb natural energy. She can use her seal with Senjutsu in the future. In this way, she can be even stronger. Hinata was finally able to awaken Tensegan. Naruto also helped her control Tensegan. Of course, they crossed over into another dimension when they did this. After all, they didn't want to cause any serious damage to the planet they were currently on. Hinata was currently the strongest of his lovers. After all, she had gained a lot of power at once thanks to the Tensegan regime. Besides, of course, Kagaya wasn't his girlfriend yet. Naruto wanted to strengthen his girls once more after some time. So after taking care of Ashiki, he decided to stay in the world for a while. Because when he went into space for the Otsutsuki clan, he didn't know how long it would be. That's why he wanted to strengthen them as much as possible. Over the past few days, Tsunade informed the other cages that they were now ready to meet. After a quick adjustment, they settled on a date and location. The meeting was to take place in 3 days at a location in the Land of Fire. Also, all the daimyo of the countries where this meeting was very important would be there. They also wanted to get a piece of this food. At this time, the Fire Land daimyo was the most powerful in the world. The reason for this, of course, was the presence of Konoha and Naruto. That's why the other people were reluctant to accept the proposed place. At least they were able to get them to agree to meet. Tsunade relayed the information to Naruto after the meeting was decided. A few more days passed, and finally it was time to go to the meeting. This time, the meeting rule was to bring a maximum of 5 people. The reason for this rule was, of course, because of Naruto. But unfortunately, even if all the villages were opposite Naruto, it still wouldn't matter. Tsunade gathered her strongest ninjas with her. These ninjas were Hinata, Anko, Karen, Kakashi, and Guy. The group of 8 people left Konoha and headed to the meeting place. Why exactly 8 people? Of course, Kagaya also went with Naruto. Even when Naruto wasn't home, Kagaya was always by his side. Even at home, if Naruto wasn't in his room, she would come straight to him. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived there. They were the first to arrive because Tsunade was the host of the meeting. Tsunade and Naruto took their places and waited for the others. Tsunade's bodyguards moved to a secret location. Since Kagaya became Naruto's bodyguard, she should be walking behind. But for some reason, she just stood behind Naruto. Naruto noticed her behavior, but still didn't say anything. But Tsunade walked up to Naruto, who was sitting next to her, and whispered, "Is it okay for her to stay like this? She can sit on one of the seats if she wants." To be honest, it would be a little awkward to ask someone called a goddess to walk behind. After a while, other people slowly arrived. At this time, many powerful names were sitting at the conference table. "I will begin the meeting. We are holding this meeting today at the request of the Raikage and Tsuchikage. Please state why you wish to hold the meeting," Tsunade said. "Naruto, a former member of Konoha, has all the tailed beasts. I propose that we disperse the tailed beasts to restore the balance of power between the villages," Onoki said. "So why should I do such a thing?" Naruto said. Kagaya, still standing behind Naruto, frowned at their request. The humans were as greedy as in the old days. One slammed his fist on the table in anger and then said, "Because you stole them from us. You must give them back and more." "I stole them from you. I should point out that tailed monsters are no one's property. They're not even goods. I find this behavior of yours truly irritating," Naruto said. "He's right. We'll never give them up, no matter what you do." This is what the Fire Daimyo reports. It was obvious that the Fire Daimyo was also thinking about himself. As long as Naruto was in his country would be the strongest. That was why he didn't want to lose them. "Fire Daimyo, you are so selfish. If you were in our place, you would want the same. So bring back the tailed beasts so that peace can be restored," said one of the daimyos. "Ha ha ha. Yes, I am very selfish, but what if I am selfish? You would do the same if you were in my place," Fire Daimyo said sarcastically. "Actually, I'd like to share a thought with you," Naruto said after a fake cough to get everyone's attention. And he continued, "Since we are now living in the age of the shinobi, I find it absurd to listen to the orders of the daimyo. What qualifications do you have for us to listen to you? Or rather, what reason can you give me not to destroy you? You think to rebel against me?" The Fire Daimyo stood up angrily and shouted. But suddenly there was a tremendous pressure on him. That's why he suddenly fell to the ground. "I haven't finished my speech yet. Besides, even if I rebel against you, what would you do?" Naruto said. At that moment, everyone in the room went silent. Tsunade didn't expect him to do something like that. Naruto looked at everyone and then said, "You wanted them, right? Well, they're all waiting outside. If you want to catch them, go outside." Then suddenly a roaring voice came from outside, "Invisible people. You want to catch us again? If it's that easy, come and get us." The people inside were involuntarily shocked when they heard a frightening sound from outside. After a while, Raikage and Tsuchikage Onoki looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They then stood up and walked outside. The rest of the people in the room followed right after them. "What did you do?" Tsunade said looking at Naruto before getting up from her chair. "I gave them what they wanted," Naruto said with a smile on his face, and then they left too. When everyone went outside, they were faced with the 9-tailed beast standing in front of them. Kurama's anger was evident from the expression on his face. "Grr, who is it that wanted to catch and use us?" Kurama said while grunting furiously. In addition, some of the other tailed beasts were furious. After all, someone wanted to forcefully seal them again. All the tailed beasts surrounded A and Onoki, waiting for their answer. The security team that came to protect them remained where they were. How could he protect himself from these monsters? In the group that came to protect the wreckage, when he saw Gyuki, B started to approach him. It was clear that he wanted to talk to him. Gyuki also noticed that B was approaching. To be honest, Gyuki didn't seem that angry compared to the others. Gyuki, can we talk for a bit? B asked. Huh, what are you going to talk about? Do you have the right to talk to Gyuki? Shukaku said to him angrily. Honestly, it wasn't kind to humans at all. After all, they always wanted to use themselves as weapons. B ignored this and looked straight at Gyuki. It was clear that he was expecting an answer from him. Sigh, what do you want to talk about? Gyuki said with a sigh. Can we get back together? I still miss the old days when I was with you. B said. They looked like an ex-lover who had broken up. You know what I told you at the time. If you hadn't chosen your village, we could have been together right now. But of course, you didn't want to lose my power. Gyuki said. You know, Gyuki, I'm not that kind of person. It's my brother's fault. Please, let's get back together. A said. At that time, Naruto approached him and said, I already gave you a chance to be with him. But you decided to oppose me. But I am a very useful person. So I will give you a chance. He then smiled and offered, if you can defeat Kyuubi, I will allow you to reunite with Gyuki. Do you think you will agree? B wanted to accept his offer, but he could not count on himself to win. Hearing this, Kurama also had a creepy smile on his face. Approaching B, he said, will you accept? I promise I won't be so harsh on you. No, don't accept it, B, you're not the one who can handle it. He said as he walked up to his brother. I was afraid that his brother would get hurt. After all, if he accepted, he would be fighting the strongest tailed beast. Okay, I'll make you a better offer. If you two can defeat Kyuubi together, I'll let you have Gyuki. Naruto said with a joker smile on his face. It was like someone trying to sell a product. They both compared Naruto to a demon at that moment. It was as if the demon was making them an offer they couldn't refuse. We accept, B said after a moment's pause. A looked at B for a moment, and then nodded. Because he couldn't resist making that suggestion either. If they won, the eight-tailed beast would be theirs again. Well, you can play with them however you want. Naruto said with a smile as he looked at Kurama. The meeting would at least be more fun now. Kurama was happy to fight again after a long time. That's why he smiled so much that all the teeth in his mouth were visible. A and B wondered if their decision was right. Nothing bad would happen here, right? At this moment, the surrounding environment began to prepare for them to fight quickly. All the tailed beasts stood on one side, while the humans stood on the other side, like an audience. In the middle stood A and B on one side and Kurama on the other. Is what you're doing really good? What if something happens to them? Tsunade said. Naruto answered her with a straight face, a while ago, I came across something really interesting. I realized that it was making interesting plans for me. And they were plans that I would be really angry about. You know, I'm not a very kind-hearted person. Are you going to do something to him? Tsunade said in surprise. At this point, the fight began and the brothers quickly began to attack Kurama. The teamwork was very strong as they had been fighting together for a long time. Unfortunately, they were up against Kurama, the strongest tailed beast after the Jubi. Kurama swung his tail at B. B was flying so fast that he stopped only after he crashed into several trees. His back must have been badly hurt. Kurama swung one of his claws at A, but he was able to stop his claws with his own power. He stopped his claw, but gradually he lost his strength to resist, and he finally fell under his claws. B attacked Kurama's paw with a sword to save his brother. Kurama jumped back a little to avoid injury, and then quickly swung his tails at them. Kurama only used his gigantic body throughout the entire fight, and they too were no match for Kurama's speed and power. After they both hit their tails, they bounced off the ground a long distance. While they were standing on the ground, Kurama suddenly appeared next to them and pinned them both down with his paw. The fight was clearly won by Kurama with a large advantage. At that moment, Naruto appeared next to Kurama and shouted, "Today, I will show you what it's like if you have hostile intent towards me and those dear to me." Naruto suggested to Kurama to let them go. Kurama nodded and did as he was told. Kurama became quite obedient during his time with him, because Kurama understood that Naruto would not do anything bad to them. Ultimately, they were not used by humans either. They could see the world through someone else's eyes. Kurama and the other tailed beasts were grateful to Naruto for this. They also knew that if Naruto wanted, he could destroy them and just take their chakra. But he didn't do that, even giving them good living conditions. Right now, they were free to roam in the dimension Naruto had created. At least they no longer had to fear being caught by humans. All they did was link their chakra with Naruto. Even though Kurama was no longer restrained by A and B, they were unable to stand up due to the pull being exerted on their bodies. Naruto used his power to lift A into the air, but he still limited his movement. He is a fairly famous Kage. He is strong and very brave, but he tried to do something he shouldn't have. He intended to kidnap the people I care about. But unfortunately, he didn't know me that well, Naruto said. He wondered how he knew about this, because he himself was the only one who thought of this plan. How did Naruto know what he was thinking about? No, he's lying. He's slandering me. I never had such intentions. He denied it outright. Oh, are you sure? If you apologize to me now, maybe I can let you go, Naruto said. I don't apologize for something I didn't do. You're slandering me. And he still refused. If you don't tell the truth with your mouth, then I will take the truth from you by force. Also, I think that I should certainly give everyone intimidation so that such incidents do not happen again. So you will see how anyone who thinks of harming me and the people I care about will be faced today. Naruto said. At that time, the Raikage's bodyguards tried to attack Naruto. But they were all overwhelmed by the tailed beasts. In any case, it was a futile effort. Naruto looked towards A who was suspended in the air, and suddenly A's arm began to slowly tilt at the opposite angle. At first, I wanted to avoid something that could create a cycle of hatred in order to live in peace in the world. But it turns out that as a result of that thought, some people might think of doing something harmful to me. So you will see how the one who thinks of hurting me and the people I care about will be treated today. Naruto said. Meanwhile, A's arm continued to bend toward his elbow at the opposite angle. And then there was the sound of something breaking from his arm. A was holding back a cry of pain. But it was clear that he was feeling pain. It was actually quite normal, because now this event was happening so slowly that he could feel every pain of every broken bone one by one. B wanted to help his brother, but he couldn't open his mouth to say anything, and he couldn't get up and go help him. All he could do was just watch him suffer. After a while, all of A's bones were broken one by one. Everyone watching there just watched and couldn't move at all. They felt like they had to watch this show. He successfully passed the first stage, bone fracture. There are 5 stages in total. I will let you live if you pass all the stages with a broken mind. Now it's time for the next stage, Naruto said. And sweating all over his body from the pain he was experiencing. He could only hear part of Naruto's words. At this point, cuts began to form on A's body. But what was important here was that each cut was made one after another and gradually. In this way, the pain would not cross. How to do wax strips. If you remove the wax strip immediately, all the pain will be covered and will go away in a short time. But if you pull slowly, it will hurt more and the pain will last longer. Some time passed, and A managed to pass all 4 stages. He would finally be free if he could pass the last remaining stage. And he was also glad that the last stage remained, because the pain he actually suffered was too much. Besides, the pain he felt grew more and more with each stage. While A was happy thinking that the torture would finally end, his joy disappeared when Naruto explained the next stage. We have reached the final stage. The last stage is easier than the others. You just have to endure all the previous stages 5 more times. Since he already lasted once, he can also endure 5 times, right? But of course, let me heal his body first so he can feel the same pain again. Naruto said. What kind of logic is this? How can it be easier than other stages? This was definitely the hardest compared to the others. While A was rebelling from within, every part of his body was healing again. This entire healing process was completed in a very short time. And immediately after that, the final stage began, which would last a long time. When this torture ended, A was still alive. He couldn't die anyway with Naruto's healing. Naruto didn't want him to die, but to spend his whole life in pain. Naruto looked at A, who was standing motionless on the ground. And he was lying on the floor, his body was acting strangely. The reason for this was that many bones in his body were broken. Because of this, he could no longer move normally. He also had many cuts all over his body that were still bleeding. It goes without saying what happened to the internal organs of his body. B watched the helpless expression on his face the whole time. He wanted to help his brother, but unfortunately he didn't have the strength to help. He looked at Naruto, who did this to his brother, with deep hatred in his eyes. After all, it was his fault. He was the one who put his brother in this situation. Furthermore, B turned his anger-filled eyes towards Gyuki. Even Gyuki, with whom he had spent years, did not help him. He had always considered him a close friend, even like a brother. But now he didn't even look at his face. B's anger grew more and more as time went on. Naruto also saw the hatred in B's eyes. He was going to do something about it, but not now. Something like this will happen to someone if they have any intention of harming me and those dear to me, Naruto said, pointing at A, who was soulless on the floor. Despite the fact that it looked like this, he was still alive. Unfortunately, the same was not true of his mind. Naruto used completely different methods on him. For example, he had another technique called Tsukuyumi, which he used with the Rinne Sharingan. With this technique, he made the target experience the things he feared the most, over and over again. Despite the torture he went through, A was still alive thanks to Naruto, but his mind was broken. He was now like a plant. Naruto raised his forces to the Kumo ninja and then said, "You can take him. I also want you to know that if you want to attack me, I am always ready for you." The Kumo ninja took their raikage straight and left. B still had obvious hatred on his face when he returned. Besides, none of the Kumo ninjas thought of attacking Naruto at that moment. Because the most logical thing was to take A and run away right away. Everyone else just looked at Naruto. Some of them had wanted to leave for a long time. But even though their brains were sending orders to go, their bodies were not obeying this order. "Another one of you wants to catch the tailed beast. If anyone does, Kyuubi is waiting for you there," Naruto said. Kyuubi, on the other hand, wanted someone to say yes with a big smile. But unfortunately, no one dared to fight him. "There is none of you who would dare to fight the tailed beast. Well, in the end, it is your decision. Now that you understand what you should not do, then you can leave," Naruto said. When they finally got control of their body, they left directly. Everyone started thinking about their next move. Because there was a great enemy before them. How could they deal with him? What actions should they take? But what they did not yet fully understand was that it was useless to resist absolute power. "Are you seriously going to confront the entire world?" Tsunade said. "Yes, if there are people who have ill will towards me. Besides, I am challenging the Otsutsuki clan that dominates the entire universe. Will a few tiny people stop me?" Naruto said. "What about the daimyo? Were you serious about this?" Tsunade asked. Because if Naruto decided to do something like that, it could change the fate of the entire world. "I just wanted to show them that I'm not a puppet for them to use. Besides, I don't want to change the world drastically just yet. But if they try to do something to hurt me, I will never hold back," Naruto said. "Well, let's go back," Tsunade said. "You go first. We need to stop for a while. See you in Konoha," Naruto said and then left with Kagaya. The remaining Konoha crew stood in amazement. Naruto and Kagaya appeared on top of an object hidden in the mountain. "He's here. He's currently the head of an organization called Kara," Naruto said. "How are we going to fight this?" Kagaya asked. "I plan to suddenly appear next to him and then quickly throw him into another dimension. We can easily take care of him in the other dimension," Naruto said. Naruto then created a dimensional door in front of them and said, "You go in first. Then I'll send him out. You take care of him for a while until I get there." Kagaya nodded and heard before entering the portal, "Don't kill him, I need him alive." After Kagaya went to another dimension, Naruto closed the portal and looked at the building in front of him and thought, "Now, how do I deal with them? Let me take care of him first, and then I'll take care of the ants." Naruto then opened another portal and quickly entered it. Inside the room was a man with his hair tied in a ponytail. He quickly jumped back when he felt the dimensional door open behind him. Then he looked at the intruder and said, "Who are you? Reveal your identity. I came here for you. But I won't take care of you yet, because someone else will take care of you first," Naruto said and suddenly rushed forward, catching him and throwing him into the portal. After Naruto sent him to Kagaya, he began to care about other people. We had a very quick introduction to the Ashiki arc, but I want to finish the story quickly. After that, there's only the Otsutsuki clan arc left. So this story will end in 2 weeks. Naruto eliminated everyone in the secret base. Many of those present were insignificant people who had not appeared in Boruto. This was because it was too early. After all, Boruto had even more time to start. While some people weren't even born yet, others hadn't had time to join the Black Organization. Maybe the seed of the anime's protagonist hadn't even been sown yet. There were 14 years left until the Boruto canon began. That was a long time. Naruto entered the dimension where Kagaya and Ashiki were after he finished his work at the secret base. After Ashiki was thrown into the dimension, he quickly began to survey his surroundings. Then he frowned when he saw Kagaya looking at him. Honestly, he wasn't happy to see her at all. "So that's how you survived. Unfortunately, we meet each other again, Kagaya said. You were supposed to be sealed. How did you escape the seal? Isaki said angrily. Ishiki had a great hatred for her, which of course was due to her betrayal. He almost died because of her, how could he hate her? Kagaya said that when the Rinne Sharingan eye opened in the middle of her forehead, it doesn't matter now. Now I will finish the job that I left unfinished long ago. Kagaya then quickly began to fly towards Ishiki. Ishiki gritted his teeth as he quickly thought about what to do. He knew that in the current situation, he didn't stand a chance against her. So he would use his true form and then either deal with her or escape from here as quickly as possible. After Isashiki made his decision, he quickly used his true power in his temporary Jigen's body, thus transforming into his real body. He then quickly began to fight Kagaya. His goal was to quickly escape from this dimension in an idle moment. Because he knew that he would lose if her other partner came. He could hardly comprehend his own strength. After all, he was thrown into a dimension without any reaction. Such a person must be very strong. At first, they both fought each other equally. But then, little by little, Kagaya began to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Ishiki knew it was time for him to flee. So he tried to create space to escape, and he succeeded. He then tried to quickly escape using the space he created. But just as he was about to open the dimensional door and escape from there, he suddenly began to retreat. When he looked back to find out the reason for this, he realized the man who had been brought here. He quickly used Ishiki's karma to neutralize the technique on him. And then he began to retreat with careful steps. He knew that no matter what he did in the current situation, he would still be defeated. With the two of them together, he couldn't win against them. That's why he decided to leave. If he could leave this dimension and switch to one of his own, he could escape them more easily. Should I take care of the rest? Naruto asked. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Kagaya said, then moved away to give him space. In an instant, Naruto mobilized all his strength and transformed into his strongest form. He then quickly began flying towards Ishiki. Ishiki, on the other hand, tried to slow him down using his eye technique as he quickly retreated. Naruto started running away from the black spikes coming out of the ground one by one. He also attacked Ishiki with beams from the truth-seeking cannons. It would be easier to catch him that way. Naruto looked at the giant hatch that suddenly appeared in the air. It looked like Ishiki was going to try and capture it with it. Naruto then quickly created a huge golden beam, destroying the huge hatch in an instant. But this created a void for Ishiki to enter his own dimension. But of course Naruto wasn't going to let him just run away. After a quick calculation he opened the dimension door and started chasing after him. Ishiki wasn't surprised when he realized that Naruto had come to his own dimension. Because he had expected something like this. That's why he quickly started running to another dimension. They both started jumping from dimension to dimension for a while. But each time the distance between them became smaller and smaller. Damn it, leave me alone, why are you chasing me? Ishiki said as he continued running. If he continued like this, he would either be caught by him or his body would not be able to withstand his strength anymore. That was why Ishiki was both angry and excited. My problem isn't just with you. It concerns your entire clan. So surrender gracefully, Naruto said. Isaki continued to run away in a grumble. Because he knew that if he was caught, he would definitely die because he did not put his kama on someone. Some time later, Naruto finally caught Ishiki and in one swift motion began to absorb him, rendering him unable to move. No, leave me, Isaki said as he tried to escape. Doing in vain. No matter what you do, you cannot avoid extinction, Naruto said and continued to absorb it quickly. After a short time, Ishiki was absorbed by Naruto, despite his best efforts. After Naruto absorbed it, he felt his body begin to change. That's why he went to his own dimension. He died, Kagaya said as he saw Naruto enter the dimension. Yes, my body is going through new changes right now. We will stay here until the changes are over. Of course, you can return to Konoha if you want, Naruto said and then without waiting for her answer, he sat up and closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. Of course, Kagaya didn't return to Konoha, but sat opposite Naruto and watched him. She made her decision while watching him. Several days passed. Naruto had compatible fusions with his newly acquired genes at the time. At this time, Naruto had a powerful dojutsu that he had just acquired. Of course, this dojutsu was Jugen. Zugen replaced his former Tenzagen and had a stronger version of all his techniques. For example, if the truth-seeking ball was destroyed, it could not be returned. But thanks to Jogan, they were now able to regenerate and become even stronger. When Naruto opened his eyes, he noticed Kagaya looking at him. Seeing a different jujutsu in his eyes, Kagaya wondered, what is this jujutsu? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Jogan, you may have heard of it before in your clan. Do you know anything about it? Naruto said. He asked her if she had any knowledge about it because he didn't know much about this jujutsu. Oh, I remember seeing it in the clan's inscription before. Kagaya said. Trying to recall what she had read in the past for some time, she said there wasn't much information about it. But as far as I know, it's rare for a Jogan to appear in the clan. If someone had it, that person would strangely disappear in an instant. It's also said to be very powerful, after all, the clan leader owns it. So if someone has it, that person mysteriously disappears. Could it have something to do with the clan head? Maybe he kills them and takes their eyes for himself. Naruto said. I have no information, but it is strictly forbidden to do such a thing in the clan, Kagaya said. Interesting, I think it definitely has something to do with him. After all, it's not normal for these people to suddenly disappear. Besides, the clan leader has that jujutsu. Naruto said. He then stood up and said, anyway, let's go back to Konoha. Kagaya stood up, her face reddened by something she was thinking about. And suddenly she rushed forward and kissed Naruto on the lips. Of course, she immediately turned around and tried to hide her face. So, you've finally made a decision. Naruto said with a smile. He walked up behind her, then wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, don't worry, we'll take care of everything slowly. After Naruto kissed her on the cheek, he opened a portal to return to Konoha and they both returned together. After they returned to Konoha, they had dinner at the Uzumaki mansion. Afterwards, Naruto went to Kumogakure to finish some unfinished business. 3 days have passed since Raikage became half dead. On the first day, the village tried to treat him. But since they couldn't solve the problem right away, they considered choosing a temporary Raikage as their best solution. If it does not recover after some time, the chosen one will take on the role of the new Raikage. Right now, B was just looking at the bed in the hospital room. There was a man lying in the bed, and it was his brother A. B clenched his fists with an angry expression. Everyone around him disappeared one after another. First Yuki was taken away from him, then his brother A, and it was Naruto who did all this. B had a great hatred for him. At that moment, someone appeared behind him. After that person looked around the room, their gaze stopped on B. All this time, B didn't even notice the man appearing behind him. Wait Naruto, I'll kill you for what you did to my brother. B said hatefully. Just then, B heard a voice behind him, oh, are you going to kill me? I wouldn't advise you to dream. After a moment of surprise, B quickly tried to get away from there. Unfortunately, his body did not move at all, just like last time. Did you really think I would just leave you? Naruto said, and after he slowly stood in front of him he said, did you think I wouldn't mind the killing intent you were pointing at me? He tried to scream, but his body did not listen to itself. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I have much better plans for you. Naruto said. He then walked towards A, who was lying on the bed, and began touching his body. With each touch Naruto made, a pained expression appeared on his face. B screamed furiously in his head. You mustn't curse me, otherwise, I'll be even angrier and that won't be good for you. Naruto said. Naruto heard what he was saying in his mind. I want you to answer what I said. My first question is, who will be the new Raikage of the village? Naruto said. Naruto looked at B, who stood still for a moment and then said, I told you not to scold me. Naruto then continued to hurt A. He also said, while doing so, I can hear everything in your mind. So I suggest you think carefully. Some time later, Naruto said, so who the Raikage will be hasn't been chosen yet. Nice. You'll be used as a Raikage. No, I won't do what you say. Damn it, B thought. I didn't ask you. I said you would do it. You will do whatever I ask. Naruto said. At that moment, Naruto used Koto Amatukami on B. That way, he would be able to control him, control Kumo. As you command, my lord. B said expressionlessly. Naruto said with a smile, now, only Tsuchikage is left. He can't go against me yet because he is a reasonable person. However, I will keep him under my observation and then take care of him. Naruto returned to Konoha after giving B the necessary instructions. There was no longer any strength in the world to resist him. Konoha will be allied with Suna and Kiri, and they will most likely not betray. In the end, they will get the most out of this deal. Eva, on the other hand, was in a very weak state right now. And they probably wouldn't dare to act against this alliance. But Naruto still wanted to be safe. That's why he was thinking about taking control of Tsuchikage. Onoki, who was currently the Tsuchikage, was very old, and it was likely that someone else would soon take his place. Naruto also planned to control this new person, just like B. This person would most likely be Karachi, Onoki's granddaughter. Karachi would be the next Kage, both because she was her descendant and because she was a very powerful ninja. Some may ask why Naruto didn't take her as his girl. It was because he already had enough lovers. If he wanted to take another one, there would be more beauties than her. Like Samui from Kumo, or Tenten and Ino from Konoha. There was a lot of beauty in Naruto's world. Afternoon. There were several guests at the Uzumaki mansion. These guests were from the Hyuga clan. Their goal was, of course, to conclude an alliance agreement between the two clans. Among those who came were Hiyashi, Hinata, Hanabi, and several elders of the Hyuga clan. Uzumaki-sama, I assume you know the reason for our visit. Hiyashi said. It had been a while since they arrived, and Hiyashi had looked at Kagaya several times during that time. It was clear that he liked her after all. You want to make a marriage agreement between our clans. It's between me and Hinata, right? Naruto said. Yes, we want you two to get married for the sake of inter-clan alliance. But we have a few conditions. Hayase said. Who are they? Naruto asked. We know that you have many girlfriends. We accept this, but on the condition that Hinata becomes your first wife. Hayashi said. At that time, one of the clan elders asked, Uzumaki-sama, can you call us your lovers? The elders of the clan were quite respectful compared to their previous meeting. The reason for this was of course the power that Naruto possessed. That's why they wanted to marry Hinata anyway. That way, they could strengthen their power in the village using Naruto's reputation. I can't do that without their permission. After all, some of them might not want to go out in public for now. That's not a problem, right? Naruto said. Hiyashi looked at the elder who asked the question and then said, it's okay as long as you accept our condition. Okay, I accept your condition. I will take Hinata as my first wife. Naruto said. Naruto then continued with a smile on his face, but of course, I have a fortune too. Their expressions inevitably changed when they heard what Naruto said. Since you put a condition on me, I should make a condition too, right? After all, you want to use me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to use myself? Naruto said. So what is your condition? Hayashi asked. I want you to completely remove the bird seal from your clan's cage. There will be no one in the clan who will have that ridiculous seal. Naruto said. Uzumaki-sama, this is an internal matter of our clan. We ask that you do not interfere in this. One of the elders said. If you wish to ally with the Uzumaki clan, you must accept this demand. I would also like to point out that the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans also wish to sign an alliance with me. Naruto said with a grin. At that moment, everyone had a confused expression on their face. Hiyashi said with a sad expression, Uzumaki-sama, your request is very difficult for us. We used this method to prevent the Byakugan from being lost to strangers. We cannot accept this proposal. Can you offer another request? If you don't accept my demand, then this deal is off too. You can leave, Naruto said. You can't be so arrogant just because you're a little strong. The noble Hyuga clan stands before you. You should be grateful to us for wanting to ally with you. One of the elders said. To be honest, he didn't know much about the amount of power Naruto had. At that moment, Hinata quickly stood up and said, I want to say that I want to leave the clan. I don't want to be a member of the Hyuga clan anymore. Apparently, this scenario was created by Naruto and Hinata. Hinata wanted to remove the seal of the bird in the cage. So both of them planned this scenario. You want to leave the clan just to be with him. Well, as long as you rip them off and give them to us, you can leave the clan. Another clan elder said. Honestly, it was as if he was sent here by the author to provoke him. You want to take out my beloved's eyes. You dare to do such a thing. Naruto said angrily. Seriously, these elders were getting annoying. Hinata also tried her best not to use the Tenseigan. She no longer cared that several worthless members of her clan had died. Honestly, if they knew about Hinata's Tenseigan, they would have thought a few more times about making this deal. Naruto said angrily, looks like the Uzumaki and Hyuga clan war will start today. I'm sure Tsunade won't mind if the Hyuga clan leader changes. Uzumaki-san, please be careful with what you say. Clan clashes are forbidden in the village. Hayashi said. But unfortunately, I don't belong in Konoha. That's why we don't have any problem with that. So I can easily wage war with you if I want. Naruto said with a grin. Hiyashi knew Naruto was right, so he couldn't think of much to say. However, Hokage-sama will be on our side. I'm sure you don't want to fight her, right? Hayashi said. He wanted to use the Hokage's deterrent. Hiyashi-san, are you sure you can scare me with Tsunade? If I want to do something, no one can stand in my way. Naruto said arrogantly. At that moment, pointing at the old Kagaya who had asked Hinata to take out her Byakugan eyes earlier, she said, also, even though you're not a Hyouga, you have the Byakugan. You must be from the Hyouga family to get it. So either you marry into our clan or you'll get your eyes taken out. The clan elder realized that Hiyashi was in love with her. That's why he said something like that, to win his favor. But he did something he shouldn't have done. There was suddenly a strong pressure in the room, and all the Hyuga clan members outside of Hanabi were forced to fall to the ground. Several cracking sounds could be heard on the floor of the house from the pressure. This was the first time Naruto was this angry. You really have some stupid courage. First you told one of my friends to take out her eyes, and then you told my other girlfriend the same thing. On top of that, you even tried to marry her off to your leader. Naruto said. Hiyashi couldn't help but be disappointed when he heard that Kagaya was Naruto's girlfriend. It was the first time he had such feelings for a woman. But unfortunately, she was already with someone else. Naruto slowly walked towards the clan elder who had just spoken. The clan elder somehow felt that the walking sounds were similar to his own death march. I was going to ask if there was anything you wanted to say before you died. But then I decided I didn't want to hear your voice again. So I'll kill you in 10 seconds. You can count the remaining seconds for yourself. Naruto said. The clan elder couldn't help but ask Hiyashi for help. But unfortunately, Hiyashi didn't even look at him. After all, how could he help now? He couldn't move or speak. Naruto said, Hinata, can you pull Hanabi out? Hinata nodded quickly and picked up Hanabi, who was in a stunned state, and went outside. Naruto obviously didn't want her to witness what happened next. Kagaya stood up from her seat and walked towards Naruto, then asked, is there anything I can do before you kill him? Naruto said, of course. After receiving permission, Kagaya walked up to the man who was standing on the ground and said, you wanted to turn off my sight if I didn't marry your leader, right? Then she brought her long nails to his eye and then poked his eye out suddenly. Apparently, Kagaya was very angry. Because when she heard what he said, she couldn't help but think of the events of her past. How could those ants talk to her like that? The rest is yours, Kagaya said and then returned to her seat. Naruto later covered his entire body with Amaterasu so that he would burn in pain. This way, he would burn to death. Naruto deliberately reduced Amaterasu's power so that he would suffer longer. As Naruto returned to his seat, cries of pain filled the room from the clan elder. Now we can speak properly, Naruto said, looking at Hiyashi. Right now, the entire Hyuga clan was still on the ground due to his pressure. Naruto only allowed Hiyashi to speak. You call it right, I am the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi said while gritting his teeth. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this. Hiyashi-san, you've aged quite a bit. Don't you think you should hand over the leadership of the clan to someone else? Like Hinata, for example, Naruto said. I don't plan on handing over the clan leadership just yet. Besides, she's weak for leadership. Besides, she was just kicked out of the clan, Hiyashi said angrily. It was clear that he was still angry about what just happened. After all, his own daughter had betrayed the clan. You think Hinata is weak? She is currently the strongest in Konoha. So she is even stronger than you in Tsunade. Honestly, I will give you two options. Your first option is to remove the bird seal in your clan's cage correctly. Your second option is to hand over the clan's head to Hinata. Naruto said. Do you think you can force me to do something? Let's see if you can still act like this when Hokage-sama hears about this incident. Hiyashi said. You choose the third option. Well then, from now on, the Uzumaki and Hyuga will be hostile clans. Naruto said. Then, out of nowhere, a large orange fox appeared in the room. Of course, this fox was Kurama. Kyuubi, go destroy the Hyuga clan. I don't want to see a single building there. Kill them all, Naruto said. Hiyashi was momentarily stunned and terrified. The destruction that had taken place in Konoha that day began to come alive in his mind. At that moment, Hiyashi suddenly realized the danger in front of him and quickly said to convince him, stop. You wouldn't do that, would you? Come on, there are a lot of innocent people there. The Hokage will be very angry if you do something like that. Yes, there are innocent people there. Innocent people that you put a curse mark on. I thought it would be better to kill everyone in your clan's main branch. Kyuubi, kill all the main members of the Hyuga clan, Naruto said. Then he continued with a grin, starting with them. Kurama took quick action, and just as his claw was about to touch them, Hiyashi said, I accept. Stop, Naruto said. Kurama's claw stopped right next to Hayashi's head. If it had been any later, someone might not be alive anymore. Kurama looked at Hiyashi with a big grin. Hiyashi couldn't help but shudder when he saw his big eyes. He felt like death was coming for him. Then Kurama disappeared in an instant. After Naruto gave up the pressure, he said with a peaceful smile on his face, "Now that you're smarter, we can talk nicely. Please sit down." Naruto acted as if nothing serious had just happened. Hiyashi straightened up and sat back down. The clan elders also sat timidly in their seats. It was obvious that they were afraid. At that moment, Hinata and Hanabi came back inside. Naruto thought that they should know about this too. Besides, the useless man burned before his ashes remained. "I ask again, do you accept my request?" Naruto said. "Yes, I did," Hiyashi said. Honestly, Hiyashi didn't want to do something like that unless she had to. Naruto said after a short time of thought, "I can buy you a nice new seal if you want. But of course, you can't use it for anything bad." "What seal are you talking about?" Hiyashi asked. "A seal to ensure that the Byakugan is not forcibly removed from you. Also, when the user dies, the eyes will be automatically sealed," Naruto said. Then he narrowed his eyes and continued to speak menacingly. "Of course, this seal is just to protect your eyes. So you can't use it to make someone suffer." Naruto knew that those in the main house used this seal to hurt those in the branch. Hiyashi was also aware of this situation in his clan. To be honest, it made him feel bad, and since such a decision was in front of him, it was logical to accept it. "And you have a condition for this?" Hiyashi asked. "First of all, this seal will be placed on all members of the clan. After all, there is nothing wrong with this seal. In fact, this seal will strengthen the Byakugan even more," Naruto said. Hiyashi asked, "Can you do that? After all, you don't know the Byakugan that well." Naruto activated his Byakugan at that moment and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I know a lot more about this than you do." Hiyashi suddenly said, "But you are Uzumaki, right? How can you get it?" Hiyashi thought that Naruto didn't steal it from someone. Because a stolen Byakugan would always be active. Of course, there are some special circumstances. "Don't worry, I didn't steal it from anyone, I got it naturally. Anyway, now that we've agreed with each other, we can have the wedding soon," Naruto said. Naruto wanted to have a good relationship with Hinata's father. He was her father after all. He tried to forget what happened in the past. Thus the meeting ended and the Hyuga clan returned to their home with one person less. Hiyashi returned to his clan feeling sad. After all, the person he liked was with someone else. The clan elders were still confused due to the fear they felt at that time. Hinata, on the other hand, was happy to finally marry the one she loved. But for some reason, she had been feeling a little strange lately. Hanabi was happy because her sister was happy. A few days later. Now Naruto was going to have dinner with Tsunade. They both meet at a nice restaurant in Konoha. Then they started eating their food without wasting time, but of course, without alcohol. Because after what happened last time, "I heard that you agreed with the Hyuga clan. When will you have your wedding?" Tsunade asked. "It's not entirely clear yet," Naruto said. For a short time they simply ate without talking. Some time passed. To be honest, it was difficult for both of them to speak soberly. "How about a few drinks? At least our conversation will open up a bit," Naruto said. Tsunade nodded, because she couldn't talk about the main topic. But it might not be limited to a few points at the end of the night. After they both had a few drinks, they finally got around to talking about the main topic. "Have you thought enough?" Naruto asked. This went straight to the main topic. Tsunade continued to drink from his drink without answering him. "Do you still have something on your mind?" Naruto continued asking. Taking a sip, Suna replied, "Seriously, why do you want me? Aren't I too old for you? I'm sure you can find much prettier girls your age. Do you think I'm interested in every beautiful girl I see? I want you because I like your personality and looks. Besides, age doesn't matter because you'll always be young as long as you're with me," Naruto said. Suna said in surprise, "Will I always be young? Some kind of immortality?" "Yes, I will feed you my natural energy. That way you can stay with me forever. Of course, if you want. After all, living forever can be bad sometimes," Naruto said. To be honest, Tsunade always enjoyed staying young and beautiful. She wanted to be with Naruto for a while, but she always made excuses. Suna asked, "How many girlfriends do you have now?" Naruto replied, 6. 6. Isn't it 5? Who else is there? Tsunade asked. "Kagaya. She confessed to me a while ago," Naruto said. Tsunade said with a sigh, "Sleepwalker, somehow I'm not surprised." Then she asked, "Are you thinking about adding another one?" "No. If I get more girls, I don't think I'll be able to take care of them." Naruto said. After thinking for a while, Tsunade decided, okay, I accept it. But we'll just try it for a while. I'll decide in the future, depending on the situation. Naruto was in another dimension teaching Hinata how to use tension. Hinata expanded the truth-seeking orbs around her and used them as shields in front. Naruto started to attack her with his balls one after another. The beams shooting from the balls started to hit Hinata's shield. Of course, Naruto didn't use his full power in this attack. After all, it was just a training match at this point. Okay, now attack me with the big beam using all the balls. Use all your strength while doing it, Naruto said. Hinata nodded and then began to spin all the balls around her. She instantly throws a huge golden beam towards Naruto. Naruto made a shield in front of him and resisted the golden beam that was coming towards him. Several balls were destroyed in the process, but they regenerated after a while. Hinata suddenly lost her strength and started falling to the ground. But just as she was about to hit the ground, Naruto appeared and held her in his arms. Are you okay? Naruto asked as he gently laid her down on the ground. Yeah, I just feel dizzy for a moment. It'll pass soon, it happens sometimes lately. I think I'm getting sick, Hinata said, rubbing her eyes. Naruto frowned at what he heard. Sick. It was almost impossible for Hinata to get sick. After all, her body's resistance was too great. A normal illness couldn't even come close to her. As Naruto used his energy to check her body, he asked, have you had any other complaints lately? Naruto was a doctor who loved his job. Yes, I've been feeling nauseous lately. Also, my appetite has increased, Hinata said. Naruto couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed something odd about one part of her body. Hinata asked nervously, what happened? Is there something bad? Naruto said, feeling uneasy, so it can't be called bad news. Hinata, you. Hinata wondered, me. Hinata, you're pregnant, Naruto said. He noticed the creature that formed in her body. Pregnant, me, baby, mine, Hinata said in surprise. Naruto hugged her and made her lie comfortably. Then, kissing her cheek, he said, what happened? What do you think? I'm confused. Honestly, I didn't think I was pregnant. But I'm not sad either, Hinata said. Then she added with a warm smile on her face, we'll have a baby eventually. Naruto smiled and hugged her even tighter. After a while, Naruto asked, so, what are we going to name it? Do you know the gender? Hinata asked. It's not clear yet, since he hasn't reached that stage yet. But still, for some reason, I feel like it's going to be a girl, Naruto said. Hinata said with a slight blush on her cheek, then if it's a girl, we'll name her Himawari. Oh, so you remember that day. I'm sure that name will suit you well, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto didn't care if his child was a boy or a girl. But for some reason, he thought that if he had a boy, he would be someone like Boruto. That's why he would prefer a cute girl like Himawari. Dude, maybe there are some of you who like Boruto. But no, just no. They both returned to share this important news after spending some time with each other. That night, Naruto brought all of his lovers to the Uzumaki mansion, saying that it was something important. Naruto, what happened? Why did you call everyone? Temari asked worriedly. I called you tonight to have dinner together and tell you some important news, Naruto said. Important news? What is it? Tsunade asked. Naruto said with a smile, I'll tell you after dinner. Since they could do nothing, they agreed with a sigh. After some time, they finally finished eating. Are you going to say it now? Mei said. Well, I'll tell you now, Naruto said. He said slowly, after waiting a moment to build up some excitement. Hinata is pregnant. Hinata had a big smile on his face while the others had a confused look on their face. Hinata, congratulations, Enko said as he quickly walked up to her and hugged her. The others hugged him one after another and congratulated him. It was obvious that each of them was happy for him. How old? Tsunade asked. I feel like it should be a few weeks longer, Naruto said. Okay, come see me at the hospital tomorrow for a detailed checkup, okay? Tsunade said to Hinata. Tsunade was also excited for the boy. Would she like to have a child of her own? She didn't feel ready for that yet. She didn't think she had reached that stage with Naruto. Hinata nodded, smiling. Do you want it to be a boy or a girl? Do you have a name? Karen asked. Gender doesn't matter to me, but Naruto wants it to be a girl. If it's a girl, we think of Himawari as a name, Hinata said. It will be very cute for sure, Enko said. After they chatted about the baby for a while, Naruto asked, when are you planning on moving to Konoha? I'll be fully prepared to move in a few months, Temari said with a smile. Honestly, she wanted to spend more time with Naruto these days. That's why she wanted to move as soon as possible. I need at least another year. The next candidate cage isn't quite ready yet, Mei said. She also wanted to be closer to Naruto. After 3 years. It's been 3 years since Hinata was found out to be pregnant. Hinata and Naruto got married within the first few months. After this, Temari and Mei eventually moved to Naruto. Of course, they married Naruto in their own village and an inter-tree alliance agreement was signed. It's been almost 2 years since everyone lived together. Of course, Himawari was born before that. When Naruto took her in his arms, a strong instinct formed within him. He felt that he had to protect this cute creature no matter what. Also, Himawari wasn't Naruto's only child. He also had a boy with Karen. That boy was named Kenshin. Kenshin was born about a year ago and had crimson hair like Uzumaki. Himawari loved her father very much. It was just because of this that she was very upset when Naruto was going somewhere. Naruto and Kagaya would travel to other planets for 2 weeks every 4 months to absorb energy. They encountered several Otsutsukami during some of their travels. And of course, they attacked them directly and destroyed them all. They must have killed at least half of them by their estimate. During this time, Naruto raised his power to a whole new level. At this time, he thought he could defeat the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. Or at least, he could match him. They also encountered several alien races as they traveled from planet to planet. And after they contacted them, they received some information about the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan wiped out the Saiyan race, whose main enemy was their main enemy, several centuries ago. In fact, they significantly reduced their numbers. Otsutsuki won this battle by superiority, thanks to the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Otsutsuki suffered some damage in this battle. Naruto currently lives a happy, peaceful life with his family. Papa, Himawari said as she let go of her mother's hand and ran towards her father. Sweetheart, Naruto said as he grabbed her and hugged her. Himawari smiled and hugged his father's neck, then said, "We made your favorite dish for dinner today." "Oh, what's my favorite food?" Naruto said. "Ramen," Himawari said. "Well, isn't this your favorite dish too? It was made today, especially the one you like," Naruto said. His daughter loved ramen as much as he did. Naruto loved ramen, but not as much as in the anime. "Daddy, shall we play together before dinner?" Himawari asked. She also used the secret technique, puppy eyes, to get a positive answer. Naruto smiled and patted her head, then said, "Of course, dear. How about we call Kenshin?" "Okay," Himawari said, and then landing on the ground, she entered the house to look for Kenshin. After Himawari left, Naruto walked up to Hinata, grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him. "Yamate, the kids can see," Hinata said, trying to get out of his embrace. "Don't worry, we'll know they're coming before they get close to us," Naruto said with a grin. He then slowly started kissing Hinata's lips. Hinata also caught the heat of the moment and began to kiss him back. But after a while, Naruto backed down and broke the kiss. Himawari walked out holding Karen's hand. Karen had Kenshin, who was only 1 year old, in her arms. Seeing Naruto, Kenshin stretched out his arms and said with a laugh, "Dad." Naruto stretched out, picked him up and began to pet him. At that moment, Karen looked at Hinata, whose cheeks were slightly red from embarrassment. When Hinata noticed her gaze, she realized that what just happened was noticed. This made her even more confused. Himawari, tugging Naruto's leg, said, "Come on, Daddy, let's play." "Okay," Naruto said, and then he started playing games with his kids. Naruto loved his current lifestyle. He spent time with his loved ones every day. He also knew that in order for this life to continue, he had to do something important. He had to destroy the entire Otsutsuki clan. But after they had children, his determination to take on this dangerous task diminished day by day. Normally Naruto would have gone to destroy them a year ago, but at that moment it became clear that Karen was pregnant. So he had to postpone it a little longer. But Naruto knew he couldn't put it off any longer. After a while, Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. He then looked at Hinata and Karen, who were watching them from the side and implying something. They realized something was wrong, so they took the children and went inside. As Naruto looked up at the sky, Tsunade and Kagaya came up next to him. "We heard from Hinata and Karen that something big happened. What's the problem?" Tsunade asked. Tsunade now lived in the Uzumaki mansion like the others. She had handed over the Hokage position to Kakashi half a year ago. Of course, she had already started training him to be a good Hokage. Two people come to this world. As you can imagine, they are both Otsutsuki. But they are the strongest enemy I have ever faced. I can even feel their power from afar. Naruto said. Can we win? Kagaya asked. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and then said, of course. The man next to him has more than one variation of the Rinnegan. He's quite strong, but you two should be able to handle him with ease. Naruto said. Tsunade and Kagaya have grown stronger during this time. Tsunade, in particular, had become too strong. However, he was still weaker than Kagaya and Hinata. Do you know more about his power? Tsunade asked. Naruto closed his eyes again. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, one of his abilities is that he can escape by turning his body into an origami crane. Another thing is that he wants to go back in time. He also has a method that he uses as a last resort, and with this method, he becomes much stronger. Is that enough? Yes, Tsunade said, nodding her head in approval. We will welcome them to space. Also, try fighting them in another dimension. The waves from your power could cause damage to the world. Naruto said. Then they took off from the ground and began to fly away from the world. Naruto's field of vision was much longer. He could now see most of the solar system. His idea was becoming stronger in space. After they moved away from the planet, they began to wait for guests. After some time, 2 guests of Otsutsuki finally came to them. It looks like the welcoming committee is here for us. Should we be grateful for that? He said. This man was what Naruto was talking about. The other Otsutsuki next to him narrowed his eyes at Kagaya and then said, You're Kagaya, right? She's the one who betrayed her clan and killed several Otsutsuki. He then continued, looking at Naruto, also, you are the one who killed us. Interesting. I get the Shinju's existence from you. Is that why you are attacking us? While this man had white hair, parts of his body were covered in black marks. As if he was performing some kind of ritual with his body. For that and for the healthy life of my planet, Naruto said. Urashiki, I'll take it. You take care of the others. At least keep them busy until I'm done. He said. Hehe. Don't worry, Jashin, I'll take them down completely. Kurashiki said. He then started attacking them. Just then Naruto rushed forward and started attacking Jashin. Jashin quickly blocked Naruto's attack with his weapon, a scythe. He then attempted to take a cut from Naruto by spinning his scythe in an athletic motion. But this time Naruto blocked his attack. After quickly jumping back, Jashin began to use the Rinnegan ability in his palm. When Naruto felt an attack coming from below, he walked towards Jashin, jumping with agile movements. Approaching him, he attacked with a red pistol he had created. Jashin blocked his scythe attack again. They both began to attack each other quickly. The 2 attacks did not clash with each other, only the strength in the weapons fought. Naruto easily avoided every step that came his way. Jashin had already taken several hits from him. Jashin realized the strangeness of this situation. That's why he asked, do you see the future? Then, noticing Jogan in his eyes, he continued, so you have Jogan. Now everything makes more sense. Beautiful. I'll take him after I kill you. What Jashin said was true. Naruto can see the future thanks to Zugan. But using it was quite tedious and difficult. That's why Naruto trained for a long time to use this technique. But if he wanted to see the future in all its details, he could only see 5 minutes ahead. This also required serious concentration. Naruto felt something strange about it at this time. It was like a living zombie. It reminded him of his previous experience with the lab rat. Naruto suddenly thought, wait a minute. His name is Jashin. Maybe he is the man Hidan loves. So Hidan's immortality might have something to do with this man. But how could his cult spread to this world? Could he have already arrived earlier? Naruto then entered Jugen mode. Under the influence of his mastery, light blue chakra suddenly enveloped his body. There were also 14 tails behind him. Tenseigen mode was not fully compatible with Shinju form. But this problem was solved thanks to Jogan mode. At this point, both worked in perfect harmony. Naruto rushed forward, trying to attack Jashin again. Seeing Naruto getting stronger, Jashin quickly used his own transformation. The 2 horns protruding from Jashin's forehead grew longer and sharper. It also appeared on Jashin's body with black and white markings. These markings made him appear skeletal. Jashin was dressed in a burgundy and black outfit. The dress had the symbol of the Jashin sect and the Otsutsuki clan. None of their weapons had ever clashed with each other. But what had clashed there was the power within them. At that time, Naruto quickly opened another dimension and pushed him in. He then entered behind her, preventing her from escaping to the other dimension. Some more time passed. Jashin couldn't hit Naruto no matter what he did. If he could hurt her once, he would have a huge advantage. But since he couldn't hurt him, he realized he had to use his secret trump card. Thus, Jashin underwent another final transformation and became more monstrous. Naruto looked at Jashin's transformed form. The most obvious change in him was the change in his eyes. This was the first time Naruto had seen this dojutsu. Jashin was on all fours, like an animal. His bones and spine were twisted in a very strange way. Now he looked completely like an animal. Jashin rushed to attack Naruto, his new weapon being his body. Naruto's foresight lost most of its effect. Since the person in front of him became even stronger, the ability's effect was reduced because of it. The two of them entered into a heated battle again. Naruto was having a harder time than before, but he still did not receive any damage from him. After a while, Jashin jumped back, smirking. Apparently, he hadn't acted like that at all, even though he was still losing. Jashin quickly injured his own arm with the scythe in his hand. And just at that moment, a wound appeared on Naruto's arm and blood began to flow down. Naruto frowned as he looked at the wound on his arm. How did he do this without drawing blood? Could he do it just by making close contact? Naruto began to investigate it, activating all three of his jogs to take countermeasures. Later he noticed a direct connection between them. Jashin was most likely able to use this technique due to this connection. Naruto quickly severed the connection to avoid more damage. Jashin was stunned when he realized this. That damn Jogan had always been in front of him. How would he deal with this? Naruto's power suddenly increased greatly, activating all three of his jogs. Naruto rushed forward again. It was so fast that everything around him was falling apart. Every step he took shook every part of the dimension they were in. Before Jashin could even react, Naruto was knocked down by him and was sent flying back. He was so badly injured that he felt like some of the bones in his body were broken. However, thanks to his special dojutsu, his wound healed quickly. After Jashin regained his balance, he quickly blocked the next attack and he too began to counterattack. Jashin tried to connect with Naruto during the fight, but no matter what he did, the connection that was established suddenly broke. Zugen was a huge disadvantage for him. Jashin felt that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Naruto. That's why he tried to avoid him. But no matter what he did, he couldn't escape from him either. Naruto was always chasing him. Naruto constantly chased him and also harmed him, forcing him to waste his energy. This way, he could easily catch it when his energy was depleted. Tch damn. Jashin said the bad word as the beam tore off one of his legs. Although he staggered a little, he continued to run as fast as he could. But then, in another attack, his head suddenly separated from his body and fell to the ground. Naruto quickly grabbed his head. You must have realized by now that you can't run away from me. Don't bother me, Naruto said. Naruto knew he wouldn't die by cutting off his head, because he had tried many such things on Hidan before. Don't be so sure about it, Jashin said with a smile on his face. Then, the life force on his face began to rapidly disappear. When Naruto realized something and quickly turned around, noticing the portal that was about to close. Honestly, Jashin could use every part of his body as he wanted. His body didn't even need to be tied to his head. Naruto and his Zugen quickly began to figure out the target of the portal that had been closed some time ago. He then continued to pursue Jashin after opening a new one. Naruto watched him for a long time. In every dimension Jashin passed through, Naruto passed behind him, and the distance between them became smaller and smaller as time went on. After some time, Naruto finally caught up with him. Jashin had no energy left to use more abilities. He was very tired from the spring portals he was constantly opening. Naruto made him immobile, so he won't be able to use his dojutsu skills. After Naruto took him, he returned to Kagaya and Tsunade. His goal was to get information about the Otsutsuki clan from him. After all, Jashin probably has the most up-to-date information. They also took care of Arashiki and waited for Naruto to arrive. Why is he still alive? Tsunade said. There are several important situations with him. He can also learn more about the Otsutsuki clan. That's why I want to get as much information from him as possible. Naruto said. Then I would like us to let him live. Tsunade said, looking at Arashiki. Naruto placed his hand on Jashin's head and said with a grin, we'll make do with what we have. We need to squeeze all the juice out of him. Later they returned to the world with the packages with them. When they returned to Earth, they first hid their packages in a good place so that the packages would not be lost. Then they returned to their home. Naruto was, as always, warmly welcomed home. Himawari was upset that his father was late. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat the ramen she made for him a few days ago. That's why she was sulking at Naruto. Seeing her puffing her cheeks cutely, Naruto picked her up and then tickled her. He said, come on, let's have dinner together. Naruto returned to Jashin after spending time with his family that night. In fact, Naruto didn't leave him there alone. There were several clones with Jashin to warn Naruto about a possible thing. Jashin looked at Naruto with a stubborn look in his eyes. To be honest, Jashin knew very well what would happen to him. Eventually, the enemy captured him and of course he will be tortured and interrogated by them. Naruto was going to use Jogon's ability on him, but the conditions for using it were not fully met at the moment. So he had to break Jashin's resistance first. After that, he could easily learn something from him thanks to his technique. Some people may ask why the Rinnegan did not use one of its methods, abilities. The answer was that Jashin's spirit was strong enough to resist it. Thus, he began to break Jashin's resistance. There is no need to explain what was done for this. Some time passed, and finally Jashin's resistance was completely broken. When Naruto realized this, he used his talent to learn everything Jashin knew. He also absorbed Jashin's body into himself, increasing his powers a little more. Only 6 people from the Otsutsuki clan survived. 2 of them were in the sub-branch, while the rest were in the main branch. They also had leaders in addition to them. Naruto also realized that the Otsutsuki clan knew about him, but they still didn't know where Naruto was. It was for a completely different reason that Arashiki and Jashin came to where Naruto was. As Naruto predicted, Jashin had already appeared in the world. The reason he came earlier was to plant Jubi. Jashin made contact with the inhabitants of the world when he placed it, and he taught them his techniques. Jashin learned his technique from most of the places he went to, so he became stronger with the energy he gained from them. The reason Jashin returned to Earth was to get the fruit of the growing Shinju tree. He also had a strange feeling for some time from someone worshipping him. This man was the one who was compatible with Jashin. After he marked him with karma, he took over his body, increasing his powers. But unfortunately, the connection with this man was severed. Jashin's purpose in coming was to take the Shinju fruits and investigate what happened to that man. The reason Arashiki came with him was because someone had to be sacrificed for the tree. And since Arashiki was inferior to him, of course he was the one who was sacrificed. Unfortunately, they met someone they never thought they would meet. At first, it was pure luck that Kagaya and Ashiki came to this world. Later, when they saw the energy-rich fruit in the world, they knew they had to accept it. So the Otsutsuki clan didn't know where Isaiki and Kagaya were yet. If they had known, they would have come long ago to inquire about their condition. Naruto also learned about the Otsutsuki clan leader. Jashin, like Naruto, thought his leader had something to do with this Jogon thing. In fact, he could almost witness it on one occasion. One day, Jashin saw one of the people who had received this Jugon, walking somewhere with the chief of his clan. But later, this person suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. Some people thought that this man was killed by one of the hostile races. But of course, Jashin thought that he was kidnapped by the leader and hid it. Some people in the clan thought so. But because of the power the leader had, no one wanted to go against him. After all, no one wants to be killed suddenly. Also, according to the information he received from Jashin, the leader had 5 jogs. 3 of them were on his face, while the other 2 were in his hands. He knew little about the leader's powers, but everyone had seen the skills he used during the fight against the Saiyan race. Even after that war, the clan members had much more respect and fear for him. In that war, the leader destroyed a massive planet with a single attack and killed many Saiyans living there. He also fought alone against the survivors of the planet's explosion, killing them all with overwhelming odds. Naruto wasn't entirely sure about the Saiyan race's strength, but he could also easily destroy a massive planet in an instant with just one skill. At least, he didn't see much of a difference between the two. The leader may have had 2 more Jogon, but Naruto thought he had much more power, so he felt he could close the gap with him. Naruto returned to Konoha after absorbing the body of Arashiki, who was dead. All he had to do now was come up with a plan for the future. But in his opinion, there was no need to come up with such a good plan. After all, the Otsutsuki clan would know that they were coming no matter what. Especially if their leader had a wide field of vision like Naruto, they would have already noticed them some time ago. That's why Naruto wanted to get there quickly and launch a massive attack before they could react. Naruto also knew that he couldn't go there alone because his wives had convinced him of that for a long time. Naruto also accepted the situation pretty quickly, because they were pretty strong, and he thought that each of them was strong enough to defeat at least one Otsutsuki. At this time, Naruto and his wives were meeting to come up with a plan. Since we're going to attack directly, who's going to go? Enko said. After all, there were 2 children to take care of, so at least one person had to be left behind. Tsunade and Kagaya are among the people who will definitely go, Tamari said. She then looked at Hinata and Karen, wondering what they both had to say. There were also a few people waiting for their answer. Hinata obviously wanted to leave, but she didn't want to leave Himinari behind. She was her own daughter, after all. Likewise, Karen's situation was the same as Hinata's. After Karen made her decision, she said, "It would be better for me to stay." She then continued while looking at Hinata, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Hima-chan." Hinata hugged her and said with a smile, "Yes, I know. I won't worry if you take care of him. Thank you." Naruto also looked at Karen with a grateful expression on his face. After all, everyone wanted to come. Then the plan is simple. First, after I make a strong attack, everyone will find a suitable opponent. I will also take care of their leader. Does anyone want to ask something? Everyone looked at each other, and for a while there was silence. I don't think anyone has any questions. When do you think we should leave? Naruto asked. After preparing to leave the world, we can leave. A few days will be enough. Tsunade said. Well then, we'll be leaving in 3 days. I should also point out that it's unclear exactly how long that will take. Naruto said. Everyone nodded and then began to prepare to leave. Somewhere in space. Several people had gathered inside the planet. While 6 people were standing in the same place, another person was sitting slightly above them on what looked like a throne. To be honest, he seemed to be of a higher rank than the others. This planet was the main base of the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, everyone in the clan gathered to discuss the future. The man sitting on the throne was, as expected, the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. As the leader sat down, a menacing blue glow shone from all 3 eyes on his face. We have gathered today to talk about the members of our clan who were killed. The leader said this. At the same time, he lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers. He then stood up as the cloak pierced slightly behind him and looked down at the standing clan members below. Too many clan members have died in the last 3 years. Only a few to this. Also among them is Kagaya, who was once a member of our clan. The leader stated this. Hearing this, the clan members couldn't help but frown. They didn't think that a traitor would appear among them. At that moment a voice was heard in the hall. Someone was knocking on the door. Come, the leader said in a deep voice. The door opened and someone who looked like a butler walked in. It was clear that he was very uncomfortable with the way he was acting. Speak, the leader gave the order. Sir, we have received word of 2 more deaths, the butler said nervously. Who are they? The leader said, narrowing his eyes. Lord Jashin and Lord Arashiki. The maid answered quickly. Suddenly, a frightening pressure emanating from the leader appeared and began to suppress those in the room. The bodies of the people in the room began to shrink and sweat due to the pressure. On the other hand, the butler fell to the ground in an instant and was out of breath. But no one dared to say anything. Because the Otsutsuki clan members knew that if they made one wrong move, they would die. So everyone expected him to give up the pressure. Shortly after, the leader finally let up the pressure. Then he said, I think the same people have done it again. But at least now we know more or less where they are. They can't hide anymore. Then, looking at the butler, who lay motionless on the floor, he said loudly, Get that out of here. The butler, unfortunately, became out of breath and died due to the intense pressure. You two, go now and check the last place Jashin went. Most likely, he was killed near where he was going. The leader said. 2 men, to whom the chief quickly bowed his head and said, As you command, Lord Boros. Boros had a smirk on his face as his spiky white hair showed. Naruto and the others were about to leave the world. Father, mother, please don't go, Himawari said, hugging her father's neck. She was also crying because she was so upset. On the other hand, Kenshin didn't quite understand what happened, but he must have felt something bad because he cried while he was in Karen's arms. Also, Hinata hugged Himawari from behind with tears in her eyes. Come on, don't cry, dear. Like before, I'll be back in a while. Okay, Naruto said, lightly stroking her head. Naruto tried to convince her by saying, he always faced this situation when he went somewhere. After trying to convince her for a while, Naruto finally succeeded. And the others couldn't help but feel emotional when they looked at them. A portal opened in space and several people came out of it. The people who came out were Naruto and his wives. We're finally here. We have to attack quickly before they fully realize we're here. I'll start with one big attack first, like we planned. At least some of them might get hurt by this method. Naruto said as he looked at the distant planet. Naruto stopped all the truth-seeking orbs around him in a circle in front of him. He then began to build up energy in them in the middle of the circle they had formed. As he did so, he added his own power to the energy created. When Naruto felt someone looking at him, he said, I'm attacking. Then the energy that had accumulated there suddenly attacked directly on that planet. And the target planet was destroyed by a big explosion. As a result of this attack, some planets in the surrounding area were damaged quite badly. But their life had long since been absorbed by the Otsutsuki. Naruto realized that multidimensional portals were opening on the planet. Probably, several Otsutsuki who noticed the attack some time ago thought of such a solution to avoid damage. Unfortunately, some of them were too late and were heavily injured. All butlers on the planet were killed in Naruto's attack. However, upon noticing their arrival, the leader of the Otsutsuki, Boros, quickly informed his clan members. When the clan members realized that a powerful attack was coming, they quickly tried to escape to another dimension. Many of them succeeded, but unfortunately, some of them were not so lucky. After some time, several portals began to open at the site of the destroyed planet. Inside the portals were the remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto looked at Boros, who was looking at him, and said, "After I take him out, you take care of the others." While Naruto was saying this, he became stronger, pushing his Shinju form to its limits. At this point, there were only 10 tails behind him. The reason for the low number of tails was because Naruto had suppressed them and forced them to merge. Thus, each tail had much more power. Naruto suddenly rushed forward without waiting for their response. He was so fast that the others didn't even notice that he was gone. When Boros realized Naruto was approaching him, he sought to take the least amount of damage from the blow by keeping his hands forward with his quick reflex. Naruto hit Boros so hard that he was thrown to another part of the galaxy. If people inside the planet could see it, they would think it was a shooting star. Naruto quickly followed Boros, ignoring the other Otsutsuki. In addition, the Otsutsuki clan members froze for a moment in surprise. The girls who found this opportunity quickly attacked them. Boros chuckled at the broken armor on his arm as he walked into the depths of space. He obviously looked like he was excited about the upcoming fight. Boros had long, spiky white hair. He also had huge horns that stuck out from both sides of his head. Boros also wore black armor with the Otsutsuki clan emblem on it. Boros looked at Naruto, who was approaching him. He then quickly rushed towards Naruto. They both approached each other with a beam of light. Like a scene in the movies, their fists collided with each other in slow motion. Naruto's arm bones were only slightly cracked, while Boros' entire arm was shattered instantly. But soon after, a new arm began to form in place of the missing one. To be honest, Boros' regeneration speed was terrible. Also, Naruto's injured arm healed quickly. After that, they continued to fight each other using only their bodies. They were so fast that it seemed like they had more than 2 hits. The waves created by their impact spread out into space and damaged nearby planets. After fighting for a while, they both stopped. Almost all of Boros' armor was shattered, while Naruto's body only had marks of the impact. No wonder I can't see a future. You are indeed strong enough to rival me. No wonder you were able to kill so many of my clan. But what surprises me is that you are a Shinju. How is that possible? Boros said, beaming with 3 Jogan on his face. Boros originally used Zugan to see the future, but he couldn't see the future no matter what he did. He understood why when he saw Naruto. Naruto has Jugan, and also since he is strong, it was normal for Boros not to see the future. What really surprised Boros was that he felt a full Shinju from Naruto. How could a human fuse so harmoniously with a Shinju? Even he thought he couldn't be fused with one of them. Boros wasn't confident enough to deal with Shinju's bad feelings. You don't need to know how I merged with him. What you need to know is that you will be destroyed by one of the Shinju you have been using all this time. Naruto said. Alright, it's been a while since I've fought a strong opponent. Let's see if you can handle this with my strength. Boros said, then smashed his remaining armor into pieces. Boros suddenly began to release a large amount of energy. A black line formed around the Jogan in both hands and began to spread throughout his body. Eventually, all of his Jogans became interconnected. At that time, a bright light emanated from him, and the changes in his body were not fully visible. But as the brightness faded, his transformed form appeared. Boros' hair also became completely silver and grew even longer. His skin also gained a silver tint. In addition, all 3 eyes on his face merged into one large one. The eyes on both of his arms merged to form one large eye on his torso. The lines that formed on his body were light blue. When Naruto saw his chance, he also changed into a new form. Oh, wait, there was no other form he could transform into anymore. After all, there was no rule that he would always find a stronger form than before. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he studied Boros' new form, trying to guess how much stronger he had become. The energy emitted by Boros became stronger and began to damage the surroundings. At that moment, Boros suddenly disappeared with a silver glow. When he reappeared, his fist hit Naruto right in the face. But Naruto blocked the blow by moving his tails thanks to his reflex. Although Naruto blocked the strike, he was pushed back by the force behind him. Boros suddenly disappeared again and started attacking Naruto from all sides. However, Naruto constantly used his tails to minimize the damage he took each time. While Naruto was defending himself, he stuck his tails into Boros' body and pulled. The tails, synthesized with his energy, could pierce Boros' body. They both continued to fight each other as they walked from side to side. Both bodies were bruised, but Boros took more damage than Naruto. They were so fast that if one of the planets had looked out into space, it would have seen two comets constantly colliding with each other. Naruto gathered his strength in the tail in the gap he found and furiously attacked Boros and smashed him into pieces. But later, his disparate body parts immediately came together and reunited. Boros' energy grew more and more. One eye on Boros's head began to glow blue. Then, suddenly, a huge beam shot out from his eye towards Naruto. Naruto was unable to avoid the attack in time, so one of his arms was cut off. But like Boros, his regeneration was very strong. For this reason, his arm was reformed in an instant. But, speaking in detail, Naruto's regeneration power was much stronger than Boros'. Boros took this opportunity to quickly attack Naruto again, constantly using Jogon's power to damage Naruto during the attack. Naruto also defended himself and also damaged Boros with his abilities. Both of their attacks went deep into space. It was like fireworks in space. But also some of these attacks crashed into planets, causing very heavy damage. Unfortunately, they had to ignore it. As Naruto continued to fight, he thought about the decision to defeat Boros. Naruto knew that he could win if he kept going like this, but he still wanted to secure his job. The lines on Boros's body advanced. Right now, there were lines all over his body, even in his eyes. His energy was even greater. Boros thought, I need to kill him right now because I'm using my life force right now. Seeing Boros's changes, Naruto thought, he's using his life energy to become stronger. I can use this method too. Plus, I can easily get energy from other planets. Later, Naruto began to become stronger by burning his life energy. In an instant, there was a powerful surge of energy emanating from him. They charged at each other again. When both their fists crashed into each other, there was a terrifying splash. 10 years later. At this time, Naruto lived in peace. After all, he had eliminated the Otsutsuki threat 10 years ago. Himawari was now a genin. Of course, her sensei was Naruto. Kenshin graduated from the academy the following year. Naruto also had many other children. He had at least one child from each of his wives. Mei gave birth to triplets the way she wanted. They were only 5 years old. He had 2 children with Temari. The eldest was 7 years old and the other was 2. He had one child with Anko, and the child is now 6 years old. Tsunade and Kagaya were pregnant at the same time. It should be noted that it was a very hot night. They only had one child, and they were 4 years old. Naruto cared deeply for his family. He even went on a trip with them to another planet every year. Yes, another planet. When they go to another planet every year, he stays there for a while to absorb the energy there. At that time, their wives and children traveled to another world. After all, a dead planet was not interesting. Thus, Naruto lived a very happy and peaceful life with his family. There was no one in the world, or rather, in the universe, who could cause him problems, until